Chapter 1. The Celestial Maiden Descends. In the sweltering summer, the incessant rain that had plagued the capital of the Shu Kingdom for a fortnight finally ceased. The sunlight, glistening after the rain, illuminated the damp tiles of the carefree prince's residence with a golden hue. Groups of magpies flocked from all directions, circling above the carefree prince's manor, chattering incessantly. The streets were still flooded when a Taoist clad in a white robe, wielding a whisk, waded through the water. Magpies herald joy. Auspicious occasions are at hand, the Taoist murmured, gazing at the main gate of the carefree prince's residence, as he calculated the omens with his fingers. A celestial maiden descends, uniting the four kingdoms. Inside the carefree prince's residence, the princess, Duan Fenghua, was in labor, enduring pain for a full day and night. Buckets of bloodied water were carried out one after another, as the palace physicians and midwives had all entered the delivery room. Outside, the carefree Prince Wei Qi paced anxiously with his three sons, his soul nearly lost in worry. The doting husband, hearing the anguished cries from within, cursed the unborn child countless times. "You little rascal, how dare you torment my wife like this? Just wait until you're born, it'll make you regret it." The 12-year-old Wei Muhua, the 9-year-old Wei Sihua, and the 7-year-old Wei Qinghua stood frozen in place. Whoever claimed the carefree prince was composed and gallant had never witnessed his turmoil. When faced with adversity, he turned red with rage, cursing indiscriminately, sparing even his own flesh and blood. Poor unborn sibling, or rather, sister. Well, let's just refer to the infant for now. Who knew what it would be? To say brother would be inauspicious, considering the royal family's longing for a daughter. To say sister? Well, the royal bloodline hadn't seen a daughter in 5 centuries. Their mother had borne 3 sons in succession. What ill fate had befallen the Wei family to be devoid of daughters? Whenever someone was with child, it stirred the hearts of the entire royal family. 10 months of pregnancy, delicately cherished for a decade, only to emerge as yet another boy. They certainly didn't believe their mother could be so fortunate as to give birth to a daughter. "What are you standing around for?" The carefree prince was seething, unaware of the suffering his wife endured within. Upon spotting his 3 dawdling sons, his frustration threatened to erupt. "Just seeing you 3 irks me. 1 little brat, 2 little brats, 3 little brats. You could all get a deal at the noodle shop on Zhuke Street." The Wei brothers shuddered, exchanging glances, feeling quite wronged. What could they do about the gender of their siblings? However, they paid little heed to their father's harsh words. They had grown accustomed to such exchanges, their ears calloused from repetition. In this household, the wife was treasured, while the sons were but weeds understood. "Your Highness! Your Highness!" The steward of the manor rushed in, breathless. In his 50s, slightly portly and not particularly tall, he hurried into the courtyard with a comical appearance. Gasping for breath, he addressed the carefree prince. "A Taoist has arrived at the gate, proclaiming that the magpies herald joy, a celestial maiden descends. The 4 kingdoms shall unite." "What?" Upon hearing this, the carefree prince momentarily forgot to chastise his sons. "Repeat that. What did the Taoist say?" "Your Highness," the Taoist said, "the magpies herald joy, an auspicious occasion is upon us. A celestial maiden descends, and the 4 kingdoms will unite." The steward swallowed hard, enunciating each word. "Your Highness, the Taoist, is at our main gate." The doorkeeper witnessed him calculating and heard his words firsthand. He then gestured towards the sky, where magpies circled above, continuing, "Your Highness, look. When did so many magpies appear above our manor? Could it be?" Following the steward's gesture, the carefree prince looked up. Indeed, flocks of magpies had gathered in the sky, chirping joyfully. In his earlier worry for his wife and frustration with his sons, he had overlooked them. Now, upon closer inspection, not only were the magpies singing, but their formation resembled the auspicious character for joy. Magpies herald joy. A celestial maiden descends. Joy, celestial maiden. Daughter? Wow. At that moment, a robust and resonant wail of an infant echoed from the delivery room. Shortly after, the midwife emerged, cradling a newborn. Her eyes sparkled with excitement, unable to conceal her joy. "Congratulations, Your Highness. The princess has successfully given birth to a lady, and both mother and daughter are safe." Those waiting in the courtyard were left dumbfounded. Even the carefree prince felt his legs weaken. nearly losing his balance. A lady? Mother and daughter? Confirmed? Surely it wasn't a false alarm? Your Highness, seeing the carefree prince's bewilderment, the midwife approached with the infant. Your Highness, take a look. This is indeed a lady. Her cries are strong, indicating her robust health. The midwife was indeed astute. As she spoke, she unwrapped the swaddling cloth to confirm for the carefree prince. See? Not a teapot, but a true treasure. Gazing upon the crimson-faced infant, the carefree prince felt as though he might burst with exuberance, his heart racing. No, she truly was a girl. Startled, he pinched his second son, Wei Sihua, asking, "Does it hurt?" Wei Sihua. Yes, it hurt, tears nearly spilling from the pinch, but he dared not cry. On this joyous occasion, he could only nod, swallowing his pain. The carefree prince, noticing his second son's expression, finally came to his senses. He hastily ordered the steward, "Quick, fetch that Taoist to come in. Hurry." Then, cautiously cradling the precious daughter as if he were first-time father, Wei Muhua and his brothers gathered around the carefree prince, craning their necks and standing on tiptoes. "What are you doing?" The carefree prince shot a glare at his three sons, clutching his daughter protectively as if fearing someone might snatch her away. The second son, Wei Sihua, touched his shoulder, swallowing hard. "Father, can we see our sister? She's very beautiful." The youngest, Wei Qinghua, praised before even seeing the infant's face. "What are you staring at? You little rascals! Don't let your stench waft over my precious." The carefree prince scoffed, hastily retreating into the delivery room with his daughter. The Wei brothers exchanged glances, their faces etched with sorrow. What transpired? Were they still the children of the carefree prince's residence? In the absence of a sister, they had been unified as one. Now, with the addition of a sister, it seemed they had been reduced to mere roots. Heartbroken, truly heartbroken. Chapter 2. The sister's unfortunate appearance. It was night. The carefree princess lay feebly upon her bed, being gently fed chicken soup by the nurse. Not far away, the carefree prince sat with three rather dull-witted companions, firmly encircled by the crib, as if they were admiring a rare treasure. Inside the crib lay a little girl whose appearance was difficult to articulate. Her skin was wrinkled and somewhat sallow, resembling an elderly woman. Compared to the delicate and exquisite portrayals of young ladies in tales, she was entirely unremarkable. However, the little girl possessed remarkably beautiful eyes, large and round, sparkling like stars in the night sky. Just a single glance evoked an overwhelming fondness. "Father, is this truly my sister?" The third son, Wei Qinghua, rested his chin on the wooden railing of the crib, expressing profound skepticism. "Why is she so yellow and wrinkled?" Meng Yunha's sister is exceptionally beautiful, fair, and tender. Our sister resembles a little monkey. How will she ever find a husband? Three pairs of eyes shot towards him. The carefree prince remained silent. The eldest, Wei Muhua, slightly furrowed his brow, wearing an expression of wishing him good luck. Only the second brother, Wei Sihua, immediately delivered a playful knock on his brother's head. Gritting his teeth as he exclaimed, "How dare you call my sister ugly? Even if she is a bit plain, you needn't be so blunt." "I didn't say that." Wei Qinghua tilted his head, covering his head with his hands, feeling somewhat dejected. "I'm going to lose to Meng Yunha." His voice was muffled, tinged with a hint of sorrow. Meng Yunha's sister is beautiful. Meng Yunha was the legitimate grandson of the noble Meng family and was currently studying alongside Wei Qinghua. The two had never quite gotten along, often comparing themselves and causing quite the stir. A few months prior, Meng Yunha's parents had welcomed a little sister into the world, which had greatly inflated his ego. Whenever they met, he would praise his sister's beauty, likening her to a porcelain doll. Wei Qinghua felt envious, having no sister to boast about, and could only sing the praises of his white-haired dog. After repeating the same few compliments, "My dog is both obedient and beautiful," it had lost its charm. Now, finally having a sister of his own, he found her to be an unfortunate little old woman instead. Wei Qinghua felt his spirits plummet. He no longer wished to see Meng Yunha. The eldest brother, Wei Muhua, felt somewhat helpless regarding the third brother's reaction. Even the princess, reclining on the bed, found herself troubled by her youngest son's simplicity. Yet, Wei Sihuan never indulged his younger brother. He shot Wei Qinghua an exasperated glance, thinking his brother was rather pathetic. Who says we have lost? Just because he claims his sister is beautiful, you believe it? Have you even seen her? I could just as easily say my sister is as lovely as a flower, a celestial being descended to earth. What newborn ISNT wrinkled? When you were born, you were far less appealing than your sister, you know. Faced with Wei Xihua's retort, Wei Qinghua's expression became even more dismal. Even you say my sister is ugly. Wei Xihua's eyes widened in disbelief, his mind swirling. Wei Qinghua, could you please not focus on the wrong details? Third brother, just go away. The carefree prince could no longer contain himself. Get on with whatever you were doing. You three are the ugliest. He had longed for a daughter, eagerly awaiting her arrival like one waits for the stars and the moon. How could she possibly be anything less than beautiful? Just look at that delicate face. Observe those large, captivating eyes. She is undoubtedly the most exquisite little girl in the world. The carefree prince shooed his sons away and instantly felt a weight lifted from his heart. The princess had just finished her chicken soup and chuckled at the scene. The child is still so young. Why take offense with them? Young? They're all big brothers now. The carefree prince responded hastily, suddenly realizing he was conversing with his wife. He quickly donned a smile, softening his tone as he remarked, Fenghua, our daughter is as lovely as you. Her eyes are truly large, resembling grapes. The carefree prince was still overwhelmed with excitement at having such a daughter. With the absence of those rambunctious boys, he no longer needed to maintain the stern demeanor of the head of the household. As he praised his daughter, he couldn't help but clench his fists and sway them like a child. His voice rose slightly, trembling with emotion, a sensation he had never experienced before. Hearing this, the princess, with her weary face lighting up in delight, exclaimed, Quick, bring her to me, so I can see. Since the child's birth, she had only caught a few fleeting glimpses, and at that time, her daughter had been sleeping, eyes closed. Grape-like eyes? How large and bright must they be? Oh, just wait. The carefree prince cautiously extended his hands, but then hesitated, unsure of how to hold the fragile child. Should he support her head to avoid hurting her neck? Or cradle her back to prevent discomfort in his hands? Unable to contain her laughter at his clumsiness, the princess teased, It's not your first time being a father. Why be so cautious? It's different. After some deliberation, the carefree prince finally presented his little girl before his wife. The first three are rough and tumble boys. How can they be compared to this precious gem? This little darling, we have longed for her for a full decade. Indeed, the princess responded, reaching out to play with the little girl, adding, She is certainly more pleasing to the eye than those three rascals. Then she noticed a golden bracelet adorning their daughter's wrist and inquired, What is this? We didn't prepare anything for the child. It's a bracelet. The carefree prince followed his wife's gaze and explained it was given by a Taoist priest who said it should be worn by our daughter for her protection. With that, the carefree prince embraced his wife with one arm while cradling their daughter in the other, recounting in detail the events of the day. However, the Taoist priest who had appeared at the gate of the prince's residence remained elusive. When the steward sought him out, the priest had already departed, leaving behind a size-adjustable golden bracelet at the gate, claiming it was for a fated person as protection. Recalling the steward's words, the carefree prince understood the significance. The divine daughter had arrived, uniting the four kingdoms. This bracelet's destined recipient could only be their daughter. Akui, shall we name our little girl? The princess leaned into the carefree prince's embrace, a vague sense of unease stirring within her. She felt that if they did not choose a name soon, it might be too late. Wei, we have always named the boys now. I'm at a loss for what to call our daughter. The carefree prince was brimming with excitement. He yearned for her return, yet after having 3 sons in succession, he dared not even entertain the thought of this pregnancy yielding a daughter. Therefore, he truly had not contemplated a name for the child. For full 10 months, each time he was inquired about the name for his 4th child, he would think, the little rascal can be called anything, no need to exert myself. Oh dear, now that a daughter has arrived, he feels an overwhelming sense of guilt, convinced that if he fails to name her appropriately, he would be failing her. Your Highness, Your Highness. As he pondered names, suddenly the urgent voice of the steward rang out. Your Highness. The Emperor and Empress have arrived. Chapter 3. A daughter once every 500 years. The Emperor and Empress have come. The carefree prince and his wife exchange a glance, feeling as if they were facing a formidable adversary. There was no time to lose. The carefree princess tightly embraced the child and urgently urged, "Ah Chi, you must think of a name quickly. I have awaited this daughter for 10 years. Such a significant matter as naming cannot be claimed by the Emperor and Empress, disturbing us in the dead of night. Just look how anxious they are over the birth of my daughter." The carefree prince was not pleased either, his face contorted with impatience. Those two are simply bored out of their minds, understanding that the Emperor and Empress had come solely to see the child. The carefree prince grumbled and prepared to take the baby outside. However, as he reached the doorway, he suddenly halted. "Wait, bored out of their minds? Let us name her Wei Xian." With that, he hastily departed. In the swaddling blanket, the infant thought, what a casually chosen name. In the front hall of the carefree prince's residence, as he arrived holding the child, the Emperor Wei Zheng and Empress Qin were already becoming restless. Upon seeing the carefree prince emerge, they disregarded their royal status, rushing forward eagerly. "Come, let your uncle hold her." "Not so fast." The carefree prince, quick-witted, spun around with the child in his arms, evading the Emperor's grasp. "Why are you here in my residence instead of the palace at this hour? Under heaven, all land belongs to the Emperor. I came to the prince's residence to see my niece. Do I need your permission?" The Emperor was not offended by the carefree prince's rudeness, his eyes fixated on the swaddled infant. "Come, let me hold her." The carefree prince glanced at the eagerly waiting man in yellow robes and asked, "Are your hands clean? My daughter is delicate. She cannot be handled carelessly." "Oh, right." The Emperor readily complied, nodding vigorously. "My palms have been sweating all the way here. I must wash them." As he arranged for water to be brought, he grumbled, "Wei Qi, have you become so successful that you dare to conceal such a significant event as the birth of a daughter? If it weren't for the doctor and midwife sent from the palace reporting back, I would still be unaware of the great contribution the Duan family has made on behalf of our Wei family. This time, I must reward the Duan family generously. I did not send anyone to report to the palace. The doctor and midwife would have conveyed the news to you regardless." The carefree prince rolled his eyes at the Emperor, showing no deference simply because he was the ruler of the nation. "I have just welcomed a daughter. Shouldn't I take a moment to celebrate?" Before I could even catch my breath, night fell, and I had no time to enter the palace. I intended to send someone early tomorrow to relay the message. Yet you and the Empress received the news so swiftly? Upon concluding his remarks, he muttered softly, "The news travels swiftly, and so do the actions. Have the palace gates been closed? Yet still one rushes outside. Such impulsiveness. Where is the demeanor of a sovereign and a mother of a nation? Third brother, one cannot entirely blame your elder brother." The queen, who had been quietly observing, interjected with a smile, "Your brother has long awaited the arrival of a young lady. Who knows how long he has yearned for this moment? Now that it has finally come to pass, should he not hasten to behold her? Indeed, if I do not see her, I fear I shall not find rest tonight." Water had already been prepared. The Emperor hurriedly washed his hands, drying them with a pristine towel, his face alight with joy. "Come, quickly, let me hold her." Observing the Emperor's exuberance, Prince Xiaoyao felt an unsettling notion about the couple's intentions. He instinctively held the child closer. "Pray tell, why are you so stirred, my elder brother?" "It is merely a daughter I have given birth to." "Hand her over." The Emperor rushed forward to embrace the child, his movements gentle despite his fervor. At nearly 40, one should refrain from asking such thoughtless questions. Why the excitement, you ask? Is it not evident? This little girl is not merely awaited by him alone. The ancestors of the Wei family, indeed the entire state of Shu, have longed for her with great anticipation. The Wei family has yearned for a daughter for a full 5 centuries. 5 centuries? Can you fathom it? The imperial family has not welcomed a daughter in 500 years. It is hard to believe. Neither the empresses within the palace nor the princesses outside have borne a daughter. 500 years. The emperors of the Wei family have changed countless times. Yet not one daughter has graced the royal lineage. In contrast, princesses from other realms have come in abundance, enough to form a team for polo. Yet, alas, our Shu state has no princesses. Not to mention, let us speak of the emperor himself. 5 sons, and Prince Xiaoyao Weiqi. Until today, he had 3 sons. All of his brothers are equally blessed with sons. Now, at long last, a daughter has arrived. How could one not be elated? He feels as though he could pluck the stars and moon from the heavens for her. Oh, look at her wide-open eyes gazing at her uncle. The emperor, cradling the little girl, felt his heart soften, his regal demeanor lessening. Oh, little one, are you an ethereal fairy descended from the heavens to bring joy to our family? Ah, what beautiful eyes this child possesses. The empress, equally enchanted, removed a jade hairpin from her coiffure, presenting it to amuse the child. The infant, with wide eyes, focused on the jade ornament and broke into a smile. Oh dear, she is smiling at us, the empress exclaimed, her voice barely above a whisper, her heart racing. This little one is truly delightful. Not a peep of fuss, so well-behaved. The child seemed to think, I find your jade ornament far more intriguing. Sister-in-law, it appears she favors your ornament, Prince Xiaoyao thought, feeling a pang of jealousy akin to tasting several sour lemons. My own daughter has yet to smile at me. This will not do. My daughter's smile shall not be given freely. They must be earned. The jade ornament is splendid, but I shall consider it later. You find my ornament appealing? The empress, somewhat surprised, shook the jade ornament once more. Indeed, it was confirmed. The little one's gaze remained fixed on the exquisite jade hairpin. As the hairpin swayed left, her eyes followed, and when it swayed right, her gaze shifted accordingly. It was evident how much she adored the hairpin. The emperor, as if having stumbled upon a remarkable discovery, exclaimed in delight, "Bestow the hairpin upon her. It is rare for her to take such a liking." After uttering these words, he gently rocked the child in his arms, cooing, "Little one, do you fancy precious treasures? Would you like to be the princess of your uncle emperor? Come to the palace with me, and all the riches of Shu would belong to you. What do you say? My little princess is a splendid idea." The empress promptly nodded in agreement, producing a handkerchief to wipe the drool from the child's mouth, adding, "We shall raise her in the palace, in Kuan-Ning Palace, and I shall personally attend to her." Just then, Prince Xiaoyao swiftly snatched the child back. The emperor attempted to evade, but it was too late. Only when he felt the child securely in his embrace did Prince Xiaoyao exhale in relief, spitting disdainfully at the emperor and empress. "I knew you two harbored ill intentions. You wish to take my daughter? Not a chance." Chapter 4. The Kidnapping of the Daughter, Third Brother. Do not be agitated. Let us converse amicably. Noticing the emptiness in his arms, the emperor felt a tinge of disappointment. Be cautious. Do not harm the child. The door is over there. Return to the palace. At that moment, Prince Xiaoyao resembled a protective child, safeguarding his little one. Are we not brothers anymore? The emperor glared mildly at Prince Xiaoyao, pulling him aside to sit, patiently stating, "We are indeed full-blooded brothers. Throughout our lives, how have I treated you? You must be aware of it in your heart. Not to mention, how much suffering did I endure when you refused to study or write? How many good words did I speak on your behalf when you chose to travel the realms? Abandoning our parents? You must not forget." After this, the emperor reached out to touch the child, but was evaded by Prince Xiaoyao. "This girl is the only daughter our royal family has had in 500 years. She must be cherished. I have made up my mind. Hand her over to me, and I shall bestow her the title of princess. We shall celebrate as a nation and grant amnesty throughout the land." Fearing Prince Xiaoyao's dissent, he continued, "She remains your daughter. We shall merely raise her in the palace. With the empress and the queen present, she will not be neglected. Indeed, third brother, you should heed the emperor's words. The empress perfectly embodied the notion of a supportive spouse. This year, Si Hua is 9, and Qing Hua is merely 7. They are at an age that requires diligent nurturing. Having another daughter would surely burden you and your wife. Moreover, I am in need of company. Are you truly idling about?" Prince Xiaoyao and the emperor, being full-blooded brothers, had shared a close bond since childhood. Thus, in private, their conversations were always direct. "If you have nothing to do, return to the palace and create your own children. Our family is not afraid of hard work. For this daughter, we would toil to our last breath." After this declaration, noticing the emperor was about to speak again, he interrupted, "Stop. Retract those words. This precious gem is the offspring of me and Fenghua. You may cherish and pamper her, but to snatch my child is utterly unacceptable." He muttered softly, "How absurd for the sovereign and sovereign consort of Shu to covet another's daughter. What kind of world is this?" The emperor sought to negotiate further. The carefree prince, holding the child, rose abruptly. "Enough. Do not speak further." His irritation was evident as he declared, "There is nothing we brothers cannot discuss. But matters concerning my daughter are off limits. If this continues, I may lose her." The emperor, witnessing the prince's steadfastness, felt a surge of frustration. He was well aware of the preciousness of the little one and recognized that snatching another's child was uncouth. Yet, after 5 centuries of yearning for a daughter, as her uncle, he naturally wished to provide her with the finest of everything in the world. Furthermore, news had reached him from the Sinang Palace before his departure, expressing a desire to raise the child within the palace walls. Bringing the little one into the palace was not solely his wish, but also that of the Empress Dowager. The emperor's expression turned grave as he stated, "The Empress Dowager's spirits have grown increasingly somber over the years. She hopes for a child's companionship." With that, he fixed his unwavering gaze upon the carefree prince, silently conveying, "The decision is yours to make." In his youth, the carefree prince had traveled extensively, unable to fulfill his filial duties to the Empress Dowager, a source of great remorse for him. Since returning to the capital, he had endeavored to fulfill her desires to the best of his abilities. However, sending his long-awaited daughter to the palace for upbringing was out of the question. No one could expect that, if pushed to the brink, he would take his wife and child and flee. Suddenly, the little one in his arms began to wail. Just as her father was about to express his intent to enter the palace personally the following day to explain the situation to the Empress Dowager, the child erupted into tears. Her cries sent a wave of panic through the onlookers. "Oh, dear heart, do not cry." The carefree prince gently patted the child's back, soothing her softly. The emperor and empress, feeling somewhat helpless, appeared as if they had never handled a child before, unsure of what to do. They could only join in the comforting, saying, There, my little princess, do not cry." Yet the crying intensified. The emperor and empress exchanged glances, bewildered. The carefree prince's mind raced with thoughts. Listening to his daughter's cries and recalling the emperor's words, he quickly chimed in, "Oh, my little darling, do not cry. Daddy's precious little girl, we shall not go to the palace. Be good now." The cries began to diminish. Seeing this, the carefree prince was overjoyed and spun in place, exclaiming, "Oh, my dear, so it turns out you do not wish to go to the palace. Impossible. The palace held all manner of treasures. She will want to go." The emperor, unconvinced, leaned closer and said, "My little princess." Before he could finish, the mere mention of the word princess sent the child into another fit of tears, her face flushed and red. "We shall not go to the palace. We will not go." The carefree prince, alarmed, gazed at his daughter's crimson face, his heart nearly breaking. "No matter how splendid the palace may be, we do not desire it. Our little Sienner shall remain in the prince's residence, surrounded by her parents and brothers." The crying ceased. At this moment, the emperor and empress were utterly dumbfounded. How could this newborn child be capable of making choices about her future? Seizing the opportunity while the emperor and empress were still in shock, the carefree prince promptly handed the child to the nurse, instructing her to take the baby back to the courtyard. He then turned to the emperor and empress, venting his frustration. "Are you both satisfied now? Look at how frightened you have made my daughter. At present, it is not that I am unwilling to let you take the child away, nor am I defying the queen mother. The truth is that my daughter, being considerate and filial, is reluctant to part from her father and mother. Having said this, I issued an order for departure. It is getting late. Dear brother and sister-in-law, please take your leave. Tomorrow morning, I shall enter the palace to pay my respects to the queen mother and will not trouble you further." The queen, having married the emperor, has not been in this position for merely a day or two. She is well aware of both the emperor's temperament and that of the carefree prince. Observing the emperor's restrained demeanor and the carefree prince's stern expression, she feared that a rift might develop between the two brothers. Thus, she devised a strategy of retreat to advance, seeking to mediate. Why not have the emperor bestow a name upon his niece? While she cannot be taken back to the palace, a name can surely be given. After all, she is a daughter who has been awaited for 500 years. The palace must not disregard her. Yet, a cold voice interjected once more. The name has already been given. She is called Wei Xian. Furthermore, it was added, she is the daughter born after her mother endured a day and night of pain, nearly facing complications in childbirth. Before losing consciousness, a name was thoughtfully chosen, Xian, meaning elegance. What about her nickname? The emperor, still holding back his frustration, inquired in a deep voice. Surely, a nickname has not been neglected? The carefree prince remained silent, merely casting a glance at the emperor. The emperor cleared his throat, lifted his chin with pride, and proclaimed, "A daughter born once in 500 years deserves a national celebration. This child's nickname shall be National Celebration." Chapter 5. Since we are here, we shall make ourselves comfortable. The carefree prince nearly spat blood at the emperor's choice of nickname. Even the queen could not find a way to support the emperor's words this time. National Celebration? Is this a joke? The girl is a perfectly lovely little lady. And what name have you bestowed upon her? The emperor, noticing the displeasure on their faces, appeared puzzled. Is National Celebration not a splendid name? Princess National Celebration. It sounds grand indeed. It is Junior Princess. The carefree prince could scarcely bear to look at the emperor any longer. This old rascal, still harboring ulterior motives. I am pleased to designate my own niece as a princess, yet your niece cries at the mere mention of being a princess. The carefree prince retorted, striking back with precision. The emperor felt as though his heart had suffered 1,000 wounds. Still contemplating a nickname, the queen felt awkward too. The temperaments of these two brothers are quite similar. Supporting either side could provoke their ire. Your Majesty? It is said that daughters are like little cotton-padded jackets. If she is a little cotton-padded jacket, she must surely be warm-hearted. Why not call Sienna Warmth? Warmth? Upon hearing this, the emperor's expression brightened. Warmth. Warm treasure is delightful. Let be warm treasure. The queen interjected. The carefree prince remarked, was it not warmth? How did it become warm treasure? Very well, very well. As long as it is not national celebration, it suffices. Thus, the child's formal name and nickname were casually yet carefully established. And at that moment, the little warm treasure herself was wide-eyed, questioning her existence. She gazed at the unfamiliar faces that appeared before her, listening to their incessant chatter, her mind clouded and muddled. The most terrifying aspect was the myriad of doubts swirling within her, yet she could not voice them. The moment she opened her mouth, she erupted into inconsolable wails, to the point where her own ears felt deafened. Frustrated, she could only blink her eyes and reflect on everything intently. Who am I? Oh, I am Wei Xian. Where am I? Oh, I am in the prince's residence. Why can I not move? All has been remade. It would indeed be surprising if anything could be moved. Who are these people? Ah, they're her mother in this world and her wet nurse. What is she grasping? Oh, it seems to be a jade hairpin. Wait, don't take it away. Wet nurse, don't take it away. This is a treasure that father just obtained from the imperial uncle and aunt. Hee hee. The carefree princess lightly tapped the little treasure's forehead and jested. Only a day old, and already clinging to jade. Will you grow up to be greedy? The little treasure replied, Ding dong, you are absolutely correct. Although she could not explain why she could grasp things so soon after birth, she decided to embrace it, as she had experienced poverty in her previous life. Newborns sleep excessively. Little treasure opened her eyes and looked around, quickly succumbing to sleep again. Upon awakening, she found herself once more surrounded by curious onlookers. Observing the cheerful yet unfamiliar faces, little treasure finally resigned herself. Well, if she was destined not to return, being a little princess in the royal mansion wouldn't be too bad. Based on what she heard yesterday, her status as a little princess was quite significant. As the first daughter born into the royal family of Shu in 5 centuries, she could quite literally walk with her head held high. Isn't this better than returning to modernity as a food blogger? A food blogger records videos or live streams, teaching others how to cook. Though the number of fans is considerable and the earnings decent, the reality is that her monthly income was often exploited by her so-called adoptive father, leaving her with little. Moreover, many takes were required to capture a single shot, followed by editing. During live broadcasts, she frequently had to stream for hours on end, her voice becoming hoarse. And when encountering fervent fans, she risked being scolded. How could that ever compare to her current situation? Grandmother Empress, Uncle Emperor, Father Prince, such a prestigious lineage. She also had 3 older brothers, clearly not to be trifled with, and one could only wonder how fiercely they would protect her. Just thinking about it made her feel blissful. At that moment, the 3 brothers were huddled together, playfully trying to engage her. One, cultured and gentle, was wiping her sweat. Another, cunning as a fox, was making faces at her. The third, a bit silly, was shaking a rattle drum, incessantly asking, "Warm Treasure, does the sound of the rattle drum I shake sound good?" Little Treasure replied, "My ears are going deaf." Warm Treasure, does it sound better if I shake it quickly or slowly? The third brother, Wei Qinghua, oblivious to her pouting lips, continued, "Or do you want to shake it yourself? You can't shake it yet. You are still too small. When you grow up, I'll teach you to shake." Little Treasure thought, "Do I look that dim-witted? Third brother, you must be quite ill." Just then, their father, the carefree prince, returned from the palace, eager to hold his daughter. However, upon entering the room, he was met with the sight of his 3 sons surrounding the cradle, leaving no space for him. Naturally, he became annoyed. "Move aside. Who told you to shake the rattle drum? Your sister is still small. Don't you fear disturbing her?" With that, he reached out and forcibly snatched the rattle drum from Wei Qinghua's hands, his actions rather abrupt. Unbeknownst to me, after the arrival of my daughter, I found that I could no longer view my son in the same light. My daughter is simply exquisite, with her fragrant presence and her large, captivating eyes. A mere glance melts my heart. "Oh dear, my little warm treasure." The carefree king gently caressed her face and softly inquired, "Do you miss your father?" Warm Treasure, gazing up at her father, whose demeanor is a blend of strength and tenderness, blinked at him. "Oh, you blinked. Do you miss your father?" The carefree king was deeply touched by her gesture, his excitement momentarily eclipsing the presence of his sons, as he fervently shook a rattle. "Come, let us play with the rattle, my little Warm Treasure." Warm Treasure replied, "Father, you look foolish." The 3 brothers of the Wei family were astonished, a double standard in the royal residence. Yet, the carefree king remained blissfully unaware, continuing to shake the rattle with glee. Warm Treasure's ears buzzed, and unable to articulate her feelings, she pouted, preparing to unleash her dramatic flair. Her large, dark eyes shimmered with unshed tears, portraying a look of profound grievance. "Father, it hurts. My ears hurt. Please stop shaking." Wei Qinghua, who had been unjustly scolded and deprived of the rattle, had been watching Warm Treasure intently. Upon seeing her on the verge of tears, he immediately cried out, "Help! Father has made my sister cry." "Nonsense." The carefree king shot a fierce glare at Wei Qinghua. "Third brother, I thank you very much." As if to validate Wei Qinghua's claim, Warm Treasure suddenly burst into tears, her tears cascading down and saturating her long, dense eyelashes. The eldest, Wei Muhua, and the second brother, Wei Sihua, exchanged knowing glances and instinctively took a couple steps back, opting to remain uninvolved. Meanwhile, the third brother, Wei Qinghua, watched the carefree king with a sense of schadenfreude, eager to see how he would handle the situation. Indeed, the carefree king was notorious for his fear of his wife. He turned, wearing an awkward expression, and directed his gaze toward the carefree king's consort. "I shall take my leave." The consort shot him a reproachful look. "If you make my Warm Treasure cry again, we shall have words." Chapter 6. This infuriating fragile heart for Warm Treasure. The days as a small infant are quite amusing. Aside from the inability to speak or walk, and the lack of freedom, there is little to complain about. When tired, she sleeps. Upon waking, she eats. After a satisfying meal, she can observe those around her vying for her attention, filled with playful jealousy, which is utterly delightful. Especially the 4 bumbling oafs in the household, who are both clumsy and playful. Though they are bound by blood, they often choose to undermine one another, ultimately facing the consequences of their actions at the hands of the consort. However, there are times when Warm Treasure finds herself in quite a predicament. For instance, she struggles to control her bodily functions. Quite embarrassing, isn't it? One moment she is cheerful and fragrant, and in the blink of an eye, She becomes damp and odorous. Whenever the adults come to change her diaper, they cannot help but shower her with praise. Oh dear, our little princess has made a mess again. Very good. Our little princess is so obedient. The more she eats, the stronger she becomes, and she will grow tall. They even pat her chubby little bottom, exclaiming, "Ah, our little princess possesses a soft and fair dairy, unmistakably a sign of good fortune." I, as her caregiver, feel compelled to touch it, to partake in that blessing. However, Warm Treasure feels as if something within her heart has crumbled. Can you believe it? The ancients, those who were supposed to embody grace and decorum, would engage in discussions about excrement and bottoms. Had it not been for Warm Treasure's personal journey to the past, she could never have imagined that ancient people had such a facet. In short, Warm Treasure feels quite helpless. She yearns for time to pass swiftly so she may grow up, at least to a point where she can resolve certain matters independently rather than relying on others. The despair she feels when sensing a chill from her dairy is profound. It is so overwhelming that she wishes the heavens would grant her a spell to return to her mother's womb for solace. As it stands, she is rendered speechless. Otherwise, she would certainly unleash her frustration upon those caretakers. Excrement is simply expelled. Is there any need for commendation if one produces more? Cleaning her dairy is just that, a task at hand. If one happens to touch it, she cannot retaliate. But is it truly polite to reveal that her dairy is both fair and smooth? Furthermore, is not the measure of one's fortune discerned by their visage? It is said that a larger bottom aids in childbirth, but no one has claimed that a larger bottom signifies good fortune. Warm Treasure feels a pang of bitterness. This gaggle of idle caretakers merely revels in jesting about the little one. How vexing! More than once, her second brother has remarked upon the foulness of her flatulence. And then there is the third brother. He claims that her dairy is more pleasing than her face. How hurtful, this fragile heart of hers. Nevertheless, there is no need for haste. She has taken note of these minor grievances and will find ways to deal with her second and third brothers in due time. Let it not be forgotten that although she possesses the exterior of an infant, her soul is that of a modern individual in her 20s. Everyone assumes she is but a newborn, utterly clueless. Yet, to say she is a wolf in sheep's clothing would not be an exaggeration. Oh, aside from her current inability to manage her bodily functions, there is yet another matter that weighs heavily on Warm Treasure's mind. She had long believed that the ancients were bound by circumstance, particularly in the imperial palace, noble residences, and among the affluent, where countless rules surely abound. Out of respect for these customs and ceremonies, their actions must be quite restrained. To meet someone would require an invitation, perhaps even a banquet. The idea of forming close-knit relationships akin to those in ordinary households seemed almost impossible. Therefore, she had secretly rejoiced at having 3 brothers. Even if forging friendships proved challenging, she would not feel lonely. Yet, little did she know that she would soon be confronted with a reality that contradicted her expectations. From the moment of her birth, unfamiliar faces have appeared before her. First, it was the Emperor and Empress, followed by the Grand Empress Dowager and a host of relatives whose names elude her, or the Crown Prince, the noble ladies, and the esteemed wives. Each one, upon arriving at the royal residence, gathered around her, observing her as one would a curious spectacle. The little one, Warm Treasure, finds herself in a restless slumber, unable to find peace in sleep, nor delight in play when awake. She spends her days in cheerful laughter, all in hopes of pleasing the guests who come to witness her charm. After all, when the guests are delighted, they will sing her praises. And when she receives compliments, her father, the prince, and her mother, the princess, will be pleased as well. If her parents are happy, she will be free to do as she wishes. Oh, indeed, to do as she pleases. Yet, Warm Treasure is puzzled by the throngs of visitors. Is it not a full moon feast or a 100-day celebration? Why then? Do they come to see the child and bring gifts? Are women in ancient times allowed such freedom to roam? Even the ladies of the palace have all held her in their arms. At this moment, it is none other than the favored concubine, Lady Lu, who cradles Warm Treasure. She has obtained the Emperor's grace to leave the palace, solely to catch a glimpse of Warm Treasure. Such a good baby, not crying or fussing at all. No wonder the Emperor thinks of you daily, Lady Lu remarks, though she cannot help but feel a tinge of nervousness as she holds the infant, her movements somewhat stiff. Princess Xiaoyao, you truly know how to bear children. Our daughter has such big, beautiful eyes and long lashes. She will undoubtedly grow into a great beauty like you. Upon hearing Lady Lu's praise for her daughter, Princess Xiaoyao's face beams with pride and joy. It is worth noting that Lady Lu is renowned in the palace for her demanding nature and high standards. To elicit a compliment from her is akin to scaling the heavens. I have heard from the Emperor that our daughter's nickname was given by the Empress. Lady Lu teasingly inquires, while playfully engaging with warm treasure. Indeed, Princess Xiaoyao replies with a smile, not concealing the truth. The Empress said the child is warm-hearted, like a little cotton-padded jacket, hence the name Warm Treasure. Does she really have an explanation? Lady Lu raises an eyebrow, her eyes filled with disdain. If you ask me, what sort of name is Warm Treasure? Who doesn't know that the child is warm-hearted? Even without that nickname, she would still be warm-hearted as she grows. It would be better to choose a name with a good omen to ensure our daughter's safety. With that, Lady Lu gently pinches Warm Treasure's chubby cheeks, saying, our daughter is one that the royal family has awaited for 500 years. There are many aspects to be mindful of. Warm Treasure? That nickname seems rather petty. A notion only the Empress could conceive. Chapter 7. Not a family. Not in the same doorway, Lady Lu and the Empress have long had a contentious relationship within the palace, a fact well known to all. Lady Lu's bold words leave Princess Xiaoyao, who has maintained a cordial relationship with the Empress for many years, at a loss for how to respond. Particularly as Warm Treasure remains in Lady Lu's embrace. And given Lady Lu's reputation for her audacious demeanor, Princess Xiaoyao feels the need to prioritize her child's safety. She cannot risk a slip of Lady Lu's hand leading to harm for Warm Treasure. After all, Lady Lu has been known to have her share of such accidents in the past. Thus, Princess Xiaoyao can only strive to maintain a smile, comforting herself internally. It's all right. No anger, no anger. It's not my concern. The one being subtly scolded is the queen, not me. The queen cannot hear it within the palace. In contrast to the carefree concerns of the carefree princess, the person involved, Nguyen Bao, finds great amusement in the matter. The little one gazes at the strikingly beautiful woman before her, listening to the sour remarks, and immediately detects a hint of sweetness in the air. Oh dear! The queen appears to possess a gentle and composed demeanor, while this consort is rather boastful. Her words are laced with hidden barbs, which is rather unappealing. Does the consort not realize that the queen has affectionately chosen the nickname Nguyen Nguyen? The name Nguyen Bao was personally decided by the emperor. What is wrong with the name Nguyen Bao? Where's the pettiness in it? It is undeniably melodious, isn't it? Moreover, in modern times, my name was Nguyen Nguyen as well. Although no one has ever called me Nguyen Bao, I find that the name itself exudes a sense of treasure. I adore it. While this consort may be charming in appearance, I refuse to associate with someone who dismisses my nickname upon our first meeting. Allow me to indulge myself for a while. After a few days of revelry, I shall strive to reform and embark on a new path. Nguyen Bao muses, pouting her lips, contemplating her next move. After all, in her previous life, she was neglected and exploited. Now, having miraculously traversed into a powerful family, she feels a sense of pride. However, before her tears could even brew, a melodious voice reached her ears. The voice, somewhat languid and dreamy, yet still retaining a touch of childlike innocence, inquired, what kind of name holds auspicious meaning? Shall it be Ji Xiong auspicious, Fugui wealth, or perhaps Xiao Cai Pinyin, attracting wealth and peace? Such names lack grandeur. You child, Lu Guifei's previously sour tone softened into one of maternal affection. How old are you this year? Still so unrefined. If your father hears those nicknames you just mentioned, he would surely punish you to kneel for 3 days and nights. Having spoken, she cast a fond yet reproachful glance at the speaker, clearly expressing her discontent. Do you still not realize how much your father cares for your sister? It appears that the empress is well aware of the emperor's sentiments. The second prince, Wei Jingxian, while bantering with his mother, leaned closer to Nguyen Bao. He gently pinched her chubby cheeks, seemingly talking to himself, yet perhaps also defending the carefree princess. I see that mother is not foolish. Why then claim that Nwanbao's nickname lacks grandeur? His implication suggested that Lu Guifei was rather dim-witted. Upon hearing this, the carefree princess's frown instantly lifted, her eyes sparkling with mirth as she gazed at Lu Guifei. Even Nwanbao could not help but burst into a fit of giggles, laughing heartily and even drooling a little. Lu Guifei, feeling somewhat embarrassed by her son, could not help but feel a tinge of annoyance. Jinxian. Yet Wei Jinxian seemed oblivious, merely scrunching his brow at Nwanbao, reproaching her lightly. Imph? How can a young lady be so unkempt? As he spoke, he lazily retrieved a handkerchief, wiping Nwanbao's mouth and chin. Little one, remember that it was your second brother who wiped your drool. If father grants you any benefits, do not forget to share some with me. Warm Treasure waved her tiny fists, letting out a delightful giggle. Is the second prince trying to win my favor? How can mere flattery suffice? Long before Wei Jinxian approached her, Warm Treasure had noticed the dazzling golden-laid jade hanging from his neck. The jade was exquisite and translucent, fashioned in the shape of auspicious clouds. The golden edges, resplendent in their brilliance, not only underscored the value of the piece, but also exuded an air of elegance. Just a single glance was enough for Warm Treasure to ascertain its worth. Cursed be her past life, fraught with hardship and poverty, which left her, in this life, like a rustic clod, drooling at the sight of fine treasures, her glossy, grape-like eyes fixated on the golden-laid jade, while her chubby hands, resembling lotus roots, reached out eagerly. Hey, brother, be perceptive. Quickly show me your golden-laid jade. Warm Treasure was a determined girl, never one to concede defeat. What was the matter with this little one? Lu Guifei noticed something unusual about Warm Treasure and broke into a cold sweat. Xiaoyao Wangfei, come quickly. What is she doing with all that As she spoke, she pinched Warm Treasure's bottom. Has she sold herself? Where's the maid? Call her over. Do not fret, your highness. Xiaoyao Wangfei stepped forward, cradling Warm Treasure in her arms while casting her gaze toward Wei Jinxian's golden-laid jade. Surely, she has not soiled herself. It is merely the brilliance of the second prince's jade that has captivated her spirit. Holding her daughter close, Xiaoyao Wangfei felt a wave of relief. Finally, I need not worry whether Lu Guifei will fumble or falter. Looking at Warm Treasure's lustrous black eyes, Xiaoyao Wangfei couldn't help but chuckle. This child seemed on the verge of drooling. With a playful touch, she gently pinched Warm Treasure's little nose, saying, You little treasure hunter. Every day, you fixate on these valuable trinkets. I wonder who you take after. With a sheepish smile, she turned to Lu Guifei. It is quite peculiar. While her three brothers were still in swaddling clothes, they were preoccupied with food and play. Yet, she is drawn to glistening golden objects. Just the other day, when the emperor and empress visited, she was similarly entranced by the empress's hairpin. Eventually, the empress had no choice but to place it in her hands. After sharing this, Xiaoyao Wangfei looked at Warm Treasure with a gentle smile, exclaiming, Indeed, she is quite the little creditor, obsessed with riches. Warm Treasure. Hearing Xiaoyao Wangfei's words, Warm Treasure was utterly delighted. What a revelation! Isn't it true that birds of a feather flock together? Initially, she had thought only her father, the prince, would seize the opportunity to present her with treasures, but now, her mother, the Wangfei, proved equally formidable. Just because she gazed at the golden-laid jade a few times, she was labeled a little treasure seeker. The tone was laden with helplessness, yet it was enough to pique the listener's interest. Lu Guifei and the empress had always been at odds, each vying to outdo the other. Now, invoking the empress's hairpin. Chapter 8. A subtle contest of wits. Indeed, as soon as the words of the carefree princess fell, the expression of the noble consort Lu shifted. But what of that jade hairpin shaped like raindrops? It was a gift from the emperor on my birthday. I cherished it dearly, wearing it daily as if no one else had ever received such an imperial favor. Surely, it is that very hairpin? The carefree princess, seemingly oblivious to the sarcasm in consort Lu's words, lifted her gentle smile and replied, Do not think it is only you, esteemed consort. Even those outside the palace are aware of how much Her Majesty treasures that hairpin. Yet alas, it has ultimately been eclipsed by this little one. Upon hearing this, Consort Lu scoffed, I thought as much. Such a prized hairpin, yet in recent days, it has not been seen adorning her. It seems our little girl is quite astute. Consort Lu's endearment of little girl was filled with warmth. Although Warm Treasure was no longer in her arms, it did not deter her from leaning in to touch the little one's nose. Well done, little one. You should have taken that hairpin away, lest she continue flaunting that worn piece. Warm Treasure blinked her large eyes. Help! I detect a strong scent of sourness. The second prince, Wei Jingxian, could hardly bear to glance at his mother. Is it truly a worn hairpin? That was an item blessed by Master Xianyi. When that hairpin first came into the emperor's possession, both you and mother eyed it greedily. Have you forgotten? Consort, do not praise her for such matters. She is quite the little schemer. Let us not cultivate a future avarice. The carefree princess, while maintaining her polite conversation with Consort Lu, gently distanced Warm Treasure from her grasp, allowing the little one to escape the clutches of temptation. You know not at that time. I had just given birth and was still within the chambers. It was my lord who cradled Warm Treasure and brought her forth. My lord, witnessing Warm Treasure's early greed, especially targeting her majesty, was utterly mortified. His old face, I cannot imagine where it could hide. And what being a little greedy? Consort Lu retorted dismissively. To earn wealth from others is a skill in its own right, is it not, little Warm Treasure? Consort Lu teased the little one further, continuing. For her majesty to have her heart stolen by our little Warm Treasure is a stroke of fortune. Have you not seen who our little Warm Treasure is? The long-awaited princess of the royal lineage. Surely she deserves that hairpin, not to mention other exquisite adornments. If our little Warm Treasure desires them, we, as her elders, would gladly part with them. As she spoke, Consort Lu slightly lifted her sleeve, revealing her slender, fair hand, which she waved before Warm Treasure. The little one's eyes sparkled with delight. What a beautiful gold bracelet! The bracelet was grandly crafted and adorned with intricately carved dancing butterflies. It complemented Consort Lu's opulent attire and vibrant demeanor perfectly. Look, does our little Warm Treasure fancy this bracelet? Consort Lu twirled her gold bracelet before the eager eyes of Warm Treasure. Upon seeing it, Warm Treasure's eyes shone brightly. Oh, look at that little gaze, as if she has discovered a treasure. The imperial concubine Lu was keenly attentive to Nuanyuan's reactions. Upon witnessing the little one waving her tiny arms, her expression one of longing, a radiant smile broke across her face. Truly, our Wei family's little princess possesses discerning taste. This bracelet, you see, was a precious dowry bestowed upon me by my maternal family when I married the emperor as a concubine. For all these years, I have cherished it dearly. Without a hint of reluctance, she removed the golden bracelet and placed it into Nuanyuan's hands, declaring, since our little Nuanyuan adores it, let this serve as a token of our meeting. Such a gift is too much. Your Highness, this is your dowry. It cannot simply be given away, protested the Princess of Leisure. Moreover, Nuanyuan is but a child. She cannot bear such a treasure. The Princess of Leisure was not coveting the imperial concubine's treasure. Her earlier mention of the Empress's hairpin was merely a reflection of her discomfort with the concubine's constant antagonism towards the Empress, with whom she had always maintained a cordial relationship. Yet, when others offered gifts to her daughter, she could not genuinely refuse. Look at this, she said, simultaneously attempting to withdraw the bracelet from Nuanyuan's grasp while gently coaxing, Little Nuanyuan, dear, let us return the bracelet to the imperial concubine. However, her efforts were half-hearted, merely a pretense, as she only tugged lightly. With all her might, Nuanyuan clutched the bracelet tightly. Observing the child's flushed face, the imperial concubine quickly intervened. This is my heartfelt gesture. Once given, it belongs to her. Why would you snatch something from a child? After casting a pointed glance at the Princess of Leisure, she turned her attention back to Nuanyuan with a beaming smile. Our little Nuanyuan truly has an eye for beauty. I told you, this bracelet is exquisite and should not be overshadowed by that woman's jade hairpin. The imperial concubine was still subtly competing with the absent empress, while Nuanyuan reached out to touch the golden bracelet. However, As she did so, she felt an irresistible gleam that dazzled her eyes. Her gaze then shifted to the golden jade pendant worn by Prince Wei Jingxian. What a splendid place this is. Everything here seems like a treasure, she thought, her eyes sparkling. Oh dear, are you once again fixated on your second brother's golden jade? Sighed the Princess of Leisure, her forehead creasing with concern. She gently shielded Nuanyuan's eyes, exclaiming, all right, you already have a golden bracelet. Hasn't the imperial concubine given you one? Just look at how beautiful it is. You truly have an eye for the finest. Prince Wei Jingxian, having noticed the sparkle of admiration in his little sister's eyes, decided to wait before competing for his mother's favor, fully aware of the situation. After all, it was merely a golden jade pendant. If his little sister possessed such discerning taste, he would gladly offer it to her. In a swift motion, Prince Wei Jingxian removed the golden jade pendant from around his neck and placed it into Nuanyuan's hands, speaking in a tone both languid and affectionate. Here you go. This is a gift from your elder brother. The Princess of Leisure, witnessing Wei Jingxian's gesture, cast a glance at the imperial concubine. Your Highness, this. The imperial concubine's expression shifted to one of embarrassment, torn between reluctance to part with the golden jade pendant and the inability to reclaim it. Wei Jingxian, seemingly unfazed, yawned and said, Take it. It's rare for my little sister to like something. After uttering this, he cast a sidelong glance at his mother, lightly adding, These are all gifts from father. Since mother has generously given the jade hairpin to Nuanyuan, what does my golden laid jade amount to? The implication was unmistakable. Mother, aren't you supposed to compete with the Empress? You cannot falter at this moment. Chapter 9. The Kidnapping of a Child Indeed. A mother knows her child best. The moment Wei Jingxian spoke, Consort Lu immediately adopted a grandiose demeanor, displaying a nonchalant and generous attitude. Of course, whatever our little Nuanyuan desires, the Kuan-Ning Palace can provide, and the Yongfu Palace shall not be stingy. She then playfully teased Nuanyuan, cooing little Nuanyuan. Do you think Empress Lu and your second brother treat you well? Do you prefer Empress Lu a bit more, or the Empress herself? Remember, dear, you must not favor the Empress over Empress Lu, or else she might cry and feel unhappy. It was evident that she was determined to oppose the Empress to the very end. Even in the absence of the Empress, Consort Lu engaged in palace intrigue with unrestrained delight. Nuanyuan sighed inwardly. We are all women. Why must it be so? It's truly a sight to behold. Gripping the gold bracelet and the auspicious golden laid jade in her hands, she blinked and turned her gaze towards her elder brother, Wei Jingxian. This brother is quite admirable. Though he appears no older than 7 or 8, he possesses a remarkable foresight, already understanding the dynamics among siblings and knowing to win over his little sister in advance. All right, dear second brother, given this auspicious golden laid jade and your bold defiance against your mother, rest assured, when I grow up, I shall protect you. After all, having such a handsome brother to look after is indeed a source of pride. Wei Jingxian was extraordinarily beautiful. Indeed, he was strikingly handsome. So much so that beautiful was the only word Nuanyuan could use to describe him. Despite his tender age, he had an effeminate charm, complemented by a pair of alluring peach blossom eyes. Having such enchanting eyes was one thing, but they also bore a flirtatious allure that surpassed many a maiden, making the maidens feel envious. Nuanyuan gazed at Wei Jingxian, smiling brightly. However, as time passed, she unknowingly drifted into slumber. When she awoke, she found herself confined within a wooden barrel, its lid secured with only a small gap left for light to filter through, allowing just enough air to prevent her from meeting the king of hell in her dreams. The barrel was being lifted. Was she being carried or held? The motion made Nuanyuan feel quite uncomfortable, almost nauseous. Burp. Nuanyuan let out a small milk burp, her eyes still heavy with sleep. What is happening? She wondered. Wasn't I in my mother-s embrace? How did I end up in a barrel? Am I being kidnapped? Warm Bao suddenly jolted, startled by her own thoughts, leaving her feeling quite damp. Oh no, has she truly been stolen? After all, in the Shu Kingdom, she could be regarded as a rare treasure of the realm. To steal her would indeed be a path to wealth. Could it be that her journey through time was about to take an unexpected turn? The mere thought was exhilarating. But wait, How young is she? Even if someone were to steal her, it should not be in such a manner. She felt as though she might be torn apart. Third Master, surely we won't meet a grim fate? Suddenly, a familiar voice resonated from outside the wooden tub. Was that not her third brother, Wei Qinghua's attendant? Jiang? Third Master, the young princess is not only the jewel of our royal residence, but also a prized possession within the palace. If the prince and princess discover that we have secretly taken a young lady out, they will surely flay me alive. Jiang, can you not articulate your thoughts? Indeed, Wei Qinghua's deep and restrained voice followed. This is my beloved younger sister. How could you use the term steal? I am merely fulfilling my duty as an elder brother, taking my sister out for some leisure. Oh, my ancestors! Jiang's voice trembled noticeably. Third Master, I beseech you, let us not proceed. We must return the young princess to the palace. I am terrified. If I'm not afraid, why should you be? You are 3 years my senior. Wei Qinghua shot Jiang a stern look, his resolve unwavering. Rest assured, today, father will be dining with the Empress Dowager in the palace, and she is so chatty that he will not be released for at least 2 hours. Mother and the ladies have already retired for their afternoon rest and will not awaken so soon. Let us hasten and bring little warm bao to Zue Xianlu. Meng Yun has already promised me that today we shall gamble on our sisters. Whoever does not attend will lose. Have no fear. Once the wager is settled, I shall promptly return little warm bao. Unbeknownst to anyone, they would not encounter any trouble. With that, he clenched his teeth and quickened his pace. What has this little warm bao been nourished on? She is already so hefty, and she is barely a month old. Meng Yun and that little rascal. They claimed my sister is beautiful, but he did not believe it and insisted on a bet to see whose sister was prettier, whose face was fairer. Oof, my sister shall not lose. Even if her complexion does not rival that of Meng Yun and his sister, her little bottom is certainly fair. If her face does not win, I shall have her compete with Meng Yun's sister on that front. Regardless, I must emerge victorious, lest he flaunts his triumph before me all day long. Wei Qinghua had long been vexed by Meng Yun's incessant boasting regarding his sister. Determined, he resolved to take his sister to the appointment. Thus, in accordance with the customary practices of the royal residence, Wei Qinghua chose a moment when few were present to discreetly escort warm bao out of the palace. The pair, carrying a wooden tub, stealthily crawled through a dog hole in the back courtyard. They exited the royal residence and hurried towards Zue Xianlu. Jiang, timid and apprehensive, continuously implored Wei Qinghua. Yet, Wei Qinghua, having been a rebellious spirit since childhood, was unwilling to heed his counsel. After a prolonged period of Jiang's nagging, his annoyance grew, exacerbated by the fatigue of their journey. Consequently, he set the wooden barrel down and retorted to Jiang, "With so much strength, why don't you carry it?" With that, he nonchalantly placed his hands behind his back and strode ahead with an air of confidence, as if emulating a victorious general returning from battle. Jiang was taken aback. He glanced at the path ahead, where Wei Qinghua marched, and then at the wooden barrel on the ground. Considering the potential consequences of returning empty-handed, which could lead to a severe beating and the dreadful possibility of being berated by Wei Qinghua, he gritted his teeth, stomped his foot, and lifted the barrel, dashing back. Preserving his life was of utmost importance. Third Master, I'm only acting for your benefit. Please, temper your anger. Jiang sprinted towards the Wang residence with remarkable speed, akin to that of an athlete in a race. By the time Wei Qinghua grasped the situation, Jiang had already covered a distance of several meters. Jiang, Wei Qinghua, in a fit of exasperation, bolted after him, shouting, "Stop! Stand still!" It was an oversight on his part. He had indeed acted rashly. In the narrow alley of the eastern city, 2 young boys were engaged in a relentless chase, one desperately fleeing forward while the other pursued vigorously, neither willing to relent. The warmed treasure within the barrel had been jostled excessively, leading to several bouts of vomiting, nearly causing it to choke. Reflecting on Jiang and Wei Qinghua's exchange, the warmed treasure found the situation increasingly unenjoyable. Third brother, if you wish to gamble, why not do so within the confines of our residence? Why must it be outside? Couldn't you simply invite that detestable Meng Yun and his sister to the Wang residence for a visit? Is that such a difficult task? with a sudden upheaval. The warmth treasure could no longer endure the tumult and began to wail loudly. Outside, Ajong, upon hearing the heart-wrenching cries, grew increasingly anxious. He must not be caught by the third master. Ajong was acutely aware that should Wei Qinghua catch up to him, he would not only face a severe reprimand, but would also witness the warmth treasure being taken away. Upon returning to the Wang residence, he could anticipate yet another round of punishment, leaving the fate of his own life uncertain. In his panic, Ajong inadvertently took a wrong turn down a secluded path, far from the Jingwang residence. However, in his haste, he paid little attention to the deviation, while Wei Qinghua, trailing behind, remained oblivious to the error. It was only when they reached a deeper part of the alley, where lifeless bodies lay sprawled in pools of blood, that they halted in terror. Dead people. So many dead. So much blood. Ajong's complexion turned ashen, and the wooden barrel slipped from his grasp, crashing to the ground. Wei Qinghua, witnessing the grim scene, felt his legs weaken in fear. Inside the barrel, the warmth treasure cried even more violently, its piercing wails echoing painfully in the silence of the alley. More reckless youths were approaching. At the far end of the narrow alley stood a group of masked figures clad in black. At the forefront was the leader, brandishing a bloodied blade, advancing steadily towards Ajong and Wei Qinghua. The man's eyes gleamed with malice, the veins in his hand bulging as he gripped the weapon. He showed no inclination to spare the children, intent instead on silencing them permanently, eliminating anyone who might know their whereabouts. Meanwhile, the warm treasure in the barrel, oblivious to the chaos outside, was being jostled repeatedly, crying inconsolably. The heart-wrenching wails finally roused a semblance of clarity in Wei Qinghua. Gathering his courage, the 7-year-old raised his hand towards the encroaching masked figure, exclaiming, We saw nothing. O noble hero, spare us. I have money. All of it is yours. Trembling with fear, his teeth chattered as he spoke, and he fumbled awkwardly with his money pouch. Hero, please see if this is enough. If not, I can fetch more from home. His heart racing, Wei Qinghua bravely tossed the pouch towards the assailant. The masked figure, perhaps taken aback by this unexpected maneuver, momentarily hesitated. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, Wei Qinghua took a few quick steps forward and clutched the barrel to his chest. Ajong, nearly paralyzed with fear, quickly stepped in front of Wei Qinghua, urging, Third Master, you must flee. Ajong was terrified for his life. Otherwise, he would not have defied Wei Qinghua's wishes to retrieve the warm treasure for the Wang residence. Yet, in the balance of their lives, he chose to protect Wei Qinghua. As long as Wei Qinghua remained alive, Ajong felt his own demise would be a small price to pay. Run, Ajong. Wei Qinghua tugged at Ajong's arm, sprinting back in the direction they had come. Ajong, seeing this, hurriedly followed suit. You think you can toy with me? The masked assailant's gaze turned frigid as he kicked aside the money pouch at his feet and hurled his bloody blade towards Wei Qinghua's head. In that critical moment, a stone came hurtling from an unknown source, striking the blade and deflecting it just enough to graze past Wei Qinghua's ear, narrowly averting disaster and preserving his life. Third Master, be careful. Ajong's heart nearly shattered at the sight of the blade soaring past. In his panic, he stumbled, tripping over his own feet and crashing down, inadvertently bringing Wei Qinghua down with him. With a thud, the barrel fell once more to the ground, and the unfortunate warm treasure inside was left spinning in confusion. Suddenly, another group of black-clad figures descended from above, all masked, as they leaped over Wei Qinghua and Ajong, engaging in a fierce battle with the original assailants. The clash of swords and the splatter of blood filled the air. Wei Qinghua, disregarding his injured knee and hand, hurriedly rushed to the wooden barrel, calling out, Warm treasure. Warm treasure. Fear not. I shall take you home. He swiftly pulled warm treasure from the barrel, holding her tightly in his embrace despite his own fear, whispering, Be good, warm treasure, we're going home. No te hagas. I was wrong. I won't compare myself to that main person. I will take you home this instant. Warm treasure, who was on the verge of fainting from distress, finally sensed that something was amiss around them. Hearing the sound of clashing blades and witnessing the sweat-soaked, Pale faces of Wei, Qinghua, and Jiang. Her cries abruptly ceased. Could it be an assassination? This journey through time is rather intense. Wei Qinghua and Jiang desperately ran forward, gasping for breath. Just when they thought they had escaped, they came to a complete halt at a corner. Emerging from the shadows was a figure clad in black, their face obscured. Though unarmed, the intensity in the figure's eyes was menacing. Why have you stopped running? The figure sneered, advancing towards Wei Qinghua and Jiang. Weren't you just fleeing quite swiftly? Why you stay back? Wei Qinghua clutched warm treasure tightly, retreating step by step. Jiang clenched his fists, determined to stand in front of Wei Qinghua. You little brat, how dare you lead the people of Lingjian Mountain to me? If I and my brothers are to perish, you three shall not escape either. The masked figure closed in, clearly intent on silencing them. Even without a weapon, the brutal hand stained with blood could easily snap the necks of these three young souls. Chapter 11. The Rescuer W. What sword? What mountain? Wei Qinghua hid behind Jiang, swallowing hard. We don't know anyone. You have the wrong people. Jiang, trembling in fear, nodded vigorously in agreement. You must be mistaken. Stop. Don't come any closer. Almost tripping over his own feet, he was saved by Wei Qinghua's timely shove. I tell you, we are from the Xianyao Wangfu. The people behind me are the children of the Xianyao prince. Stop. Don't come any closer. If you kill us, it will bring you no benefit. Our prince will not let it go. The masked figure scoffed. What do I care about your prince? Even if the king of hell were here, he would demand your lives. Without further ado, the figure lunged forward in the blink of an eye, appearing before Jiang. Before he could react, Jiang felt a tightening grip around his neck, suffocating him. With a resounding thud, he was violently thrown against the wall. Gasping, blood surged from Jiang's throat as his head spun, disoriented. His insides felt as if they had been shattered, causing him pain so intense he could barely breathe. Wei Qinghua's face turned ashen as he clutched warm treasure and fled. Help! Someone please. The teacher always said, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. The individual before them sought to take their lives. Yet behind, another group of masked figures clad in black was executing the accomplices of this villain. Since the direct path was blocked, they would have to take the road less traveled. Though Wei Qinghua was but a youth and had never before witnessed such chaos, he was determined to safeguard both his own life and that of his sister. In this dire moment, he had to summon his wits and take a gamble. It is often said that the most perilous places may also be the safest. Thus, he would wager on it. He bet that those masked figures possessed martial prowess superior to that of the villains. He bet that they would, out of compassion for him and his sister's youth, extend their assistance and shield them from harm. If fortune smiled upon him, he and his sister would return home in joy. If not, so be it. He would become the sinner of the Wei family, and in the afterlife, he would plead for forgiveness from his ancestors. Brat. The masked assailant behind him did not anticipate that despite Wei Qinghua's tender years, he possessed remarkable audacity. Even in such dire circumstances, he dared to resist. Enraged, the assailant leaped and delivered a swift kick towards the fleeing Wei Qinghua. Big brother's help. Wei Qinghua, whose legs had already grown weak, could scarcely endure such a blow. His cries for help faltered before they could escape his lips, and he fell heavily to the ground, emitting a painful groan. His face, mouth, hands, and knees burned with agony. A metallic taste filled his mouth, and blood dripped onto warm treasure-esque swaddling, accompanied by a shattered tooth. Without a moment's hesitation, Wei Qinghua struggled to lift warm treasure into his arms. Yet, just as his knees touched the ground, before he could rise with her, the vile masked figure swept a leg across, sending him crashing down once more. This time, Wei Qinghua felt as though his neck might snap. The ringing in his ears drowned out the sounds of clashing swords nearby, rendering them distant echoes. It was over, he thought despairingly. At that moment, he lacked the strength to flee. Even his once bright eyes had dimmed. Instinctively, he tightened his grip around warm treasure, holding her close. He embraced her fiercely, so much so that she struggled to breathe. Yet, ironically, in such a dire situation, it was not the time for cries to alert Wei Qinghua. Thus, the poor warm treasure could only stifle her cries, her face reddening with the effort. Though Wei Qinghua was often mischievous, He was exceedingly protective of his sister. Even in the gravest of circumstances, he never entertained the thought of abandoning her to save himself. Even after being knocked down repeatedly, he lacked the strength to rise again. Yet he never loosened his hold. The masked figure retrieved the large blade that had fallen to the ground. With great difficulty, Wei Qinghua turned his neck, pressing his face closely against Warm Treasure's, attempting to shield her from view. His heart was filled with remorse. "Oh, dear Warm Treasure, I am so sorry," he lamented. "You have only just come into this world as a member of the Wei family, and before you even reach a month old, I am leading you to meet the Lady Ming for a bowl of soup." Warm Treasure, already suffering from the constriction, now faced even greater distress. Fortunately, she could not hear her brother's thoughts. Otherwise, she would inevitably exclaim, "I do not know if I will be killed, but I am swiftly suffocated by my own elder brother." Warm Treasure, sheltered beneath Wei Qinghua, was oblivious to the merciless gaze of the masked assailant. Yet, as Wei Qinghua clutched Warm Treasure tightly, his heart faltered with each advancing step of the cloaked figure. The assailant wielded a large blade, which emitted a sharp, piercing sound against the cobblestones of the alley. Wei Qinghua refused to succumb to despair. Observing the indiscriminate killer, he shouted in desperation, "Ah, ah, ah." As his cries pierced the air, the assailant swung the sword directly at him. Terrified, Wei Qinghua instinctively recoiled and shut his eyes. A clang resounded, reminiscent of blades clashing. Almost immediately, the sounds of a fierce struggle ensued, echoing right beside him. Wei Qinghua's heart raced as he opened his eyes to behold a boy clad in white, skillfully wielding a long sword against the masked assailant. The boy, fair and seemingly no older than 5 or 6, appeared younger than Wei Qinghua himself. Yet, he evaded attacks with remarkable agility, striking with precision and demonstrating formidable skills. Gradually, he overwhelmed the masked figure, finally plunging his sword into the assailant as he fell to the ground. In that moment, Wei Qinghua felt as if his hearing had returned. He distinctly heard the sound of the blade piercing flesh. With a sickening thud, the sword was withdrawn, blood gushing from the chest of the fallen assailant. Wei Qinghua, witnessing the entire scene, was utterly astounded. He could hardly believe his eyes. How could such a remarkably skilled young boy exist in this world? He was engulfed in boundless admiration. Goodness, the grace and efficiency of this savior's actions are astounding. But how old can he be? He appears even younger than I. My heavens, that is a long and supple sword. When in motion, it resembles a serpent. When upright, it nearly surpasses his height. Yet astonishingly, he effortlessly pierced the heart of the masked assailant. Remarkable indeed. Chapter 12. Collective Panic After Considerable Effort. Zhang finally crawled to the side of Wei Qinghua and Warm Treasure. Enduring pain, he managed to ask, "Third Master, are you unharmed?" Wei Qinghua's spirit was jolted back by Zhang's voice, and he realized that the young boy who had rescued them was now amidst the throng of masked figures, dispatching several of them with remarkable swiftness. "Zhang, Zhang!" Wei Qinghua exclaimed excitedly. Look, that is our savior. He is incredible. Third Master, I too witnessed it. Truly impressive." Zhang had observed the young boy's lethal prowess, but his foremost concern remained with Wei Qinghua and Warm Treasure. "But Third Master, are you truly all right? What has happened to your neck?" As he spoke, he reached out to assist Wei Qinghua in rising. "Hiss!" Wei Qinghua gasped in pain, tears streaming down his face. "No, do not touch me. It hurts. It hurts terribly." Sanyi. Zhang gazed at Wei Qinghua in his current state and could not help but burst into tears, exclaiming, "Wu-Wu, Sanyi, please do not frighten your servant. Wu-Wu, I did not mean to scare you. I just cannot move." Zhang. Zhang, Wu-Wu, I am dying. I am doomed. Wu-Wu, what should I do? Wei Qinghua himself was suffering in silence. After being kicked in the neck by that accursed masked man, he had been in excruciating pain. Initially, fear had paralyzed him, but then a savior had appeared, transforming him into an ardent admirer. Thus, he had neglected the agony in his neck. It was only when Zhang touched him that he truly felt the tearing pain. He did not wish to cry. As a young man, how could he possibly weep? Yet the pain was so intense that it brought tears to his eyes. Woo, I don't know what to do either, San Yi Woo. Though Jiang was slightly older than Wei Qinghua, his courage paled in comparison. The events of the day had utterly drained him, especially the way the masked man had thrown him, leaving him unable to stand. Upon hearing that Wei Qinghua's neck was so painful he could not move and had to maintain a half-prone position, Jiang became even more frantic. San Yi, aside from your neck, are you injured anywhere else? Can you stand? Wei Qinghua remained silent. As he cried, he stared at Jiang, feeling that the young servant was truly foolish. If his neck was immobile, how could he possibly stand? Seeing the expression in Wei Qinghua's eyes, Jiang cried even more vehemently. What should we do then? We cannot go back. The prince and princess will surely punish me. The relief of surviving the ordeal had not yet settled when Jiang began to worry for his own life. I am so scared. San Yi, oh, I am terrified. As he spoke, he instinctively glanced down at his own pants. They were foul and damp. Wei Qinghua sniffed, following Jiang's gaze. Momins latte. He too burst into loud sobs. Woo, I think I may have wet myself as well. The cacophony of their cries left Nguyen Bao feeling dazed, thinking to herself that this young lad was both incompetent and playful. Why were they crying? They were not the only ones who had wet themselves. She had done so as well. Meanwhile, the masked men, who had initially been evenly matched due to a lack of manpower, began to falter with the arrival of the white-clad boy. The group swiftly dispatched the remaining masked figures. Just as they were about to leave, the heart-wrenching cries from a distance caught the attention of the white-clad boy, momentarily distracting him. This moment of distraction made him appear particularly mature for his age. He sheathed his sword and walked toward Wei Qinghua and Jiang. As he drew closer, a foul odor assaulted his senses. The boy, known for his cleanliness, instinctively frowned but still managed to inquire, "Are you all right?" His voice, though youthful, carried a strangely aloof chill. Wei Qinghua, with tear-filled eyes, looked utterly pitiable. He was unaware of the identity of the person before him, instinctively responding, "Is there something?" It wasn't until he blinked forcefully, squeezing out tears, that he recognized his benefactor. Upon noticing the furrowed brow of his savior, Wei Qinghua felt a flush of embarrassment. After a considerable pause, he stammered, My sister wet her pants." "It was my sister, not me." Nguyen Bao's composure shattered, exclaiming, "Third brother, I thank you. I gratefully acknowledge your entire family." The boy in white tilted his head, then noticed that Wei Qinghua seemed to be cradling an infant. The baby was unusually silent. Was it still alive? The boy in white harbored doubts. He pointed at Nguyen Bao and asked, "Is she in danger of suffocating?" I don't know." Wei Qinghua was uncertain. His neck felt immobile. And in a state of panic, he cried, "What should I do, Jiang? Is Nguyen Bao going to suffocate?" The boy in white was exasperated by the wailing cries, vowing never to favor the capital of Shu again. The children there seemed perpetually immature, crying like a child. Despite his grievances, the kind-hearted boy spoke up, "Hey, if you keep covering her, she truly won't survive." Noticing Wei Qinghua's stiff posture, particularly his swollen neck, he added, "Is your neck immobile?" "Yes," Wei Qinghua replied, sniffling pathetically. "It hurts. I can't move it." With a resigned expression, the boy in white approached and examined Wei Qinghua's neck. It's a cervical dislocation." Wei Qinghua, in tremendous pain, shrieked, The boy in white, without sparing him a glance, remarked, "You're noisy." Then, with a small hand, he grasped Wei Qinghua's head and pulled with force, producing a sharp crack. Wei Qinghua let out a muffled sound and instinctively looked up at the boy in white. I can move my neck now." His eyes widened in surprise as he exclaimed, "Benefactor, thank you." Nguyen Bao, now able to breathe freely, also wanted to express her gratitude. "Big brother, thank you. I almost suffocated." The boy in white glanced at the swaddled Nguyen Bao, noticing her breathing gradually calming, and felt relieved. "Benefactor, thank you for saving us. May I ask for your name?" "Young master." Wei Qinghua was about to inquire about the boy's name, when suddenly, a masked figure in black descended from above. "Young master, a squad of feathered forest guards is approaching. We must depart." Chapter 13. Elder brother, the crown prince. The boy in white nodded, uttering no words, and turned to leave. Yet, someone was unwilling to let go and called out, "Benefactor, you haven't told me your name. What is it? How will my sister and I repay your kindness in the future?" Wei Qinghua repeatedly called him benefactor, exuding a sense of chivalry, his sparkling eyes unmistakably revealing his true nature as a little admirer. It was merely a gesture, no need to remember it, the boy in white thought. The boy clad in white glanced back at Wei Qinghua, ultimately fixing his gaze upon Nuanyuan, remarking, "Your sister is still quite young. She shouldn't be out here. Hurry, keep up, move swiftly." The commotion just came from within. A wave of agitation echoed from the far end of the alley. Wei Qinghua's heart tightened instinctively as she clutched Nuanyuan tightly. Could it be? Is there yet another wave to contend with? Raising her head in search of her benefactor, she was dismayed to find that both he and the group of masked figures had vanished without a trace. This was dire. Wei Qinghua swallowed hard, filled with regret. Had she known, she would have fled at the first opportunity. It was only when a row of distinctive boots belonging to the Yulin army appeared around the corner that Wei Qinghua sighed in relief. Ah, it was the Yulin army, not villains after all. Yet, this moment of elation was short-lived, as her complexion paled once more. Wait, why is the Yulin army here? This is disastrous. The Yulin army is the Imperial Guard, directly under the Emperor's command. If they discovered her secret venture with Nuanyuan and the perilous situation she had narrowly escaped, her family would surely find out. What to do? Wei Qinghua's mind swirled with images of her father's and the Emperor's wrathful faces. The thought alone was terrifying. As the sound of boots grew ever closer, a sudden jolt of realization struck her. "Ajiang, quickly hide your head." In a moment of desperation, Wei Qinghua committed a foolish act. She cradled Nuanyuan in her arms and ducked into a corner, concealing her face as thoroughly as possible. There was no other choice. Since escape was futile, she would feign death and hope to evade the immediate danger. Gently, she comforted Nuanyuan's back with her fingers, fearful that the little one might suddenly burst into tears. Her anxiety rendered her breath shallow, her heart racing to the point of leaping into her throat. The sound of long boots echoed against the cobblestones of the alley, a rhythmic clatter. A large contingent of the Yulin army rushed past them, heading directly to inspect the lifeless body at the other end. Listening intently, Wei Qinghua dared to hope she might evade detection. However, a cold, authoritative voice rang out from above, "Do not hide. Come back with me." Wei Qinghua trembled, mentally cursing her misfortune. How had she encountered him? This was the end. He was notorious for his unyielding demeanor, treating everyone with the same sternness. If captured, she would surely be returned to the royal palace without hesitation. With a forced smile that resembled a grimace more than anything else, Wei Qinghua slowly raised her head. "Prince brother, what brings you here? Are you surprised to see me? I, on the contrary, find you to be utterly lacking in comparison." The implication was unmistakable. When it comes to unexpected behavior, who could rival Wei Qinghua? At such a tender age, she dared to elope with her sister, enduring such chaos along the way. The newcomer was none other than the crown prince of the kingdom of Shu, Wei Jinrong, the eldest son of the emperor and empress, burdened from a young age with the responsibilities of a future ruler. Despite being merely 13 years of age, he was humble, eager to learn, and conducted himself with a gravity that earned him the respect of officials and his brothers alike. The emperor held him in high regard, frequently assigning him tasks to ensure he gained ample experience. As a result, Wei Jinrong's figure often appeared in various locations throughout the capital. At times, he could be found in the Ministry of Justice, at others in the Ministry of Revenue, occasionally in the Imperial Study, and sometimes at the Supreme Court. He would also make visits to the military command in the Imperial City. Therefore, it was hardly surprising to see him alongside the Imperial Guards in the narrow alleys. Wei Qinghua maintained a foolish grin, attempting to alleviate the awkwardness of the moment. "Elder brother, I merely brought warm treasure out for some fresh air," as she was feeling rather stifled at home. Who would have thought? Just look at those men in black, daring to act so brazenly in broad daylight. "Save your words for father and uncle," Prince Wei Jinrong replied coolly, glancing at Wei Qinghua before taking warm treasure into his arms and turning to leave. He had no intention of engaging in further conversation with Wei Qinghua, merely instructing those around him, take a Qing back. Wei Qinghua trembled, already foreseeing his impending fate. With a look of grievance, he stared at Wei Jinrong's retreating figure, muttering, "This elder brother is truly unfeeling. Such a waste of his celestial beauty. With a heart as cold as ice. No, not ice. Ice can melt, whereas his heart remains perpetually unyielding." As he continued to grumble, he licked his chapped lips, and in doing so, suddenly cursed, "You scoundrel! You knocked out my teeth." With that, he grinned, revealing that one of his front teeth was missing, an amusing sight indeed. "Third young master, shall we return?" The companion who had come with Wei Jinrong was sweating profusely, caught in a dilemma. Offending the prince was not an option, nor was it wise to anger the third young master of the leisurely prince's mansion. Thus, they resorted to reasoning gently. "Your injuries are quite severe. It would be prudent to return and tend to them. The emperor and the prince and princess are terribly worried and have ordered the city to be sealed off. Those responsible for startling the third young master and the young princess will be dealt with by my subordinates." Wei Qinghua rolled his eyes at the speaker, his heart sinking further. Tend to my wounds? More like return to acquire new ones. The imperial guards, oblivious to Wei Qinghua's thoughts, merely noted the injuries on his face and commented, "With this incident, the emperor and the prince and princess will surely feel for the third young master." Hearing this, Wei Qinghua's spirits plummeted even further. "Feel for me? Not likely. They would sooner see me dead." Oof. Upon reflection, Wei Qinghua seethed with frustration. Had he known, he would never have engaged with Meng Yunhe. What was the point of gambling over his sister? It nearly cost their lives. Meanwhile, Warm Treasure was being carried back to the leisurely prince's mansion by Wei Jinrong. This marked her first close encounter with him since her birth. Although Wei Jinrong had visited the mansion before, he had always remained on the periphery, and Warm Treasure had only heard his voice without knowing his appearance. Now, upon seeing him, she could not help but acknowledge the exceptional genes of the Wei family. Every child they bore was undeniably beautiful. I once believed that the second prince I had encountered earlier was the epitome of beauty. Little did I anticipate that the crown prince would possess an equally extraordinary visage. He exudes an innate regal aura, devoid of any deliberate chill, yet imbued with a gentle warmth and elegance. His fair complexion is accentuated by distinct features, well-defined brows, a straight nose, and slightly parted thin lips, resembling a celestial being, effortlessly transcending the mundane. Chapter 14. The brothers clash in the royal mansion of the carefree prince. Chaos reigned supreme. All the guards had been dispatched, and even the housekeeper and servants were out searching for the missing individuals. The emperor and the carefree prince sat in the front hall, their expressions icy, surrounded by an air of impending violence. "Didn't you claim that your mansion was impregnable, that no one can intrude? How is it that the child has vanished without a trace? Your estate cannot even provide an answer. If any guard is lacking in diligence, let him speak up, and I shall compensate him. Now that our precious child is lost, how am I to explain this to the ancestors of the Wei family?" The emperor's voice, laden with suppressed fury, broke the tense silence. "I had long advised you and the empress to bring the child into the palace for her upbringing. With the empress personally instructing her, she would be thoroughly cared for. Yet, you stubbornly refused, insisting on keeping her within your residence. Are you satisfied now? Neither your son nor your daughter can be properly looked after. Have you finished your tirade?" The carefree prince was consumed by anxiety, his anger palpable. His eyes were bloodshot, and veins bulged on his forehead, neck, and hands, a testament to his fury. "It is my son and daughter who are missing. Do you think I am unperturbed? At such a critical moment, you still dare to discuss whether the child should enter the palace. I tell you, abandon that thought. The child is the fruit of my wife's arduous labor, and no one shall lay a hand on her. Do not presume, simply because you're the emperor, that you can snatch our beloved away. The one who has taken the child is not me." The emperor, usually forgiving towards the carefree prince, found himself unable to tolerate his brother's defiance any longer, given the gravity of the situation. How many years did the Wei family long for a daughter? You are well aware, Wei Qi, she is not merely your fortune. She is a blessing to the Wei family and to the entire kingdom of Shu. The emperor's gaze was piercing, and his authority cast a heavy shadow over the vast hall. The news of you fathering the first daughter in the Shu royal family in 5 centuries has already spread like wildfire, not only in the capital, but throughout the kingdom of Shu, and perhaps even in the realms of Fengyue and Nanxian. They are aware of how vital this child is to us. Therefore, you must come to your senses and consider whether the child can truly be safe. In this world, no one would wish harm upon an infant. For are there not many who covet our kingdom of Shu, both openly and covertly? If the child were to fall into the hands of such individuals, what would become of Shu? What would become of me? In your eyes, the child is the princess of Shu, the only female heir in 5 centuries of the royal lineage. However, to me, she possesses but one identity, my beloved daughter. My daughter is missing. Do you think I am not anxious? And then there is the third child. Though he is a son, he is still my flesh and blood. Is my heart not heavy with worry as he, alongside Nuabao, also goes unaccounted for? The carefree prince has exerted considerable effort to restrain himself. He still retains awareness of his own identity, recognizing that he is the emperor. Otherwise, with his temperament, he would have surely reduced the person before him to a pitiful state. Indeed, you are their elder uncle, as well as the sovereign of Shu. I understand your concerns for them and for the state of Shu. Yet, at this moment, I beseech you to refrain from exacerbating the chaos. It will be best for you to return to your palace promptly, lest I be burdened with your protection, thus delaying my search for my daughter and son. Exacerbating chaos? I have abandoned my mother and my state affairs, and you dare to say this is chaos? As an emperor, I possess my own pride and dignity. I may cherish the carefree prince, indulge him, and allow him freedom, but I cannot permit him to misunderstand me or speak against his own conscience. Furthermore, I regard the children of the carefree prince's residence as my own. With Nuabao and his siblings missing, I share in the urgency of the carefree prince. But what of the carefree prince? Truly a commendable brother. Not only is he sharp as a blade, but he also chooses the most painful spots to strike. Ultimately, the emperor's countenance darkened with fury, and he seized the carefree prince by his collar. Yet the carefree prince, undeterred, retaliated with a punch of his own. Thus, these two brothers, both over 80 years of age, found themselves in a scuffle, each unwilling to yield. Today, the emperor had initially intended to dine with the carefree prince in the Sinang palace alongside the empress dowager. However, upon hearing the news of Nuabao and his siblings' disappearance, the empress dowager stumbled, unable to steady herself. He managed to maintain his composure and immediately exited the palace with the carefree prince. Simultaneously, he commanded the lockdown of the capital city, mobilizing the royal army and the palace guards. The crown prince, Wei Jinrong, personally led the charge, vowing to turn the city upside down to find the missing Nuabao and his siblings. Due to the messenger's hesitant speech, the two brothers remained unclear about the specific circumstances. Thus, upon exiting the palace, they hurried back to the prince's residence to inquire further. The carefree prince's wife, upon learning of Nuabao and his siblings' disappearance, fainted just like the empress dowager. Though she regained consciousness, she wept uncontrollably, gasping for breath, unable to articulate anything. Only the few maids who cared for Nuabao provided some useful information, allowing the emperor and the carefree prince to have some assurance. They were assured that Nuabao and his siblings had not yet left the city. These maids recounted that today, Consort Liu and the second prince had visited. The carefree prince's wife had been accompanying Consort Liu while keeping Nuabao close. It was only after Nuabao had fallen asleep that she entrusted him into the care of the maids. After Consort Liu and the second prince departed, the carefree prince's wife, feeling fatigued, sought a moment of rest. Before resting, she had personally checked on Nuabao, finding him deep in slumber, which allowed her to return to her quarters with ease. The maids, having watched over Nuabao for a while, could no longer withstand their fatigue and began to yawn. At that moment, Wei Qinghua entered Nuabao's room, expressing a desire to play with him. As the gentle warmth of the little one, Nuanyuo, succumbed to slumber, a sense of disappointment lingered, yet the elder brother remained steadfast, vowing to fulfill his responsibilities by watching over her. The matrons, after much persuasion and to no avail, ultimately conceded to Wei Qinghua's decision. Upon reflection, The presence of Wei Qinghua offered a semblance of security, allowing me to retreat to my own quarters, hoping to seize a moment of respite. In a mere quarter of an hour, the matrons returned to their chambers, soon feeling an unsettling sense of unease. After all, Wei Qinghua was still a child, known for his rambunctious nature, and there was a lingering fear that his antics might disturb Nuanyuo's peaceful rest. Thus, a consensus was reached among them, and one matron was hastily dispatched to guard Nuanyuo's room. Without hesitation, she hurried to the little one's side. However, upon her arrival, she was met with an alarming sight. The room was utterly devoid of its occupants. Not only was Wei Qinghua absent, but even the cradle that once held Nuanyuo was empty. Panic ensued, and she quickly summoned assistants to scour the premises, while also notifying the Princess of Leisure without a moment's delay, fearing to conceal even the slightest detail. Chapter 15. Astonishing Developments. Initially, the Princess of Leisure presumed that Wei Qinghua had merely been playing and had inadvertently awakened Nuanyuo, whisking her away to another courtyard for amusement. Yet, after an exhaustive search throughout the entire estate yielded no sign of the siblings, her concerns escalated. The guard stationed at both the main and side entrances swore their oaths that they had not witnessed Wei Qinghua exiting the estate. With 3 teams of guards continuously patrolling the grounds, there remained no trace of either Wei Qinghua or Nuanyuo, let alone any suspicious individuals. In a fit of anxiety, the Princess of Leisure fainted. Fortunately, the estate's steward was a person of resolve. He swiftly made his way to the imperial palace to relay the urgent news to the Prince of Leisure. The Emperor and the Prince, upon analyzing the information from within the estate, calculated the timing of their lockdown of the capital and deemed it adequately swift. To avert panic among the citizens of the capital and to ensure the Emperor's safety, the 2 brothers chose to remain in the estate, awaiting further developments. Who could have anticipated that these 2 brothers, typically so harmonious, would find themselves embroiled in a fierce altercation under such dire circumstances? When Crown Prince Wei Jinrong returned to the estate cradling Nuanyuo, the Emperor and the Prince of Leisure were still engaged in their conflict. With all the household staff absent, only a few matrons and maids remained, unable to intervene, and could only stand by anxiously. As the children returned, they could not help but exclaim, "Wow, what an explosive scene!" Among them, Wei Qinghua displayed the boldest spirit. Oblivious to the chaos, he blurted out, "Uncle Emperor? Father? What are you doing?" Upon hearing the commotion, both the Emperor and the Prince of Leisure paused their confrontation, turning towards the source of the voice. Upon recognizing who stood at the threshold, they momentarily set aside their quarrel and rushed towards the entrance. "Nuanyuo, my precious little heart." The Prince of Leisure was quicker, dashing forward to embrace Nuanyuo. The Emperor, realizing he could not reach the little one, instead scooped up Wei Qinghua, exclaiming, "Qinghua, you have finally returned." With a sharp intake of breath, Wei Qinghua cried out, "Uncle, it hurts." Upon hearing this, the Emperor hastily released his grip, only to discover that Wei Qinghua bore wounds upon his face, hands, and legs. His garments were soiled, with gaping holes at the knees and elbows. What transpired? The Emperor's heart ached as he furrowed his brow, an aura of fury enveloping him. His cold, piercing gaze fixated on the imperial guards accompanying him, demanding, "Have the culprits been apprehended? I wish to see who possesses the audacity to abduct a child of the Wei family." The free-spirited prince, tightly clutching his beloved Nuanbao, turned his attention to the imperial guards as well, exclaiming, "Where are the criminals? Bring them forth. I shall have them torn to shreds." Wei Qinghua trembled involuntarily. Stepping back a pace, the imperial guards, though accustomed to grand spectacles, had never witnessed such a fierce confrontation between the Emperor and the free-spirited prince, especially regarding the disappearance of the 3rd young master and the young princess of the free-spirited prince's residence. The true reason behind their vanishing was, indeed, difficult to articulate. Thus, the guards cautiously glanced towards the crown Prince Wei Jinrong, hoping to gauge his expression for guidance on how to respond. It was evident that neither the Emperor nor the prince had captured the miscreants. Noticing the guards' anxious demeanor, the Emperor refrained from pressing them further. He turned away Jinrong and inquired, "What transpired?" His brief words were laced with a palpable distance and chill. akin to reproaching Wei Jinrong for failing to secure the return of his younger siblings while the perpetrators remained elusive. The sternness of his tone starkly contrasted with his earlier concern for Wei Qinghua. Wei Jinrong stood upright, devoid of any hint of guilt or unease. In other words, he felt no remorse regarding his actions in this matter, nor was he disheartened by the emperor's demeanor. He merely cast a fleeting glance at Wei Qinghua and stated coolly, "Let Qing speak for herself." "Brother," Wei Qinghua instinctively called out to Wei Jinrong, his fear contorting his youthful features into a visage of distress. "Must you truly abandon me? You are the most esteemed brother among us. Will you not come to my aid? I fear I shall be beaten to death." Wei Jinrong, perceptive to Wei Qinghua's unspoken thoughts, replied, "The blood of the Wei family has always stood firm in accountability." Initially, Wei Jinrong had not anticipated Wei Qinghua's actions. Upon learning of their disappearance, like the emperor and the free-spirited prince, presumed that intruders had infiltrated the free-spirited prince's residence and abducted the two children. It was not until he arrived in the narrow alley with the imperial guards and witnessed Wei Qinghua and his companion hastily attempting to conceal their guilt that the truth began to dawn upon him. In the matter of Wei Qinghua and Wan Bao's disappearance, there had never been any intruders. They had simply ventured out on their own. This conjecture was later confirmed by Wei Qinghua himself, who confessed to having taken Wan Bao with him. Little did they expect to encounter combatants from the world of martial arts in that secluded alley. Although Wei Jinrong was highly regarded by the emperor, he endured an exceptionally rigorous upbringing. The emperor's expectations were immense, allowing no room for even the slightest error. Thus, he had always distinguished right from wrong with remarkable clarity. Furthermore, as a competent heir apparent, he prioritized the greater good above all else. In his perspective, regardless of Wei Qinghua's justifications, secretly taking his sister out of the royal palace and causing such concern among their family, which led to significant unrest in the capital, was unequivocally wrong. As a man, one must courageously acknowledge their mistakes and strive to rectify them. Only then can one bear the weight of responsibility in adulthood. Therefore, Wei Jinrong would not shield Wei Qinghua from the consequences of her actions. This was a lesson for his younger brother and a matter of accountability. Wei Qinghua's temperament was indeed excessively impulsive. At merely 7 years of age, she dared to act with such audacity. If she were not restrained, it was likely that even greater calamities would ensue in the future. This time, it was simply fortunate for Wei Qinghua. The conflict between the factions of the martial world ended with a somewhat just victor, who spared the lives of Wei Qinghua and her servants, having witnessed the entire ordeal. However, such fortune was not something one could rely on consistently. Wei Jinrong was acutely aware of this. If he were to show leniency and assist Wei Qinghua this time, similar incidents were likely to recur. Should anything befall her as a result, he, as her elder brother, would surely be filled with regret. Thus, he resolved to harden his heart. Regardless of how pitifully Wei Qinghua gazed at him, he pretended not to notice. Chapter 16. The strong man's tears. It was raining once more in the capital. The downpour began at the hour of Shun and showed no signs of abating by the hour of Su. The heavy rain cascaded down, drenching the stone bricks below, producing a cacophony of sounds. Occasionally, the rumble of thunder and the flash of lightning rendered the night particularly desolate. Inside the warm room, the strong man was weeping profusely, tears streaming down his face. "Oh, my little warm treasure, you have made me worry so much," he lamented. "My poor little treasure, you must have been terrified. My heart aches for you." The carefree prince held the warm treasure tightly, lacking even a free hand to wipe away his tears. Drops of sorrow fell incessantly upon the warm treasure's face and lips, leaving them damp and salty. The warm treasure was utterly disheartened. Little did anyone know, she had just awakened from a splendid dream. In her dream, she had learned to walk, her teeth fully grown. She could run to the kitchen and devour a whole chicken leg, no longer needing milk. Shortly after Wei Jinrong had brought her back, the warm treasure succumbed to her drowsiness and fell into a deep slumber. Even when disturbed for diaper changes and baths, she remained blissfully unaware, even snoring at her tender age. Yet, who would have thought that this peacefully sleeping child, akin to a little pig, would ultimately succumb to her father's tears. The chicken leg vanished, and the warm treasure awoke. Without crying or fussing, she simply gazed at her tearful father, pondering, "A little flower needs watering. But surely tears are not the appropriate nourishment? Do not weep any longer. You have been crying for over an hour." Observing the weeping prince of Carefree, the princess, who had only just managed to cease her tears, found herself overwhelmed once more. As she tenderly wiped the face of their child, she sobbed. "It is a relief that our dear warm treasure has returned safely. We shall simply exercise more caution in the future." Caution! The prince's heart simmered with indignation. Even amidst his tears, he could not refrain from uttering a few sharp words. They say to guard against both day and night. But how does one protect against a traitor within their own home? We have a thief among us, one who specializes in abducting children. How am I to be cautious? Realizing his voice had risen too high, he hastily reassured the infant in his arms. "Oh, dear warm treasure, do not be afraid. Father was scolding your third brother. Not you. Be good. Our little treasure, we shall not play with your third brother anymore." In light of the grave situation within their household, tension hung palpably in the air. The eldest, Wei Muhua, and the second, Wei Sihua, remained nearby, hesitant to speak. They had never witnessed their father, the Prince of Carefree, shed tears before, and now, as he cried with a ferocity surpassing even the tempest outside, they were unsure of how to approach him. Upon hearing the prince mention Wei Qinghua, the brothers exchanged furtive glances, each silently urging the other to take action. "It's about time. Go and speak to the third brother," Wei Muhua suggested. "You should go. If you don't, the third brother may perish," Wei Sihua countered. "You should do it. You are more eloquent," insisted Wei Muhua. "No, you should go. You are steady, and father listens to you," replied Wei Sihua. "I insist you go. You are the legitimate eldest son and must set an example." This silent exchange ultimately led to Wei Muhua conceding. After all, he was the elder brother. At that moment, a flash of lightning illuminated the room, and he glanced at the sorrowful figures of the prince and princess. He stepped forward, calling out, "Father? Mother?" The rain had been falling for what felt like an eternity, and it only intensified. It seemed that the storm would not relent this night. With a resounding clap of thunder, the sky echoed Wei Muhua's sentiments. He looked out the window, contemplating seizing the opportunity to plead on behalf of Wei Qinghua, though his brother had committed a grave error deserving of stern punishment. To impose a penalty that could cost him his life would surely lead to regret for all. However, just as he began to speak, the unpredictable prince interrupted. "What are you still doing here?" The prince, lost in his own sorrow, had entirely forgotten his son's presence. Startled by Wei Muhua's sudden voice, he felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, realizing how he had allowed himself to break down so thoroughly in front of his sons. "Oh no, my dignity as a father is completely shattered." The remnants of his previous fury flared anew, and he spoke with a hint of petulance. "What is it? Is the rain obstructing your path? Are you unable to return to your rooms? Depart. Do not linger here to vex my sight." Wei Muhua, "Father, that is not what I meant." Wei Sihua, "Am I a nuisance? It seems you have not noticed us at all, have you? Why are they still here? Has our father lost his memory? Or have the two brothers forgotten something along the way that could prompt such a question from him?" Wei Muhua and Wei Sihua exchanged a glance, their eyes reflecting both helplessness and confusion. When Wei Qinghua and Wanbao were missing, the two brothers had set out with the steward to search for them. Upon their return, the emperor had already returned to the palace. Wei Qinghua knelt in the courtyard, his head bowed low, his shoulders shaking with silent sobs, his body marred with injuries. Behind him lay a Jiang, unable to kneel straight after receiving 20 lashes, along with several maids sentenced to death. Witnessing this tragic scene, the brothers needed no further inquiry to understand that Wei Qinghua had caused the calamity. Indeed, upon summoning the maidservants stationed in the front hall, they quickly grasped the full extent of the situation. Wei Qinghua had not merely caused trouble. He had unleashed a great disaster. Without a moment's delay to scold their brother, the two hurried towards Wanbao, eager to check on her. However, as they entered the room, barely having brushed against Wanbao's presence, they were halted by the carefree prince. Out of the way. Stand aside. Do not approach my Bao. You lot are utterly unmindful of your sister. He commanded, stand to the side. Without my permission, none of you shall touch my daughter. Wei Muhua and Wei Sihua complied obediently. Chastised by the carefree prince, they truly stood aside and awaited their turn. The carefree prince, filled with ire, berated Wei Qinghua before the brothers, cursing his lack of sense, lamenting that someone so strikingly handsome did not deserve to be his son. He scolded the maids, accusing them of being well-fed and yet incompetent, receiving wages without adequately caring for even a single child. He then turned his ire upon the steward, criticizing him for leaving such a gaping hole unattended, and even chastised the emperor, claiming he sought to take advantage of the situation, wishing to bring Nuanbao to the palace. In summary, he unleashed his wrath upon all that deserved it and those that did not. After his tirade, he was reminded of Nuanbao's near brush with death before her first month had passed. Overcome with sorrow, he found himself unable to contain his tears. Chapter 17. The brothers' worries. Wei Muhua and Wei Sihua witnessed everything unfold, feeling both anger and deep sorrow. They understood how challenging it was for the Wei family to have a daughter, and this time, Wei Qinghua had indeed erred grievously. Hence, regardless of the carefree prince's reaction or his fierce words, they could empathize. However, how could they be rendered invisible? That was an exaggeration, was it not? Standing in that room, even if only for an hour and a half, they had been there long enough. Upon their arrival, it was the carefree prince himself who had instructed them to stand aside. They had endured his tirades and witnessed his anguished demeanor. Their ears and eyes had absorbed every detail. How was it that, in the end, they seemed to have suddenly materialized? When the precious Bao was born, there were murmurs that the son of the carefree prince would transform from tender grass into resilient roots. Yet, it seems he has not even become a root. They are nothing but air, are they not? What are they lingering for? Is it because the day has not darkened enough? The carefree prince, observing the immobile Wei Muhua and Wei Sihua, felt a surge of irritation. He cherished his authority in front of his sons, adhering to the belief that a strict father would raise dutiful offspring. Over the years, despite his gentle affection for the carefree princess, he never displayed an ounce of tenderness toward his sons, let alone revealing any sign of vulnerability in front of them. Now, breaking down in tears before his two sons, like a fool, was infuriating. Although he was aware that the matter at hand had little to do with the eldest and second sons, he could not restrain his tongue, inevitably scolding them. Fortunately, the brothers had long since understood their proud father and never took his angry words to heart. Otherwise, given the carefree prince's volatile temperament, the three troublesome boys in the palace would have surely been left heartbroken. Curse away, if you must. If I can hear it, then I concede. The third son is still kneeling in the front courtyard. Due to the carefree prince's persistent urging to dismiss them, Wei Muhua and his brother felt compelled to leave. However, before departing, they mustered the courage to mention Wei Qinghua. Today, the third brother has indeed committed a grave mistake and deserves punishment. Yet, the rain is pouring too heavily now. What is there to fear? Are you worried he might drown in the rain or be struck by lightning? The carefree prince shot a cold glance at Wei Muhua, a heavy pressure descending upon him. You must remember, the third brother is only 7 years old. At such a tender age, daring to act so boldly, you should expect him to learn from his mistakes. Indeed, father speaks true. Wei Muhua lowered his head, aligning with the carefree prince's sentiment. At just 7 years old to exhibit such audacity, is that acceptable? Uncle and father are right to punish him. He must learn a lesson. Upon seeing the carefree prince's expression soften slightly, he continued, However, father, the third brother, is also injured. As I passed through the front courtyard, I noticed his injuries were severe. He has even lost a front tooth. With the rain so heavy, if he catches a chill and his wounds become infected, would that not be a loss greater than the gain? Should he fall ill, we would be compelled to summon a doctor, ensuring he recovers fully, lest he be left with lasting ailments that could ruin his life. He tentatively added, Moreover, the third brother is at an age of innocence regarding right and wrong. If we allow others to cater to him at this moment, he might mistakenly believe that a mistake can be evaded simply by falling ill. What naive thought! The carefree prince shot Wei Muhua a glare, interrupting him. Even if he were to succumb to illness, he must still face this punishment. That is precisely the point. Suddenly, Wei Sihua interjected earnestly. In this world, where is there a wrongdoer who escapes punishment? I dare say, uncle and father have been too lenient. Having said that, without waiting for the carefree prince to respond, Wei Sihua swiftly changed the subject, remarking, however, let us return to the matter at hand. The third brother was indeed quite frightened today. When I returned, I saw his little face so pale, it hardly resembled that of a living being. I also heard that he witnessed a brutal slaughter and narrowly escaped death. Surely, he must have been terrified, right? Wei Sihua raised an eyebrow at Wei Muhua, continuing to probe the carefree prince. Father? Mother? Do you not think our third brother was already shaken? If he were to spend an entire night among the corpses of those women, would he not go mad from fright? This tempest, with its thunder and lightning, is far more terrifying than usual. Not to mention our third brother. Even I felt a chill as I passed through the courtyard. Indeed, father, brother heir speaks wisely. Wei Muhua, catching the signal, quickly added, our intention is to teach the third brother a lesson, not to instill such fear that he is left traumatized. Should he emerge with any lasting affliction from his fright, we would surely come to regret it. He then cast a glance at Nuanyuan and stated, despite his myriad faults, one cannot deny that he has protected Nuanyuan remarkably well. Even while he bears countless injuries, she remains entirely unharmed. What of it? The carefree prince maintained a stern countenance, though his gaze was less frigid than before. He is a young man. This situation arose due to him, and thus he must bear the consequences. There is no need for you to plead on his behalf before me. It is the emperor who decrees his punishment, not I. I lack the audacity to defy such authority. Upon hearing this, Wei Muhua was momentarily taken aback, unable to conjure a rebuttal. It was Wei Sihua who, with an air of subtle mockery, quipped, and yet you claim to lack courage? During the altercation with the emperor's uncle, you shattered the furniture in the hall. That hardly denotes a lack of bravery. The emperor did command that the third brother kneel for a night, but he never insisted that he be drenched in rain for the entire duration. With a mischievous glint in his eyes, Wei Sihua suggested, given that the rain shows no signs of abating, why not allow the third brother to return indoors to change his attire before resuming his kneeling in the hall? The emperor's edict is unyielding, but we are alive and can show mercy. Surely you and mother would not wish to reclaim a daughter only to lose a son to such harsh punishment? Wei Sihua, you. He then added, alternatively, why not consult Nuanyuan? With a personality reminiscent of the carefree prince and a mind full of clever ideas, Wei Sihua, having observed that neither he nor Wei Muhua could sway the carefree prince, immediately sought a small ally. Is not Nuanyuan awake now? Father, simply ask her if she wishes for her third brother to endure a night in the rain. Yes, consult Nuanyuan. Wei Muhua's mind suddenly cleared. How could he have forgotten about Nuanyuan? From the moment she was born, it seemed she could comprehend the words of adults. Sometimes she would laugh. Other times she would cry, but she was capable of making her own choices. Since the two brothers found themselves at an impasse, why not let Nuanyuan take a chance? Perhaps she could indeed save Wei Qinhua. Chapter 18. A few foolish fawns. Nuanyuan. Nuanyuan, look, brother. Wei Muhua dashed towards Nuanyuan with lightning speed, a stark contrast to his usual slow and gentlemanly demeanor. Nuanyuan, have you woken up? Did you hear the conversation between the elder brother and father? The elder brother is aware that you faced distress and fright today, all because of your third brother's folly. However, your third brother has endured considerable suffering, kneeling in the rain, exposed to the elements. What if we do this? You could temporarily forgive him, allowing him to enter the house and kneel there instead. Once he has healed, we can properly address his misdeeds. Yes, the elder brother speaks wisely. Dear warm treasure, your second brother understands you are still young and cannot articulate your feelings. So let your tears flow. Wei Sihua interjected, instructing warm treasure on how to express herself. Your third brother has been kneeling in the downpour for 2 hours. If he continues, he may lose his life. Warm treasure, you are the best sister in the world. Are you not? Do you not feel sympathy for your third brother? Would you truly allow father to punish him by making him kneel in the rain all night? If your heart aches for him, then we encourage you to cry. Your tears will convey your sentiments to us, will they not? With that, Wei Si Hua waved his hand before Warm Treasure, urging her, "Do not be afraid, cry out. Let your voice resound. Weep with all your might. Stop your foolishness," exclaimed the carefree prince, delivering a swift slap to Wei Si Hua's hand, so enraged he could scarcely breathe through his nostrils. Wei Si Hua shook his sore and tingling hand, pondering, "Why must I always be the one to suffer? Is it not enough that I am pinched or struck?" He cast a pitiful glance at the carefree prince, muttering, "Shouldn't we be asking Warm Treasure for her opinion? She cannot speak, and if she does not cry, what else can she do? Perhaps she could blink instead?" Wei Mu Hua shot a glance at Wei Si Hua, saying, "You truly are something. It is not proper for a young lady to cry excessively. You are supposed to be Warm Treasure's second brother, yet you would permit her to weep? Indeed. Let us have Warm Treasure blink instead." "Oh, yes, Warm Treasure can blink." Wei Si Hua nodded vigorously, undeterred, leaning closer. "Warm Treasure, listen to your second brother. Though your third brother may be brash and troublesome, he truly cares for you. Now, if you agree to let your third brother return to the house to kneel, simply blink your eyes, close them, then open them, and we shall blink together." Wei Si Hua chanted like a mantra, attempting to guide Warm Treasure to blink. Warm Treasure gazed with wide eyes at her two brothers, resembling foolish fawns, feeling a sense of desolation within. "Can you not be a little more reliable? I have already forgiven my third brother. Why must he still be punished? Why not simply allow him to rest in the house? Would it not be more valuable for my response to carry weight? Is this a game of duck, duck, goose? Kneel in the courtyard, then kneel inside the house. What a sight!" Warm Treasure felt weary once more, disinterested in entangling herself with the foolish fawns any longer. Should she forgive Wei Qinghua? Although his reckless actions nearly cost her life today, he does indeed cherish her. He secretly took her out of the residence, not foreseeing the encounter with the assassin. Moreover, after that encounter, Wei Qinghua protected her well, ensuring she sustained no injuries. Let be, then. She shall forgive him this once. Who could blame him for being my dear brother? However, this brother can be a bit of a rascal and require some discipline. In her previous life, Nguyen had no family, so this time, having finally found a home, she cherished it dearly. Thus she scrunched her little nose, yawned, and stretched out her delicate, fair hand to rub her eyes. Then, in front of several silly siblings, she blinked with all her might. "Oh my!" Wei Si Hua exclaimed in delight, jumping up. "Look, look! My sister blinked. She has forgiven the third brother." Wei Mu Hua was equally elated and hurriedly said to Wang Xiaoyao, "Father, shall we let the third brother kneel in the room? What forgiveness? How could he return to the house?" Wang Xiaoyao stubbornly refused to acquiesce, throwing a tantrum instead. "Oh, so Nguyen, blinking her eyes, means she has forgiven him? You two little rascals, do you think just because Nguyen is small, you can take advantage of her? Keep staring at her and see when she doesn't blink. Not to mention her. If I told you to not to blink, could you manage it? Father, you're being unreasonable." Nguyen wailed, unable to bear it any longer. "Please make it stop. First, get these two silly brothers away. Then take away the weeping father and mother. Bring a reliable maid to wipe my face and let me have some peace. I need to return to my dreamland and continue savoring my big chicken leg." "Oh, Nguyen, don't cry, my precious heart. Why are you crying?" Wang Xiaoyao was annoyingly oblivious. While soothing Nguyen, he remarked, "You must have been frightened by your two brothers, right?" "Yes, your elder brother and second brother are naughty. We won't play with them." Nguyen felt utterly exhausted. "No, I meant that I have forgiven the third brother, father." Wei Mu Hua and Wei Si Hua were at a loss for words. Is there any way to teach children like this? You are deliberately sowing discord among siblings. "Father? I don't think Nguyen is scared of us. She just wants to tell you that she has forgiven the third brother. Why don't you try it? Just say you have forgiven the third brother as well, and see if she continues to cry." Wei Si Hua felt he had done his best. If he couldn't help Wei Qinghua any further, he was at a loss. Yet, before his patience completely shattered, this second brother made one last desperate attempt. "Fine, I'll make you give up." Perhaps fed up with his two sons, Wang Xiaoyao was too weary to argue any longer. He merely wished for them to leave quickly, so he could spend some time with his darling daughter. Little did he know, his precious daughter was equally exasperated with him, and wished for him to leave with his two rascals. Nuanyuan, don't cry, be good, Wang Xiaoyao finally spoke. Father has forgiven your third brother, so please stop crying, all right? Okay. Nuanyuan indeed ceased her tears. The weeping abruptly stopped, without a lingering sound. Wei Muhua and Wei Sihua smiled. Wang Xiaoyao was dumbfounded. He couldn't believe it, insisting, no, it's impossible. This must be a coincidence. While saying this, he even sniffled and turned to Nuanyuan, saying, Nuanyuan, just now your father was joking with you. Your third brother has made a grave mistake, and I would never forgive him. Before Wang Xiaoyao could finish his sentence, Nuanyuan began to cry once more, torn by heart-wrenching cries, louder than before, with a face flushed from weeping. All right, my dear child, let us cease our tears. Forgive your third brother. Forgive him. The aloof princess consort, who had remained silent for a considerable time, could no longer bear to witness the scene. She took Noa Bao from the embrace of the Prince of Leisure and reproached, Aki, you are no longer a child. How can you speak so carelessly in front of your son and daughter? Having said this, she turned to her two sons. You both should return and allow the third one to take a warm bath and have some ginger soup before continuing to kneel in the hall. Noa Bao blinked and stopped crying. Mother is wise. Wei Muhua and Wei Sihua, upon hearing this, were delighted and quickly bowed as they withdrew. Only the Prince of Leisure wore an exceedingly grim expression. To make matters worse, his wife had spoken, and their daughter had wept twice. He felt both astonished and fearful, hardly daring to retort. Instead, he gazed at the princess consort and Nuo Bao with a look of profound grievance. Chapter 19. The troubling third son as he contemplated Wei Qinghua. The Prince of Leisure's anger surged anew. When Wei Jinrong had brought Nuo Bao back, he and the emperor had been vocally intent on skinning that scoundrel alive. Yet what transpired? After all this fuss, the very person who had abducted Nuo Bao turned out to be Wei Qinghua himself. The reason for Wei Qinghua's actions in taking Nuo Bao was even more infuriating. The Prince of Leisure would likely never forget the bewildered expressions he and the emperor wore upon hearing Wei Qinghua as confession. Confusion, shame, frustration, rage, resignation. In short, it felt akin to having consumed excrement, an indescribable experience, especially when witnessing the bruises on their opponent's face from the scuffle only added to their vexation. What had they done? An emperor and a prince, utterly outwitted by a mere 7-year-old child, reduced to the point of physical altercation? Reflecting on the reputation of Wei Qi across the four kingdoms, it was indeed commendable. Despite not contributing significantly to the realm, his carefree demeanor and charm were regarded favorably. Yet, how did it come to pass that he had sired such a son as Wei Qinghua? On ordinary days, one could excuse a child's innocence and mischief. After all, few boys exhibit tranquility. But to abduct a child? To sneak through dog holes? To gamble with a sister? Such acts are the hallmarks of a frivolous scion devoid of any meaningful education. In the front hall, Wei Qinghua knelt in the center of the courtyard, having remained in that position for over 2 hours. This was the punishment befitting his transgressions. He was cold, shivering uncontrollably, his complexion pale, lips tinged with blue. In the midst of the storm, the small figure swayed precariously on the verge of collapse. Behind him stood Ajiang, who had endured 20 lashes yet still chose to accompany his master in punishment, alongside the lifeless bodies of 4 concubines who had been condemned to death by the emperor. These concubines had grossly neglected their duties, taking advantage of the affability of the prince and princess consort, leaving the young master and young lady unattended to indulge in an afternoon nap, a grave offense indeed. Consequently, the emperor decreed their immediate execution. They perished beneath the swords of the imperial guards, their eyes failing to close as blood pooled around them, despite the torrential rain washing away every trace of blood. The courtyard remained steeped in a palpable sense of carnage. Ajiang was left with but half a life, teetering on the brink of death, yet enduring great discomfort. Weak and beleaguered, he collapsed beside Wei Qinghua, shivering in the cold and hunger. His lacerated skin mingled with the rainwater, a painful and burning sensation. The attendants tasked with caring for the princess had been remiss in their duties, nearly causing a catastrophe. They were to be executed on the spot. as an example to others. The third young master, known for his rebellious nature, was to be disciplined thoroughly, made to kneel for an entire night to reflect upon the gravity of his transgressions. The scholar Ajiang, failing to rein in his master, had foolishly joined in the mischief and concealed the truth, earning himself 20 strokes of the cane and a night of kneeling in penance. In just a few terse sentences, the emperor articulated the punishment meted out to Wei Qinghua and his associates for this incident, even as his subordinates sought to dispose of the bodies of the attendants. He commanded, "Let the corpses remain for now. We shall discard them at the mass grave tomorrow." This was to ensure the third young master comprehended the extent of his folly, having led so many souls to the underworld by his own recklessness. The emperor's tone was grave and detached, devoid of the usual indulgence and leniency, yet his visage bore traces of a suppressed frustration and helplessness. Sharing the same mother, the emperor and the free-spirited prince had nurtured a deep bond since childhood. Thus, he regarded the prince's children as his own, taking a keen interest in their misdeeds. No matter the transgressor, he was as invested as the prince himself, and the error committed by Wei Qinghua was of significant consequence. How could the emperor be unaware of Wei Qinghua's innocent intentions? As his royal uncle, he was intimately familiar with the boy's character. Yet, a mistake is a mistake. Intentional or not, the responsibility must be shouldered. Even if it meant sacrificing the child's innocence and purity, it was a price he was willing to pay. Such is the nature of royalty. Little Wei Qinghua was thoroughly frightened. From the moment he encountered the masked figures in broad daylight, his nerves had been frayed, ensnared by an unseen force. Just as he had survived one peril, another loomed ominously. Lightning and thunder clashed incessantly. Amidst the tempest, the child could only weep in silence. "Hold on, it will be over soon." Wei Qinghua bit his lip, repeatedly urging himself onward, even as consciousness waned and his strength diminished. Visions of the slaughter in the narrow alley and the execution of the 4 attendants haunted his mind, yet he valiantly persevered, refusing to succumb. This was not merely punishment. It was a lesson he imposed upon himself. Third brother, Wei Muhua and Wei Sihua hurriedly arrived, sheltering Wei Qinghua with an umbrella, finally shielding him from the relentless downpour. Wei Qinghua, dazed, lifted his head, his nose tinged with a painful sweetness. "Eldest brother, second brother, let us return indoors." Wei Muhua, gazing at his frail brother, felt a pang of sorrow, tempered by a sense of resignation. He thought to himself, "This fellow will likely be more subdued in the future." Together with Wei Sihua, they supported Wei Qinghua and ordered that Ajiang be carried back inside as well. Wei Qinghua's thoughts lingered on the warmth of his precious treasure, even as his words became increasingly slurred. "Once again, I inquire, how is dear Nguyen Bao? Has she been frightened?" It is said by the elders that children are most susceptible to fear, even if there are no visible injuries. A shock can lead to fever and delirium. In more severe cases, it could even result in a child becoming simple-minded. Wei Qinghua may have caused a commotion, but his affection for his sister is profound. He certainly does not wish for the sister he has finally acquired to become a fool, especially due to his actions. "Nguyen Bao is fine. You should take care of yourself," Wei Sihua remarked, noticing the wounds on Wei Qinghua's body, now softened and deteriorated by the rain. His voice was unsteady, and he frowned. "You rascal. At a time like this, you still worry about Nguyen Bao? If you were so concerned, why did you engage in such reckless behavior? Ha! As long as she is well, it's good." "Brother, I didn't mean to. I was wrong," Wei Qinghua sobbed. "Rest assured, I shall be more mindful in the future, and I will no longer quarrel with Meng Yun." Half laughing and half crying, he allowed his 2 brothers to escort him back indoors. Along the way, he was in a daze, frequently misidentifying things. By the time Wei Muhua and Wei Sihua managed to tend to him with great effort, he had succumbed to a deep slumber. Observing their younger brother, who appeared haggard and was beginning to feel feverish, what could Wei Muhua and Wei Sihua do? In such circumstances, it was clearly impossible to make Wei Qinghua kneel in the hall. They could only sigh and instruct their subordinates, take the royal token, and summon a physician to examine the third young master and Ajiang thoroughly. "We must not leave any hidden ailments." Upon finishing their orders, The two brothers exchanged knowing glances and, in unison, shrugged before making their way to the hall. Upon reaching the hall, they both knelt down, accepting punishment on behalf of their brother. There was no other choice. After all, they had a younger brother who was a source of constant worry. Chapter 20. The banquet for the full moon is cancelled. Little Nguyen Bao has been enjoying an unusually leisurely time lately. Ever since the incident involving the bandit who abducted her, both the prince and princess of leisure have kept a close watch on her. Not only have the ladies of the noble families been unable to see her, but even her three brothers have had significantly fewer opportunities to be near her. This is especially true for the youngest, Wei Qinghua, who has already found himself on the matron's blacklist. Whenever he approaches to play with Nguyen Bao, the matrons become tense, fearing that Wei Qinghua might whisk her away in their presence. This has deeply wounded him. Yet, Nguyen Bao is powerless. She cannot speak. All she can do is silently pity the child and pray for her own swift growth so she may no longer be idle, gnawing on her own toes. Since the gates of the prince's residence have been closed to guests, Nguyen Bao feels as though she is languishing. With no opportunities to indulge in the gossip of the noble ladies and lacking her brother's company, she can only amuse herself when awake. Initially, she sucked on her fingers, but upon discovery, the matrons bound her hands, fearing that prolonged sucking would harm her delicate little fingers. Left with no alternative, she resorted to nibbling on her own little piggies. It must be said, the softness of human infants is truly remarkable. With an effortless grace, she placed her little foot into her mouth. Oh, how plump it was, and fortunately, devoid of any odor. Warm treasure, possessing the consciousness of an adult, truly did not wish to engage in such peculiar behavior. Yet, alas, she found herself unable to restrain her impulses. Much like the uncontrollable nature of bodily functions, everything was a natural response. Warm treasure felt a surge of panic. What should she do? If she continued nibbling, would she transform into a foot-gnawing princess? Little did she know how dearly she missed the company of her brothers at that moment. Given another chance, she would certainly not dismiss Wei Qinghua's rattle. In fact, she harbored a rather uncharitable desire to witness the playful rivalry between the carefree king and her brothers. The clamor and chaos would surely make life more interesting. However, judging by the current circumstances, that seemed unlikely. Wei Muhua and Wei Sihua had recently been reprimanded for discreetly summoning a doctor for Wei Qinghua and had endured a night of kneeling in his stead, resulting in some punishment. They now faced endless hours of copying texts, their bodies thoroughly exhausted. While they were not blacklisted like Wei Qinghua, they still needed to find time to visit her. And how could she forget? Warm Treasure's full-month banquet had been canceled. It was said that after experiencing a brush with death, hosting a banquet might attract a swarm of onlookers and frighten her further. Instead, they would wait until the 100-day banquet to hold a grand celebration, thus avoiding unnecessary complications. Isn't that a splendid excuse? Even those in the palace could only nod in agreement upon hearing it. Yet, in truth, only Warm Treasure was aware of the underlying reason. The carefree king and his consort were reluctant to hold the full-month banquet primarily to shield her from the emperor. After all, she was a precious gem, a cherished treasure not only of the carefree king's household, but of the entire royal family of Shu. If a banquet were to be held, it would undoubtedly take place in the palace, necessitating the invitation of all the court officials and their families. The emperor had long set his sights on Warm Treasure's guardianship. From the very day of her birth, he had abandoned his usual calm demeanor, hastily approaching the carefree king to demand her presence. Although he had refrained from bringing it up again after being firmly denied, the carefree king, as her brother, could hardly be oblivious to the emperor's intentions. That cunning old fox was adept at retreating to advance, biding his time. Ironically, their troublesome third son had orchestrated a grand spectacle, inadvertently granting the emperor such an opportunity. In broad daylight, he managed to deceive everyone in the household, smuggling his sister out in a wooden barrel through a dog hole, nearly losing her life in the process. The carefree king and his consort often reflected on this with trepidation and guilt, feeling as though they had failed in their responsibilities. Adding to their anxiety was the fact that on the day Warm Treasure was taken out by Wei Qinghua, The emperor had once again broached the subject of whether Warm Treasure should enter the palace. Consequently, the carefree king and his consort could not help but worry that the emperor might use their negligent guardianship as a pretext to forcibly keep Warm Treasure in the palace. Thus, they could hardly dare to hold any sort of full-month celebration. Certainly, if it can be pushed, let it be pushed. If it can be delayed, let it be delayed. During this period, let us strive to minimize our presence in the palace. Let no one speak of Wei Qinghua's audacious act of taking away his sister. Once the matter has settled, the Prince of Carefree will ensure that our little treasure is well-nourished and plump. Even if the emperor has the best of intentions, there is no reason for him to act otherwise. It is indeed our dear daughter who suffers the most. The prince gazed at the increasingly fair complexion of the little one, a look of tenderness adorning his face. Our little one has been born into our family and has yet to have a proper full-month banquet, he lamented. With a hint of frustration, he continued, "It is not as though we cannot afford such a celebration. The cherished daughter of the illustrious Prince of Carefree should be able to enjoy a lively full-month banquet without hesitation. As a father, I feel utterly powerless." Powerless? Nonsense, he muttered. The most crucial matter is to keep our little treasure by our side. The princess, engaged in embroidering a bib for the baby, radiated maternal warmth and gentleness. She smiled and reassured the prince. "I believe our darling daughter is quite understanding. She will not feel wronged. In the future, we shall make it up to her." Sighing, the prince mused, a full-month banquet could have provided our little one with a substantial dowry. What a pity! What gifts could the officials of the court bestow that were not extravagant? Moreover, our little treasure is the only princess of the royal family. Even if they had 1,000 audacities, they would not dare to skimp on her gifts. The absence of a full-month banquet undoubtedly means a void of wealth and treasure. The princess found his plight amusing. Observing her husband's vexed expression, she said nothing, but inwardly mused, "Is it too soon to mention a dowry? As if you would ever allow our little treasure to marry." The prince remained unaware of her thoughts. Still immersed in the regret of not being able to host the banquet, he gently stroked the baby's cheek and muttered, "Our daughter is quite avaricious. I hope she does not feel the loss." He scrutinized her delicate features, lamenting, "What a tragic world we live in! Which parent would endure such a fate? To have a daughter of one's own, yet be unable to fully control her destiny. It is indeed disheartening. At times, one cannot help but wonder if our little treasure's birth into royalty is a blessing or a curse." All in all, the prince felt quite unfortunate at this moment. After finally having a daughter, one so exquisite, how could he have no opportunity to boast? How lamentable! Chapter 21. The emperor's cunning scheme. Little Nuanbao waited eagerly, gnawing on her sweetened milk. At last, a playmate arrived, a handsome and generous second prince, Wei Jingxian. This brought immense joy to Nuanbao, especially when she noticed that Wei Jingxian was adorned with a new jade pendant today, shaped like an ice-hued gourd, its luster shining softly in the sunlight. "Oh, how lovely! Let me touch it." Nuanbao stretched out her hands, kicking her legs in delight. Her eyes narrowed into crescent moons, revealing her excitement. It was uncertain whether she was welcoming Wei Jingxian or the jade pendant itself. However, Wei Jingxian was quite perceptive. Upon catching sight of Nuanbao's eager gaze, he promptly removed the pendant and playfully engaged her. Warm Treasure laughed heartily, her eyes sparkling with delight. What a treasure! With both hands waving and dancing, she soon seized the jade pendant. Wei Jingxian did not compete with Warm Treasure for it, chuckling lightly. "My dear second brother gives this to you, but you mustn't put in your mouth." The jade pendant was too small, unlike the previous golden-laid jade. Wei Jingxian was concerned that Warm Treasure, being still so young, might accidentally swallow it. Warm Treasure, summoning all her strength, rolled her eyes. "Second prince brother, do you take me for a fool?" Wei Jingxian was momentarily taken aback. What has happened? Was it merely my imagination? Did I misspeak? Why do I feel as if Warm Treasure just mockingly rolled her eyes at me? Clearing his throat, Wei Jingxian coughed lightly a couple of times, and seeing Warm Treasure engrossed in playing with the jade pendant, he subtly sought a new topic. "Auntie, it has been a while since we last met. Warm Treasure has grown quite a bit. Her skin had become much fairer, her round face rosy and radiant. Unlike the last time he saw her when she appeared rather sallow and thin, with only her eyes standing out. He wondered if the Empress truly felt at ease when praising her beauty. Did her conscience not ache? She looks much better now, at least pleasing to the eye, no longer strained. Thus, even if he were to visit often and sacrifice some material possessions, it would be worthwhile. After all, she was already 2 months old. How could she not grow? The carefree princess, oblivious to Wei Jinxian's thoughts, had servants bring over fruits, pastries, and freshly warmed milk. Jinxian, come sit. Don't keep staring at her. After saying this, she inquired, "How is the Empress? Is your study workload heavy lately?" The implication being, how do you find the time to come to the palace? Wei Jingxian gently patted Warm Treasure's cheek before smiling and taking a seat beside the carefree princess. Thank you for your concern, Auntie, Mother as well. However, the 5th prince has been quite unruly lately, and I prefer not to stay in the palace, so I came to see Warm Treasure. After a moment's thought, he added, "You know my mother's temperament. When she gets serious, it could be unbearable. With the 5th prince around, it is difficult to find peace." Aside from seeking refuge with a royal uncle and aunt, he had no other place to escape. In the face of his elder's inquiry, Wei Jingxian remained at ease, but he naturally sidestepped the topic of his studies. Why discuss studies? Wouldn't it be more delightful to chat about something else? Perhaps the delicacies at Zue Xianlu, or the latest fashionable trinkets in the capital that could yield some silver. He would never measure up to the crown prince academically, and he was too indifferent to compete. Possessing a discerning eye for treasures, earning some silver to pass the time seemed far more enjoyable. What brings you here? The carefree king returned from outside, initially in high spirits. Yet upon entering and seeing Wei Jingxian, he immediately frowned, a look of disdain crossing his face. The carefree princess shot a reproachful glance at the carefree king. Jingxian is here to see Warm Treasure. What's it to look at? The carefree king remained stern-faced, showing no signs of warmth. Aren't they just 2 ears, a pair of eyes, 1 nose, and 1 mouth? What could possibly have changed in such a short time? Wei Jingxian, unlike his garrulous self in front of the carefree princess or his confrontational demeanor with Empress Lu, simply observed quietly. Upon the return of the carefree king, Wei Jingxian exhibited considerable restraint. It was unavoidable. Throughout his life, he had never bested this imperial uncle. Whenever the latter was displeased, no matter how eloquently Wei Jingxian spoke, it would fall on deaf ears. The carefree princess smiled at Wei Jingxian, signaling him not to take offense. However, when she turned her gaze back to her husband, a sense of exasperation washed over her. The man's mood shifted with remarkable swiftness. Just previously, he had lamented the inability to host a full moon banquet, bemoaning their beautiful daughter's lack of an audience to showcase her charm. Yet now, he seemed displeased that his nephew had come to visit his sister. "Are you not returning to the palace?" Noticing Wei Jinxian's silence, the carefree king initiated a typical elder's probing inquiry. "Have you completed your homework? Is the concubine no longer causing a ruckus? Is the 5th prince behaving? You seem rather idle. No wonder they call you Jingxian." Wei Jingxian thought to himself. Indeed, the emperor's words rang true. Whenever it pertained to Nuanyuan, his imperial uncle was even more difficult to manage than usual. Thus, he chose not to linger and, after bowing to the carefree king and his wife, departed. As he left, his expression remained unchanged, still adorned with a captivating smile, just as it had been upon arrival. Look who has returned. It's father. The carefree king, who had just moments ago worn a stern visage, transformed into a doting father in an instant. He gleefully scooped Nuanyuan from her cradle, showering her with kisses and affection. "Has our little Nuanyuan missed her father? It's been quite a while since we last saw each other. Hasn't he it? Did you miss me? Father missed you dearly." Nuanyuan furrowed her brow, resembling a miniature elder. The excess drool on her face was rather uncomfortable. "Did you miss father?" She huffed. "No, Nuanyuan does not miss father. Father is mean. He sent my wealth god brother away." Unable to bear the sight, the carefree princess hurriedly approached with a handkerchief to wipe Nuanyuan's face, chiding. "What were you doing just now? Jingxian is still just a child, merely here to visit his sister. Look at your sour expression." She then pondered aloud. "You are indeed an elder. Usually, You seem quite fond of the emperor's children. Why this sudden change? The carefree king, fuming, retorted to his wife. He thinks he can use the children as a pretext, and I won't fathom his intentions. Just days ago, Jinxian Rong visited the palace, and now Jinxian is here again. What? Are the crown prince and the second prince so idle that they have nothing to occupy their time? I know our imperial brother all too well. Cunning and crafty. He has plenty of schemes. In my view, these Jinxian brothers are merely his pawns. Does he wish to snatch my Nuanuan? Not a chance. The carefree princess furrowed her brow, contemplating, did Jinxian Rong visit recently? I was unaware. Regardless of whether he is attempting to take the child. When did the crown prince come? Nuanuan blinked. Yes. I also do not know. Did the ethereal crown prince come by? He did. The carefree king replied proudly. Like a bull. You were all napping at the time, so I sent him away. The carefree princess responded. Nuanuan? Oh. Chapter 22. Oh. It seems a good show is about to unfold. It is often said that a woman's intuition is the most accurate, yet a man's is not to be underestimated. The carefree king's sense of crisis stemmed from his own intuition, regardless of whether there is a scheme to abduct children within the palace. It is evident that the emperor is harboring some ulterior motive. One only needs to observe the frequency of visitors in the palace to discern this. Initially, it was the crown prince, Wei Jinrong, who paid a visit. Subsequently, the second prince, Wei Jinxian, also made an appearance. Before long, even the frail fourth prince, Wei Jinliang, accompanied by his demure and low-profile mother, concubine Zhang, was brought over. Each visit was adorned with the pretense of coming to see and keep the little treasure company. The frequency of these visits was astonishingly high, particularly that of Wei Jinrong and Wei Jinxian, who were truly a source of exasperation for the carefree prince. The two brothers seemed to have choreographed their visits, taking turns to drop by. Even when the carefree prince offered them no warmth and occasionally barred them from entering the little treasure's chambers, they remained undeterred, brimming with enthusiasm in their pursuit. If they could not meet the little treasure, they sought out the three brothers of Wei Muhua instead, whether it was reading together, playing chess, or practicing martial arts under their master's guidance. They engaged in innocent pursuits. After all, they were brothers. How could they be denied a meeting? In short, no matter what the carefree prince expressed through his demeanor, they remained oblivious to it. What they disregarded was akin to an old saying, a turtle's recitation falls on deaf ears. They turned a blind eye to any displeasure, as if to say, let your heart be unsettled. In the words of the carefree prince, their audacity rivaled the thickness of city walls. He jested that the defense walls on the frontier need not be repaired. They might as well send the two brothers there. In a fit of frustration, he added, it would be best to send that old codger, Wei Zheng, along too. Indeed, when it comes to shamelessness, he would rank second, with no one daring to claim the first position. The carefree princess playfully delivered a light slap to the carefree prince's head and chided, how rude. And you dare to speak so irreverently? He is the emperor, not someone you can orchestrate. At that moment, the little treasure had just awoken from a nap. Upon opening his eyes, he beheld his father being scolded by his mother, and he could not help but widen his eyes in excitement, eager for the unfolding drama. The emperor, instead of attending to his royal duties, seemed engrossed in the ongoing conversation with the carefree prince. The carefree prince, feigning pitifulness, lamented, why must the children come over every few days? What is it that he is truly after? The carefree princess, after delivering her playful reprimand, grew sympathetic and began to massage her husband's head, offering counsel. The more the children play together, the stronger their bonds will become. Is that not what the royal family lacks the most? Indeed, mother is quite right. The little treasure thought inwardly, his ears perked up in agreement. While play is delightful, it should not lead to a loss of ambition. The carefree prince's expression betrayed a hint of uncertainty. Deep down, he recognized the wisdom in his wife's words, yet he found himself unable to refrain from rebuttal. Jinrong is the crown prince. The weight of responsibility upon his shoulders is immense. Have you ever seen him so leisurely before? He comes running to us daily. And then there's Jin Xiang. He has always been a cunning little fox, quite treacherous. His father does not confine him and allows him to dash to our residence. What is the meaning of that? Where do you see any of these children indulging in frivolity? The carefree princess, not wanting to side against her husband, simply sought to defend the innocence of the children. The children are gathered together, engrossed in reading and writing. Jean Sien even took the third child to practice horse dance a few times. After saying this, he glanced towards the cradle and added, "Moreover, every time they visit, they bring gifts for us. How small is warm treasure? The storeroom is already overflowing with precious treasures. Wow, are they really piled up?" Warm Treasure's eyes sparkled, brimming with excitement, wishing to grow up immediately. Then I would be a little wealthy lady. Well then, it is true that one cannot be demanding of others while being kind to oneself. Upon hearing that his daughter had received numerous gifts, the carefree prince pouted. After a long moment, he proudly declared, "It's not that I have any objections to the children. I simply look down upon Wei Zheng's behavior. He disregards the children's futures for his own purposes. Just a while ago, he allowed Jin Liang and Zhang Guipin to come, which is truly heartless. He does not spare even the sickly and the timid." The sickly and the timid? Are you referring to the fourth prince and Zhang Guipin? Warm Treasure pondered, her eyes darting. Indeed, one is pale, while the other speaks so softly like a mosquito. However, dear father, calling them sickly and timid seems rather unkind, doesn't it? In the royal palace, within the Sinang Palace, Emperor Wei Zheng was sneezing repeatedly as he paid his respects to the Empress Dowager. Alarmed, she promptly inquired, "Is a Zheng suffering from a cold? Quickly, summon the imperial physician." "No, no, no." The emperor waved his hands repeatedly. "Mother, there is no need for concern. I have not caught a cold." He then chuckled. "Today, it is the second prince's turn to visit the carefree prince's residence. I imagine a Qi is scolding me right now." Initially, the emperor thought his frequent sneezing was due to a cold. However, as time passed, he realized that each time he sneezed, it coincided with Wei Jinrong or Wei Jingxian visiting the carefree prince's estate. Thus, he came to a clear understanding. What cold? I am as healthy as can be. As for the carefree prince, he may scold as he pleases. After all, I cannot hear him. Even if I did, it would not affect our brotherly bond. You too. The Empress Dowager visibly sighed in relief, yet her tone was filled with exasperation. Though you may quarrel and jest, do not let it harm your harmony. She continued, "In my lifetime, my greatest pride has been giving birth to both of you. Among the royalty, your bond is the strongest. Over the years, you have supported one another. If your relationship were to be strained because of Warm Treasure, how would I explain it to your father after I am gone? Moreover, Warm Treasure is our Shu Kingdom's lucky star. We cannot allow her to become a wedge between you two brothers. Otherwise, her future reputation will also suffer. Rest assured, mother." The emperor continued to smile. "Our brotherly bond is unbreakable, like thunder cannot cleave it apart. No matter how much mischief we engage in, it remains the same as it was when we were children." He then added with a hint of childishness, "I simply cannot bear that he has a daughter. Warm Treasure is so endearing, isn't she? A little ball of joy. Her sparkling eyes are so clever. Unlike those bald-headed lads in our palace, who seem to annoy me every day." Upon mentioning the treasured warm bow, the emperor's gaze softened considerably. Yet, when the conversation turned to his sons, he transformed back into a distant sovereign. It was fortunate that Wei Jinrong and his brothers were absent, for they would undoubtedly wear expressions of bewilderment, questioning their lineage. Chapter 23. What pride is there to boast about observing the emperor's yearning for his daughter? The Empress Dowager could only shake her head. The birth of both sons and daughters is a blessing bestowed by heaven, not something that can be forced. With heartfelt sincerity, she advised the emperor, "In our time, did I not share the same hopes with your father? We longed and waited, and eventually, we were blessed with you two rascals. Alas, now both of you are fathers yourselves, and still, you offer no peace of mind. As for Ah Zheng, Warm Bao is indeed a cherished gem, and I too wish to see her every day. Yet, let us not forget, she was born of Ah Chi's wife. Why must you cling so fervently? Is it not sufficient to nurture her wherever she may be? The Prince of Leisure's residence is equally splendid, no less than the palace itself. In contrast, our palace, with its square layout and towering red walls, confines her even more. The Emperor and the Prince of Leisure are both sons of the Empress Dowager. Who can she truly assist? Just a few days prior, when the Prince of Leisure came to the palace to voice his grievances, he spoke of his wife, lamenting her long-distance marriage, the hardships of her 10-month pregnancy, and the near calamity of childbirth. As he recounted her various tribulations, the Empress Dowager's heart ached for her. After all, she too is a woman. When she married, she merely transitioned from one household to another, enduring years of solitude while constantly longing for her parents and brothers. How much more difficult must it have been for the Prince of Leisure's wife, who journeyed from the southern kingdom of Chien. As for children, she had once pondered, had someone tried to snatch her child away right after giving birth to the Emperor or the Prince of Leisure, she would have surely lost her sanity. Zheng, the Empress Dowager, contemplated the situation from the perspective of the Prince of Leisure's wife for a long time before finally speaking to the Emperor. I understand your affection for Warm Bao. However, you must also consider Qi and his wife. After all, she is the beloved princess of the Southern Kingdom, raised with great affection. Leaving her homeland to marry your brother was no easy feat. This daughter is not only longed for by you. The two share the same desire. You are the Son of Heaven, capable of turning clouds to rain at will, and no one can stand in your way. Yet, Zheng, remember that you are also a brother. In matters concerning Warm Bao, it is essential not to chill their hearts. I comprehend the Empress Dowager's sentiments, the Emperor replied, becoming increasingly solemn as he recognized her seriousness. I cherish Warm Bao, but I equally care for Qi. How could I bear to cause them distress? Initially, I did intend to bring Warm Bao to the palace to raise her, and I had discussed this with Qi. Did you not also express this desire, mother? When Warm Bao was born, it was you who first broached the topic. Had you not spoken up, I would not have been so anxious. On the very day she was born, I rushed to claim her. The Empress Dowager was momentarily speechless. Did I truly suggest that? How could I forget? She glanced at the Emperor, only to find him smiling mischievously at her. Oh, very well. Perhaps it is due to my advancing years that I find myself unable to recall. The Empress Dowager's gaze flickered momentarily, prompting her to hastily sip her tea to mask her embarrassment. The Emperor, witnessing this, erupted into hearty laughter. The Empress Dowager shot him a reproachful glance, exclaiming, "What a mischievous rascal you are! You seized the child without a second thought, and now you seek to undermine me? Alas, despite our desires for the warm treasure, it is futile. Young Qi is unwilling to part with it, and we cannot take it by force." The Emperor leaned back slightly, adopting a relaxed tone. "If he does not consent, what can I do? I shall simply let it be. What else is there? Shall I sever ties with my own brother? If you have truly come to terms with it, I shall find solace. Nothing is more precious than the harmony of our family." The Empress Dowager was averse to witnessing her son engage in the fratricidal strife typical of royal heirs from other realms. Yet, if you have reached this understanding, why do you continually send the children to the idle prince's residence? It has caused Qi to lodge complaints twice. As for Jingxian, we shall not discuss him. That child is always so restrained. But what Jinrong? You are most stringent with him. You must inquire with your esteemed son Qi, the Emperor replied, his tone tinged with resignation. Ever since the incident with the warm treasure, that boy has not bestowed a single pleasant glance upon me. When he attends court, his eyes convey nothing of their usual brightness. I have been concerned about the warm treasure, yet he makes excuses to avoid visiting. Does he truly believe I am unaware that he does not wish for the warm treasure to enter the palace? The Emperor, too, possessed a touch of pride. At the mere mention of the idle prince, his tone lifted significantly. What is this? The cherished daughter of the Shu kingdom cannot enter the palace? Am I, the sovereign of the realm, unworthy of laying eyes upon my own niece? I cannot fathom what he fears. Even my desire to grant the warm treasure a princess's status sends him into a frenzy. With that, the Emperor let out a disgruntled huff. Humph. It is only my magnanimity that prevents me from holding a grudge against that boy. If I cannot see the warm treasure, surely allowing the children to visit is acceptable? I merely wish for them to return and tell me if the warm treasure has gained weight and if she has been well behaved. Such a modest wish. What? Has he come to report to the Empress Dowager again? The Emperor mused, pondering that the children are the most susceptible to forming bonds. perhaps with more visits. When the warm treasure grows up, she might even be coaxed into the palace by her brothers, allowing me to embrace her. With this thought, a sly smile crept across the Emperor's face. Humph. I await that day eagerly. Observing the Emperor's shrewd expression, the Empress Dowager felt a twinge of exasperation. The younger son declares the elder at fault, while the elder counters that the younger is to blame. From her years of nurturing her sons, she knew that such disputes often arise. Let neither speak ill of the other, she thought, remaining composed and unhurried in her responses to the Emperor. Raising an eyebrow, she inquired, "Has he not granted you a pleasant demeanor? Have you ever taken the initiative to speak with him?" "Never," the Emperor replied almost seamlessly, his pride unwavering. "He once left my eyes so swollen that I had to forego several days of court. Am I to yield to him? In my dreams, it is indeed a testament to my magnanimity that I can send Gao Desan a message. Having said that, I shall allow him to linger in his misunderstanding until he realizes his error, at which point I may deign to acknowledge him." The Empress Dowager, feeling a slight heaviness in her chest and a buzzing in her head, found herself amused and perplexed by her two sons. As they matured, they appeared increasingly childlike, particularly the eldest, the ruler of a nation, yet he behaved in such a frivolous manner. The Empress Dowager was tempted to say to the Emperor, "He has bruised your eye, yet you have left a mark upon his forehead as well." Turtles may quarrel, but they are still of the same family. She felt inclined to exclaim, "Stubborn as a mule, waiting for another mule to apologize? Since the moment you allowed the children to visit the Prince of Leisure at the Warm Treasure Manor, you have already diminished yourself to a humble old emperor. What is there to be proud of?" Chapter 24. The 100-day banquet time swiftly passes, having missed the opportunity to celebrate the full month. Warm Treasure was finally ready for the 100-day banquet, which would be held over 2 consecutive days. The first day would take place within the palace, while the second would be at the Prince of Leisure's residence. The prince was not particularly pleased. He had already taken Warm Treasure into the carriage heading to the palace, grumbling as he did so. "Must we truly hold 2 celebrations for a mere 100 days? How small is my little Warm Treasure? Is she to endure such trials?" The Princess of Leisure, with a bright smile, was adjusting Warm Treasure's attire, seemingly oblivious to her husband's complaints. Since Warm Treasure's arrival, this man had grown increasingly petty, feeling jealous of everyone. The palace's decision to host a banquet for Warm Treasure was a testament to her cherished status, a fact that should bring joy to her parents. Yet the prince was consumed by jealousy. Unable to elicit a response from his beloved wife, he leaned in closer to assert his presence. "What a peculiar world it is. My daughter is my own flesh and blood, yet I must still vie for attention." The Princess of Leisure reached for a small basket nearby, retrieving a pair of Warm Treasure's changing cloth shoes and thrusting them towards the prince's mouth. "When receiving gifts, you had far less to say," she retorted with blatant disdain. The prince spat out the shoes with a scoff. "Well, that is certainly true. Gifts change the narrative." Warm Treasure was overjoyed, hearing that she would have 200-day celebrations. Her eyes sparkled like golden ingots. "Wow, I can collect gift twice." No longer drowsy, she instantly perked up, excitedly waving her little hands adorned with a shiny gold bracelet gifted by a priest on the day of her birth. In the imperial palace, at the Hall of Supreme Harmony, one cannot help but acknowledge the immense influence of Little Warm Treasure. The scale of this 100-day banquet rivaled that of the emperor's birthday celebration. The Empress Dowager, the empress, and the concubines in the palace, along with the princes, were all dressed in splendid and festive attire. Officials of both civil and military ranks brought their esteemed families to attend, hoping to bask in the joy of the little princess and seize the opportunity to forge connections that would benefit their own families. Before the banquet commenced, the emperor delivered a lengthy address filled with official platitudes, merely reiterating that the royal family of Shu had awaited 5 centuries for the arrival of a daughter. "This little girl possesses an undeniable charm, while the royal family of Shu fulfills its long-held wishes, and the carefree prince and his consort achieve remarkable feats. Yet, after much ado, the incessant chatter has left the little one quite fatigued. How tiresome!" Even the ever-smiling prince could not help but roll his eyes in secret, as he basked in the pride that seemed to suggest that this little girl was his own progeny. At long last, the emperor concluded his remarks and announced the commencement of the banquet. Within the grand hall, goblets clinked and music resounded in harmony. The little one perked up her ears, her eyes wide with curiosity. Why am I not growing up? I wish to frolic too. However, her enthusiasm soon waned as she found herself being passed around like a little ball. Grandmother, hold me. Grandmother, after that, uncle will hold me. Uncle, hold me. After you, Auntie will hold me. Countless little ants lined up for their turn, each exquisitely adorned. The overwhelming scent they carried nearly transported her to the underworld. The little one's head buzzed, suffocated by the affection. Could someone from the mortal realm please hold me? At least their fragrance wouldn't be so overpowering. Just as despair set in, it was finally time for the next hold. It was Lady Zhang, who had previously visited the carefree prince's residence. She bore a delightful jasmine fragrance, a refreshing contrast to the heavy scents of others. As soon as she cradled the little one, giggles erupted. Oh, look, look! I adore Lady Zhang. Please do not pass me along anymore. Just let Lady Zhang hold me a little longer. Such was her wishful thinking, yet reality proved rather stark. Who is next? Is it my turn yet? Please hold me. Suddenly, a strikingly beautiful woman, caked in an unknown amount of powder, squeezed her way through. Without even glancing at Lady Zhang, she demanded, quickly, give me the little princess. I wish to bask in her good fortune. Lady Zhang's expression shifted slightly as she gazed at the sweet little dumpling in her arms, feeling a pang of reluctance. Having just held her for a brief moment, her hands had yet to warm. Therefore, she gently replied, Lady Jia, I have only just held the little one for a short while. May I not have a moment longer? Ah, it is Lady Zhang, she exclaimed. I was wondering who could be so inconsiderate as to cling to the little princess without letting go. Upon seeing that Lady Zhang held the little one, Lady Jia's demeanor darkened. With a mocking tone, she retorted, one must possess self-awareness, you know? If I were you, I certainly would not be so greedy as to monopolize the little princess. With that, she scoffed, utterly dismissing Lady Zhang, who held a higher rank. Who in this palace is unaware? The little princess is the long-awaited treasure of 500 years. The more one holds her, the more one can share in her blessings. With such fortune, perhaps one might bear a princess of their own by next year. Everyone else merely holds her briefly, allowing blessings to touch all. Yet you insist on clinging to her. Have you considered how long your grasp can truly matter? With your frail constitution, can you even bear a child? Lady Zhang's complexion, already pale, grew even more so. Upon hearing Lady Jia's words, her complexion turned a ghostly white, a testament to her rising ire. Oh, how could I forget? Perhaps you might still conceive. After all, esteemed physician Zhang is your uncle. But even if you can conceive, what of it? Do you enjoy the emperor's favor? How often has he graced your palace with his presence? Lady Jia's sharp tongue is notorious, relishing in verbal sparring. She has always looked down upon the delicate Zhang Guipin, especially upon learning that Zhang Guipin became pregnant with the fourth prince merely 2 months after entering the palace. Reflecting on her own circumstances, having been in the palace for over half a year without any sign of pregnancy, jealousy inevitably arose. Whenever she encountered Zhang Guipin, she would always strike at her vulnerabilities. I say, you already have a son. Why continue to yearn for a daughter? Shouldn't you focus on nurturing the fourth prince? Why cling to that little princess? Give her to me. As she spoke, she reached out to snatch the child. Smack! Nguyen Yuan swiftly raised her hand and struck Lady Jia's cheek. Lady Jia was momentarily stunned. The women who had been watching the spectacle fell silent. Only Nguyen Yuan's hand continued to flail. Eek, eek, eek. Clearly, it was an accidental strike born of excitement. Lady Jia, feeling the awkwardness, stepped forward again. Smack! Nguyen Yuan delivered another slap. Afterward, she continued to babble. Giggly eek. This lady smells too good, not charming. Her sharp tongue is unappealing. And she scolded Our Lady Zhang. A lesson is in order. Oh, please give me Nguyen Yuan. The carefree princess had long desired to hold her daughter close. However, the palace ladies seemed enchanted, each insisting on cradling Nguyen Yuan. Initially, she was unaware of the underlying reasons, thinking it an occasion of joy. She refrained from offending anyone and endured. But after hearing Lady Jia's words, everything became clear. It turned out they all yearned for daughters, hence their eagerness to hold Nuanyuan. How could this be? They were siphoning off my daughter's blessings. What would become of her future? The carefree princess reclaimed Nuanyuan, refusing to share her with anyone. With a radiant smile, she remarked, "This little girl must see how much all the ladies adore her. She's become a bit unruly in her delight." "Lady Jia, are you well?" Lady Jia had only entered the palace a little over half a year ago. After her arrival, she had basked in favor and accolades. Well, had she ever been humiliated? Today, in front of so many people, she had been struck twice by a mere infant. Though it did not hurt, it was undeniably embarrassing. Moreover, Nuanyuan was not just any child. She was a child who could not be trifled with. No matter how furious Lady Jia felt, she could only force a smile. She tugged at the corners of her mouth and replied, "I'm fine. The little princess is simply spirited." Upon hearing this, Nuanyuan's eyes turned, and she regarded Lady Jia with curiosity. "Oh, what lovely earrings you have! But I have received so many gifts today. I shall not covet them just yet. However, do refrain from bouncing about. If you continue to bully others, I shall unleash my mischief." Nuanyuan had recently received an abundance of gifts. Each time the event concluded, she found herself numbed by her youth, unable to touch or utilize anything. Her only desire was to endure this banquet and return home to her slumber. Little did she know, before she could extend her own grasp, the claws of Lady Jia were already reaching out. "Come here, little princess, let me hold you." "No, I want to let you." As the cloying scent approached her, Nuanyuan repeatedly waved her hands in refusal. No," she chirped, shaking her hands towards Lady Jia. Instinctively, Lady Jia took a step back, her expression one of shock, seemingly frightened by the rejection. Seeing Lady Jia retreat, Nuanyuan's spirits lifted, and she smiled broadly. Meanwhile, Lady Jia, not only feeling affronted, but also seething with suppressed anger, cast a glance at concubine Zhang and began her petty sarcasm. "What bad luck! I wonder if concubine Zhang has put something in the little princess's drink? After she was held by her, she no longer wishes for anyone else to hold her." Concubine Zhang's complexion grew increasingly grim as she mustered her courage. "Lady Jia, one must have evidence when speaking. What status does the little princess hold? I cannot bear the blame for such serious accusations." "Then why is it that after you held her, she refuses to let me hold her? Speak up." Lady Jia was indeed a master of creating trouble, pressing concubine Zhang further. "If you cannot provide an answer, it implies you have resorted to unscrupulous methods." Nuanyuan decided she could no longer endure it. Unable to hold back, she let out a loud wail, employing her most potent weapon against this troublesome individual. Chapter 25. A contest of sarcasm. Nuanyuan's cries resonated loudly, instantly drawing the attention of those around her. To ensure everyone understood the reason for her outburst, she fixated her gaze on Lady Jia, too apprehensive to look away. Coincidentally, Lady Jia's earrings were far more exquisite than her own countenance. As she focused intently, her gaze inadvertently became fixated on Lady Jia's earrings. Though Lady Jia was accustomed to flaunting her favored status and seldom concerned herself with others' opinions, the current situation rendered her somewhat embarrassed, her cheeks flushing slightly. "What is happening? I merely criticized concubine Zhang. I have not offended the little princess. Why is she crying?" The carefree princess cast her eyes downwards, observing Nuanyuan's large eyes, which were devoid of tears. Noticing where Nuanyuan's gaze lingered, she quickly misinterpreted the situation. Could it be that this little money grubber coveted Lady Jia's earrings? The thought gave her a slight headache, yet she continued to glance at the earrings, contemplating finding a similar pair for her daughter to please this little girl. However, the women of the palace were astute. One of them, following the direction of the carefree princess's gaze, chuckled, "Those earrings that Lady Jia is wearing today are truly beautiful." "Indeed," Lady Jia replied, raising an eyebrow and touching her pearl earrings with a sense of pride, just as she was about to seize the opportunity to flaunt. "This is a gift from His Majesty." Little did she know that before the words could escape her lips, the concubine interjected. "The little girl seems to have taken a fancy to Lady Jia's earrings." "What?" Warm Treasure felt a jolt, eager to discern the speaker amidst the throng. However, The crowd around her was too dense, and the muffled laughter of those present rendered her incapable of identifying the source. "Ha ha," the lady remarked. "I did not intend any offense, but since you have spoken, shall I play along?" Warm Treasure pondered for a moment, then resolved, "Very well. After all, Lady Jia is rather unlikable, having bullied Lady Zhang all this while. It would do her good to receive a lesson." With this thought, Warm Treasure ceased her weeping and extended her tiny hand towards Lady Jia, beckoning, "Come here." Upon witnessing this, Lady Jia's expression shifted dramatically. Just then, the regal Lu Guifei, alerted by the commotion, approached. Her elevated status and proud demeanor made her averse to mingling with lower-ranked concubines. Thus she had remained by the emperor's side throughout the banquet. However, seeing Lady Jia stirring trouble, she felt compelled to intervene. With a soft chuckle, she sauntered over to Lady Jia, deliberately swaying her hips to nudge her aside, thereby claiming the space before Warm Treasure. "If the little princess desires it, why not offer it to her, Lady Jia?" Lu Guifei stated nonchalantly. Lady Jia stepped back, her countenance growing increasingly grim. "Oh, look at our little Warm Treasure. After more than 2 months apart, she still possesses such discerning taste." Immediately captivated by Lady Jia's exquisite pearl earrings, Lu Guifei completely disregarded Lady Jia and instead pinched Warm Treasure's little nose affectionately. Warm Treasure blinked, contemplating the abundance of support surrounding her. Indeed, while Lady Jia had a penchant for veiled barbs, Lu Guifei excelled at the art of subtle sarcasm. "Our little Warm Treasure has an eye for quality. Those earrings were a gift from your imperial uncle. It is said that the pearls were sourced from the kingdom of Nanqian, renowned for the finest pearls, as your mother would know. Should Lady Jia be reluctant to part with the earrings, fret not." As Lu Guifei continued, she removed a jade bracelet from her wrist, presenting it before Warm Treasure. "Here, Lu Guifei offers you this jade bracelet. Now, our Warm Treasure must cease her tears and behave." Warm Treasure felt almost enlightened. She had merely intended to teach Lady Jia a lesson, yet unexpectedly received a delightful surprise. Truly, Lu Guifei was remarkable. Warm Treasure's eyes sparkled as she reached for the jade bracelet, exclaiming, "Since you have offered it to me, I shall accept." "Thank you, Lu Guifei. You and your wonderful son are exceedingly generous." Warm Treasure's eyes transformed into crescent moons, her demeanor now completely contrasting with her earlier distress. "Who claimed she was unwilling to part with it?" Lady Jia glared at Lu Guifei, her teeth grinding in frustration, her rage nearly spilling from her eyes. "Lu Guifei, you old woman, is it merely jealousy over my youth and the emperor's favor that drives you to create trouble for me at every turn? I was merely pondering that I have worn this before, and it may not be suitable for the young princess. However, since she adores it and does not seem to mind, I shall bestow it upon her." Lady Jia swiftly removed the pearl earrings, her face aglow with delight as she approached Nuanyuan. "My dear princess, do take a look at this. These are earrings from Lady Jia. Do you find them beautiful?" Nuanyuan blinked and accepted the offering with glee. "Wow, such large pearls." Noticing Nuanyuan's joy, Lady Jia inquired further, "My dear princess, does Lady Jia treat you well? Do you like her?" Nuanyuan was engrossed in admiring the pearl earrings, not sparing a glance at Lady Jia. The onlookers stifled their laughter, realizing that while it was uncertain whether the princess liked Lady Jia, she certainly held a fondness for the exquisite earrings. Both the imperial concubine and Lady Jia were overly courteous. The young girl, seeing everything as a novelty, readily accepted whatever was given to her. Yet, the carefree princess, as Nuanyuan's mother, felt the need to uphold basic etiquette. With a smile, she gently declined. "These treasures are far too precious. Nuanyuan cannot accept them." "Why can't she?" Lady Lu shot a playful glare at the carefree princess. "What status does our little Nuanyuan hold? Even if it were the moon from the heavens, if she desired it, we would find a way to bring it down for her. They are merely material possessions. Can she not handle that?" She continued, "Let alone us elders. Even that young rascal, Jean Xian, would assert that Nuanyuan is our cherished gem, deserving of the finest things in this world." "Carefree princess, you must not be so modest." Lady Jia, unwilling to yield, chimed in, "When the princess turned 1 month old, I did not prepare a congratulatory gift for her. Now, at the 100-day banquet, it is only fitting that I present her with an additional token. Implicitly, she indicated that she had already prepared a gift for Nguyen, and these earrings were an extra offering. The ladies misunderstood me. I dare not suggest that this young girl cannot bear such gifts. The carefree princess laughed softly, patting Nguyen's back. I merely fear that everyone is spoiling her too much. We must not indulge her excessively. Isn't she our little princess of Shu? Shouldn't she be cherished? This time, Lady Jia took the lead, secretly competing with Lady Lu, and squeezed in front of Nguyen. My dear princess, look at your mother. Do you still fear that Lady Jia will spoil you? And what if I do spoil her? She is our little princess, and we delight in pampering her for a lifetime. Wouldn't you agree? At last, Nguyen lifted her gaze to regard Lady Jia, for her voice was too sharp and high-pitched. Although she was speaking to a child, it seemed as though she desired the entire world to hear. Nguyen pouted. My ears hurt. She glanced away. This neck ornament is quite nice. Stay away from me, or beware of your precious things. With that thought, Nguyen buried her head into the embrace of the carefree princess to escape the overwhelming scent. However, Lady Jia's obsession was too strong. She insisted on holding Nguyen. Even as she approached, she said to the carefree princess, Allow me to hold the young princess, please. Upon hearing this, Nguyen's heart sank. Still coming? In a hurry. She shook her head, released the pearl earrings, and reached for Lady Jia's neck. Oh no, hurry away. Don't come any closer. If you come any closer, I shall seize your belongings. The innocent little warm treasure merely intended to frighten Lady Jia away. After all, having already lost her pearl earrings, Lady Jia surely would not desire to part with anything else, would she? Yet, to her surprise, this Lady Jia appeared rather naive. Just moments before, she had been intimidating Zhang Guifei with her menacing demeanor, but now, in Warm Treasure's presence, she resembled a sweet and simpleton. Her face lit up in delight. Mistakenly believing that Warm Treasure desired a hug, she eagerly reached out, her eagerness akin to that of a child determined to snatch something away. The little princess is truly adorable. Those in the palace say that the little princess is a harbinger of fortune. A hug from her is sure to bless one with a daughter. Today, I must embrace the little princess. Oh no, I do not wish for your embrace. Your scent is overwhelming. I beg you, do not touch me, or I shall weep. Warm Treasure began to wail once more. The moment Lady Jia's hand grazed her, she instinctively resorted to her old trick. Startled, Lady Jia withdrew her hand, her face a mask of terror as she gazed at the carefree princess. What on earth? Why is she crying again? The carefree princess felt a pang of frustration. Remembering Warm Treasure's earlier gesture, she mistakenly suspected her daughter of coveting something else. This time, the carefree princess was unyielding. She deemed Lady Jia utterly lacking in discretion. Thus, to frighten her off, she deliberately proclaimed, It seems she has taken a fancy to the jade floral necklace around your neck, Lady Jia. What? Warm Treasure ceased her cries, her beautiful eyes wide with surprise as she looked at the carefree princess. No, mother, what are you thinking? I thought you knew me best. While your daughter may be greedy, it is not to that extent truly. The jade floral necklace adorning Lady Jia's neck was far more valuable than the pearl earrings. Carved from jade into delicate blossoms and set with golden edges, it formed a necklace that exuded opulence. The women surrounding them remained silent, all donning forced smiles as they awaited Lady Jia's reaction, particularly Lu Guifei. She jovially entertained Warm Treasure while deliberately ignoring Lady Jia, merely casting a sidelong glance with her enchanting phoenix eyes. Oh, the little wretch! How audacious of her to vie for my favor, presuming that her resemblance to my youthful self grants her the right to disrespect me. Now, I shall see how she handles this little sprite, Warm Treasure. The more Lu Guifei pondered, the more amused she became, and she assisted Warm Treasure in collecting the pearl earrings and jade bracelet, handing them to the matron accompanying the carefree princess. Little Warm Treasure, be good. Lu Nyang will help you free your hands. Lady Jia's jade floral necklace is rather hefty. It would require both your hands to lift it. As Lu Guifei spoke to Warm Treasure, her voice was laced with an unmistakable excitement. Warm Treasure looked at Lu Guifei, utterly unsure of how to respond. Lun Yang, you truly excel at providing support. Lady Jia, putting on a brave smile, felt a bittersweet pang in her heart. Since the little princess desires it, then let it be hers. She slowly removed the jade flower hairpin, intending to place it upon the warm treasure. However, before the hairpin could even touch the warm treasure, Imperial concubine Lu admonished, "Oh dear, clearly, you have never borne a child. Do you truly not know the weight of this jade flower? How small is the warm treasure? Can she bear such a burden?" With that, Imperial concubine Lu snatched the jade flower hairpin away and handed it to a nearby maid. She cheerfully cooed, "Little warm treasure. Let Lun Yang's people keep your jade flower safe for now. When you grow up and gain strength, we shall play with it again, shall we?" The warm treasure blinked and casually responded to Imperial concubine Lu, thinking, "Whatever you say goes, for I am but a tool at present. You engage in your intrigues. I shall simply gather some unexpected delights." The melodious sounds of silk and bamboo from the Taiha Hall continued, and the warm treasure felt increasingly dispirited. After a yawn, her eyes wandered listlessly. Suddenly, she noticed Jia Gairin standing before her, seemingly aggrieved. Aggrieved? Why? Just moments ago, she had appeared rather imperious in front of Zhang Guifei. Although Zhang Guifei held a higher rank, Jia Gairin had shown little respect, exhibiting a fearless demeanor toward Imperial concubine Lu. What has changed? Could she be afraid of me? Do I wield such power? The warm treasure stared intently at Jia Gairin, as if trying to unearth a flower from her gaze. Jia Gairin, feeling the weight of the warm treasure's stare, instinctively shifted aside. "What are you looking at, little warm treasure?" Imperial concubine Lu was quite cunning. She had already begun to wield the warm treasure as her weapon against Jia Gairin, showing no mercy in her pursuit. "Oh, is warm treasure eyeing Jia Gairin's hairpin?" The warm treasure replied, "What hairpin? I am not fixated on her hairpin." "Ah, but our little warm treasure has quite the discerning eye. That hairpin is indeed lovely." Imperial concubine Lu observed Jia Gairin with a feigned innocence, exclaiming, "Oh, is that a pearl hairpin? It complements the pearl earrings splendidly." Although the pearls on the hairpin were smaller, they were exquisite. "What do you think, Jia Gairin?" Jia Gairin appeared on the verge of tears. "What sin have I committed?" The warm treasure felt that Imperial concubine Lu was becoming rather tiresome. After yawning once more and allowing her eyes to drift around, she finally spotted the hairpin that Imperial concubine Lu had mentioned adorning Jia Gairin's coiffure. Indeed, it was exquisite, so much so that the little avaricious warm treasure had not noticed it sooner. However, she held little interest in such trinkets. She already possessed pearl earrings, and the pearls on those were quite substantial. Moreover, she had unexpectedly acquired the jade flower hairpin, which was sufficient. Observing Jia Gairin's woeful expression, she thought it was nearly enough. Let her learn a lesson. Yet, it was clear that Imperial concubine Lu had different intentions. This assistant had already altered the dynamics and would not easily let Jia Gairin off the hook. She incessantly whispered into the warm treasure's ear, "Oh dear, it seems our warm treasure shall not obtain the pearl hairpin after all. Jian Yang is unwilling to part with it." At this, the warm treasure could not help but roll her eyes. "If I can't have it, so be it. I had no desire for it in the first place." Who could have known that this dismissive glance would lead to a misunderstanding for Lady Jia? She mistakenly believed that little warm treasure rolled her eyes due to her reluctance to part with the cherished pearl hairpin. A chill enveloped her heart, driving her nearly to madness. She had adorned herself splendidly to captivate the emperor's attention. Tonight, she intended to summon him to her palace. Yet his gaze had yet to be drawn, and her exquisite adornments were nearly stripped away. The earrings had vanished, the jade flower necklace was gone, and now, was she to surrender the pearl hairpin as well? "Oh, dear little warm treasure, it seems that Lady Lu's words ring true. You, Lady Jia, are truly reluctant to part with your treasures." Lady Guifei, a master of stirring up intrigue, noticed the flicker of displeasure in Lady Jia's eyes and promptly began her teasing. "Oh, dear little warm treasure, such a pity. How can anyone not adore such an adorable little one?" Little warm treasure protested, Lady Lu, this isn't fair. Must you force your assistance upon me? Ah, dear warm treasure, do you now see? Lady Lu holds you dear. Others do not compare. Indeed, indeed, you and the second prince have been quite generous to me. Little warm treasure replied, pouting and on the verge of tears. All right, enough with the warm treasure. Must I weep as well? Lady Lu seemed intent on imparting a lesson to the younger generation, and little warm treasure was merely complying. Come now, let us resolve this swiftly. Cease your chatter and allow me a moment's respite. As little warm treasure began to cry, Lady Jia grew anxious. No, no, please don't cry. She quickly removed her hairpin and placed it in little warm treasure's hands. Here, take it, it's all yours. At that moment, the music and dance in the hall came to a halt. Little warm treasure's uncontrollable sobs echoed throughout the grand hall of Taiha. The emperor and the empress could no longer remain seated. When little warm treasure cried, their hearts felt as though they were crumbling, each one flustered. What is happening? The empress inquired. What is wrong? The emperor, accompanied by the empress, rushed over. Why is our little warm treasure crying? Come here, let father hold you. The Prince of Leisure dashed over in a flash, swiftly taking little warm treasure from the Princess of Leisure's arms. Oh dear, our little darling is crying so heartbreakingly. What troubles you? Don't cry, don't cry. He cradled her gently, patting her back. Did the crowd frighten you, or did someone bully my little warm treasure? Tell father, and I shall seek justice. What has happened to little warm treasure? The emperor arrived a moment too late to hold her, standing by inquiring. But before they could discern the situation, Lady Jia felt wronged. Your Majesty. She disregarded the empress at the emperor's side and approached him with a sulky tone. The little princess simply cries too easily. If anything is delayed in being given to her, she will weep endlessly. With that, she leaned closer, her voice sweet as honey. Look, Your Majesty, I have given the pearl earrings, the pearl hairpin, and the jade flower necklace you bestowed upon me to the little princess. Upon hearing Lady Jia's words, little warm treasure was initially taken aback, questioning within herself, what does this have to do with me? Am I merely a tool for others? Why does Lady Jia not address her bullying and arrogance stemming from her favored status, openly defying authority with her sarcastic remarks? At her age, is it not shameful to still resort to complaints? Perhaps she has yet to learn her lesson? As warm treasure pondered this, her sobs grew more intense, squeezing out 2 additional tears. Oh, how pitiful! Chapter 27. The desire to eliminate those who would marry my daughter, the emperor. Unable to bear the sound of warm treasure's weeping, felt his heart shatter at the sight of her crystalline tears. Anger surged within him. What? Has she suffered injustice? The emperor, a quintessentially straightforward man, unknowingly shattered Lady Jia's rosy illusions with his words. I know my little warm treasure well. She never cries without reason. You have upset her, and yet I have not chastised you. Yet you dare to blame warm treasure? Lady Jia's face turned pale with fear, her beautiful eyes misty, unable to shed tears in public. Her pitiful demeanor was incredibly moving. However, the emperor merely cast her a glance, as if he had not seen her at all. He addressed the surrounding concubines with a chilling voice. How old are you? And how old is warm treasure? Whatever she desires, you shall provide. It is but a trifle, and yet it has driven our precious gem to tears. How disgraceful! In the face of the emperor's wrath, no one dared to speak. The atmosphere in the Hall of Supreme Harmony grew so silent that one could hear a pin drop. Even warm treasure, who had been sobbing moments ago, ceased her cries, gazing at the emperor with wide, innocent eyes. Wow, this is what happens when Uncle Emperor becomes fierce. A tear still lingered on her long, fan-like eyelashes, complimenting her bewildered and innocent expression, melting the emperor's heart. He quickly expressed his concern, saying, Oh dear, my little warm treasure, do not cry. Uncle Emperor will reprimand them. The emperor was known for his quick temper, shifting from majestic dragon to a sweet, naive figure, smiling warmly at warm treasure. His voice softened as he spoke, dripping with affection. Even the empress, who had grown up alongside him, had never received such tender treatment. Uncle Emperor has already declared that our little warm treasure is a treasure of the heart. Whatever she wishes for, she may ask of you. If you dare refuse, Uncle Emperor will be the first to disagree. Upon hearing this, Warm Treasure's once dazed eyes sparkled with clarity, as if fireworks had burst into bloom, each flicker filled with wonder. Though it was not quite as simple as the Emperor suggested, asking others for what she desired, his words still enveloped Warm Treasure in a profound sense of happiness. An overwhelming happiness. After all, in this world, many are loved and some are favored, but few reach her level of affection. As the banquet progressed, Warm Treasure began to feel the essence of a birthday celebration. The weariness that had enveloped her vanished instantly, replaced by a spirited urge to dance. Yay, yay, yay. E.T. Warm Treasure excitedly shook her head, flailing her little hands and kicking her feet in delight. The adorable little figure instantaneously elicited laughter from those in the Hall of Supreme Harmony, successfully reviving the atmosphere of the banquet. Oh, my dear little treasure! The carefree prince, observing the excitement of the little one, mistakenly believed she was attentive to the Emperor's words. He adjusted his hold on her, allowing her a broader view of the gathering. As her eyes sparkled, she noticed a multitude of guests at the banquet, especially the ladies surrounding her, each more enchanting than the last, resembling either fish that could sink or flowers that could emerge from water. How fortunate her royal uncle was! As she marveled at the scene, a striking concubine appeared before her, brandishing a golden hairpin and showering compliments. This hairpin is quite exquisite. The little princess should surely adore it. With that, she pressed the hairpin into the palm of the little one, even taking a moment to caress her hand. The little princess felt a tad bewildered. Oh dear. It seemed she had been subjected to an unwelcome advance. Nonetheless, she had little time to dwell on such matters, as another concubine soon approached, presenting her with a pair of bloodstone earrings. Much like the previous flatterer, she too brushed against the little princess's hand. The little princess thought this felt rather peculiar. One by one, the concubines came forth, each touching her hand or palm. She found herself caught in a web of conflicting emotions. Should she feel elated or disheartened? Such unexpected gifts should bring joy. Yet why did she feel as though she had been taken advantage of? And significantly so. Glancing at her father, who seemed quite pleased, the little princess fell into a deep sea of self-doubt. Had she previously been too avaricious? Did her parents now think she had taken a fancy to some trinket? After several hours, the little princess returned home laden with gifts. At the end of the banquet, an astonishing 10 carriages followed behind, each brimming with her 100-day celebration presents. Indeed, how perfect this was! The emperor, reluctant to part with the little princess, watched as the carriages of the carefree prince's residence departed from the palace walls. As he gazed at the receding procession, a resolute decision formed in his mind. I shall construct a palace for little Warmth. Even if I cannot bring her to reside within the palace, surely I can find an excuse to have her stay for a few days throughout the year. Just as today, it is truly absurd that after such a splendid celebration, she must leave the palace at this hour. Within the palace, the emperor was secretly planning the construction, while outside, his dear brother, the carefree prince, was no different. However, in contrast to the emperor's grand designs, the carefree prince merely wished to expand his courtyard. The little courtyard he had prepared for his daughter seemed insufficient. He resolved to dismantle the wall to incorporate the adjoining yard. Observing his daughter's impressive knack for accumulating wealth, he felt an urgency to convert that yard into a storeroom exclusively for her treasures. Thus, he instructed Feng Hua, "You must keep a close watch on those 3 mischievous boys at home. They must not touch a single item belonging to their sister." The carefree princess nodded in agreement, fully supportive of his directives. "Ah, Chi, you speak the truth. These treasures belong to our darling daughter. Should the eldest, the second, or the third dare to lay a finger on them, they shall find themselves bereft of brides in the future." Such resolute declarations, as if the sons were not of our own blood. Fortunately, the 3 brothers, Wei Mu Hua, are ensconced in another carriage, spared from these piercing words. Otherwise, they would immediately form a troop to perform the act of shattering stones upon their chests. Ah, Chi, speaking of the treasures we acquired today, the carefree princess feels a pang of sorrow. Our daughter labored tirelessly to earn these treasures, shedding tears on numerous occasions. Indeed, the carefree king's heart aches, exclaiming, My heart is shattering. We must safeguard her treasures, ensuring they are returned to her, intact, when she matures. Absolutely, not a soul shall dare to touch them. The carefree king nods emphatically and addresses the warm treasure in his embrace, saying, "My dear little one, did you hear your father and mother? Rest assured, we shall protect your precious belongings. You must grow quickly, for only then can you guard your wealth. Perhaps it would be better if you grew a tad slower." The carefree princess, with a loving expression, muses, as a young lady, "You will eventually marry." Upon hearing this, the carefree king's spirits plummet, his nose tinged with sorrow. Goodness, it has only been 100 days. How can one bear to part with her? He fantasizes about punishing the one who will claim the warm treasure in the future. Chapter 28. The arrival of the third uncle. With the conclusion of the palace's 100-day feast, the carefree king's residence promptly hosts its own celebration. This day, the atmosphere in the carefree king's manor buzzes with excitement from the break of dawn. Lanterns and decorations adorn the space, awash in vibrant red, creating a scene of unparalleled festivity, reminiscent of a wedding celebration. As dawn breaks, the warm treasure awakens to find herself donned in a new attire, an exhausting ordeal indeed. Yet, her heart brims with joy. To receive gifts 2 days in a row, who can fathom such delight? The carefree king and queen understand their daughter's sentiments well, and they tenderly carry her outside to witness the endless stream of guests bearing delightful offerings. Although the warm treasure is still too young to utilize them, it is a pleasure for her to feast her eyes upon the bounty. Indeed, this little one revels in the lively atmosphere. As she observes the festivities, her excitement becomes palpable, her little limbs dancing in pure glee, nearly causing the carefree queen to lose her grip on her. The ambience of the banquet within the manor is far more relaxed than that in the palace. With esteemed guests gathered, toasting and exchanging pleasantries, what merriment abounds. The men indulge in libations and spirited discussions, while the women congregate, busily entertaining little warm treasure. Children gather in small groups, laughter and joy echoing around them. This is no grand affair of the nobility in the capital. It resembles a gathering of ordinary families celebrating with friends, unrestrained and exuberant. This delightful informality encapsulates the carefree king's usual demeanor. Oh, the little princess is truly beautiful. Her cheeks rosy, utterly charming. The princess's eyes are simply enchanting. Indeed, one glance reveals her to be a remarkably clever young lady. Ah, this lively little princess will surely bring joy to the manor in the days to come. The ladies of the noble Xianghua family surrounded the carefree princess and the little warm treasure, showering her with praises one after another, overwhelming the carefree princess with their adulation. Suddenly, a maid rushed in with an expression of excitement, exclaiming, "Your Highness, the prince has arrived." Realizing she had not been clear, she added, "It is the third prince. He has come from the southern Qian kingdom." A wave of clarity struck the carefree princess, as if her head had been struck by an unseen force. She sprang to her feet, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Who has come? Show her. Tell me who has arrived." The maid, named Xiu'er, was already in tears of joy, responding with a quivering voice, "Your Highness, it is the third prince. He is already at the door." The third brother. The carefree princess murmured, tears streaming down her cheeks. Ignoring the guests, she embraced the warm treasure and rushed outside, her steps filled with a giddy excitement. The carefree prince, seemingly engrossed in drinking with friends, was in fact attentively watching his wife and daughter. Upon witnessing the scene, he hastily set down his cup and caught up with the carefree princess, supporting her as he said, "Fenghua, slow down. There is no need to rush. The third brother has come." The carefree princess, frantic as a child, spoke through her tears. Drops of sorrow fell onto the warm treasure's face, watering her once more. However, this time, she remained obedient and did not complain, as she deeply felt her mother's profound yearning for her family from afar. "Mother, don't cry. It makes me sad," with the carefree prince supporting her. They had only taken a few steps when a tall figure clad in a deep blue robe adorned with cloud patterns appeared before them, weary yet regal. Third brother. The carefree princess's vision was blurred with tears, yet she recognized that familiar silhouette and called out, "Jiao Huangmei." The newcomer approached with a hearty stride and a bright smile. But upon seeing the carefree princess, his eyes also glistened with unshed tears. "Brother, third brother." The carefree princess cried as she threw herself into the arms of the third prince of the southern Qian kingdom, disregarding any notions of decorum. This was her beloved third brother, the family member she missed day and night, a luxury even to dream of. "Oh, dear girl." The third prince could no longer hold back and called her by her childhood nickname. His voice trembled, filled with a restrained warmth. "How old are you now? Why do you still cry like a child? Aren't you afraid the children will tease you?" He then patted her back gently, saying, "Come now. Let the third brother have a good look at our dear girl's tear-streaked face." The carefree princess was amused by the third prince's teasing and broke into laughter. "Third brother, why are you still so mischievous?" As she looked up at her brother, tears flowed once more. He had silver strands at his temples now, a stark contrast to the last time she saw him over a decade ago. The thought filled her heart with sorrow, making her cry even harder. She had completely forgotten that the last time she had seen the third prince was more than 10 years ago. "Oh dear, why are you crying again?" The third prince of the southern Qian kingdom smiled as he gently wiped away the tears from the eyes of the carefree princess, yet his own vision grew increasingly blurred. Throughout their lives, the brothers could never bear to see their beloved sister weep. After all these years, nothing had changed. "Little Nyonyo, do not cry." He patted her cheek reassuringly. "Today is Warm Treasure's 100-day celebration. We mustn't allow the guests to witness such a spectacle." The carefree princess did not wish to cry. After all, it was a rare occasion to see her family, and she longed to smile, to spare her loved ones any worry. Yet her eyes betrayed her, leaving her powerless to control them. Biting her lip, she endured until she finally asked, "Third brother, how did you come to be here?" "She sent a letter to the southern capital," replied the third prince, glancing at her husband beside her. "Indeed, my dear Nyonyo has chosen wisely." At his words, the carefree princess paused in surprise, turning to look at the carefree king, unable to stifle her tears any longer. She was aware of the letter he had sent to announce their joy, but she had not realized he had mentioned Warm Treasure's birth date and invited her family to come see her. With such a husband, what more could she desire? Her tears flowed freely, unabated. Seeing his sister in distress, the third prince attempted to lighten the mood, saying, "But dear Nyonyo, your husband can be quite stubborn. He invited me to attend Warm Treasure's first birthday, claiming we must perform the Joie Jo ceremony." "A first birthday? How long must we wait for that? I cannot bear the thought. If not for the delays in the mail, I would have arrived for the full month celebration." He then looked down at the child in the carefree princess's arms and asked, "Ah, is this Warm Treasure?" "Warm Treasure, I am your third uncle." "Yay!" Warm Treasure blinked and waved her tiny hands, exclaiming, "Hello, third uncle." "Oh dear, our little Warm Treasure looks so pitiful," the third prince noted, observing the tear-streaked face of the child. "Such lovely weather, yet your mother insists on showering you with tears, leaving your little face resembling that of a calico cat." Chapter 29. "This damned black history," Warm Treasure pouted. "Isn't that true? Thunder is just about to strike." The carefree princess, seeing her family, resembled a child herself. As she watched her elder brother tease her, she quickly wiped her tears and playfully said, "I am now the mother of 4 children. Could you grant me a modicum of dignity, especially in front of Warm Treasure, this clever little one?" The carefree princess was reluctant to let her see any of her vulnerabilities. "You still remember you are a mother of 4? Stop crying at once." The third prince lowered his voice, his tone dripping with affection. "Come, let's go inside. Your elder brother has traveled a great distance to see you. We cannot deny him even a cup of tea." With that, he instructed those behind him, "Quickly, bring everything inside." The guests were all engrossed in witnessing the reunion of the siblings. After all, in the kingdom of Shu, everyone knew that the carefree princess was the most cherished princess of the southern Qian kingdom. Now, after so many years of her marriage to Shu, her family could finally see her, and it stirred deep emotions among the onlookers. Thus, no one noticed the peculiar items behind the third prince. Until the third prince of the southern Qian kingdom spoke, the crowd noticed the 2 rows of guards standing behind him. The guards formed an endless line, and between every 2 guards, there lay a wooden box. As the third prince's voice faded, The guards filed in like a stream, carrying box after box into the courtyard. Soon, the courtyard was filled to the brim. The tears that the carefree princess had managed to suppress began to flow anew. She did not need to inquire. Merely gazing at the heavy wooden boxes was enough to discern the intentions of her family. "Hold your tears for now," the third prince of the southern Qian kingdom remarked upon seeing the princess weep again. "Not all of these items are meant for you." He surveyed the courtyard filled with boxes and estimated, "Well, you, Ah Chi, and those three little rascals will each receive only 2 boxes. The remainder, however, is all for our little warm treasure." Upon hearing this, Warm Treasure's eyes sparkled like stars. "Wow, Uncle is so wonderful." The 3 brothers, Wei Mu Hua, also expressed their joy in unison. "Thank you, Uncle." After all, having any gifts was enough. They cared not for the quantity. "You little rascal," the third prince, hearing the enthusiastic gratitude, finally noticed the Wei brothers. He patted Wei Mu Hua on the shoulder and said, "Is that you, Mu Hua? You've grown so much. The last time I saw you, you were just a year old. You were grasping for books and pens, weren't you? And you made quite a scene when you wet yourself on the grasping ceremony stage." The laughter erupted from Wei Si Hua and Wei Qing Hua, and even Warm Treasure could not contain her excitement, wearing an expression of a curious bystander. It turned out that big brother had such a glorious tale. Wei Mu Hua maintained a polite smile, yet his heart felt barren. "You truly are a splendid uncle. Are these Si Hua and Qing Hua?" the third prince inquired, glancing at the cheerful brothers. "Indeed, they have grown into handsome young men." He then turned to the carefree princess, saying, "Si Hua resembles his father immensely. Even at this tender age, one can discern his charming demeanor. It is hard to imagine that he wet his pants at the age of 5 due to a stubborn belt buckle." This time, it was Wei Mu Hua and Wei Qing Hua who erupted in laughter. Wetting oneself due to a stubborn belt? Huh, that is indeed a glorious story. Warm Treasure chimed in, "Wow. Second brother, how embarrassing to wet your pants at 5. Wei Si Hua felt a whirlwind of thoughts as he glanced at the large wooden boxes in the courtyard. Suddenly, the 2 boxes intended for him did not seem as appealing. "Dear uncle, is this really how you should greet me on our first meeting? Uncle, how do you know second brother wet his pants?" Wei Qing Hua, the youngest and most mischievous of the 3 brothers, was particularly intrigued by his brother's embarrassing pasts. He approached their uncle, embracing him with innocence, and asked, "Have you ever seen second brother? What does it matter if I've seen him or not?" The third prince stroked Wei Qing Hua's head and replied, "Your mother will write to us." The implication was unmistakable. The 3 brothers Wei Mu Hua turned their attention to the carefree princess. "Mother, could you please provide an explanation? Mother, you truly possess an exquisite talent for writing letters. Mother, where on earth did you manage to gather us 3 brothers? Is it too late for us to roll back home?" Coughing lightly, the carefree princess shot a playful glare at the third prince of the southern Qian kingdom. "Elder brother, what was the need to unearth old matters?" The princess, filled with nostalgia, naturally penned more letters. Moreover, given that the southern Qian kingdom was concerned about her and the children's well-being, how could she not clarify everything? She couldn't help but write about when the children learned to walk and the amusing incidents that transpired. She wished to reassure her family, as if she had never moved far away and was always by their side. Yet, who would have thought that this person's memory was so remarkable? How long ago had those events taken place? And yet, they were still being brought up. The third prince of the southern Qian kingdom sensed his sister's signal and realized he had perhaps spoken too much, considering the children had grown up. He then attempted to shift the conversation. "By the way, what happened to your front tooth, Qing Hua?" He directed his gaze towards Wei Qing Hua and inquired. "Ah." Wei Qing Hua instinctively gasped, quickly covering her mouth. When she glanced at the third prince of the southern Qian kingdom again, her eyes were filled with indignation. "Humph, you troublesome uncle. Why bring that up? I won't talk to you anymore." With that, Wei Qing Hua stormed off in a huff. As for Wei Mu Hua and Wei Si Hua, they wanted to laugh, but feared invoking the carefree king's memories, thus stifling their amusement. As the saying goes, the wheel of fortune turns, and who can escape the heaven's judgment? In front of this uncle, the 3 brothers felt collectively defeated. The third prince of the southern Qian kingdom looked bewildered, not understanding what he had said wrong. "Is it just a tooth?" "It's only a tooth. She's only 7. Hasn't she yet lost her baby teeth? If it's gone, it's gone. It will grow back in a few months. After saying this, he consciously redirected the topic. By the way, Nyo, your eldest and second sisters, as well as your 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th brothers, all wish to visit you. However, there are matters in the southern capital that require attention, so only one of us could come. I, your 3rd brother, was lucky enough to draw the short straw. Chapter 30. This gift is simply extraordinary. As the 3rd prince of the southern Qian kingdom spoke, he pointed towards the wooden boxes in the courtyard. These items were prepared for you by our father and several of us siblings. He then lowered his voice and added, "There's your favorite glutinous rice wine." Glutinous rice wine. Before the carefree princess could respond, when Bao smacked her lips. Wow, glutinous rice wine is so delicious. Saliva bubbled over her lips, bursting forth. Much to the amusement of the 3rd prince of the southern Qian kingdom, who laughed heartily. Ha! This little girl is just like her mother, so young, yet already knows how to crave wine. Finally, the 3rd prince of the southern Qian kingdom entered the house, weary from travel. After sharing a drink with everyone, he did not pause to rest. Instructing those beside him, he said, "Go and open the box so our little Nuanyuan can see her gifts." Nuanyuan shivered with anticipation. The moment she had been waiting for had finally arrived. "Come, let's unveil them." At the master's command, the guards outside promptly began to unbox. Observing Nuanyuan's excitement, the 3rd prince of the southern Qian kingdom couldn't help but chuckle. He bent down to tease her. "My dear little heart, your uncle has brought you an abundance of gifts. For your full moon and your 100 days, everything combined. You must be obedient, understand? Be good and do not trouble your mother, lest you make her toil too hard. If you are well behaved, your uncle will shower you with splendid treasures." "Yay!" Nuanyuan blinked repeatedly. "All right, uncle, I will be good." As the wooden boxes were opened one by one, the voice of the officiant resonated from outside. "From the 3rd prince of the southern Qian kingdom, we present 2 jars of imperial wine, 10 jars of Lingnan glutinous rice wine, 10 pieces of Cantonese embroidery, 10 boxes of white pearls, 10 boxes of colored pearls, 10 shops in the southern capital, 10 estates, 100 acres of fertile land, 100,000 taels of gold, 10 gold necklaces, and 10 silver necklaces." The officiant read from a lengthy list, his voice growing hoarse by the end. The guests present were left in awe, utterly captivated by the generosity of the 3rd prince. Setting aside other matters, let us focus on the pearls. Who is unaware of the exceptional quality of pearls from the southern Qian kingdom? Just yesterday in the palace, Lady Jia lamented the rarity of the pearls adorning her earrings and hairpin. Now, merely a day later, the little princess has received a staggering 20 boxes of pearls. 20 boxes, 10 boxes of white pearls, and 10 boxes of colored pearls, each brimming to the top. Every pearl is large, plump, and radiates a delightful luster. Such exquisite pearls, even possessing just 1 or 2 to embellish a piece of jewelry, would bring immense joy. Should fortune favor one with a few more, crafting a bracelet would be an extraordinary achievement. But to receive 20 boxes, such a bounty is truly a once-in-a-lifetime spectacle. Moreover, consider the shops and estates in the southern capital of the southern Qian kingdom. Their treasures one can only dream of. Who does not recognize the unparalleled prosperity of the southern Qian kingdom? It consistently ranks first among the 4 nations. In the southern capital, the royal city of the southern Qian is bustling and vibrant beyond imagination. To acquire 10 shops in the southern capital is a coveted dream for many. What is most astonishing is that within these gifts lie not only rare and valuable items, but also heartfelt affection painstakingly prepared. Take, for instance, the wines and a box of eggs. Although the southern Qian kingdom is a neighbor of the Shu kingdom, the journey remains long. To transport such an array of gifts intact demonstrates immense thought and effort. Upon hearing the officiant conclude the list, the Princess Yao Yao, the 3rd prince's beloved sister, felt a mix of emotion, both touched and sorrowful. The distance traveled to deliver such a generous array of gifts made her heart ache. No, do not utter words of gratitude. The 3rd prince knew his sister too well. Once thanks were spoken, tears would inevitably follow. Thus, she hurriedly extended her hand to intervene, stating, I have already mentioned that most of these congratulatory gifts belong to Little Warm Treasure, and none are intended for you. If there is gratitude to express, it shall wait until Little Warm Treasure can speak for herself. There is no need for you to substitute. After saying this, she playfully teased Warm Treasure. Isn't that right? Dear Warm Treasure, our little darling can certainly speak, can't she? Yes, yes. Thank you, grandfather. Thank you, uncle. Thank you, Annie. Warm Treasure had yet to see the gifts, but simply hearing the names on the list made her mouth water. It was quite chilly. Warm Treasure, feeling somewhat helpless, attempted to slurp but failed. Her comical facial expression brought tears of laughter to everyone present. Oh dear, what a lively little treasure. Who is that? The third prince of the South Qian Kingdom chuckled for a while before pointing to the congratulatory gifts outside. The Emperor and Empress have stated that you have a Qi to look after you in Shu country. The Emperor and Empress of Shu treat you exceptionally well. You live quite comfortably there, so we have not prepared silver or jewelry for you. Those 10 jars of glutinous rice wine, however, are perfectly packed into 2 boxes. All for you. He added, this glutinous rice wine was personally brewed by your eldest royal sister. You know she loves her wine. It must be exquisite. Your eldest royal sister brewed it? How considerate of her. The carefree princess beamed with surprise, wishing she could open a jar right away. But after a moment's reflection, she ultimately restrained her impulse. Perhaps not. There are so many guests. I cannot bear to share. For Achi, there were 2 boxes of fragrant taro from Lixian. The third prince of the South Qian Kingdom glanced at the carefree king and suddenly found this brother-in-law somewhat displeasing. Although his sister was living well, he oscillated between liking and disliking the man who had taken her away. Thus, he casually remarked, he is certainly not lacking in anything. If he truly cannot think of what to send, this will have to do. The carefree king, upon hearing this, responded with a beaming smile. Many thanks to the emperor and my royal siblings. I adore Lixian's taro. His eyes sparkled with delight. The crafty expression he wore was reminiscent of a larger version of Warm Treasure. This brother-in-law truly is stubborn. In his days in the South Qian Kingdom, the carefree king often indulged in taro. At court banquets, he had even snatched fried taro from the table of the 5th prince. This incident was well known among the royal family of South Qian. It was clearly because the carefree king loved taro that they had gone to such lengths to transport it. Yet he still refused to acknowledge it. Uncle, what about me? Just moments ago sulking, Wei Qinghua now clung to the side of the 3rd prince of the South Qian Kingdom. What have grandfather, Annie, and my uncles prepared for me? Her bright, shiny eyes darted about in eager anticipation. Oh, I can hardly wait. You? The 3rd prince of the South Qian Kingdom tapped Wei Qinghua's forehead and said, go outside. You can find out for yourself. With a yawn, he added, just 2 boxes of wood, all for you. Chapter 31. Is the Wolf Tooth Club good? Wei Qinghua, the leg she had just lifted, immediately retreated. Wood? Well, that will suffice. The small boy indeed showed a commendable level of understanding. Upon hearing it was made of wood, despair instantly washed over him. It will be better not to see it. It might just be a wooden stick, crafted solely for the purpose of striking me. What? Do you still look down upon wooden objects? The 3rd prince of the Southern Qian Kingdom, witnessing this, could not help but raise his voice. Oh, what a pity it would be to disregard your uncle's good intentions. For several consecutive days, he had tirelessly carved wooden swords, wooden windmills, and wooden toys. Before he could finish his words, Wei Qinghua had vanished. In the courtyard, a small figure was darting around a wooden box, muttering, Where's my wood? Where has my wood gone? Wei Muhua and Wei Sihua exchanged glances filled with disdain. Your brother is truly embarrassing. No, he is your brother. In any case, when it comes to the speed of slapping faces, no one can surpass Wei Qinghua. What Wei Sihua received was a chest filled with music books and several flutes. The 3rd prince of Southern Qian continued, Your mother mentioned in her letter that you, like your father, have a fondness for music. Thus, we have gathered some music books and crafted several flutes for you. There are jade flutes, bamboo flutes, stone flutes, wooden flutes, and bone flutes. Try them out and use whichever one you prefer. Upon hearing this, Wei Sihua's face lit up with joy. Yes. Thank you, grandfather and aunts. And uncles. No, there's no need for thanks. If anyone should be thanked, it is yourselves. The third prince waved his hand and said, You little rascal truly knows how to choose your rebirth, landing in your mother's womb. Everyone remarked, This third prince of southern Qian is indeed quite humorous. Oh, and Muhua. After addressing Wei Sihua, he turned to Wei Muhua. What was prepared for Muhua was a chest of ancient texts along with several brushes and an inkstone. The third prince looked at Wei Muhua and said, You are a lover of books, sure to delve into the matters of the past and present. This time, we have gathered all the ancient texts we could find from the southern Qian kingdom just for you. He added, The brushes were personally crafted by your uncles, and the inkstone was your grandfather's favorite during his youth, still preserved in perfect condition. Your grandfather said these are not rare or precious items, but they carry heartfelt significance. Yes, thank you, grandfather, aunts, and uncles. Wei Muhua felt a warm sensation in his heart, deeply moved. For Muhua, the affection and care of his family were the most precious treasures in the world. Among the three brothers, Wei Muhua, being the eldest, naturally comprehended the meaning behind his uncle's gifts the best. Very good. You, my boy, bring much comfort to your uncle. The third prince of southern Qian looked at Wei Muhua with eyes filled with admiration. Your grandfather wants you little rascals to know that even if your grandfather is far away in southern Qian, we are always thinking of you and your mother. Ah, uncle, what is this? Just as they were conversing in the hall, a sudden shout from Wei Qinghua broke through from outside the courtyard. Everyone turned to look, only to see Wei Qinghua holding a wooden spike club, his face filled with despair. What happened to the wooden sword and wooden windmill? Why is there a club? And why is a spike club? Wei Qinghua, though a bit unruly, possesses a fundamental self-awareness. At the mere sight of the spike club, he instinctively recalled moments of being beaten. Consequently, he couldn't help but clench his little behind and hastily toss the weapon aside. This plaything was far beyond his capacity to handle. Could it not simply vanish into thin air? With that thought, he stole another glance at the third prince of the southern Qian kingdom. And what about this uncle? Might he also disappear along with it? Ah, the spike club. The third prince of southern Qian, upon noticing the weapon, turned his gaze toward the carefree king and his consort, remarking, That contraption is quite intriguing. I had your fourth brother craft it specifically for you. If Qinghua behaves, he may have the opportunity to practice with it. If not, you might as well take turns with it. Its uses are numerous, after all, and it shall never go to waste. A burst of laughter erupted from the crowd upon hearing this. Indeed, he was a true uncle. Now, as for the rest of your possessions, the third prince continued, lowering his gaze thoughtfully, the remaining items, estates, shops, pearls, gold, belong entirely to our little Warm Treasure. Upon hearing this, Warm Treasure's eyes widened in astonishment. Wow, I've struck it rich. The 2 jars of imperial wine were crafted by the emperor himself. The third prince pointed to a particularly conspicuous golden wooden box, stating, This contains the wine from the emperor's first brewing attempt, which he honed for several days alongside the eldest princess. Although he mentioned it may not be of the finest quality, it is a gesture of affection. After your tasks are complete, ensure to bury it in a suitable location. When our little Warm Treasure gets married, it shall be unearthed. Having said this, he turned to the carefree princess, saying, The emperor has long regretted not being able to brew a special wine for you at the time of your birth. Now that you have a daughter, it can be seen as a form of recompense. How is His Majesty's health? The carefree princess had not seen her father in far too long, and the mere mention of the emperor's name rendered her momentarily overcome with emotion. He is in good health. The third prince smiled warmly at his sister, adding, currently, Your 7th brother oversees the affairs of the court. The emperor attends morning court only 2 or 3 times a year, reviewing a handful of memorials. Most of the time, he is contentedly tending to his poultry and cultivating vegetables in the palace, living quite blissfully. He then gestured toward another striking red wooden box, saying, Do you see that? It's filled with eggs, all laid by the emperor's chickens, an entire box full. He insists that our little Warm Treasure must have red eggs on her 100th day. No other eggs can compare to those from his chickens, and he insisted I bring them along, fearing they might spoil if cooked. I was left in a constant state of anxiety, nearly cradling them to sleep. The third prince's words plunged the assembly into silence. Among the guests were several ladies who had married far from home, their eyes already misty. It has been said that royal families are often devoid of affection. Yet, what they witnessed was a profound and weighty love. Even the little warm treasure gazed with wide, captivated eyes, yearning to meet her grandfather and those aunts and uncles. How immensely loving they seemed. Yet, upon reflection, she couldn't help but feel a twinge of confusion. Why do my grandfather and the others appear so leisurely? They either raise chickens and ducks, or brew wine, or engage in carpentry. How blissful! Chapter 32. I shall treat you to candies. Time flies like a fleeting gallop. In the blink of an eye, Warm Treasure has turned 1 year old. Over the past 6 months, after countless acts of charm and flattery, the three-way brothers can finally visit their sister openly. This isn't due to the carefree king's change of heart, allowing his sons to see Warm Treasure. Rather, it's because she has grown, her performance improving day by day. Whenever her brothers come to see her, she giggles and reaches out for their embrace, radiating sheer joy. Yet, when it comes to the carefree king, she pouts, casts sidelong glances, and feigns distress. At times, she would even plaintively accuse him. Daddy is bad. I want my brothers. After repeating this several times, the carefree king nearly succumbed to the sting of his daughter's disdain. Daddy is bad? You want your brothers? Oh dear. My precious Warm Treasure no longer loves her father. Though resentment brewed within, for the sake of his daughter's happiness, the carefree king ultimately acquiesced. Once granted permission, the three brothers eagerly flocked to Warm Treasure, visiting her thrice daily without fail, as if clocking in. Indeed, our sister has grown. She has become ever more beautiful. The carefree king, feeling neglected, retorted, Is it necessary for you to say that? There are no blind people in our home. Has her eyelashes grown longer? Just like our mother. How lovely. The defiant, carefree king interjected. She clearly resembles her father. Oh no, my sister bit me, exclaimed the surprised, carefree king. My daughter is teething. What do you expect? To be bitten by her is indeed a blessing. Warm Treasure's face, round and rosy, no longer resembled that of a newborn. She was no longer akin to a little old lady. Wei Qinghua gazed at Warm Treasure for an extended period before uttering a remark that clashed starkly with the atmosphere. The carefree king could no longer contain himself and hurled the toy at him. You are the little old man. When you were born, you were yellow, thin, ugly, and wrinkled, utterly hideous. He then added, at 2 years old, you still look dreadful like a foul monkey. Father, the foul monkey is also your creation. Wei Qinghua quickly ducked behind Wei Muhua, unafraid, and retorted, What do I have to fear with an elder brother? Wei Muhua straightened his posture, gradually sidling away. You made this mess. Deal with it yourself. I want to shield you. Brother. Wei Qinghua stared at the vanishing shield before him, dumbfounded. Are you truly my biological brother? As he pondered, another toy was hurled his way, striking him squarely on the forehead, leaving him somewhat dazed. You foul monkey! If you speak nonsense again, I shall pretend you were never born. Amidst this, Warm Treasure, seated on a wool blanket, licked a candy figure, revealing her adorable little teeth. Silly monkey, hee. No, it's foul monkey. Wei Qinghua rubbed his forehead and hurriedly ran behind Warm Treasure, using her as a shield. Now, surely father wouldn't dare throw anything at me. Warm Treasure chimed in with her third brother. Come, foul monkey. Wei Qinghua leaned down to look at Warm Treasure, earnestly teaching her, foul monkey. Warm Treasure pouted and cast a reproachful glance at Wei Qinghua. Of course, I know it's the stinky monkey, but as soon as I open my mouth, everything changes. In a fit of playful defiance, she imitated the carefree prince and launched a personal attack at Wei Qinghua. However, as soon as the words left her lips, she couldn't help but find it amusing. Consequently, she began to dance joyfully, completely forgetting the candy figurine in her hand. Alas, in her exuberance, the candy figurine disintegrated. With a soft thud, it fell to the ground. Warm Treasure stared blankly at her hand. Oh dear, now there's nothing but a stick left. What a tragic turn of events. Wei Qinghua shrugged, amusement dancing in his eyes as he looked at her. Oh dear, which little girl was twisting and turning, causing her candy figurine to vanish? Just look at it, what a pity. Now there's nothing left to eat. Warm Treasure retorted. The candy figurine is pitiful enough without you mocking me. She glanced at the stick in her hand and then down at her small feet. Finally, she bent down to pick up a piece of the candy that had fallen and offered it to Wei Qinghua, her big eyes sparkling with anticipation. Brother, please eat the candy. It's delicious. Wei Qinghua's lips twitched, his expression frozen in disbelief. Why are you treating me this way? You truly are my dear sister. At that moment, the second brother, Wei Sihua, couldn't resist chiming in, hurry and eat. This is a gift from your sister. Wei Qinghua shot a resentful look at Wei Sihua. Unfazed, Wei Sihua continued, little brother, don't take your blessings for granted. Who else gets to enjoy their sister's candy? She gives it to you out of love. Wei Qinghua replied, would you like this love if it were offered to you? Yet, with the carefree prince's gloomy gaze fixed upon him, he felt compelled to comply. Reluctantly, he leaned forward and obediently opened his mouth. Fine, I suppose my sister's feet are not so bad. Seeing this, Wei Muhua and Wei Sihua exchanged knowing glances, quietly chuckling. However, before their smiles could fade, the carefree prince added, make sure to give some to your elder brother and second brother as well. We must not waste it. Warm Treasure looked at the mischievous prince and conceded. Very well. It truly cannot go to waste. She then picked up another piece of candy from the blanket and presented it to Wei Sihua. Here you go. Wei Sihua paused, bewildered. What is this? How can there be some for me? When the second brother hesitated, Warm Treasure resolutely declared, if you want to eat it, then I will. Wei Sihua flashed a polite smile, gently coaxing her. Warm Treasure tilted her head adorably and said, Father says the second brother should have some too. My candy is so sweet. Observing that Wei Sihua was also caught in the same predicament, Wei Qinghua quickly came to Warm Treasure's aid. He elongated his voice in exaggerated fashion. Our little sister is truly delightful and considerate. She even thinks of her brothers. Second brother? You wouldn't deny Warm Treasure the chance to care for you, would you? Quickly, eat up. It's very sweet. With that, he further encouraged Warm Treasure, saying, Warm Treasure, dear, after attending to the elder brother and the second brother, there still remained the father, so one must not show favoritism. As she spoke, she subtly gestured to the little one, Nuanbao. Observing the similar mischievousness in those around her, she decided to embrace the moment and engage in some spirited fun. With a sweet voice, Nuanbao cheerfully responded and promptly stuffed a piece of candied figurine into Wei Sihua's mouth. Next, this little sprite shifted her bottom back a bit, retrieving 2 more pieces of the sugary treat from the blanket. With one in each hand, she turned to the carefree king and Wei Muhua, declaring, Father, let's share some candy. Faced with such an adorable gesture, how could they, as father and elder brother, possibly refuse? Wei Muhua reacted swiftly, leaning in to accept the smaller piece of candy with his mouth. After savoring it, he exclaimed, Nuanbao's candy is truly sweet. Thank you, Nuanbao, you're such a good girl. With a gleeful smile, Nuanbao tilted her head back, her eyes sparkling with joy. Father, your turn. Realizing he had no choice, the carefree king found himself with only the larger piece of candy remaining in Nuanbao's hand. Gazing at the sticky confection and then at Nuanbao's eyes, which shone like stars, he extended his hand, intending to accept the treat. Our precious little one is so obedient. Let father have a taste. However, Nuanbao's tiny hand flung the candy away, stumbling into the carefree king's embrace instead. Here, let me feed you, father, she exclaimed, bringing the sugary morsel to his lips. Open wide, with a resigned expression. The carefree king thought, well, it seems I have no choice but to indulge. He opened his mouth and took a bite of the candy. What began as an attempt to tease his sons ended with him ensnared in the same delightful trap. Nuanbao clapped her hands in excitement as she watched her father and brothers enjoy her offering. Tilting her little head and blinking her big eyes, she asked, Father, shall we share some more? Her exaggeratedly cute expression was utterly irresistible. The 4 of them nodded in unison. Let us share. I just 1 year old. Little Nuanbao was at the stage of babbling and could already articulate some charmingly unclear phrases. When playing alone, she would chatter incessantly, and with company, she was even more animated. Suddenly, she dashed in front of Wei Muhua, gently touching his face. Big brother is handsome, she sang, her voice elongated like a little tune. Then, She rushed in Wei Sihua's arms, saying, "Second brother, give me a kiss," and planted a peck on him. Next, she turned her attention to Wei Qinghua, who had opened his arms, ready to receive her affection. But instead, Nuanbao lifted her little head, chuckled, and declared, "Third brother, you silly monkey." Wei Qinghua could hardly contain himself, puffing up with indignation, yet unable to scold Nuanbao. Instead, he mustered the courage to plead with the carefree king. "Father, could you please stop her from talking? What nonsense is being spoken? It makes my head ache." The carefree king is still savoring the sweetness in his mouth. It seems that the sugary treat, while undeniably cloying, possesses an indefinable flavor that eludes description. Just as irritation swelled within, Wei Qinghua collided with him. He cast a fleeting glance at his youngest son and instinctively tightened his grip on the nearby spike club. This very club was a gift from the third prince of the southern Qian kingdom during the 100-day celebration of the warm treasure, purportedly intended for Wei Qinghua as practice. Should he behave? Yet, regardless of whether Wei Qinghua complied, the club was never meant for him. Shortly after the third prince departed, the carefree king confiscated the club, lamenting that such a fine weapon was not crafted from iron nails. Can you hear that? Truly, this is a biological father. Chuckling, Wei Qinghua gazed at the club, promptly donning an appropriate smile as he retreated step by step. "Please, father, I merely spoke a bit too freely, lacking any ill intent." The carefree king had yet to utter a word, merely bestowing upon Wei Qinghua a silent threat. At that moment, the carefree queen entered from outside. Observing the scene within, she inquired, "What is wrong with the third one now?" "Mother." Wei Qinghua dashed to the side of the carefree queen, clinging to her waist without letting go. Upon witnessing this, the carefree king swiftly released the spiked club, yet he took the opportunity to voice his grievances. He spoke ill of the warm treasure, criticizing her unclear speech. "Oh, how can you disparage your sister?" The carefree queen shot Wei Qinghua a reproachful glance, stating, "Our little warm treasure is quite clever. Isn't she? At just 10 months, she could call out father and mother. By 11 months, she was already addressing her brother. Now, at merely 1 year old, she articulates so many words. As her brother, you should be praising her instead. I do wish to praise her, but she has learned bad habits from father. Calling me a stinky monkey." Wei Qinghua pouted, beginning to complain. Yet her words are still unclear. "It sounds quite unpleasant, doesn't it?" After a moment, he asked, "Mother, when will my sister be able to speak properly? She keeps calling me pot, and no matter how I try to teach her, she just doesn't understand. After a while, I can't help but feel like I am a pot." Coughing softly, Wei Muhua, who had been listening nearby, found it somewhat amusing. However, to avoid stirring trouble, he held his tongue, secretly pondering. "If you are a pot, then what does that make me? The one who strikes the pot?" Even little warm treasure felt a bit miffed. "Third brother, I'm speaking normally. I'm just still young, and my tongue gets tangled." Fortunately, the carefree queen never failed to uplift warm treasure. It seemed as if she had not heard Wei Qinghua's complaints at all, focusing instead on his disparaging remarks about warm treasure. "You little rascal, cease mocking your sister. When you were small, your speech was even less coherent." With that, she turned to the carefree king and Wei Muhua, asking, "Do you all remember? The third one didn't begin calling out father and mother until he was about 1 year and 3 or 4 months old." 1 year and 4 months. The carefree Wang, without a moment's hesitation, replied, "It's too late. Others have already enjoyed the warmth of their treasures for half a year. I thought he was merely a little mute." "Indeed, this matter is etched in my memory." Wei Muhua also chimed in, chuckling. "Father and mother mentioned that I first spoke at 1 year and 2 months of age. The second brother was 1 year and 1 month, right? Thus, by the time the third one came along, we all assumed he would not speak at all." Wei Sihuan nodded thoughtfully and inquired, "So why does he now disdain warm treasures, unclear enunciation? Shouldn't he be critical of himself instead?" Wei Qinghua sighed heavily, feeling utterly despondent. He slowly released his hold in the carefree Wang Fei, despairingly scratched his head, and fell into deep contemplation, bombarding himself with questions. Why does he criticize warm treasure? Why does he run to mother to complain? Why bring this topic to light? Why subject himself to such humiliation? Ah, how perplexing. He, dear friend. A comforting embrace. Warm Treasure, observing Wei Qinghua's gloomy demeanor, found it both amusing and pitiful. She hurriedly scrambled to her feet and, stumbling, rushed towards Wei Qinghua, wrapping her arms around his leg. 3. Don't be sad. Boys naturally take a few months longer than girls to speak. Chapter 34. Fear of receiving gifts. The carefree Wang Fu hosted another banquet. This time, it was to celebrate Warm Treasure's first birthday. The celebration should have taken place half a month prior. However, this summer's rains were even more relentless than last year's. The tempestuous winds and torrential downpours rendered the skies as if they had burst. Rain cascaded down for several consecutive days without respite. The streets were inundated, transforming into flowing rivers. The common folk struggled to navigate their daily lives, let alone the Wang Fu hosting a banquet. Wouldn't that invite misfortune upon Warm Treasure? Thus, they waited and waited. Finally, when the rain ceased and a propitious day was chosen, they managed to reschedule Warm Treasure's birthday celebration. The festivity took place within the Wang Fu. It remains a mystery how the carefree Wang managed to persuade the palace to forego their opportunity to host this event. In any case, joy permeated the Wang Fu from top to bottom. Just like the previous 100-day banquet, the place was adorned with lanterns and decorations, exuding an atmosphere of celebration. However, this time, the guest list was not as extensive as for the 100-day banquet. Only a few close friends and royal relatives were invited to partake in the joyous occasion and witness Warm Treasure's gathering ceremony. It is said that small children can be quite particular. The earlier 100-day banquet had already been lavishly arranged, and if the first birthday were to be similarly extravagant, it might be counterproductive, potentially hindering Warm Treasure's fortune and growth. This aligns with the common belief that children should be raised modestly to thrive. Anything given in excess can easily backfire. Warm Treasure is a cherished gem that everyone has eagerly awaited. Since her birth, great care has been taken regarding her upbringing. Not to mention a mere cough. Even a sneeze could send ripples of concern through the palace and the Wang Fu. Now, with the belief that too much fullness leads to depletion, how could they not be mindful? After some discussion, the carefree Wang and Wang Fei decided to adopt a more understated approach, intending to keep it simple yet meaningful. After all, the traditions passed down from our ancestors cannot be disregarded. A child's first birthday must be celebrated with a Zhuazhou ceremony to determine their character early on. As parents of the beloved Warm Treasure, they naturally wish for the occasion to be anything but dreary. Thus, the birthday banquet must indeed be held, albeit with a more modest guest list. A smaller gathering is certainly preferable. The carefree prince, reflecting on this, lamented that with more guests comes an influx of congratulatory gifts. With an abundance of gifts, the treasure trove for their daughter would likely require yet another expansion. Perhaps it would be best to avoid complications. The princess household is not in dire need of additional items. Although their daughter appears to have a unique knack for attracting wealth, considering the past year, the gifts for Warm Treasure have already filled several storerooms, which has begun to weigh on the prince's mind. The courtyard had already been expanded once, and the storerooms twice or thrice. Even if the task of demolishing and rebuilding was not directly his, it still proved rather exhausting. In just 1 year, the rate of acquiring wealth has been staggering. What will become of the days ahead? If this continues, not only will the courtyard need to be expanded, but the entire estate may very well follow suit. The prince is not one to refuse the generosity of others. He merely hopes that the currently vacant storerooms can endure for a few more years. Little did he know, he had underestimated the allure of Warm Treasure. Although the guest list for this birthday banquet was limited, the gifts received at the prince's residence still piled up like mountains. There were edible treats, useful items, and ornamental treasures of all kinds, overwhelming to behold. Clad in festive attire, Warm Treasure had somehow nestled herself among the heaps of gifts, seamlessly blending with the jubilant packaging. Her little nose, as keen as a puppy-ess, sniffed the air, and she eagerly unearthed a fragrant box from the pile. Wrapped in red paper and tied with a beautiful ribbon, it exuded an enticing aroma. How delightful! It must be something delicious. Warm Treasure tugged at the ribbon, but to her dismay, it wouldn't budge. What to do now? She noticed elegant, neat calligraphy on the red paper, Zhang's osmanthus cake. Her excitement surged. Ah, osmanthus cake. Without hesitation, she took a bite, using her adorable little baby teeth to tear through the red wrapping paper. With her tiny fingers, she poked at the box, finally breaking through to reveal a sprinkle of osmanthus cake crumbs. Gazing at the crumbs, Warm Treasure swallowed hard and promptly popped her finger into her mouth. After a taste, her eyes sparkled. Oh, how fragrant and sweet. Melting in her mouth, she dug a bit more. The osmanthus cake was soft and delicate, yielding to her efforts. Warm Treasure struggled multiple times, each attempt yielding only a few crumbs, proving to be quite the challenge. By the end, she was too weary to continue and set the osmanthus cake aside to explore other boxes. Sniffing and prodding, she struck gold. Warm Treasure unearthed another box that smelled delightfully creamy. Curious, she flipped it over, ready to take a bite. Suddenly, I discovered that a few small words were inscribed on the packaging of the large grassland milk tablets. Warm Treasure's mind raced. Could be milk tablets? Did such a thing exist in ancient times? Contemplating this, she summoned her army of teeth. Bite, tear, dig. At last, she extracted a round little milk tablet. With a joyful exclamation, Warm Treasure eagerly stuffed it into her mouth. The rich aroma of milk instantly enveloped her palate, sweet and utterly delightful. Setting aside the box of milk tablets, Warm Treasure embarked on a new quest for food. This time, she had learned a valuable lesson. She discovered that any item wrapped in red or colorful paper invariably bore a label indicating its contents. The characters of this world were not dissimilar to those of the modern era. Warm Treasure recognized each character by following the names of the items. She could invariably uncover delicious treats. And indeed, she soon unearthed a box labeled dried beef from the great grassland. Alas, it proved too tough to chew. Setting it aside, she continued her search, digging and rummaging. She soon came across a piece of chestnut cake. No, she would not take that. Continuing her search, she stumbled upon a green bean cake. How convenient. Why linger to sniff it? Like a little puppy. However, why were all the items pastries? Warm Treasure felt a tinge of disappointment. She had grown weary of cakes, recalling the arduous effort it took to obtain merely a smidgen of powder earlier. She had no desire to engage with pastries any further. Exhausted, her little soldiers of teeth felt fatigued as well. Why was it that ancient snacks consisted solely of pastries? Warm Treasure longed for the snacks of the modern world. Twisted donuts, spicy strips, yam chips, various meat floss cakes, crispy seaweed, crunchy noodles, chocolate, little fish biscuits, bubble tea, and spicy duck necks. Chapter 35. The little princess has disappeared. Gurgle, gurgle. Her stomach rumbled a few times, and the more she thought about it, the more tantalizing it became. Seizing the moment before her saliva began to flow, Warm Treasure quickly retrieved another milk tablet and stuffed it into her mouth. She lay languidly atop the pile of gifts, devoid of any spirit. Not even glancing at the other gifts, she was currently in a phase of gluttony. This was unrelated to her time traveling. Her physical age dictated that she could indulge and crave without hesitation. Just like now, she desired anything sweet and fragrant, an uncontrollable urge. Yet, the carefree prince and princess restrained her, insisting that too much sweetness was detrimental. Each day, they offered her only a small piece of candy or a tiny pastry, which barely satisfied her cravings. Warm Treasure felt the pang of bitterness within. This was why she stealthily crept to rummage through these gifts, hoping to unearth some sweetness. However, thus far, only the milk tablets had proven satisfactory. As for the valuable items within the pile of gifts, Warm Treasure paid them no mind. At least for now, she felt no inclination to examine them. She was already a little wealthy lady. One must not be overly greedy. Thus, even though countless treasures lay beneath her, the little princess Warm Treasure found herself devoid of the energy to unwrap them. Her mind was consumed with thoughts of food. Savoring a milk candy, she mused, what if she hadn't traversed into this realm? Perhaps she would have remained a food-obsessed blogger, playfully engaging with her brothers, who, like her, had been adopted, and outsmarting her beautiful yet mischievous little sister. To fulfill her monthly tasks, she would have to meticulously record food videos and broadcast on time, exuberantly welcoming her loyal fans into the live stream, urging them to shower her with likes and lamenting her lack of meat for days. appealing to the kindness of her followers for a rocket or two. Despite her aversion to such a lifestyle, under the oppressive thumb of her so-called adoptive father, she would have strived to become a mere money-making machine. This was the sole purpose of their existence as adopted children. Or perhaps they would meet their demise on that deserted island? Prior to her journey into this new life, her adoptive father had suddenly secured a lucrative contract. According to its terms, he intended to cast the siblings onto different deserted islands for a month-long survival livestream. Before embarking, each individual was granted a day to procure their necessary supplies. It was on her return home from gathering these provisions that she was struck by lightning. Yes, struck. She had committed no wrongdoing, yet fate dealt her a harsh blow. Consequently, she never reached the island. In the blink of an eye, she found herself transformed into a cherished little princess, enveloped in affection. Is it any wonder that fortune and misfortune are intertwined? Though she had lost her life to lightning, she had liberated herself from a parasitic adoptive father, gaining countless relatives who adored her. How blissful it was! Wealth was at her fingertips, and she would no longer need to shamelessly implore fans to support her endeavors. Yet, there lingered a tinge of regret. She wondered how her brothers, with whom she had grown up, fared, and what of the supplies she had gathered. Why had they not accompanied her in this strange twist of fate? With a sigh, Warm Treasure lamented quietly, her large eyes filled with profound helplessness. The milk candy was finished. Another piece, please. Just then, an urgent voice pierced the air. Where is the little princess? Where has she gone? Someone quickly. Find the little princess. The voice belonged to Xiao'er, who had previously served beside the carefree princess. As Warm Treasure learned to speak and walk, she became increasingly difficult to manage. She would dart from one side to the other, making it impossible to keep her in sight for even a moment. Concerned for Warm Treasure's safety, the carefree princess assigned Xiao'er to attend to her, ensuring she was accompanied by the other caregivers. Xiao'er hailed from the southern Qian kingdom. When the third prince of southern Qian first visited the Shu kingdom to see the carefree princess, he brought the 8-year-old Xiao'er along, claiming he had found her along the way. Though she appeared pitiful, the clever little girl was deemed a worthy companion for the carefree princess. Over the years, Xiao'er has consistently handled matters with prudence, earning the trust of the carefree princess. Today, with guests arriving, both the prince and princess were preoccupied with their reception duties, thus entrusting the Warm Treasure to Xiao'er. Xiao'er held the Warm Treasure tightly, not daring to let go, until the little one clamored for sweetened water, at which point she reluctantly handed the child over to an elderly servant nearby. The sweetened water was simply warm water with a dash of syrup. The princess had previously instructed that the syrup should be used sparingly, fearing that too much sweetness would adversely affect the child's teeth. However, if too little syrup was added, the little one would refuse to drink it. The other servants had attempted to prepare it several times, yet they still struggled to find the right balance. Only Xiao'er managed to concoct the sweetened water that satisfied both the princess's standards and the child's preferences. Yet, in a mere moment, while Xiao'er had not yet returned, the elderly servant hurried to find her, exclaiming that the Warm Treasure had vanished. Suspecting that the child had followed Xiao'er out of attachment, she asked, "Wasn't I instructed to hold her? How could she just disappear?" The servant appeared quite aggrieved, stating, "The young lady is grown and no longer wishes to be held all the time, constantly insisting on getting down. With so many people around today, you should have kept her in your arms. How could you have let her down at such a tender age?" Xiao'er, in a state of distress, rushed out to search for the Warm Treasure, while the elderly servant, equally anxious, trailed behind, attempting to justify herself. "I didn't want to let the young lady down, but she's teething now, and it's bothersome for her. I noticed several young gentlemen nearby, along with numerous servants and maidens ahead. Once the young lady was set down, she couldn't have gone far. Yet, as fate would have it, just as the young lady touched the ground, a maidservant carrying tea passed by. I stepped aside for her, and in the blink of an eye, the young lady vanished." She continued, "I dared not raise an alarm, thinking perhaps she had come to find you. But how fast can a child of her age move?" Xiao'er shot a cold glance at the elderly servant while maintaining her hurried pace, retorting in merely stepping aside. Could she have flown away? Surely she must be nearby. How could she come looking for me? Xiao'er hastened to the main hall, searching frantically. When she still could not find the warm treasure, she called out. As her voice echoed, the prince and princess, along with the three-way brothers, grew alarmed. Who is missing? Is it the warm treasure? Where my sister? Where has she gone? Warm treasure, where are you? They rushed toward Xiaoer, their expressions grave. Meanwhile, the warm treasure, nestled among the pile of gifts, rolled her eyes. Oh no, this is a disaster. Here I am. Hey, can't you see me? The little one struggled to turn over, feeling a twinge of anxiety. Could it be that in reminiscing about a past life, the traversing spirit intended to send her back? But here I am, lying right here. How could they possibly not see me? Chapter 36. The little actress emerges. Luan Luan is here. The warm treasure, frightened, waved her hands and kicked her legs. Father, it's chilly, she called out while attempting to stand. But for her, it proved to be an exceedingly difficult task. Walking on flat ground is already unsteady, yet one dares to dream of standing amidst a pile of gifts resembling small hills? Is it the warmth of the treasure that is foolish? Or is it the little warm treasure that is naive? Or perhaps it is the warm baby who is the silly one? This is a question worthy of deep contemplation. Father, Coolkin, here, in this sticky realm of treasures. The warm treasure struggled twice without success and simply decided to lie flat. At present, everyone is in a frenzy, anxious over her disappearance, chattering away in search of her, oblivious to her soft and tender voice. She could only kick at the gifts while waving her tiny hand, improvising a rendition of Sweet Sweet. In a manner akin to both calling and singing, she proclaimed, "Wherever you are, I shall be here, waiting for you to notice me. Oh, do look over quickly." Perseverance bears fruit. She kicked and kicked. Finally, with a determined kick, she toppled a large gift. The sound drew everyone's attention, and they fell silent, save for the warm treasure. At that moment, she continued her rendition of Sweet Sweet, her voice endearingly melodic, instantly easing everyone's worries. Warm treasure. Wei Qinghua was the first to rush over, staring at her intently. Upon turning her head, the warm treasure cheerfully waved her hand. "Hello, third brother." Wei Qinghua nearly succumbed to exasperation at her mischievous grin. Heaven knows how worried they had been. Thus, he pointed at her and shouted, "Father, mother, sister is here. We know. The carefree prince and his companions cast exasperated glances at Wei Qinghua, muttering, "What are you shouting about? Your father is not deaf." In an instant, he donned a smile, speaking in gentle tones. "Oh dear, whose little darling has fallen into the pile of gifts? Ah, it is our little darling. Kulme. Let father hold you." His expression and tone were entirely different from moments before with Wei Qinghua. "Father hold." The warm treasure eagerly complied, sweetly exclaiming, "I love father." Hearing his daughter's endearing words, the carefree prince felt his heart melt. He gently lifted her out, nuzzling her affectionately, forgetting all about how she ended up in the pile of gifts. It was only when Wei Qinghua glanced at the heap of gifts and noticed some boxes were already damaged that he stepped forward to inspect, feeling utterly helpless. This little warm treasure, once greedy for wealth, now greedy for food. Who knows if she will grow up to be enamored by beauty? "Little one, what is all this?" Wei Qinghua gathered a few boxes before the warm treasure, remarking, "I see those 2 rows of little teeth are no longer wanted. Not just a little mouse, but a capable thief. Oh no, I've been discovered." The warm treasure shivered and quickly buried her head into the carefree prince's neck. Second brother is naughty. Second brother is also learning to tell tales. What was that? The carefree prince's wife had always been strict about the warm treasure's sweet indulgences. Upon hearing Wei Qinhua's words, she immediately reached for the boxes. Not seeing was one thing, but upon inspection, it was quite another. Pastries? Milk candies? All nibbled upon? Warm treasure. What have you done, you little rascal? The carefree princess found herself in a predicament, torn between the desire to impart a lesson and her reluctance to do so. Ultimately, it was her elder brother, Wei Muhua, who stepped forward and said, "Warm treasure, how could you indulge in such treats? If Sweet Sweet eats too much, her little teeth will be plagued by cavities. Those plump, voracious worms will burrow into her mouth, feasting upon our warm treasure's tiny teeth. Once they are all gone, how will you enjoy chicken legs or savor dompa pork when you grow up? His tone was infused with affection, yet each word carried an undertone of stern warning. Oomph, I never expected you to be such a brother. Warm Treasure dismissed his admonition, burying her head into the neck of the carefree prince, deliberately distancing herself from Wei Muhua. You are the one with the worms. Your teeth are the ones that are fat and large. She retorted, I'm not a 3-year-old. I'm not afraid of your scaring. This elder brother, who appeared so earnest, was, in reality, quite the fabricator. Wei Muhua had anticipated that after hearing his words, Warm Treasure would display some fear, perhaps even frowning and softly murmuring, did I do something wrong? However, to his dismay, Warm Treasure completely ignored him, not even sparing him a glance. It was truly disheartening. Suddenly, an announcement echoed from outside. The Emperor has arrived. The Empress has arrived. The eunuch's high-pitched voices heralded the entrance of the Emperor, who approached with a jovial demeanor. What is the matter here? Why is everyone standing idly? Upon seeing the imperial couple, the crowd hastily knelt in reverence, exclaiming, We pay our respects to the Emperor and Empress. Please, no need for formalities. The Emperor waved his hand dismissively. We are here to celebrate the little princess's first birthday. There is no need for excessive courtesy. With that, he donned a beaming smile and approached Warm Treasure, playfully asking, Little Warm Treasure, why are you hiding? Come and see who has come. Upon hearing the familiar voice, Warm Treasure lifted her head slightly, revealing one eye. As soon as she spotted the Emperor, her theatrics took over. Wow, Emperor Uncle! The little one, so small, burst into tears at the drop of a hat. Those large teardrops appeared as if summoned by magic. She reached out, insisting on being held by the Emperor. Hug me, Emperor Uncle, hug me tight. The Emperor's heart shattered at her distress. He quickly scooped her up, disregarding whether the carefree prince approved. What's wrong? Who is upset? Our little Warm Treasure. Oh dear, don't cry, my sweet. With Uncle Emperor here, there is nothing to fear. As he cradled Warm Treasure, he comforted her, Be good, my dear. The Empress, equally anxious, hurriedly produced a handkerchief to wipe away her tears and snot. Don't worry, little Warm Treasure. Who has made you cry so sadly? Was it your brothers who bullied you? We are not afraid, for Uncle Emperor and I will deal with them, all right? While the Empress soothed Warm Treasure, she shot a glance at Wei Qinghua. Startled, he raised his hands defensively, exclaiming, It's not my fault. It was the elder brother, he added. It was the elder brother who scared Warm Treasure, saying her teeth would be devoured by worms. This series of events was truly remarkable. Wei Muhua sighed in resignation, while Wei Sihua was rendered speechless. Even the carefree prince and princess were left quite perplexed by the unfolding drama. In the realm of selling, you, Wei Qinghua, excel remarkably. Chapter 37. A Masterful Seller. The cries of Warm Treasure abruptly ceased. With tear-stained, wide eyes, she gazed at Wei Qinghua, almost ready to give him a thumbs up. Third brother, you are truly an exceptional seller. In everything else, you may falter, but in selling, you are unparalleled. As for Muhua, the Emperor cast a dubious glance at the Empress, who was unaware of the close bond between Wei Muhua and the Crown Prince, Wei Jinrong. Both brothers, being the eldest in their respective households, were known for their prudence. The notion that he intimidated Warm Treasure seemed implausible to the Emperor. Could it be that Wei Qinghua, in an attempt to evade blame, was scheming against his elder brother? The Emperor's scrutinizing gaze swept over Wei Qinghua, who felt a jolt of surprise, straightening his back. Could it be? What misfortune have I invited upon myself? Fortunately, Wei Muhua was a responsible young man. He would never shift the burden of his actions onto others. Addressing the Emperor, he declared with candor, It is I. Warm Treasure has recently developed a fondness for sweets, and we were concerned about her dental health. Perhaps my words were a bit too severe, and I frightened her. That is my fault. With these few words, he fell silent. Meanwhile, Wei Sihua remained exceptionally perceptive. How could she have been frightened? That little sprite was clearly feigning distress. If she had truly been scared, she would have cried long before the Emperor arrived. How could he be so oblivious to his own younger sister? Wei Sihua cast a sidelong glance at Wei Muhua and stepped forward to recount how Warm Treasure had hidden among the pile of gifts, secretly indulging in sweets. This was his way of aiding his elder brother, for their emperor uncle was just like their father, utterly enamored with warm treasure. Before her, regardless of status, all became fools, seeking her favor with playful antics. If this matter was not clarified, who could foresee the consequences awaiting Wei Muhua? After all, the men of the Wei family had not been strangers to feigned ignorance in front of warm treasure, especially the emperor and his brother, each more oblivious than the last. And so, Wei Sihua elucidated the entire sequence of events, yet what was the outcome? Though the emperor refrained from approaching Wei Muhua, he did not lecture warm treasure either. Instead, he extravagantly praised her. Wow, our little warm treasure is so impressive. She can sift through this heap of gifts and pick out the sweets with such accuracy. Truly remarkable. She is indeed a daughter of the Wei family, exceptional beyond measure. After this, he turned sternly towards the carefree Wang and others, declaring, "If warm treasure desires sweets, you shall provide them. What child does not relish sweets? Moreover, today is warm treasure's first birthday banquet. To deny her sweets would certainly prompt her to take matters into her own hands. Thankfully, our little warm treasure is resourceful enough to find her own treats. Had it been another child, they would surely be left in distress." Tears still glistened on warm treasure's lashes. Upon hearing the emperor's support, she immediately puffed up with pride. With a delightful giggle, she tilted her little head upwards. Of course, she was impressive. I can read, after all. Hurry and let me grow up, so there will be moments that leave you all astounded. I will even prepare delicious treats that far surpass these chestnut cakes and osmanthus cakes. Warm treasure thought, her heart brimming with joy. With a smacking sound, she directly offered the emperor a bite. "Oh, beloved emperor!" The emperor exclaimed gleefully, his face radiating with happiness and laughter. "You truly are a bundle of joy." And what of the carefree king? His face turned a shade of green. He glared at the emperor, nearly shouting, "Release my daughter." Then he glanced at warm treasure, suppressing his emotions. "You little rascal, do you even know who your father is? I've spoiled you too much." In an instant, warm treasure sensed the carefree king's gaze. Oh no, the jealous pot is boiling over. She quickly reached out to find the carefree king. "Father, hug me. I love you, dear father." "Oh, it seems you're still my daughter." The carefree king was clearly charmed, his heart melting. The clouds of displeasure dissipated instantly, and he promptly scooped warm treasure back in his arms, proudly raising an eyebrow at the emperor. "See, my daughter." The emperor rolled his eyes, feigning ignorance of the carefree king's smugness, and strode into the hall, declaring, "Come, little warm treasure, it's time for your first birthday celebration." "Huh!" The carefree king muttered under his breath, watching the emperor's retreating figure, running away when he can't compete. How pathetic. "Father!" Warm treasure clapped her hands playfully on the carefree king's face, sweetly exclaiming, "Father, hooray! And the emperor, hooray! And the empress, hooray! And the adorable little one, hooray!" Warm treasure had no desire for these two to quarrel over her affections. Like two stubborn children, neither willing to back down, their rivalry was too intense. Thus, she decided to charm them all with compliments. This maneuver was second nature to warm treasure. She executed it with finesse. As long as she offered praise, her family would surely oblige. Having tasted the sweetness of success, warm treasure had conducted several experiments, discovering that her charms and gentle coaxing were effective. She increasingly favored this method to quell any jealousy amongst her family. The carefree king and the others relished it, and warm treasure herself was content. After all, in her previous life, she had not received much love from her family. Before the age of 10, she had grown up in an orphanage. One headmaster, hundreds, even thousands of children, there was never enough to go around. Thus, from a moment she could remember, warm treasure had never had the opportunity to be spoiled. Later, when she was adopted by a foster father, she felt a fleeting joy, believing she finally had a father and a home. Yet to her dismay, her foster father had not adopted just her. Moreover, he had never loved any of his adopted children. His motivation for adopting was purely financial. Rather than being a father, he was more akin to a capitalist, utilizing connections to adopt attractive children, training them uniformly. As they grew up, he intended for them to become internet sensations. capable of generating income. One batch after another. When the previous children faded for popularity, new streamers would arise. The original children, having matured, would be replaced by even younger and more innocent ones, leaving the orphanage to become pawns in the hands of capitalism. Warm Treasure stands out among her peers. Besides her, there are two older brothers and a younger sister. Together, the four of them were adopted and received training as a unified group. Among them, while the younger sister tends to cause mischief, the two brothers are quite decent. Thus, even though their adoptive father cannot truly be called a father and their dwelling hardly resembles a home, the camaraderie they share provides warmth, making life bearable. However, despite their bond, there remains an undercurrent of self-protection and caution. After all, they are orphans, each carrying emotional scars from a young age. It is utterly impossible for them to indulge in carefree displays of affection and seek validation without reservations. Chapter 38. The fruits of one's labor shall not be shared with outsiders. With the arrival of the Empress, the ceremony could finally commence. Due to the large number of spectators, the carefree king did not set up a grand table at the bedside. Instead, he procured a long, substantial table, placing it at the center of the main hall. The table was adorned with a soft woolen blanket, upon which an array of objects was displayed. There were seals, scriptures of Confucianism, Buddhism, and Taoism, along with writing instruments, ink, paper, inkstones, abacuses, coins, account books, jewelry, flowers, rouge, food, toys, and more. Additionally, cooking utensils such as shovels and spoons, sewing tools like scissors and rulers, as well as embroidery threads and patterns, were plentiful. Even Wei Qinghua's wooden sword was included in the collection. Each item was meticulously arranged, filling the table from one end to the other. Just the sight of these objects reveals the royal family's hopes for the young princess. Historically, the objects chosen for boys and girls during the ceremony differ significantly. For boys, items such as seals, books, abacuses, and weapons are typically displayed, while for girls, cooking utensils, sewing tools, embroidery supplies, flowers, and jewelry suffice. Today, the carefree king has incorporated items from both categories, indicating that Warm Treasure's aspirations will not be constrained. Come, our little Warm Treasure is to begin her ceremony. The carefree king held Warm Treasure in his arms and approached the long table. My dear, take a look. With so many items on the table, which one do you fancy? Whatever you like, we shall take it. There's no need for modesty. Fearing that Warm Treasure might not understand, he continued, if our little Warm Treasure enjoys food, we shall choose food. If she wishes to enhance her beauty, then we will select rouge. If she desires to learn martial skills and fight, we shall take your third brother's wooden sword. Nonsense, came the disapproving voice from the emperor. She is a princess. What need does she have for battle? The emperor shot a dissatisfied glance at the carefree king, expressing his displeasure. Let it be known that our little Warm Treasure is a blessing. With her presence, our realm shall know peace, and there will be no more wars. Even if conflicts arise, this precious girl, who has taken 500 years to come into our lives, must never step onto the battlefield. Even if all the men of the Wei family were to perish, we shall protect this little girl at all costs. Warm Treasure, dear, do not listen to your father's folly. We shall not choose the wooden sword. After reprimanding the carefree king, the emperor instantly softened his demeanor, coaxing Warm Treasure. You may select whatever you like from the table, but that wooden sword must never be touched. As she spoke, her mind whirled, and she quickly added, that wooden sword belongs to your third brother. It is his favorite, is it not? Our dear Nuanyuan is a good little sister, and good sisters must not take their brother's belongings. If there is a battle to be fought and lives to be lost, let your brothers go. You must not go. Meanwhile, Wei Qinghua, lacking the ability to read minds, remained oblivious to the emperor's true intentions. Yet, upon hearing these words, her eyes brightened, and she looked at the emperor with newfound respect and emotion. Ah, Uncle Emperor still cares for me. Little did she know that the emperor had already mentally dispatched them to the front lines of the enemy. Oh dear, Nuanyuan twirled her little waist, laughing joyfully. She shook her head eagerly, coaxing the emperor, saying, let me down, let me down. Without hesitation, she reached for the objects on the table, exclaiming, let me down quickly. In essence, She simply yearned to get up to the table. Father, father, please put me down. I can solve this problem. Prince Xiaoyao observed Nuanyuan's antics and chose not to quarrel with the emperor. Very well, very well. There are many guests today. Let's spare some grace. Thus, with a smile, he indulged Nuanyuan. All right, our little Nuanyuan is about to grasp the moment. Saying this, he prepared to place the sticky rice dumpling in his arms at the center of the table. Wait, at that moment, the empress suddenly exclaimed, I almost forgot. There is still an item that has not been placed. She opened a brocade box handed to her by an attending maid and revealed an object that left everyone in awe, setting it down in the center of the table. It was the phoenix seal. Among the guests, someone could not suppress their astonishment and quickly silenced themselves. The crowd exchanged glances, confirming the young princess's esteemed status in the Shu kingdom. Indeed, it was the phoenix seal, a stamp wielded only by the mother of a nation. Prince Xiaoyao's expression soured. The grip he had on Nuanyuan involuntarily tightened. Sister-in-law, what do you mean by this? Do you intend to wait until our Nuanyuan grows up and then send her to form an alliance through marriage? The fertile waters should not flow to outsiders. Let us try this out. After all, the crown prince's marriage has not yet been decided. The empress smiled gently and elegantly, showing no hesitation in addressing the assembly, leaving them uncertain whether she was serious or jesting. Yes, yes, the emperor chimed in, affirming, this is called marrying into the family and gaining proximity to the source of fortune. Upon finishing his statement, he raised an eyebrow at Prince Xiaoyao and his wife. After all, none of us would wish to see Nuanyuan married off in the future. It will be better for her to transition from the prince's residence to the palace. The emperor was well aware that it has never been customary for cousins to wed. However, who could blame Prince Xiaoyao for being reluctant to send his daughter, whom he had long waited 500 years to have, to the palace? There was little he could do, as the royal family of Shu had never produced a daughter before. Now, suddenly blessed with a precious gem, both he and the empress were overjoyed. Throughout the past year, there had not been a single day when they did not fantasize about keeping Nuanyuan close to teach her. If I cannot bring Nuanyuan back to the palace to raise her, then I shall have to think of ways to provoke you all, unbeknownst to the others. Prince Xiaoyao and the others were left in a state of shock. The crown prince? Wei Jinrong, he and Nuanyuan are cousins. This is truly insane. The carefree prince refrained from venting his frustrations on women, choosing instead to disregard the empress, casting a disdainful glance at the emperor, harboring some unspoken grievances. This is inconceivable. Surely, you must be losing your wits. Regardless of their sibling bond, you shall not have your way. Your son is a decade older than my daughter. Even a rabbit is cautious about nibbling on tender grass near its burrow. One would not expect it to devour such delicate shoots. By the time my daughter reaches the age of marriage, your son will be a man of advanced years. The little darling, too, wore a bewildered expression, her heart brimming with questions that mirrored those of the carefree prince. Uncle Emperor? And Empress? Surely, you must be mistaken. Are you referring to the crown prince? Alas, the world of adults is far too complex. While I regard you as my uncle and aunt, you seem to aspire to be my in-laws. It is true that familial ties are often reinforced, and it is not uncommon for cousins to wed. However, the union of a paternal cousin with a maternal cousin appears to be frowned upon, does it not? Uncle Emperor, tread carefully. Disregard for propriety may invoke divine retribution. At that point, you may find yourselves without daughters, or perhaps even sons. The little one trembled, shaking her head vigorously as she sought refuge in the arms of the carefree prince. She utilized her limited vocabulary to reject the notion of an arranged marriage imposed by her elders. I am still but a child. I implore you to show mercy. Very well, let's not pursue this. The carefree prince could not bear the thought of the emperor harboring designs on his daughter. Observing the little darling's aversion to the phoenix seal, he could hardly contain his delight. Let us explore other options, my dear. Come. There are many delightful treasures upon the table. Take your time to choose, my little darling. Chapter 39. Adults make choices, while children can have it all at last. The carefree prince set aside the glutinous rice dumpling, placing it far from the phoenix seal, fearing that the little darling might be tempted to play with it. The little one crawled upon the woolen blanket, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she surveyed the array of splendid objects before her. What should she choose? She pondered deeply, her tiny finger resting on her lips, her bright, clear eyes flitting from one item to another, utterly adorable. There were simply too many delightful things. I want them all. Her gaze first landed upon a plate of milk cake. The cake appeared delightfully bouncy, and before she knew it, she was drooling. The drool landing on her tiny foot and forming a glistening strand. Feeling a chill on her foot, she quickly slurped it up, severing the strand. Never mind. Food is of paramount importance. Determined, she crawled directly toward the plate of milk cake. The Way brothers, well aware of their sister's intentions, could only facepalm, muttering, "Oh no, you little glutton." Everyone's eyes were fixed on the little darling, eager to see what their young princess would select. As she made her move, her target clear, they held their breath in anticipation. Could it be that the little princess was indeed choosing the plate of delicacies? As she drew nearer to the milk cake, the atmosphere among the onlookers shifted subtly. Yet they dared not express their thoughts, merely filling their minds with flattering words. They pondered how to extol the virtues of the food, should the young princess truly partake, so as not to embarrass the emperor and the carefree prince. Sweet, sweet, sweet cake. Little Warmth's hand indeed reached for the milk cake on the platter, seizing a piece to savor. Oh, the rich aroma of milk! How delightful! The emperor, upon witnessing this, immediately clapped in approval. No need for others to command. He began to praise himself. Our little Warmth is truly clever. She has chosen the most delectable treat. It seems that, as she grows, she shall be a person of great fortune. Indeed, the young princess is destined for good fortune. Congratulations, congratulations. First, congratulations to His Majesty, and congratulations to the prince. The guests, following the emperor's words, began to flatter in unison. Meanwhile, the little Warmth, having just tasted the milk cake, was somewhat perplexed. Congratulations? For what? I haven't finished my selection yet. Alas, the world of adults is truly difficult to comprehend. Lost in her thoughts, Warmth paid little heed to the congratulatory remarks, for she quickly discovered the rouge and jewelry beside her. Beauty is justice. I wish to become lovely, Warmth thought, dragging the platter of milk cake to the center. Then, she crawled towards the rouge and jewelry. Once she had successfully gathered the rouge and the ornaments, she glanced at the coins and abacus, initiating a new round of selection. What to choose? Adults may choose, but children can have them all. Coins? Yes. Abacus? Yes, yes. Account books? Toys? Yes, yes, yes. Little spades? Little spoons? I want them all. The others remained engrossed in the fact that Warmth had chosen the milk cake, unable to extricate themselves from the moment. Yet, Warmth was already laboriously transporting her treasures, beads of sweat forming on her brow. Warmth, what are you doing? Wei Qinghua, preoccupied with thoughts of his wooden sword, could not divert his gaze from her. Observing Warmth nearly piling all her selections together, he finally could not resist offering a reminder. You may only choose one. You cannot take everything. As he spoke, he reached out to help Warmth return some items. I want tea, Warmth exclaimed fiercely, clutching her chosen treasures. In her fluster, she distinctly articulated two words she had never pronounced correctly before. Warmth's eyes widened in disbelief. Goodness, I can say I can also say no. Thus, she quickly straightened her tongue and earnestly reiterated, Wob. Why can't it work again? Warmth looked at Wei Qinghua in confusion. Once more, she attempted, What be a want? Her composure shattered. It had clearly worked just moments ago. The crowd was captivated by the exchange between Wei Qinghua and Warmth, their gazes drawn to the table. Good heavens! The items had been nearly exhausted. The table was cluttered with coins, jewelry, food, toys, and more, all heaped together. Only a few books, seals, Wei Qinghua's wooden sword, and the Queen's phoenix seal remained scattered in various corners. In the midst of it all, the once centrally placed phoenix seal had, unbeknownst to anyone, been pushed to the front of the Queen, embodying a sense of returning whence it came. One might ponder who was responsible for this maneuver. Naturally, it was our clever little warm treasure. Despite her insatiable greed, she would never deign to accept the phoenix seal. Instead, She regarded it as an unsightly stone, loathing its presence. Long before she began to transport her precious treasures, she had already vacated the space occupied by the Phoenix seal. At this very moment, Warm Treasure was entirely ensconced among the heap of her selected treasures, akin to a protective mother hen. She could have almost had her name inscribed upon the pile. Oh dear, what has come over our little Warm Treasure? The carefree princess stood directly opposite her and was the first to notice something amiss with Warm Treasure. Who had dared to provoke our dear little Warm Treasure? With a pout, Warm Treasure called out, her voice sweet and innocent, and eagerly pointed at her spoils. I want the Phoenix seal. I want it all. After declaring this, she even turned to glare at Wei Qinghua, emphasizing I want it all. Wei Qinghua scratched her nose, feeling quite vexed. She couldn't shake the feeling that her sister's name was quite misplaced. Why name her Warm Treasure? Perhaps Treasure Hunter would be more fitting. Otherwise, Greedy Treasure might also suffice. How can one even capture treasures in such a manner? Yet, the carefree king indulged Warm Treasure. Upon witnessing her mound of belongings, he promptly inquired, My little darling, what does this mean? You wish to claim all these items? Yes. Warm Treasure nodded vigorously, pointing at her treasures. I want this pot, and that spicy pot too. Father wants them all. The tiny figure was earnest, resembling an adult in demeanor, and coupled with her serious and pouting expression, who could possibly resist? It was as if one's very bones would melt. Very well, all shall be yours. As long as our little Warm Treasure desires it, we shall have it. The carefree king scooped Warm Treasure into his arms, showering her with kisses, seemingly insatiable in his affection. Such paternal love is profoundly heavy, so heavy that Warm Treasure scrunched her little face and pinched the king's chin, playfully asserting, Father, you must shave your beard. Chapter 40. Speaking too boldly may lead to backlash. Sensing his daughter's disdain, the carefree king immediately tempered his exuberance. However, before the emperor, he could not afford to lose face. Thus, he swiftly changed the subject to alleviate the awkwardness. Come. He gently placed Warm Treasure back onto the table, saying, Let me see what treasures our little Warm Treasure has chosen. Warm Treasure, with her short memory, rushed towards her beloved treasures upon hearing the king's inquiry. Look, father. Like a proud exhibitor, she dragged forth her carefully arranged items. Money, sweet cakes, and delightful flowers. Oh my! Our little Warm Treasure has selected such an abundance of splendid items. The king's expression was nothing short of theatrical, his face contorted with exaggerated joy. Only Warm Treasure had grown accustomed to such displays. Had it been any other child, they would surely have been frightened to tears. Indeed, my daughter is truly remarkable. The carefree prince casually picked up a spoon and addressed the crowd. Behold, my little Nuanyuan has chosen a shovel and a spoon. What does this signify? It suggests that when she grows up, she will be adept at managing household affairs and proficient in culinary skills. Undoubtedly a capable mistress of the home. Oh dear, our little princess is truly remarkable. Congratulations to the prince. Upon hearing this, the onlookers promptly echoed the prince's praises for Nuanyuan. After all, it was their first encounter with a child like her, one who had grasped nearly everything during the traditional ceremony. The carefree prince, delighted by the compliments directed at his daughter, couldn't help but beam with pride, casting playful glances at her. Nuanyuan, feeling somewhat helpless, thought to herself, Father, you misunderstand. I merely wish to possess excellent culinary skills. Little did the carefree prince know what was on her mind. In the blink of an eye, he picked up a pair of scissors and exclaimed, And look at this. Are these not scissors? And there are needles and thread. It seems my little Nuanyuan will also excel in needlework. No. Nuanyuan raised her head and shot her father a look. Father, I simply noticed that the scissors and needles are made of gold. They're valuable. Do you expect me to embroider? Perhaps not, though she was merely 1 year old. Her self-awareness was quite strong. Embroidering what? She was more inclined to play, earn money, and admire handsome men rather than thread needles in her boudoir. Oh, and there is also ink, brushes, paper, and inkstones. The carefree prince was utterly enraptured by praising his daughter, pulling out each of the items she had collected and declaring, It appears my little Nuanyuan will grow into a talented woman. Not at all. You are overestimating. Nuanyuan felt utterly despondent, unsure of how to respond. After all, her selection was not out of a thirst for knowledge. She simply found the brush's bristles delightful, and the inkstone appeared quite exquisite. As for the paper and ink, they were merely taken out of convenience. But the carefree prince remained oblivious to this reality. This old man surely speaks too highly. Nuanyuan's head began to ache. Who will come to rescue little Nuanyuan? Is there anyone who can silence my father? I truly fear he will end up regretting his words. With myriad troubles and helplessness, she gazed at the loquacious, carefree prince, wishing to vanish into the ground. At that moment, another voice broke through. Sister, why did you not choose a book? Nuanyuan looked up to see her elder brother, Wei Muhua, who was typically reticent in front of outsiders. Perhaps it was her drooped head that caught his attention. Or perhaps Wei Muhua's love for books was so profound that it overshadowed everything else. Amidst the carefree prince's effusive praises, he bent down to pick up the Confucian, Buddhist, and Taoist scriptures lying in the corner. This was unexpected. Nuanyuan was too greedy. How could she overlook such treasures as books? Wei Muhua cast a puzzled glance at Nuanyuan. She must have simply missed them. With a smile, he stepped forward and raised the book in his hand, saying, Nuanyuan, look at this. Have you forgotten to select a book? Nuanyuan replied, how should I respond? She felt a deeper sense of despair than before. Brother, could we not be so harsh? Yet, Wei Muhua remained oblivious to her plight. Seeing that Nuanbao had not moved for a while, he assumed she was simply fatigued. He took a couple of steps forward and extended the book towards her, saying, come, brother will give you this book. Oh no. Nuanbao scratched her head and withdrew her little hand behind her back, her helpless demeanor quite amusing. The onlookers could hardly suppress their laughter. This little princess was truly delightful. Only Wei Muhua was perplexed. What is the matter? He furrowed his brow and remarked, you have chosen your brush, ink, paper, and inkstone, yet you refuse to select a book? How can that be? Children must read more to broaden their horizons. Do you understand? The more one reads, the more one learns. Why not learn if I don't read? Nuanbao retorted, her face filled with grievance, her misty eyes darting around. Finally, they landed on the emperor, who was observing from a distance. Nuanbao scrambled to her feet and wobbled her way toward the emperor, her voice sweet and innocent, calling for help. Emperor, I want to have the book. Nuanbao resolved not to remain silent any longer. While silence is golden, it could not withstand the antics of her father and brother. All right, we shall not have the book. The emperor eagerly took Nuanbao into his arms, thoroughly amused. He gently coaxed, as long as it is something our Nuanbao dislikes, we shall not have it. After saying this, he shot a knowing glance at Prince Xiaoyao. See, at crucial moments, our little Nuanbao still turns to me. Upon witnessing this, Prince Xiaoyao's face turned a shade of green. His earlier enthusiasm seemed doused by a bucket of cold water. He shot a glare at Wei Muhua. Didn't I tell you to keep quiet? You scare my daughter right into someone else's arms. Wei Muhua replied, am I to blame? Chuckling softly, seeing that both Prince Xiaoyao and Wei Muhua had quieted down, Nuanbao immediately began to dance with joy, exclaiming, Emperor. However, just then another voice chimed in. What does Nuanbao want besides the book? It was the Empress. Upon noticing that Nuanbao had finally come into their possession, she hurriedly picked up a common seal and tentatively asked, Nuanbao, would you like this seal? Nuanbao glanced at the seal and shook her head vigorously. No. It was said that children who possessed the seal would enjoy the blessings of heaven and prosperous careers in their adult lives. But Nuanbao had no desire to become an official, hence she rejected it outright. Biting her lip, the Empress pressed on, what about this seal? Do you want it? It's quite beautiful. Undeterred, the Empress produced her own phoenix seal, looking at Nuanbao with eager anticipation. Would you like it? Be a good girl and say you want it. Chapter 41. Who is the little rascal insulting? The princess consort of Xiaoyao was anxious. She gently elbowed Prince Xiaoyao and shot him a reproachful glance. What are you dawdling for? Hurry and stop the Empress. The princess consort had little faith in her daughter, especially considering that none of the three sons she had previously given birth to were as greedy for food and wealth as Nuanbao was, particularly in the realm of treasures. The little darling is irresistibly drawn to anything that glimmers with value, acting upon her desires without hesitation. Just moments ago, she had selected an array of precious items. Yet she astonishingly left behind the phoenix seal, much to the surprise of the carefree princess. It was presumed that the little darling had merely overlooked it or was unable to retrieve it in time. However, witnessing the queen so beguilingly tempt her, the carefree princess felt a surge of apprehension, fearing that the little darling's eyes might gleam with desire, leading her to seize the phoenix seal. "Oh, dear child, do not covet that item." The carefree princess fixed her gaze upon the little darling, fervently praying in her heart. Should the phoenix seal be taken, it will be tantamount to an engagement. And what sense is there in cousins marrying? Absurd. Could it be that the crown prince and his consort have lost their senses? The little darling gazed longingly at the phoenix seal, her heart a desolate expanse. Ultimately, she realized her naivety. She had thought she could evade her father and elder brother, only to find another formidable aunt awaiting her. What was that saying? The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. The little darling? This is indeed a prized possession. The emperor, cradling her, noticed her dazed expression and playfully jostled her. He seized the phoenix seal and continued to coax her. "Look, this seal is truly valuable. Come take it." As the seal was almost thrust into her mouth, the little darling swiftly turned her head away, disregarding the emperor's incomplete words, and pouted defiantly, "I don't want it. I don't want that." Her tiny face radiated refusal, and she was not even inclined to be held by the emperor any longer. Her large eyes scanned the surroundings, ultimately concluding that her father's embrace felt far more secure. Thus, she struggled to return to the carefree princess's arms, declaring, "I want Daddy to hold me." "My apologies, Your Highness. That phoenix seal is far too precious for me to accept." "Oh dear." This delighted the carefree prince immensely. "Bring her here," he exclaimed, snatching the little darling back as if he were reclaiming a child, tossing her playfully in the air. This had the little darling giggling uncontrollably. Following the completion of the customary celebration, they promptly served the longevity noodles to the little one. The guest tables were soon adorned with fragrant dishes and exquisite wines. Given that the one-year-old has a modest appetite and cannot indulge in overly rich flavors, particularly with noodles, which she cannot consume in large quantities, the longevity noodles were prepared with simplicity, embodying the spirit of good fortune. Thus, her bowl contained a singular, elongated noodle boiled in water, with just a pinch of salt added. This solitary noodle, along with the broth, filled a small bowl, giving it an appearance of substantiality. "Oh, dear child." The carefree princess personally fed the little darling the noodles. While doing so, she gently encouraged, "Open wide, eat a bite of the noodles, and you shall live 100 years. Her voice was tender, as if fearful that the little darling might reject the tasteless bowl of longevity noodles, refusing even a single bite. After all, this insipid broth was something the carefree princess herself did not favor. Yet, to her surprise, the little darling proved to be quite unpicky with her food. With a slurp, a long noodle was devoured, and with a gurgle, the soup was entirely consumed. In the end, only an empty bowl remained, along with a group of astonished onlookers. "Ah, this little princess is truly extraordinary." The guests could not help but shower her with praise. "Such a hearty appetite. What a blessing, destined to grow up healthy and strong," and so forth. In short, any word of commendation was employed. The main hall buzzed with lively chatter. Having filled her belly, Nguyen began to feel drowsy, dozing off in Xiaoer's embrace. Wei Muhua and Wei Sihua were constrained by the emperor's presence, relegated to mere companions on the side. Wei Qinghua, with nothing to occupy her time, wandered about the courtyard in search of Meng Yunhe. Today marked Nguyen's first birthday banquet. Although the head of the Meng family was an external royal, his esteemed status warranted an invitation. Naturally, Meng Yunhe accompanied him. Just moments ago, during Nguyen's grabbing ceremony, Wei Qinghua had even seen Meng Yunhe enjoying the spectacle. "Third master, what are you searching for?" Jiang, observing Wei Qinghua's restless gaze, hurried to catch up, fearing she might stir up trouble on such a joyous occasion. The look in third master's eyes was decidedly peculiar. He needed to be kept in check. "I'm looking for a turtle," Wei Qinghua replied, unaware of Jiang's concerns. While scanning the guest, she inquired, "Jiang, have you seen that turtle?" Jiang's face was a portrait of confusion. He tiptoed to glance at a nearby table. A turtle? No. Third master. Is there turtle on today's menu? Should it be steamed or in soup? How should I know? With a swift motion, Wei Qinghua could not contain herself and delivered a playful knock to Ajiang's head, chiding, "Fool. I'm at Meng Yunhe, who is calling for the young master." Suddenly, a bright voice chimed in. Wei Qinghua turned to see a small boy, roughly her height, clad in a royal blue robe, standing behind her with his hands behind his back. The boy held his chin high, his gaze somewhat flippant, exuding an air of arrogance. Such audacity. This must be that proud Meng Yunhe. "Hey, you little rascal," Wei Qinghua thought, calling out, "Where's your sister? Did you bring her today? Who are you calling a little rascal?" Meng Yunhe, having been cherished since childhood, was not one to let Wei Qinghua have the upper hand. He strode toward her with pride, declaring, "You of the Wei family. Don't think this is your territory. I'm not afraid of you. Who are you addressing by you? There are many of us with the surname Wei here. You better think carefully." Wei Qinghua was no easy target. Since her birth, the number of those who could bully her was limited to just 3, 4, or perhaps 5 individuals, and certainly Meng Yunhe was not among them. Pointing toward the main table, Wei Qinghua said to Meng Yunhe, "Do you see that? That is my royal uncle, the current emperor. Do not forget, he shares your surname. If you have the courage, go ahead and call out to him." You are unreasonable." Meng Yunhe's face turned green with anger. He was no fool. Confronting the emperor? That would surely be courting disaster. Thus, he pointed at Wei Qinghua and remarked, "You cannot best me in argument, so you resort to using your status to suppress me. How shameless." Chapter 42. Must the stakes be so high? How dare you be so brazen? Without a moment's hesitation, Wei Qinghua leaned closer to Meng Yunhe, even tapping his own cheek, exclaiming, "Behold, a visage as handsome as mine cannot be so casually dismissed." In a swift retreat to his previous position, he feared retaliation from Meng Yunhe. Yet, his mouth continued to chatter incessantly. "Are you truly so unreasonable? Were it not for today being my sister's first birthday celebration, I would not bother to uphold any decorum with you." "What do you mean by what? What do you mean by?" Wei Qinghua, emboldened by the familiarity of his surroundings, interrupted without granting Meng Yunhe a chance to respond. "You little wretch, cease your incessant prattle. I simply ask, where is your sister? Did you bring her today? Were we not to wager over her? My sister, a gem of the family, cannot be so easily paraded around." Meng Yunhe scrutinized Wei Qinghua, questioning, "What business do you have with my sister? Are you well acquainted with her?" "Not all. Who among us is familiar with your sister? Do not spread unfounded rumors." Wei Qinghua cast a disdainful glance at Meng Yunhe, brimming with arrogance. "One ought to consider my standing. Everyone knows me. That insufferable little wretch, so adept at misrepresenting connections. Aside from my mother and Nuanyuan, I cannot claim familiarity with any young lady. My mother has always said that a gentleman should not cultivate casual friendships with young women. Such behavior would surely incite jealousy in my future wife, and that would be quite troublesome indeed." As Wei Qinghua pondered this, an image of the carefree king soothing his equally carefree queen surfaced in his mind, sending a shiver down his spine as he forcefully severed that train of thought. Glancing back at Meng Yunhe, he lamented, "If you did not bring your sister, how are we to wager over her?" "Wager over my sister?" Meng Yunhe's expression shifted dramatically, his own trepidation evident. "Why bring up such a matter? I say, Wei Lao-san, have you lost your wits? That was ages ago. Why dwell on it now?" Meng Yunhe regarded Wei Qinghua as one might a fool. When they had initially agreed to wager over their sisters, Nuanyuan had yet to celebrate her first month. Now, nearly a year has passed, and he suddenly resurrects the old agreement? What manner of nonsense is this? A gentleman's promise is eternal. 10 years is but a fleeting moment. Wei Qinghua raised an eyebrow, solemnly declaring, "Moreover, our wager remains unfulfilled for less than a year." "Then why did you not mention it before? I thought you had forgotten." Meng Yunhe was equally bewildered. Throughout the year, they had encountered one another frequently, often embroiled in lively debates. Yet the topic of their sisters had remained a tacitly agreed silence. Why then had it resurfaced today? "Do you take me for a fool?" Wei Qinghua glanced around at the guests, lowering his voice to mutter, "Such a significant matter. Could I truly forget?" I simply lack the means to broach it without my sister present. Wei Qinghua, though playful, possesses moments of clarity. He is acutely aware of his impulsive nature, which often leads him to succumb to the provocations of others. The mere mention of gambling over his sister inevitably prompts Meng Yunhe and that scoundrel to concoct schemes for him to sneak away his precious sister. Should he refuse, Meng Yunhe would undoubtedly label him a coward, unworthy of manhood. Yet, should he agree, absurd. The very thought of stealing away his sister is preposterous. The lessons Wei Qinghua has learned are profound. Bringing his sister out of the estate is out of the question. However, gambling over her within the confines of the Wang residence presents no such dilemma. Take the present moment, for instance. Is this not a fortuitous convergence of time, place, and human synergy? Hey, what are you lingering for? Hurry and fetch your sister, Wei Qinghua urged, noticing Meng Yunhe's prolonged silence. Let us seize this splendid opportunity to wager our sisters. I am eager to discern whose sister is truly superior. He muttered under his breath. This incessant talk of your sister being fair, beautiful, and a celestial being is tiresome, as if you alone possess a sister in this world. Meng Yunhe gulped, his demeanor slightly uneasy. Wei Qinghua, are you not concerned about facing the wrath of your imperial uncle and father? If you're unafraid, I certainly am. Last time, we had agreed to gamble at the drunken, immortal pavilion. I managed to sneak my sister out, while you're nowhere to be found. I returned home in disgrace, first receiving a beating from my father, followed by another from my grandfather. A shiver ran down Meng Yunhe's spine as he recalled the incident, instinctively touching his backside, which still bore the sting of punishment. With a mischievous glint in his eye, he sought to undermine Wei Qinghua. I heard a rather amusing tale. Last time you crawled through a dog hole, you encountered a rogue assassin. Not only did you lose your front teeth, but upon returning home, no one expressed concern for your plight, especially your imperial uncle and father, who made you kneel in the rain for 3 days and nights. Enough of your nonsense. Wei Qinghua was not one to allow others to mock him. Perceiving the tone of Meng Yunhe's words as unfavorable, he retorted, "Who spreads such slander? Should I discover who it is, I shall ensure they regret it." He clenched his fists, baring his teeth in a display of defiance. Third young master, a Jiang, standing behind him, expressed concern and gently tugged at Wei Qinghua's sleeve. "Please be cautious. Your front teeth have only just grown back. Do not risk losing them again. The lady has said that these are no longer baby teeth. If you damage them again, they may never grow back. Begone." Wei Qinghua, engrossed in his playful banter with Meng Yunhe, paid little heed to a Jiang. He waved his sleeve dismissively, declaring, "Today my sister is as good as one." Turning back to Meng Yunhe, he added, "Meng, do not speak solely of me. Do not think I am unaware that your return was not without its own tribulations. Let us not dwell on past glories. Consider those matters as if they never occurred. However, today I must inquire, are you a coward feeling intimidated, afraid to gamble? Who claims I am afraid? Let us not forget, it was I who initially broached the subject of wagering on my sister. If I were fearful of you, would I dare to bring it up? Yet, Meng Yunhe remains obstinate. Though he harbors trepidation within, he would never consider bringing his sister to the majestic Wangfu. Yet, in the face of Wei Qinghua, he persists in his bravado. After a brief moment, he boldly declared, "Wei Laosan, you possess a fair intellect. Why do you not apply it? Do you fail to grasp my meaning? I have previously stated, my sister is a precious gem, far too delicate to present herself in public. If you desire to wager on her today, I fear it is quite impossible." Chapter 43. I advise you to tread carefully with your words. Alas, with Meng Yunhe's proclamation, a headache began to plague Jiang. Similarly, the young attendant opposite Meng Yunhe wore a troubled expression. There was little to be done. Both masters were well suited in many respects, yet their paths could never cross without calamity. Should one advance while the other retreats, a confrontation could be avoided, resulting only in one party mocking the other while the latter sulked in silence. Yet now, it was evident that both Wei Qinghua and Meng Yunhe were resolutely at odds. Even though Meng Yunhe clearly stated that wagering on his sister was out of the question, the tension in his words was palpable and Wei Qinghua would not acquiesce. Indeed, Wei Qinghua made a face at Meng Yunhe. "Ahaha, I see you are trembling in fear. Fear of what? Fear that your sister might lose." Wei Qinghua glared with wide eyes, brimming with pride. Some individuals, day after day, exalt their sisters as though they were celestial beings. They speak of her fair skin, her beauty, her cleverness. Yet, no one has ever laid eyes upon her. Wei Qinghua shrugged and continued, "Seeing is believing, and hearing is deceiving. Do you understand this principle? You perpetually sing the praises of your sister, yet no one has ever witnessed her true visage. To speak bluntly, who knows if your sister is a charming beauty or merely an ugly monkey? Hey, Wei Laosan, your tongue is quite sharp. Perhaps you should learn from your elder brother." Meng Yunhe's words fell on deaf ears, as Wei Qinghua seized the opportunity to ridicule him. In life, the greatest virtue is humility. To constantly boast about your sister without allowing her to be seen is rather irksome. Look at me. I do not flaunt my sister like you do. But today, when everyone gazes upon her, they will see how wonderful she truly is. Your sister? What makes her so remarkable? Meng Yunhe felt wounded. It was not that Nguyen was unlikable, but rather that Wei Qinghua's remark about Meng Laodi struck a nerve. "What do you mean, Laodi? I'm older than you by a year. Are not our eyes and nostrils alike, just like any ordinary person? Moreover, you should come to your senses. Were it not for your sister being a little princess, who would even bother to praise her? Oh, is it that you find this unacceptable?" Wei Qinghua raised an eyebrow, clearly displeased. "Seeing someone praise my sister, you resort to disparaging remarks. And what about your sister? You sing her praises daily. Is it because she possesses 3 eyes and 4 nostrils? Otherwise, how could you constantly extol your sister while belittling others? You assert that no one in the entire academy has a sister that compares with yours." Meng Yunhe found himself at a loss against Wei Qinghua's retorts. In his frustration, he even choked on his own words. "Regardless, my sister is undeniably superior to yours." "That's impossible," Wei Qinghua countered vehemently. "Is your sister as clever as mine? What did she grasp during her coming-of-age ceremony? You saw my sister's gifts, didn't you? Aside from what she herself deemed unworthy, she seized everything else. Both my uncle and my father proclaimed that this signifies my sister will become a remarkable individual in the future." "Nonsense." Meng Yunhe refused to concede. "Your sister is merely greedy. At such a tender age, she already craves wealth. Who knows what she will become when she grows up? Wealth is a good thing. Those who do not seek it are foolish. As long as one acquires it justly, there is no shame in it." Wei Qinghua also felt that his sister was rather greedy. However, he needed to maintain his composure in front of Meng Yunhe. Moreover, the items on the table were all meant for the ceremony, so taking a few wasn't excessive. Your sister only grasped 1 item. That merely proves her lack of intelligence. How dare you call my sister foolish? Meng Yunhe was incensed, his finger trembling as he pointed at Wei Qinghua. Yet, Wei Qinghua remained unfazed, asking innocently, "Isn't it true? No one said she couldn't grasp multiple items. If your sister were truly clever, why did she only choose 1 thing?" Meng Yunhe was so furious that he refused to look at Wei Qinghua's face any longer. It was ugly. He turned his head, fixing his gaze on a large stone in the courtyard, finding it far more agreeable. Taking a deep breath, he declared, "Regardless of your arguments, your sister is still greedy. Isn't it human nature to desire wealth? Let me ask you this. If a handful of gold coins and a pile of dog feces were placed before you, would you choose the latter? Without wealth, your family could not afford education or clothing. Yet you look down on my sister for her desire for riches? My sister is exhibiting great wisdom. Do you understand?" As Wei Qinghua spoke, he, along with Meng Yunhe, glanced at the large stone nearby. The more he looked, the more he began to doubt. Could this little brat be contemplating using the stone to harm me? Unable to surpass my sister, he resorts to violence? And your sister eats far more. Meng Yunhe could no longer tolerate it. Suddenly turning to Wei Qinghua, he exclaimed, "Which young lady resembles your sister?" Slurping up a bowl of longevity noodles until not a drop of broth remains? Like a little pig. Wei Qinghua was taken aback. "You nearly scared me to death. I thought you were about to strike me." Wait a moment. Did you just call my dear little sister a pig? I advise you to choose your words carefully. Wei Qinghua regained her composure and warned emphatically, to call a young lady a little pig is utterly impolite. Meng Yunhe shot her a glance, retorting, Yet you referred to my sister as a stinky monkey. I merely spoke the truth. Your sister overindulges, Wei Qinghua replied. Meng Yunhe had witnessed it herself. That bowl of longevity noodles had been devoured entirely by warm treasure. In contrast, during her own sister's grabbing ceremony, she had only taken a small bite of the longevity noodles. The family had remarked that a well-bred young lady refrains from indulging in such delicacies, signifying her restraint, and would undoubtedly grow into a graceful lady. Wei Laosan, your sister consumes so much. That is a lack of restraint. Oh, I see. Wei Qinghua was oblivious to Meng Yunhe's inner thoughts. Observing Meng Yunhe's attack on warm treasure's appetite, she declared, The fact that you criticize my sister's consumption of longevity noodles indicates your jealousy. Surely, your sister does not partake in them, and thus cannot expect a long life, which is why you cannot bear to see my sister enjoy them. With a face full of indignation, she continued, Oh, Meng Laodi, you are truly insidious. Just because your sister cannot live 100 years, you envy my little warm treasure. Ugh, do be quiet. Meng Yunhe felt her heart sink, her face ashen. Can we even continue this conversation? At this rate, my sister might as well be in a coffin. Chapter 44. This third brother is truly a dog. We shall cease this discussion. I concede. Meng Yunhe took a deep breath, declaring a truce. Yet, after a moment's reflection, she couldn't help but add, Regardless of what your sister grabbed during her ceremony or how many longevity noodles she consumed, my sister is undeniably superior to yours, by 100-fold, 1,000-fold. No arguments accepted. Then bring your sister here for a comparison. If you are so confident, why not wager on it? Mere words without action are meaningless. If you dare not bet, then admit defeat without further ado. Why all this unnecessary chatter? Wei Qinghua, feeling a twinge of frustration, rolled her eyes. You incessantly claim your sister outshines mine. Clearly, you have never encountered a truly admirable sister. She then glanced at Shower nearby and declared, Just wait. Do not run away. I shall show you what an explosively adorable sister truly looks like. I fear that once you see my little warm treasure up close, you might think little of your own sister. With that, Wei Qinghua dashed off. On the other side, Shower was singing a little tune to amuse warm treasure. Suddenly, a figure burst forth, nearly causing her heart to skip a beat. Auntie Shower, Wei Qinghua exclaimed, grasping her hand with excitement. Quick, come with me. Third young master. Where are we going? Shower asked, perplexed. The little princess has just fallen asleep. Please do not wake her. I assure you, I will not disturb her. Wei Qinghua vowed fervently. I merely wish to show Meng Yunhe what a beautiful sister looks like. Then, with a pleading expression, she added, Auntie Xiao, implore you. You cannot fathom how much Meng Yunhe despises me. Not only does she claim that my warm treasure pales in comparison to her sister, but she even dares to call her a pig. It is utterly infuriating. Upon concluding her statement, she declared, I don't care. We are betting on the little sister. Aunt Xiao, you must accompany me to confront him. I am determined to make him concede. Shower, upon hearing Wei Qinghua's words, felt a mix of exasperation and amusement. Was this really being brought up again? Hadn't the matter of betting on the sister nearly faded away after almost a year? Third master. Perhaps it is best to let this go, Shower implored earnestly. Today is the little princess's first birthday celebration. You should take a moment to refrain from causing a commotion. We wouldn't want to provoke the emperor or the prince. And Xiao, Wei Qinghua exclaimed, his voice rising with urgency. Please just come with me. Xiao, Xue found it, hastily silencing him, just as she intended to prevent Wei Qinghua from disturbing the slumbering warm treasure. The little one in her arms stretched languidly. Upon witnessing this, Wei Qinghua abandoned his plea to Xiao and, with delight, turned to the warm treasure, asking, Little warm treasure, shall third brother take you to play? The warm treasure, rubbing her sleepy eyes, protested, You disturb my sleep. Third brother is here. Wei Qinghua, displaying a comical eagerness, responded, Little warm treasure. Be a good girl and don't sleep just yet. It's broad daylight. What are you doing sleeping? Come, let us go play. The warm treasure yawned again, struggling to keep her eyes open. What play? You just want to trick me. I heard you clearly. You want to take me to compete. However, she found herself intrigued. All right, let us go have some fun. With that thought, she extended her arms, requesting Wei Qinghua to hold her. She was curious to meet Meng Yunhe. After all, had it not been for the wager between Wei Qinghua and Meng Yunhe at the Drunken Immortal Pavilion, she would not have been stuffed into that small wooden barrel, nearly losing her life. I must see what my brother's rival looks like. Wei Qinghua successfully scooped up the warm treasure and promptly returned to the battlefield. Meanwhile, Meng Yunhe remained steadfast, patiently awaiting Wei Qinghua's return. Meng, look, come quickly and see my sister. Wei Qinghua, cradling the warm treasure, hurried towards Meng Yunhe. I feared you wouldn't be able to see her clearly from a distance, so I brought her over for you to admire. He bounced the warm treasure gently, but soon realized she felt rather heavy. Never mind, perhaps it's best not to carry her. What if I accidentally drop her and end up in trouble? Thus, he turned to Xiao, saying, Aunt Xiao, perhaps you should hold her. I need to thoroughly introduce our little princess to Meng Yunhe. Of course, hand the little princess over to me. Xiao eagerly extended her arms, readily accepting the warm treasure into her embrace. The warm treasure, with her wide eyes, gazed at Wei Qinghua. This third brother is utterly unreliable. He hasn't even held me warmly before abandoning me. Clearly, he finds me heavy, and yet he concocts such a clever excuse. And indeed, Wei Qinghua began to introduce the warm treasure, much like a vendor at a market presenting their wares. He first poked the chubby little face of warm treasure with his pinky finger, saying, Meng Yunhe, didn't you claim that your sister is fair-skinned? I hope you're being truthful, but just look at my sister. Her skin is as pure as snow, so delicate that it could be pierced by a gentle breeze, far surpassing your so-called fair complexion. After that, he pointed at warm treasure's eyes and continued, You say your sister is beautiful, but have you seen my sister? Her eyes resemble large, dark, and luminous grapes, with eyelashes as long and thick as a fan. Wei Qinghua extolled warm treasure's virtues while engaging her in playful interaction. Come, darling, let us blink together. Okay, third brother. Warm treasure eagerly complied, batting her large eyes at Meng Yunhe. It was almost electrifying, imbued with spirited charm. Look, in moments of tranquility, her features are like a picturesque painting. When she blinks, it resembles the twinkling of stars. Wei Qinghua, feeling quite self-satisfied, arched an eyebrow and inquired, Is your sister also like this? I doubt it. Your eyes are not particularly attractive. Your sister must not be any better. When it comes to being insufferably arrogant, nobody could surpass Wei Qinghua. He posed questions to others without allowing them a chance to respond, directly reaching out to stroke warm treasure's hair. He then remarked, Let us not dwell on her little nose or mouth. My sister is exceptionally beautiful. Anyone with sight can see that. Now, let's talk about her glorious mane. It's so dark, shiny, and soft. Have you ever seen a 1-year-old child with such splendid hair? It's as lush as a jungle. After finishing his tirade, he scrutinized Meng Yunhe for a moment and asked, does your sister have any hair? Chapter 45, This Damn Jealousy. Hello, you Wei Lao-san. Meng Yunhe felt a surge of heat in his chest, nearly spitting blood at Wei Qinghua. What kind of question was that? Was he implying that his sister was bald? Oh, don't get so worked up. Wei Qinghua waved his hands repeatedly, seemingly trying to console him, but really teasing. It's all my fault. I should have spoken such unvarnished truth. But, fret not, having no hair isn't a big deal. She is only 1 year old, after all. When you return home, have your father and mother give your sister a good haircut. The more they trim, the more hair she'll grow. Just wait until your sister grows up, and you ask her about her luscious locks. Don't forget to tell her that it was her third brother Wei who worried about it. Do you hear that? How cruel! Warm treasure suddenly felt a twinge of sympathy for Meng Yunhe, considering how her third brother was nearly exhausting all the resources on the mountain. Oh, by the way, my sister can also cheer me up. Can yours do that? Wei Qinghua epitomized the notion of taking advantage and then feigning innocence. Once he gained the upper hand, he would undoubtedly press down hard on the opponent and in a particularly humiliating manner. He grinned at Warm Treasure and said, Warm Treasure, quickly praise your brother. Upon finishing his statement, his cunning eyes sparkled with anticipation. Ah, Warm Treasure yawned, glancing at Wei Qinghua with a look of bewilderment. Huh, third brother. What do you mean by that? Can't I just sit quietly? Why must I work? Is there a fee for my appearance? As Meng Yunhe gazed at Nuanyuan's bewildered expression, he couldn't help but burst into laughter. What a joy! You insufferable Wei Lao-san. Are you feeling triumphant now? Your sister completely disregards you. I say, Wei Lao-san, why don't you just get a rest? Meng Yunhe regained his spirited demeanor and remarked, How old is the little princess? Why must you make things difficult for her? Leave her be. Wei Qinghua shot Meng Yunhe a glare, retorting, My sister knows how to say sweet things. She's merely feeling a bit down. Wanwan loves to be affectionate. Finally, Nuanyuan spoke up, observing Wei Qinghua being ridiculed. The devoted sister chose to play along. Never mind the appearance fees for now. Let's first outshine the outsiders. Our family's little darling is the most charming. Nuanyuan raised her chubby little hands, intending to form a heart for Wei Qinghua. However, despite her efforts, she couldn't manage to create a ball with her hands. So, she simply reached out to Wei Qinghua, asking, Wanwan wants neck. Wei Qinghua, slightly puzzled, leaned in. Nuanyuan wrapped her arms around his neck and exclaimed, I love you. Then, in front of everyone, she planted a loud kiss on his cheek. Wei Qinghua's expression turned blank, but his thoughts were anything but, my sister adores me. Her affection is louder than when she shows it to our father. When he regained his composure, he looked at Meng Yunhe with a smug expression. Did you see that? Your sister can do this too. Meng Yunhe's face turned ashen. He was a loss for words, feeling as if he had swallowed something unpleasant. What a stark contrast it is in this world. My sister only knows how to snatch my belongings, never uttering a thank you. Oh, and she pinches me, bites me, and cries at me. Unlike Wei Lao-san's sister, who can shower him with affection, Meng Yunhe's composure crumbled. With Nuanyuan's heartwarming gesture, he suddenly felt that competing with Wei Qinghua over sisterly affection was utterly futile. The vexation of jealousy. I must admit, Nuanyuan is truly beautiful. Every feature, from her eyes to her nose, her mouth, and even her complexion, surpasses that of my own sister. Most importantly, Nuanyuan is so considerate. True to her name, she resembles a cozy little cotton-padded jacket. Defeated, utterly vanquished. Yet, Wei Qinghua continued to revel in his triumph. Observing Meng Yunhe's silence, he added, My sister can even sing. And she sings beautifully. Have you ever seen a 1-year-old sing? Let me have her perform for you. With that, he quickly winked at Nuanyuan. Little Nuanyuan, please sing the little tune you sang earlier among the gifts. Be a good girl. Let's aim to completely outshine him. Nuanyuan looked utterly helpless. What? A little flattery and affection are fine. But now you want me to sing? Shall we showcase it? All right then. Let's begin with Sweet Sweet. Here we go. Where's our little Wanwan? In the courtyard, the sweet, melodious voice of the little darling, Warm Treasure, resonated, albeit not with fluidity, but with utmost charm. It sounded as if she were singing a little tune, or perhaps engaging in conversation, a truly unique experience. Instantly, it captivated the attention of all present. A round of applause erupted, initiated by an unknown individual, quickly engulfing the entire hall and courtyard in a wave of appreciation. The emperor and several others, including the carefree prince, rose and approached Warm Treasure. Observing this, the crowd dared not remain seated, instead gathering around her, eager to witness the delightful performance. Warm Treasure's eyes sparkled as she instinctively tilted her head in a playful manner. Oh, it seems I sing rather well, she exclaimed, ready to present another song. Here comes the Smurfs. She began, Oh, I am Wanbao, I am just a little baby. A sudden high note caught her off guard, causing her to choke momentarily. Undeterred, she pressed on. Wanbao loves the pot, and most of all, she loves the goose pot. After loving the goose pot, she loves and loves the sad pot. Oh, and loves Daddy. Another high note overwhelmed her, leading to a brief pause as she recovered. Loving Daddy, oh, loving the cool deer. Warm Treasure was a whimsical creature, singing her little tunes while waving her tiny hands. After showering her parents and brothers with affection, she turned her attention to the emperor and empress. Oh, I love Emperor Bobo. Yes, I love Emperor Bobo. After showering everyone with her love, she couldn't help but dance about, proudly praising herself. Hee hee hee, she giggled, tossing her head playfully. Luan Bao is so adorable. Her laughter was infectious, causing the crowd to double over with joy. Heavens, what a delightful little spirit! Exclaimed the emperor, filled with elation as he reached out to embrace warm treasure. Wei Qinghua lagged behind, glancing at Meng Yun with a playful wink. See, that's my sister, he boasted. Oh, come now, what's there to be so proud of? Meng Yun replied with an eye roll, lowering her voice to express her jealousy. It's her that they're praising, not you. Why should you be so smug? She pointed out. Look at that little tail, it's practically soaring. Oomph. Regardless, I've won. Wei Qinghua retorted smugly before turning away. My sister is lovable. I am proud and elated. Oomph. That LL vex you. Chapter 46. A scheme to steal the child following the birthday banquet. Warm Treasure's remarkable performance quickly spread throughout the capital. Have you heard? Our little princess is quite the enchanting spirit, exclaimed one. While other children only grasped one item during their coming-of-age ceremony, she disregarded one and seized everything else. Another chimed in. I heard she turned her nose up at the phoenix seal. The emperor and empress even brought it out of the palace. Yet our little princess showed no interest. What? The phoenix seal? That is something many young ladies dream of. Indeed, this shows how dearly the emperor and empress cherish their little princess. How could they not? She is simply delightful. Everyone adores her. Have you ever seen a 1-year-old sing little tunes? The words had barely escaped her lips when she began to hum a delightful tune, said to be quite charming. Particularly the lyrics, which were unlike anything ever heard before. They could hardly be called lyrics. They were simply the innocent musings of a child. Yet paired with that unique melody, they were utterly endearing. She expressed her affection for her father, then her mother, followed by her elder brother, and finally her uncle and aunt, leaving no one unacknowledged. My goodness, is this truly the case? Our little princess is remarkably adept at charming those around her. Is she not? Is it any wonder they say daughters are like warm little quilts? She is simply delightful. Just hearing of her glorious exploits makes one yearn to sneak into the Wang family estate to steal away a child. Shall we go together? After all, it is unlikely we shall ever bear such a daughter ourselves. In a mere night, every corner of Kyoto buzzed with tales of Luan Bao's cleverness and charm. Upon hearing of her, some hurried home in broad daylight to close their doors, eager to conceive a daughter with their wives. Others casually spoke of child stealing as a testament to their fondness for the sweet rice dumpling that is Luan Bao. Even those who typically favored sons over daughters broke tradition by purchasing candied hawthorns for their daughters, hoping to exchange a string of these treats for a daughter as delightful as Luan Bao. As the winds of cotton-padded jackets swept through Kyoto, the Wang estate was graced with joyous news. The Wang princess was with child. The entire household rejoiced, bustling with activity. Some busily prepared nourishing soups and brewed medicine to ensure a safe pregnancy, while others hurriedly replaced spices and soft pillows and blankets for the Wang princess. There are even those eagerly seeking ink and paper to draft a letter to the southern Qian kingdom. Even little Luan Bao danced with glee, singing joyfully, which brought laughter to all. Yet, the soon-to-be parents, the Wang prince and princess, wore frowns, unable to share in the merriment, burdened by unspoken concerns. Luan Bao, perceptive as ever, sensed the adult's emotions. Spotting her mother surrounded by her 3 brothers, she stumbled towards her father, commanding, smile. Daddy, smile, with a fierce determination resembling that of a little manager. Why are you so cheerful? The Wang prince inquired as he scooped her into his arms. Luan Bao tilted her head, looking at him as if he were foolish. Isn't it joyous that mother is with child? She replied. Sister, she continued in her sweet, childish voice, I want to be an older sister. The Wang prince playfully pinched her nose. You little rascal, you're still just a little dumpling yourself. Do you think being an older sister is easy? Are you not worried that once your parents have a younger brother or sister, they won't love you as much? Luan Bao tilted her head in a different direction. Not love me? You wouldn't dare. Muan Bao is too adorable. She glanced at her three brothers, who were often scolded. The Wang prince, casting a glance at the three brothers bustling around their mother, barked, "What are you all standing around for? Get out of here at once. Your mother has just conceived. She must rest well and refrain from being a nuisance here." The tone was icy and the gaze fierce, seemingly to demonstrate to Nuanyuan that being an elder sibling is no easy task. Nuanyuan shivered, feeling quite terrified of her father. Yet her desire to become an older sister remained undiminished. Her father, though fierce, was also endearing. She gently patted the face of the carefree prince and admonished, "You ought to behave." Wan followed suit, attempting to scold her elder sister. The carefree prince mused, "This girl, how dare she be so bold?" Observing Nuanyuan's large, innocent eyes, seemingly oblivious to her father's wrath, he felt a tinge of annoyance. Looking back at the Wei brothers, he bellowed, "Have your ears gone deaf? Or have your legs broken? Shall I escort you out with my foot?" The Wei brothers appeared bewildered. What had transpired? Had they erred? Was old Wei's temper flaring today? The carefree princess gently shook her head at the carefree prince, instructing the Wei brothers to take Nuanyuan out to play. "I understand you're not feeling well," she said, placing her delicate, fair hand over his, intertwining their fingers tenderly. "It is one thing if it were just our son. If you are displeased, scolding them might relieve your frustration. But Nuanyuan was here just now. With such a loud voice, are you not afraid of startling our daughter? She is quite brave. Even a tiger would not frighten her." The carefree prince felt somewhat stifled and remarked, "I wonder whose stubbornness she inherited? I have warned her that being an elder sister is no simple task, yet she insists on it." The carefree princess sighed, sitting beside him. "Indeed, the little girl is quite delighted. Since learning of my pregnancy, she has not ceased her cheerful little songs. And those three rascals are already discussing names without knowing if the baby is a brother or sister. They seem so pleased." The carefree prince cast a glance at the children playing outside the courtyard, saying, "They have no idea that childbirth is akin to traversing the gates of hell." He then looked at the carefree princess with concern, his mind drifting back to a year ago when his wife nearly faced a difficult delivery while giving birth to Nuanyuan. The cries of anguish and the buckets of blood were etched in his memory. That scoundrel Zhang. The carefree prince gritted his teeth in frustration, cursing. He dares to disregard the birth control herbs and still calls it a precious remedy. Tomorrow, I shall undoubtedly smash his table at the Imperial Hospital to vent my anger. Absurd. The carefree princess shot him a reproachful glance. Every day it is either smashing or beating. Your impatient nature is rivaling that of General Jiang. You ought to refrain from drinking with General Jiang in the future. It only causes me worry. Chapter 47. An unexpected turn of events. The carefree princess understood her husband well. He was accustomed to living freely and was indeed a man of his word. Therefore, she could not help but threaten him. "No matter how displeased you are, do not act recklessly. Otherwise, I shall return to the southern Qin kingdom with my warm treasure and never return." Having said that, she quietly lamented, "If this matter escalates, we shall inevitably be required to provide an explanation. How will you account for this? Will you say that the contraceptive potion given by Dr. Zhang led to my pregnancy? Wouldn't that be the cause of much ridicule? If you're not concerned about losing face, I certainly am. Very well, I shall not make a scene." The carefree prince is most fearful of his wife's displeasure, especially when she mentions returning to her parental home. It signifies that the situation has become dire. Even though the journey home is unlikely, the indulgent prince takes every sentiment of his beloved wife to heart. Fenghua immediately spoke in jest. "Please do not take it to heart. With you watching over me, how could I dare to act recklessly?" As he spoke, he embraced his wife tenderly. "However, I must pay a visit to Dr. Zhang. It is imperative to ascertain whether the contraceptive potion poses any danger to the fetus. If it does, I shall teach old Zhang a lesson. Even if I do not smash his table, I shall certainly find a sack to toss him out into the wilderness." As the carefree prince pondered this, he gently patted his wife's back, soothing her as one would a child. Despite the gentle demeanor of the carefree princess, marked by a hint of petulance, the prince understood that deep within her heart, she was likely feeling quite aggrieved. What an unforeseen calamity. Why did this unexpected turn of events arrive so abruptly? Accueilli, in the comforting embrace of her husband, the carefree princess gradually found solace. With a shift in her gaze, she whispered, "What if I were to secretly consume the contraceptive potion and terminate this child?" Upon hearing this, the carefree prince felt as though he had been struck by a blunt object, suddenly looking up at his wife in shock. "What did you say?" He stared at her, his eyes ablaze. "Is this not utter nonsense?" The carefree princess, seeing his reaction, nervously swallowed hard. After a considerable pause, she continued, "What I mean is, if we were to resolve this unexpected situation, how would we explain it to the children? After all, they're all quite excited, especially Warm Treasure. She must be thinking about how to be a good sister." The carefree prince, "So you have not considered me at all? Only the children?" A pang of hurt struck his heart. Although this child was an unexpected arrival, and he too was hesitant about it, he was still the child's father, was he not? Now, with his wife contemplating the consumption of the potion, the first person to worry was not him. "Very well, I shall endure this for now. After I have calmed my wife, I will go out and vent my frustrations on our 3 sons. Fenghua, you must not act recklessly." The prince's large hand rested upon his wife's belly. The contraceptive potion is harmful to one's health. It must not be taken lightly. However, since the arrival of Warm Treasure, we have never contemplated having another child. If we had, there would have been no need to seek out Dr. Zhang for a contraceptive potion. The light in the carefree princess's eyes gradually dimmed. The mere thought of bearing another child filled her with a profound headache. "I had always believed that Nuanyuan would be our final offspring, yet here we are, with her only a year old, and fate seems to have played a cruel jest on us." The carefree princess, being the youngest in her family, has no brothers or sisters behind her. From a young age, she understood that being the youngest is the most delightful and cherished position, while being an older sibling often entails a degree of grievance. Consequently, after the birth of Nuanyuan, she and the carefree prince resolutely decided against having more children. They were content with their daughter, especially considering they already had 3 sons. Truly, 1 daughter and 3 sons were sufficient. "Ah Chi, you know me best. I harbor no wishes." The carefree princess gazed at the carefree prince, her face filled with concern. All she desired was for Nuanyuan to grow up healthy and joyful under the protection of her and her 3 brothers. If they were to have a son, it would not be too burdensome, merely another experience of labor pains. But what if it were a daughter? Nuanyuan, being a girl, already possesses a delicate heart. The difference between having an additional brother and an additional sister is not trivial. Do not be deceived by Nuanyuan's cheerful demeanor. She may long to be an elder sister, but should a sister arrive to share her affection and compete for her parents' love, it might lead to her heartache over time. Although Nuanyuan has always been exceptionally understanding, upon having a sister, she would undoubtedly be a good elder sister, cherishing and caring for her sibling. Yet, as a mother, the carefree princess deeply wished not to see her daughter overly sensible. She desired her daughter to remain innocent and joyful, even if a little willful or spoiled. Understanding? Such sensible children are often the ones who suffer the most grievances, much like her eldest sister. As for the child in her womb, it is not that she is not her flesh and blood, but the unexpected nature of this pregnancy differs significantly from one conceived with anticipation. Moreover, boys and girls ultimately differ in their upbringing. A son must be nurtured with a certain ruggedness, requiring experiences and trials to foster independence. In contrast, a daughter possesses a particularly sensitive disposition. With the slightest misstep, she may falter. The carefree princess, having already raised numerous children, is well aware of the challenges of guiding them. To be frank, she lacks confidence in her ability to nurture 2 daughters simultaneously. "Fenghua, do not overthink," the carefree prince reassured her, understanding her worries. He grasped her hand firmly and said, "You care for Nuanyuan, and I do as well. Yet this child has come to us. We cannot act as executioners, can we? Although this child was an unexpected surprise. Ultimately, they're still our offspring, a gift from the heavens. Take care of yourself and the baby. Try not to dwell on it. Let us hope that when the time comes for delivery, it will be as smooth as it was with our firstborns. It is far better than enduring the current discomfort of medicinal concoctions, which not only harms you, but also the child. Furthermore, Consider how delighted our children are. Could you bear to disappoint them? But there are no buts. Focus on nurturing the baby. The carefree Wang consoled. As for the matter of gender, I am quite certain it will be a son. Let us not forget, our Wei family has waited 5 centuries for the arrival of our precious daughter, Nuanyuan. Such a rare blessing. If fortune has smiled upon us once, can it truly bestow a second chance? As he spoke, he gently pinched the bridge of his wife's nose, reassuring her, you need not worry too much. What if? Yet, the carefree Wang's wife remained unconvinced. A daughter, however elusive, has already chosen to be our child. What if our good fortune grants us another daughter? That too would be a joyous occasion. The carefree Wang laughed. If we were to have another daughter, wouldn't she be a perfect companion for Nuanyuan? While brothers are wonderful, there are certain confidences that only sisters can share. After a moment's contemplation, he added, and you need not fret about a daughter taking away Nuanyuan's affection. She will always be our cherished Nuanyuan. Just look at our royal brother and sister-in-law. They're always vying for our daughter's attention. If we were to have another girl, who knows if we could even manage to care for her? If worst comes to worst, we could always send her to the palace. Surely, our royal brother and sister-in-law would not mind the addition of another daughter. Upon hearing this, the carefree Wang's wife felt a twinge of discomfort. Perhaps it was the worries of a pregnant woman, or perhaps it was a reminder of the time when the emperor and empress frequently visited the estate to claim Nuanyuan. After a long silence, she ultimately relented, declaring, no matter what we have, no one shall compete with Nuanyuan for affection. Indeed, Nuanyuan is a little tyrant, a clever sprite. Who could possibly vie with her? After much effort, the carefree Wang finally managed to placate his wife. She, cradling her unborn child, resolved to take good care of herself. Only by nurturing her health could she ensure a smooth delivery. She needed to live long enough to witness Nuanyuan grow up. With her mind made up, the carefree Wang's wife cheerfully set out to seek nourishing soups and tonics. Unbeknownst to her, the carefree Wang silently sighed with relief. As long as she refrained from consuming any miscarriage-inducing concoctions, all would be well. It was not that he wished to protect the child within her. Rather, the potions that caused such misfortune inflicted severe harm on a woman's body and could even be fatal. Having grown up in the palace, the carefree Wang had witnessed the consequences faced by palace maids who violated rules, forced to ingest such brews. Blood would stain the ground, and the pain was so excruciating that they could not even cry out. The palace's elder matrons would gossip, suggesting that such women were doomed. Even if they survived, their lives would be plagued by chronic ailments. The carefree Wang could not bear to see his beloved wife take such risks. Rather than resort to these dangerous potions, it was far better to bring the child into the world safely. Although childbirth is fraught with suffering, it was indeed the best solution. After all, if she rested well during the confinement period, her body would recover quickly. Thus, they reached a delightful conclusion: to give birth. Ideally, they would welcome another son, allowing Nuanyuan to experience the joys of being an elder sister and providing her with a brother for future support. How fortuitous! The arrival of this child coincides rather fortuitously with the reckless promise he made before the emperor a few days prior. Alas, his quick tongue has led him into this predicament. In a bid to seize control of the grand celebration for the first birthday of the cherished warm treasure, he had rashly bargained with the emperor. He proclaimed, as long as you refrain from meddling in warm treasure's birthday festivities, our next offspring shall be yours. Naturally, the emperor was delighted, for the carefree princess had, in the last 5 centuries, been the only one to bear a daughter for the royal family of Shu. The probability of her giving birth to another girl was quite significant. Thus, with a broad smile, the emperor relinquished the rights to the birthday celebration. At that moment, the carefree prince felt a sense of triumph, considering he and Fenghua had already resorted to contraceptive measures and had no intention of having more children. To wait for our next child, perhaps in the next lifetime, he chuckled, unaware of the folly that awaited him. Little did he know that the next lifetime would come upon him rather swiftly. When the carefree prince first heard the news of his wife's renewed pregnancy, his heart was a tempest of anxiety, nearly trembling in trepidation. While the children joyfully clamored for younger siblings, his mind was consumed by 3 words. What to do? What if the palace sought to snatch the child away? What if Feng Hua discovered his reckless promise and grew angry? If he failed to placate his wife, life would become increasingly difficult. It was only when the carefree princess mentioned a potion to prevent the pregnancy that the prince conceived a plan. In his counsel to his wife, he casually alluded to the palace's desire for a daughter. Whether this was a genuine offer to send the child to the palace was a matter to be set aside for the moment. At the very least, the couple had a potential retreat should they find themselves unable to care for the little one. Of course, the joyous news in the prince's household would need to be kept under wraps for the time being, until Feng Hua's emotions stabilized. He would feign a visit to the palace to discuss matters with his elder brother, urging him to act with caution. When the 1st of October arrived, and the child entered the world, they could adapt to the circumstances as they unfolded. If both parties were in agreement, it would be an ideal outcome. At that point, neither his brother nor Feng Hua would need to fret. The more the carefree prince contemplated, the more self-satisfied he became, reclining comfortably with his legs crossed. No wonder my daughter is so astute. She must have inherited it from me. The clever little girl had already fled with her brothers. The three-way brothers, sons of the carefree prince, had been in this situation for quite some time. Sensing the disarray, they naturally distanced themselves as far as possible, fearing that once their father was released from his confines, he might wreak havoc. However, the now-walking warm treasure was no longer as easy to manage. She had her own ideas. Truly, there was never a moment of peace. Though her steps were unsteady, she was incessantly restless, darting about, watching her wobble precariously. The three brothers felt their hearts race with anxiety. Warm treasure? Come here. Let your elder brother teach you to read, called Wei Muhua from his desk, beckoning her. I want to play. Warm treasure, not lifting her head, replied in her most innocent voice with the most heartless words. I want to play and be silly. The elder brother remarked, You might be scared if I tell you. The characters in your book, even the little one, recognize them. Wei Muhua glanced awkwardly yet politely at his two younger brothers, his gaze filled with inquiry. Am I a fool? Wei Qinghua pondered, remaining silent. Having been reprimanded by his brothers on numerous occasions, he had learned to be prudent. It seemed wiser not to respond to such thankless queries. Meanwhile, Wei Sihua stifled a laugh. At just 1 year old, you're teaching her to read? What else could that be but foolishness? Fortunately, your sister is indulgent. If it were me, I would definitely say you have a serious problem. Don't you just want her to be quiet? Just put her to sleep. What is the point of teaching her to read? Warm treasure, are you sleepy? Wei Sihua shot a glance at the scant soft delicacies and meat porridge remaining on the woolen blanket, then looked at Warm Treasure's round little belly. He fell into deep contemplation. And you call this not having eaten? To be honest, I fear her tummy might burst. Go play little goose. Warm Treasure, noticing Wei Sihua's silence, tugged at his hand, wanting him to join in the fun. Let us not sleep yet. We can't abandon our playtime. She then shoved a doll into Wei Sihua's hands, declaring, This is Uncle S, and she is Warm Treasure, S little doll. Uncle takes care of the doll. Such astonishing words indeed. Uft. Cough, cough. The expressions of Wei Muhua, Wei Sihua, and Wei Qinghua varied. One burst into laughter, his book splattered with saliva. Another was startled, blushing and coughing, while the last appeared utterly bewildered. Wei Qinghua cautiously set down his wooden sword, looking at his two brothers and beloved sister, confused. What just happened? Did I play the sword incorrectly again? Chapter 49. Warm Treasure's legs are not short. Unbeknownst to the innocent little Warm Treasure, her words were remarkably shocking. She continued to urge Wei Sihua, Hug me, I'm going to fall. Wei Sihua, clutching the doll, felt as though he might turn to stone. Throughout his life, apart from holding Wei Qinghua and Warm Treasure, he had never embraced anyone else, let alone a doll. With a dry chuckle, he decided not to press Warm Treasure to sleep any longer. He hastily set the doll down, saying, Warm Treasure, you play by yourself, okay? Your second brother needs to clean his flute. It's dirty. You can't abandon me, uncle. Before Wei Sihua could finish his sentence, Warm Treasure, with a fierce little pout, accused him. I am Warm Treasure, S little doll. Uncle can't just leave me. With that, she shoved the doll back into Wei Sihua's arms, commanding, Hug me. Wei Sihua stood frozen, seeking help from Wei Muhua with a desperate look. Big brother, save me. Yet Wei Muhua merely averted his gaze slowly, feeling unable to confront the situation. In a peculiar turn of events, the little darling, warm treasure, had taken on the role of a mother with an alarming enthusiasm. With her tiny head nestled before Wei Sihua, she was busy coaxing the doll in his arms. "Be good, little one. Uncle will take you to sleep," she mimicked with great flair. Wei Sihua was utterly exasperated. "Whose child is this? Someone, please come and take her away." "Warm treasure, you are merely 1 year old. How can you assume the role of a mother?" "Wait, is she truly just 1 year old? No child at that age is as chatty as she is," he pondered skeptically. Suddenly, a melodious voice rang out from outside. Several children turned their gazes towards the sound, spotting 2 young lads, one tall and one short, entering the courtyard with cheerful smiles, making their way towards the study. One exuded a gentle elegance, while the other possessed a captivating charm. Wei Sihua's eyes lit up. A savior had arrived. Indeed, upon seeing the newcomers, Warm Treasure abandoned her doll without a second thought. "Big brother prince, little brother second prince," she exclaimed excitedly. With a clumsy tumble, she rushed towards the door, nearly tripping over herself in her haste. Warm Treasure. Wei Qinghua was the first to react, abandoning his wooden sword, his heart racing as he called out, "Don't move. Be good." He sprinted after her, seizing her just in time. Observing her eagerness to venture out, his straightforward nature became glaringly apparent. "Just wait for them to come in. Why are you running? Your legs are too short to even cross the threshold." Warm Treasure retorted, "The threshold of the study is indeed a bit high." However, her words carried their own sting. She glared at Wei Qinghua, indignant. "How can you say such things about your sister? She's only 1 year old." Yet, Wei Qinghua remained undeterred. Finding her puffed-up expression quite endearing, he playfully pinched her chubby cheeks and teased, "Why are you glaring at your brother? Can't you just hop over?" Warm Treasure thought to herself, perhaps third brother's mind isn't quite right. I must forgive him. With determination, she squatted down. "I won't let this stop me. I must get outside." In front of her brothers, she leaned against the threshold, rolled over, and successfully tumbled out. The three-way brothers were momentarily stunned, their hearts skipping a beat as they rushed to check if she was injured. But Warm Treasure exclaimed, "Here I come," and promptly began to frolic. She wobbled towards Wei Jinrong and Wei Jingxian, calling out, "Catch me, I'm coming." Prince Wei Jinrong quickly squatted down. Warm Treasure collided into his arms, her voice sweet and innocent as she whined, "I missed you, brother." She nuzzled against his arm, enchanted by the princely fragrance that enveloped him. However, her words mirrored those of Wei Muhua. Leaving her to ponder, I must not attempt to roll over the threshold again. Wei Jinrong cradled Warm Treasure back into the study, cautioning her, "Be careful not to fall." Warm Treasure pouted, "Am I not capable? Why don't you praise me?" She huffed, retracting her earlier sentiment of missing her brothers. How could she sound so much like a little old man? Wei Jingxian found a seat and cast a glance at Wei Jinrong, retorting, "I've never seen you preach in the palace, but now that you're with the emperor's uncle, it's a different story. Aren't you afraid of him taking you to task? Does Warm Treasure think everything is acceptable in the emperor's uncle's eyes? What does it matter to cross a threshold? What brings you here?" Wei Sihua, a master of lightening the mood. Notice Wei Jinxian's words made Wei Jinrong uncomfortable and quickly stepped forward with his flute. "Would you like to hear me play? How did you know I recently learned a new piece? I came to bring Warm Treasure a congratulatory gift." Wei Jinrong, who typically did not engage in disputes with his brothers, quickly dismissed Wei Jinxian's remarks upon seeing Wei Sihua's joviality. "A few days ago, Warm Treasure turned 1 year old, and we didn't have the chance to come out. Today, we happen to be free, so we thought we'd drop by." As he spoke, he pulled out a brocade box. "Warm Treasure, do you like it?" "Absolutely." Warm Treasure replied with certainty even before the box was opened. She nodded vigorously, her innocent charm shining through. "It's a treasure for my big brother, the Crown Prince. It must be something wonderful." "Ha ha ha, you little flatterer." The brothers chuckled, amused. They were puzzled by the term chow chow, but they all understood what it meant to like something. "Come, let us see what our Warm Treasure adores." Wei Jinrong squatted down to help Warm Treasure open the brocade box. After a moment of excited anticipation, her big eyes were fixed on Wei Jinrong's hands until the box was slowly revealed. Inside lay a beautifully crafted purple sandalwood pen holder, quietly resting within. Warm Treasure's expression shifted from eager anticipation to confusion. She was somewhat bewildered, but not disheartened. Crown Prince brother? Have you forgotten that I just turned one? Yet, Wei Jinro, oblivious, remarked, I heard that Warm Treasure grasped the pen, ink, paper, and inkstone during her first birthday. She's indeed a good child. This pen holder is perfect for her. Warm Treasure responded, I don't think it's quite fitting. I grasped quite a few things, yet you only remembered the pen, ink, paper, and inkstone. However, being a well-mannered child, she knew to express her gratitude. Thank you, Crown Prince brother. Wei Jingxian, always generous, had a spirit still vibrant, albeit less exuberant than before. He burst into laughter upon noticing Warm Treasure's change in demeanor. Drawing her close, he mischievously said, Don't pay any heed to your Crown Prince brother. He is just like your big brother. All talk about studying. What good can a bookworm bring you? Just pens and books. But our Warm Treasure is only 1 year old. What use are those? It would be better to see the luminous pearl I brought you. Wei Jingxian was known for his lavish gifts, and this time was no exception, as he had brought not one, but 2 pearls, each larger than an egg, to celebrate Warm Treasure's first birthday. As soon as the brocade box was opened, the Warm Treasure dove into the woolen blanket spread across the floor. The once darkened space was illuminated by the luminous pearls, transforming it into a bright haven. Wow, how exquisite! The Warm Treasure exclaimed in awe. Outside, Wei Qinghua's curiosity piqued upon hearing this and exclaimed, Let me take a look. With that, her head slipped in, leaving only her bottom exposed. Chapter 50. I suspect you are being pretentious. Wow, this is truly delightful. Wei Qinghua's voice followed, filled with a similar tone of bashful wonderment, reminiscent of the Warm Treasure zone. Wei Muhua and the others exchanged glances of exasperation. Delightful is one thing, but why the fuss? It's so overly sweet. It gives me goosebumps. Casting a glance at the pert bottom sticking out from the wool blanket, Wei Sihua began to flex her ankles, ready to deliver a swift kick to Wei Qinghua at any moment. Of course. Just then, Wei Jingxian began to climb up the pole again. Could the gifts for our little sister not be beautiful? His tone was languid, with a hint of pride. While not overtly boastful, a sense of self-satisfaction was unmistakable. My mother's dowry box contains 4 luminous pearls. I chose the 2 largest to place in the Warm Treasure's room at night. There's no need to light a lamp. He added, the remaining 2 are rather small, no bigger than quail eggs. That would be too stingy for our Warm Treasure. His primary concern was that if the pearls were too small, the Warm Treasure might accidentally swallow them. Anything larger than a chicken egg would pose no such risk. Wow, the Warm Treasure gasped again, even letting out a little drool. I suspect you are being pretentious. Brother, the second prince, my birthday is approaching as well, Wei Qinghua said. Her eyes filled with envy as she looked at Wei Jingxian, brimming with unspoken anticipation. Oh, Wei Jingxian replied, with no further elaboration. He merely reached out to pat the Warm Treasure's head and asked, Do you like luminous pearls, little Warm Treasure? Yes, the Warm Treasure replied in a sweet voice, illuminated by the glow of the pearls. She glanced at Wei Qinghua, saying, Can I have a pearl, please? Dear brother, can you give one to me? She asked earnestly, raising a pearl in her hands. Brother 3 is my real brother. The second prince is foolish but wealthy. I must help brother 3 to charm the second prince. Wei Jinxian's eyes flickered with curiosity. Why is this little girl being so generous today? Just as he pondered this, the Warm Treasure's voice chimed in again. Oh dear, if I give 1 pearl to brother 3, there will only be 1 left for myself. What should I do? Her small mouth pouted, and her big eyes darted around, displaying a troubled expression. Wei Jingxian suddenly understood her intent. Ah, so the little girl was waiting for me to catch on? Such cunning at such a young age. Truly deserving of the efforts I've made to win her favor. Raising an eyebrow, he promised, I still have 2 left. When the time comes, I will give those 2 to your brother 3. Thank you, second prince. You are truly the best brother. Wei Qinghua, ever astute, chimed in. From the moment Nguyen spoke, it was evident that this affair held promise. The words of gratitude had long been prepared in his mind. As Wei Jinxian's voice fell, Sweet nothings flowed effortlessly from his lips. Ah, how delightful! Nuanyuan, brimming with joy, swayed her head, constantly showering Wei Jingxian with compliments. He. I possess the luminous night pearl. How splendid! Wei Qinghua nodded repeatedly, mimicking Nuanyuan's flattery. The second prince cherishes his younger siblings the most. Following Nuanyuan, all treasures will come to us. Only Wei Jingxian, quietly apologizing to Lu Guifei in his heart, thought, Forgive me, Mother Empress. Henceforth, you shall no longer possess the luminous night pearl. When the three little ones peeked out from the woolen blanket, they found themselves unattended. Wei Jinxiong and Wei Muhua were engrossed in a fierce game of chess at the table, while Wei Sihua had returned to his original position, meticulously polishing his instrument. Alas! The dialogues of the trio regarding the luminous night pearl were both extravagant and irksome, grating on the ears. Who could deny the preciousness of a night pearl? This exquisite gem was worth a fortune, comparable to the he sure buy. In the market, if anyone were to acquire even a night pearl the size of a fingernail, it would be cherished as a family heirloom. Other royal families aside, in the palace of Shu, there were only 5 luminous night pearls to date. Among them, the largest resided with the Empress Dowager, a treasure sought after by the late emperor who dispatched people across 4 nations in his youth to procure it for her. The remaining 4 pearls were in the possession of Lu Guifei, whose numerous brothers included 2 engaged in trade across the 4 kingdoms. Thus, she had countless valuable possessions. It was no surprise that she held 4 luminous night pearls. However, Wei Jingxian, presenting a pearl larger than an egg to Nuanyuan, went a step further by offering 2. Nuanyuan's appetite had indeed been cultivated by him. What would they do for her numerous birthdays in the years to come? Very well, let the good fortune come in pairs. Taking 2 was acceptable. Yet, to disdain the smaller night pearls, akin to quail eggs, was rather puzzling. And what of the other 2 little ones? One dared to dream, while the other willingly assisted with the shovel to dig a pit. Truly, they were siblings who had shared life and death. Yet, someone seemed eager to play the fool, willingly leaping into the pit, only to cover themselves with dirt. Ah, indeed, what a good brother, so caring for his siblings. One could only wonder how Lu Guifei felt within the palace. Wei Jingxian had never been fond of reading or indulging in song and dance. Observing his brothers engaged in their own pursuits, he refrained from intruding, focusing instead on ingratiating himself with Nuanyuan, indulging in their make-believe games. He trusted his judgment, convinced that Nuanyuan would prove invaluable in the future, whether before the emperor or the carefree Wang. Cultivating a good rapport with Nuanyuan promised great rewards. The 6 siblings divided into 2 factions. A group remained so quiet that it was unsettling, while another group erupted from indoors to outdoors. Particularly, the little girl was engrossed in play. Having grown weary of her doll, she turned to the mud, foregoing the search for a stick and directly plunging her hands into the earth of the flower bed in the yard. Wei Qinghua, observing the dirt-streaked hands of the little girl, felt a headache coming on. You are a young lady. You cannot play in the mud, she exclaimed, then coaxed, Come with your brother. Let us wash our hands. But the little girl shook her head, her tone earnest. Wanbao is making pastries for Guohua. Pastries? Wei Qinghua glanced at the mud, her composure nearly unraveling. At that moment, Wei Jingxian chimed in, Wanbao is so good. She knows to make pastries for her brothers. He then cast a disapproving glance at Wei Qinghua, adding, Let her play. If it makes her happy, it is all that matters. After all, a young lady should be a bit carefree, lest she become like Meng Yunhe and her sister. At such a tender age, put on airs and pretentiousness. Chapter 51. Are you afraid you won't be able to marry in the future, Meng Yunhe's sister? Wei Qinghua's eyes brightened. The concerns about the little girl playing in the mud faded away. Meanwhile, the little girl set aside the mud and turned her gaze towards Wei Jingxian. Elder brother, have you met Meng Yunhe's sister? Wei Qinghua leaned closer to Wei Jingxian, filled with curiosity. What does she look like? Is she fair, tender, clever? How many eyes does she have? How many mouths? Is she a heavenly beauty? Wei Jingxian regarded him with a sidelong glance, assessing him from head to toe. Are you considering proposing to the Meng family? Isn't that a bit premature? Bah! Wei Qinghua quickly denied. Who would want to propose to the Meng family? That little rascal Meng Yunhe is so annoying. What kind of insanity would lead me to marry his sister? After saying this, he shifted his gaze and awkwardly added, "Besides, I am still young." "You are aware of your youth," Wei Jingxian remarked, noticing the little girl had abandoned the mud. He took out a handkerchief to help her clean her hands, while also taking the opportunity to scold Wei Qinghua. "At such a young age, what are you inquiring about? Why are you asking about someone else's sister? Even if you're worried about not marrying in the future, you shouldn't bury your eyes in the dirt." Wei Qinghua replied, "I merely wish to know if Meng Yunhe's sister is as wonderful as he claims. Where did this come from? He truly does not resemble a true brother. With my family background, combined with my handsome visage, how could I possibly fail to find a bride? I fear I might become too popular and be chased by young ladies in the future. Moreover, my parents have long since arranged a verbal betrothal for me, you know?" Wei Qinghua pouted, visibly displeased. He intended to explain, but, upon reflecting on Wei Jingxian's words, suddenly felt a surge of happiness. Is she truly that inadequate? Wei Jingxian shot him a glance of exasperation. What was wrong with this boy? There were plenty of older brothers ahead of him who had yet to propose, and none were as anxious as he. 2 eyes and 1 mouth. She is an ordinary person. Wei Jingxian mused about the young girl he had encountered. She is fair, tender, and quite pleasant to look at. Yet in comparison to our little treasure, she falls woefully short. After a brief pause, he continued, "As for her temperament, there is no need to elaborate. She is merely half a year older than our little treasure. Yet the Meng family has raised her to be utterly listless. At such a tender age, she presents herself with an air of solemnity that is rather tiresome." Wei Jingxian was well aware of his own acerbic tongue. It was indeed uncharitable to describe a child of merely 18 months as being so pretentious. Yet, one cannot entirely blame him. The spark that a child should possess is entirely absent in the Meng family's daughter. Resign yourself to the fact that she is not suited for you. Wei Jingxian had already misjudged Wei Qinghua thoroughly. Reflecting on the Meng girl, he remarked, "Your disposition is vivacious. Even if you do not seek someone lively and amusing in the future, you ought to find someone gentle and serene. The Meng girl is far too serious. She would constrain you." In Wei Jingxian's view, being pedantic and rigid is not entertaining, and there is a considerable difference between that and being gentle and serene. Although the Meng girl appears quiet, she is in no way aligned with the essence of gentleness and serenity. One wonders whether her decorous demeanor is truly a result of upbringing or merely an act. Wei Jingxian gazed at the innocent face of his little treasure, lost in contemplation. Little treasure is already quite clever. However, the Meng girl, at not even 2 years of age, exhibiting such behavior is indeed alarming. If it is a product of education, then the Meng family possesses some skills. If it is pretense, then her intentions are suspect. Wei Jingxian withdrew his gaze, disinclined to ponder further. In any case, he wished for no harm to befall the brothers of the Wei family. He glanced over at Wei Qinghua, feeling a twinge of unease, and cautioned, "The young lady is 6 or 7 years old. She surely has some understanding of matters." Wei Qinghua sighed in exasperation. He had already been misunderstood to the point of losing his temper. "I have said that I meant no such thing. Does this brother not comprehend human speech?" After a moment's thought, he explained, "Meng Yunhe has been boasting before me that his sister is better than our little treasure. I have never even met his sister. I was merely curious." With a heavy sigh, he added, "Alas, not only have I not seen her, but I do not even know her name. No wonder they say the second prince is fortunate to have met her." "What did you say?" Wei Jingxian raised an eyebrow, his disdain unmistakable. "That Meng Jinghao? How could she possibly compare to our little treasure? Let Meng Yunhe be." After mulling over Wei Qinghua's words, he added, "If you cannot articulate your thoughts, it would be best to remain silent. If she crossed paths with me, it would indeed be her good fortune. Had I known that the Meng family would be entering the palace today, I would have resolutely avoided the Xinang Palace to pay my respects to the imperial grandmother. It is exceedingly dull." Each word from Wei Jingxian dripped with disdain, directed both at the fabled Meng Jinghao and at his own cousin. Yet, Wei Qinghua remained oblivious to that. He only caught a few key phrases. Meng Jinghao, Xinang Palace, Meng Yunhe's sister, is in the Sinang Palace. Wei Qinghua's eyes sparkled with excitement, his heart racing with anticipation. He dreamed of meeting Meng Jinghao, not for any particular reason, but simply to have more ammunition to tease Meng Yunhe in the future. Why not? Should he wait at the palace gates? Or perhaps at the Meng family's entrance? Lost in thought about entering the palace, Wu Beiyou was suddenly interrupted by a statement from Nuanyuan. Wei Qinghua instantly saw a glimmer of hope. What? He could hardly conceal his delight and eagerly asked Nuanyuan, "Could you repeat that?" Luan Yuan wants to visit the palace. Nuanyuan was fully aware of Wei Qinghua's intentions. He had long harbored a desire to see his younger sister. Coincidentally, Nuanyuan shared this sentiment. She was curious to discover which unfortunate soul, much like herself, had been brought to the gambling table by their brother. Thus, with her big, adorable eyes, she began to plead, "Your Majesty, please take me along for some fun." Wei Jingxian was taken aback, instinctively glancing toward the study. His mind momentarily blank, he felt a surge of joy. Nuanyuan wished to enter the palace? He lowered his voice and quietly inquired, "Really?" "Yes." Nuanyuan mimicked his tone, responding sneakily, "I want to go to the palace." At that moment, Wei Jingxian was thoroughly delighted. What a stroke of luck. Our little Nuanyuan is quite the filial one. I shall take you to the palace to pay respects to the Empress Dowager. Wei Jingxian had never forgotten the emperor's reminder to frequent the prince's residence and grow closer to his sister, aiming to bring her to the palace to play. Look, he had succeeded. Not only had he succeeded, but he had also cunningly made a pact with Nuanyuan. "Nuanyuan, if your father finds out about this palace visit, how will you explain it?" "I want to go." "Very well." Chapter 52. I will take my brother out to play with a confident stride. The group made their way out of the royal residence and boarded the carriage to the palace. There was no need for pretense, especially since Wei Jingxian held two aces in his hand. One was the charming little Nuanyuan, who, with her tiny arms and legs, boldly led the way. Upon reaching the entrance, she immediately embraced the doorman. In a sweet voice, she declared, "Sir, I wish to enter the palace." Who cared who he was? Sweet-tongued children always receive treats. Unable to reach the thigh, she clung to the calf instead. The doorman, ever perceptive, was momentarily taken aback, staring blankly at the small bundle by his side, hardly daring to breathe. If one were to ask him whether he felt moved, he certainly wouldn't have dared to move. He stood like a statue, save for his blinking eyes. Goodness, could it be that my ancestral grave is smoking? The little princess is actually hugging me. Nuanyuan, observing the doorman's bewilderment, tilted her head in confusion. Why does this doorman seem so foolish? He looks more suited to blacksmithing than guarding the door. Otherwise, how could he be daydreaming while potential intruders approach? "Hey, listen well." Nuanyuan released the doorman's leg and waved her tiny hand in front of him. "I'm going to pay respects to my Empress Dowager now. You must remember to tell my father." She added with an innocent smile, "I am going to the palace. And you must not deceive me." Wei Jingxian and Wei Qinghua shared a glance, torn between the urge to scold and their reluctance to do so. The young girl, truly. No one has deceived you into the palace, yet you seem to be inadvertently revealing too much. The doorkeeper finally regained his composure, his face a mask of terror. He wished to reason with Nuanyuan, but feared she might not comprehend. Ultimately, he turned to Wei Jingxian, saying, "Your Highness, is this not putting me in a predicament? The prince and princess have instructed me to keep a vigilant watch over the door, ensuring the young princess does not wander off." After uttering this, he cautiously glanced at Wei Qinghua and added, "Especially Third Master, you must not take the young princess out alone." "I did not," Wei Qinghua exclaimed, his expression one of innocent protest. "You mustn't speak carelessly. It is clearly Nuanyuan who wishes to take me out." Nuanyuan nodded earnestly in agreement. "My humble third brother," Wei Jingxian remarked as he cast a glance at Wei Qinghua, thinking him a feckless oaf. He decided to bring forth his second trump card. From his waist, he produced a gleaming gold medal, proclaiming, "Upon seeing this object, one would feel as if they were in the presence of the emperor." The doorkeeper was taken aback and immediately knelt, exclaiming, "Long live the emperor!" Wei Jingxian was quite pleased with the doorkeeper's reaction. acknowledging the worldly experience of those in the prince's residence. He then stepped forward and took Nuanyuan's hand, saying, "It is rare for a young princess of such tender years to exhibit commendable filial piety, knowing she wishes to pay her respects to the Empress Dowager. I am genuinely touched and shall escort the two siblings into the palace." As he spoke, he glanced at the waning daylight and continued, "Please inform the prince that I shall return them before nightfall, so there is no need for concern." With the gold medal in hand, Wei Jingxian articulated his words beautifully. The doorkeeper lacked the courage to dispute him and could only watch helplessly as they boarded the carriage. Once the carriage began its slow journey toward the palace, the doorkeeper, not daring to delay even for a moment, hurried inside to convey the news. Within the carriage, Nuanyuan clung tightly to Wei Jingxian, refusing to budge. "This little one, what on earth has she been eating? She's certainly not light," Wei Jingxian mused. "Be good." He coaxed softly, "Get down." Nuanyuan shook her head vigorously, not only refusing to dismount, but also tightening her embrace around his neck. The carriage was quite secure, and there was no danger of Nuanyuan falling. Wei Jingxian was perplexed as to why she had latched onto him the moment she entered the carriage, assuming perhaps she was unaccustomed to riding and felt frightened. Thus, he patiently encouraged her, "Look at your third brother sitting so steadily." As he attempted to lift her down, she protested, shaking her head and struggling. In the end, she remained glued to him like a stubborn adhesive, after several unsuccessful attempts at coaxing her. Wei Jingxian felt his patience wearing thin. Just then, Nuanyuan spoke up. "Your goose is going to be crushed." She pouted playfully. "Let me see your goose." With a sweet, childish voice, she whined, "Just a little peek, please." Wei Jingxian was taken aback, somewhat confused. He inquired, "What do you wish to see?" "The most attractive feature I possess is my face. Would you like to gaze upon it a bit more?" "It's the golden goose," she insisted. Warm Treasure momentarily struggled to recall the name of the object, resorting to miming with her little hands. "Small, singular gold?" Wei Jingxian furrowed his brows, contemplating for a moment before realization dawned upon him. "Are you referring to a gold medal?" "Yes, yes." Warm Treasure eagerly nodded, her excitement nearly causing her to drool. "The medal is indeed a medal." Wei Jingxian asked, "You wish to see the gold medal? You should have mentioned it earlier. Please sit down." Seizing the opportunity, he gently set Warm Treasure aside and retrieved the medal from his waist. "Here, take it." "Wow," Warm Treasure exclaimed, snatching the medal and asking, "Is it for me?" Encountering the item felt akin to meeting royalty. It was undeniably cool. Wei Jingxian felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth, tempted to reclaim the medal. "You think I'll just give it to you? This is my trump card for bringing you out of the palace. I'll let you see it." He shook his head helplessly, adding, "If you desire it, you must ask your royal uncle." "Oh dear, don't bite." Once Wei Jingxian settled into the carriage, he hardly had a moment's peace. He had barely completed his sentence when Warm Treasure began her antics once more. Observing her mischievousness, he felt both amused and exasperated. He reached out to gently pat her little head, applying the lightest touch, as if swatting a mosquito. "No biting." Hee. Warm Treasure giggled, revealing her 2 rows of adorable baby teeth. "Who wants it?" "Ask your royal uncle," Wei Jingxian replied, reclaiming the medal, for such an item could not be carelessly bestowed. He wished to remain alive. He continued, "Your royal uncle possesses many of these medals, and they are quite useful. Once we enter the palace, you can ask him for one." "All right," Warm Treasure replied earnestly, her big eyes sparkling. "First, I'll go ensure the Empress is well. Then I'll seek my royal uncle." As she spoke, her gaze fixated on Wei Jingxian's waist. "I'll ask my royal uncle for gold." Chapter 53. Little Warm Treasure is a character crusher. Wei Jingxian, observing the glimmer in Warm Treasure's eyes, suddenly felt as if he had accomplished something significant. "Go ahead. As long as you speak up, your father will surely grant you a gold medal." He eagerly hoped she would take the medal and approach the emperor herself. In the past, Wei Jingxian had also lacked a gold medal. This token, which could elevate one's status to that of the emperor, was more precious than a life-saving amulet. Had it not been for the emperor's desire to use his 2 sons to lure Warm Treasure to the palace, while fearing that the Prince of Leisure might intervene, Wei Jingxian might never have encountered this gold medal in his lifetime. However, this medal was not to be wielded carelessly. At least within the Prince of Leisure's residence, it served only as an auxiliary tool, meant to be used in conjunction with Warm Treasure. From a moment he received the Emperor's decree to foster a good relationship with her, the Emperor had cautioned him, "Do not sneak Warm Treasure away. It is too perilous and will cause concern. Do not compete with your royal uncles for toys. You cannot win. Do not act recklessly with the gold medal. Otherwise, you will face the family law." He needed to cultivate patience, bide his time, and allow his royal uncles to lower their guard. Everything must unfold gradually. Once Warm Treasure was able to speak and walk on her own, it would be easier to lead her away. Ultimately, the Emperor harbors a certain trepidation about igniting the ire of the carefree prince. This younger sibling proves to be quite a handful, and at times, even the Emperor finds himself at a loss. Thus, he resorts to subtly employing the child for his own purposes. Directly bringing Warm Treasure along is impractical, so he allows her to come of her own volition. As the saying goes, one creature can subdue another. If Warm Treasure desires to come, who could possibly impede her? The prince's residence is in close proximity to the palace. A few jovial souls, engaged in light-hearted banter, soon arrived at their destination. The carriage halted at the palace gates. Where entry was forbidden, they were required to transfer to a sedan chair. Curiously, this marked the very first occasion since she began to walk that Warm Treasure would enter the palace. From the moment she stepped through the palace gates, she felt as though her spirit had been exalted. Ah, this is the imperial palace, a grand and magnificent edifice. She was so enthralled that she contemplated taking a piece of the very bricks beneath her feet. In her excitement, she seemed oblivious to the exhaustion of running, akin to Lu Lao Lao entering the Grandview Garden. Although she could have relied on the sedan chair, she insisted on using her little legs. "Go, brothers!" Warm Treasure dashed ahead, swaying from side to side. In her exhilaration, her words became more articulate. What'd I just say? She pondered, attempting to shout again. "Brothers, hurry up." "Ah, you all?" She chuckled, feeling quite accomplished. Unbeknownst to her, she had articulated yet another word correctly. She was filled with joy. Unable to contain herself, she began to chatter away, her lips murmuring as if she were conversing or perhaps singing a tune. "Open the doors, brothers." It seemed the palace was indeed a splendid place, one she wished to visit frequently. In her previous state, Warm Treasure had been unable to walk or speak. Relegated to being passed around by others, a truly helpless situation, she would spend her days confined to her cradle, silent and lonely when no one came to see her, and overwhelmed with noise when they did. On rare occasions when she entered the palace, she would feel trepidation alongside the adults, praying not to be trapped within its walls. It was quite the predicament. But now how delightful it was. Not only could she navigate the palace with ease, but she could also articulate her desires and scamper about on her little legs. Warm Treasure was blissful, so blissful that she felt she might spin with joy. Her steps were increasingly whimsical. A broad path lay ahead, and she raced forward, stringing together letters and more. Behind her, Wei Jingxian and Wei Qinghua were utterly astonished. The two exchanged glances, their minds flooded with myriad emotions. Wei Jingxian inquired, "Is that not a bird newly freed from its cage?" Wei Qinghua shook his head, replying, "To me, it resembles a wild horse frolicking about." Wei Jingxian furrowed his brow and asked again, "Does she know the way?" Wei Qinghua glanced at his cousin. "What do you think? Shouldn't we hurry and catch up?" Wei Jingxian, in a state of urgency, leaped into action. The usually languid and poised young man suddenly dashed off in pursuit, exclaiming, "Warm Treasure, wait for me." Meanwhile, Warm Treasure had long forgotten her brothers. Under the impression that they were right behind her, the little one frolicked joyously, her melody shifting time and again. For instance, at this moment, others are already immersed in their joyful realms. What is this delightful awakening? What indeed is this awakening? Little Juan is here to enlighten you. Ah, the awakening is simply the charm of Juan's eloquence. Exhausted from her frolic, Juan finally felt fatigued and plopped down onto the steps to rest. Wei Jingxian, who had been trailing closely, finally spotted Juan and let out a sigh of relief, followed by an eye roll. After rolling his eyes, he suddenly realized something was amiss. He hurriedly glanced around. Fortunately, There was no one nearby. What had he just done? How could he be so uncouth as to roll his eyes in public? He is, after all, a dashing gentleman, and he cannot allow his good reputation to falter. Ahem! Wei Jingxian cleared his throat, adjusted his hair, and slowly approached Juan. In this day and age, every action must adhere to one's persona. One's persona is a fragile thing that must not be compromised. Yet little did he know, Juan was a veritable persona destroyer. Upon seeing Wei Jingxian approach, she promptly exclaimed, "Oh, Your Highness, why are you running so fast? Take it slow. There is no need to rush." With that, she mimicked an exaggerated eye roll. Lifting her little head, she rapidly blinked her eyes and rolled them a few times. Wei Jingxian, at this moment, felt as if he could vanish into the ground. Who could possibly inform him of the divine lineage of this little girl before him? Was she a fairy or a mischievous spirit? She was merely a year old. Where had she acquired such whimsical expressions? "Oh, Your Highness, your hair is flying." Juan's mission to dismantle personas was far from over. Noticing Wei Jingxian's silence, she reached out her chubby little hand and tugged at the strands of hair on his forehead with surprising strength. "Ouch!" Wei Jingxian gasped. Before he could utter a word, Juan continued, "Oh, in the carriage, Your Highness, your hair was flying. It looks so beautiful. Hurry and comb your hair." Wei Jingxian felt a sense of helplessness, as if 1,000 wild horses were galloping through his mind without pause. Yet, among those horses, 999 had left their marks behind. The last one likely ran too swiftly and couldn't keep up. Yes, that was precisely the feeling. Chapter 54. The Imperial Palace truly is a blessed place. Wei Jingxian, feeling rather dispirited, gazed at Juan. Did he not care about his appearance? Did he not wish to groom himself? Surely, one must have the means to do so. Wei Jingxian took a deep breath and patted his backside, intending to sit beside Juan. He had chased this oblivious little creature until his legs felt weak. However, just as he was about to settle down, Juan's little hand reached out once more. "Hug me, Your Highness." Wei Jingxian was instantly frozen in place. "Oh no," Juan said with an innocent expression. "Little Juan is feeling tired and can't walk anymore." Wei Jingxian looked on in disbelief. "No, you didn't say that just now. When you tugged my hair, you had quite a bit of strength." At that moment, Wei Qinghua arrived, panting and complaining. "Why are you two running so fast? Is there a dog chasing after you?" Yuan Bao looked puzzled, while Wei Jingxian turned to Wei Qinghua and asked, "What do you think? 4-legged dogs are common, but it's the first time I've seen a 2-legged one." "Yuan Bao, your third brother has come. Let him hold you." Wei Jingxian, abandoning his seat, handed Yuan Bao to Wei Qinghua and rushed ahead to lead the way. Wei Qinghua was left bewildered. "Hold? Why would I hold her?" He glanced at Yuan Bao, perplexed, as she seemed to be enjoying herself. Meanwhile, Yuan Bao was sizing up Wei Qinghua, contemplating. "Well, never mind." She quickly scrambled to her feet and dashed off to catch up with Wei Jingxian. Her third brother appeared somewhat unsteady. Perhaps it was wiser to seek someone more reliable. Yuan Bao hurriedly called out to Wei Jingxian, "I want a hug." "I'm looking for you, third brother." Wei Jingxian, though calling out, slowed his pace, waiting briefly for Yuan Bao. "I want a hug." Yuan Bao stumbled and clung to Wei Jingxian's leg. "I want to hug the plump one. My third brother looks too tired. I can't wear him out." Sighing, Wei Jingxian looked down at the little sprite and, with a resigned gesture, lifted her into his arms. "Why does she feel heavier than when we were in the carriage?" "Yay, I'm getting a hug," Yuan Bao exclaimed, resting her head on Wei Jingxian's shoulder and waving at Wei Qinghua behind them. "Hurry up, let us go find the royal pig mother." As she spoke, she flailed her arms in delight. Wei Jingxian held her tightly, fearful of dropping his sister. In just a short while, he began to sweat. A bead of perspiration trickled to the corner of his mouth, where he paused momentarily to taste it, salty. At that precise moment, 2 palace maids approached. Upon seeing Wei Jingxian and the others, they quickly stepped aside, bowing, "Your Highness, the second prince." Wei Jingxian felt his composure shatter once again, his expression darkening. Indeed, as long as Yuan Bao was present, I, Wei Jingxian, shall never possess an air of elegance. The palace is vast. The group meandered, climbing stone steps, traversing palace alleys, and passing through corridors. Finally, They encountered a rotund little figure in an open area. The little one appeared to be about 4 or 5 years old, slightly older than Wan Bao. At that moment, he was joyfully seated on a small wooden cart, engrossed in play. Twist cart. Wan Bao's eyes sparkled with excitement. It was a toy twist cart resembling modern designs, complete with a platform and a steering wheel-like knob, equipped with 3 wheels in total. The knob resembled a ball, with handles on either side, differing significantly from contemporary steering wheels. However, when the chubby child grasped the handles and swayed them, the wheels beneath the cart would change direction, causing the cart to twist and turn. As it was made of wood, the cart occasionally jolted and bumped as it carried its passenger. One must admit that the wisdom of ancient sages is boundless. Warm Treasure gazed for quite a while, her eyes wide with wonder. Do you want to play? Wei Jingxian seemed to have found a great savior, eagerly shaking the Warm Treasure in her arms. That is your elder brother, the 5th prince. I shall take you to play with him. Elder brother. The 5th prince, Wei Jinmin, who was joyfully engaged in play, had already noticed Wei Jingxian. He maneuvered his little ride over, but upon seeing the small doll in Wei Jingxian's embrace, his expression soured instantly. Who is she? Why is second brother holding her? No. Second brother belongs to me. Wei Jinmin hurriedly dismounted from his ride and rushed over, tugging at Warm Treasure's clothing. Get down, quickly. Warm Treasure blinked her large eyes, adorably responding, I am Warm Treasure, your 5th prince. As soon as she uttered the words, she paused in surprise, for she realized that her speech had become a tad clearer. Thus, she quickly continued, Do you not recognize Warm Treasure? I am your little sister. Oh dear. Warm Treasure gasped. It was not just a slight improvement. Her clarity had increased significantly, giggling with delight. She no longer wished to be held by Wei Jingxian and wriggled to get down. She was eager to explore this land of blessings. After all, since entering the palace, her speech had become remarkably fluent. 5th prince, let us play. Why are you so adorable? Once on the ground, Warm Treasure's first act was to approach Wei Jinmin. She pinched his hand and then his chubby cheeks. They felt delightful to the touch. What are you doing? Wei Jinmin pushed Warm Treasure away, declaring, I don't care who you are. Do not touch me. Bang! Warm Treasure lost her balance and tumbled down, landing on her bottom. Ouch! Her small hand hit the floor tiles, causing her golden bracelet to jolt against her wrist. At that moment, Warm Treasure suddenly felt the usually cool bracelet become warm, as if something had surged within it. 5th, Wei Jingxian scolded his younger brother. Just then, Wei Qinghua rushed forward, picking up Warm Treasure. Warm Treasure, are you hurt? Does it hurt? Huh? Warm Treasure's attention was fixated on her wrist, and she momentarily did not heed Wei Qinghua's words. Dazed, she shook her head, concentrating on her bracelet. Why does this bracelet feel strange? It looks the same as before, yet it seems different. She reached out to touch it. Huh? Why is it cool again? Just a moment ago, it was warm. Warm Treasure? Where does it hurt? Tell your brother. Wei Qinghua looked at her in confusion, his heart aching for her. At that moment, Wei Jinmin approached again, fiercely declaring, I warn you, this is my brother. You must not let him hold you anymore, understand? With that, he made a silly face at Warm Treasure and reiterated, My brother can only hold me, not anyone else. Remember that. Chapter 55. Am I really his biological sibling? Boom. Wei Qinghua's temper flared instantly. Hey, I'm losing my patience. Without regard for Wei Jingxian's presence, he stood protectively in front of Warm Treasure, embodying the role of a devoted elder brother. 5th, what are you doing? Do you believe that Brother Qinghua will thrash you? As she spoke, she rolled up her sleeves, revealing a tightly clenched fist. You dare to intimidate my sister. You wicked one, Qinghua. You are no good, Wei Jinmin retorted, only to quickly retract his neck and hide behind Wei Jingxian, yearning for the protection of his elder brother. Little did he know, today his brother was not so affectionate. Grasping his collar, Wei Jingxian pulled him outside. Go apologize to your sister. His tone was indifferent, yet carried a hint of coldness, instantly instilling fear in Wei Jinmin. Suddenly, the sounds of wailing erupted, deafening and reminiscent of the past warmth. Wei Jinmin felt aggrieved. He did not cry when his elder brother embraced another, nor did he weep when threatened with a beating. Yet now, Witnessing his brother's support for someone else, he could no longer contain himself. Am I not my brother's treasured little brother? Meanwhile, Warm Treasure, engrossed in her study of a gold bracelet, finally snapped back to reality at the sound of Wei Jinmin's cries. She peeked out from behind Wei Qinghua, curiously observing the commotion. What happened? Why is the chubby one crying? It sounds so tragic. Has someone bullied him? Just as she contemplated offering him some comfort, a tense voice rang out from a distance. What's going on? Why is my Jimin crying? Everyone turned to see a strikingly graceful woman hurrying towards them, clad in a royal gown of dragon indigo. With her hair fashioned in a double-bladed bun, adorned with embroidered golden lotuses, she exuded an air of elegance and grandeur. It was none other than Imperial concubine Lu. Warm Treasure thought to herself and waved her little arms, calling out in a sweet voice, "Hello, Lu Liang." At the same time, Wei Jimin, still crying, dashed toward Imperial concubine Lu, exclaiming, "Mother! Whoa, mother!" Imperial concubine Lu's eyes sparkled as she quickened her pace, calling out, "Oh dear, be careful." Ignoring the rushing Wei Jimin, she enveloped Warm Treasure in her embrace. "Oh my, let Lu Yang see. Who is this? Is this not our little Warm Treasure? Have you come to the palace today? Did you miss Lu Yang?" Warm Treasure nodded emphatically, her response sweet as honey. "Warm Treasure misses Lu Yang very much. Oh, our little Warm Treasure is truly obedient. Lu Yang has not loved you in vain." Imperial concubine Lu smiled, playfully tapping Warm Treasure's nose, creating a heartwarming scene. "Does Warm Treasure want to give Lu Yang a kiss?" "Yes, yes," Warm Treasure eagerly replied, and then, with a peck, she planted a kiss on Imperial concubine Lu's cheek. The concubine was overjoyed, her heart melting with happiness, completely oblivious to the son standing behind her, bewildered. His arms, once outstretched for an embrace, now hung in the air, uncertain and lost. What is happening? Who am I? Where am I? Why is my mother also hugging someone else? With that thought, his nose tinged with emotion, and he began to cry once more, his sobs piercing and heart-wrenching. Hearing the cries, Imperial concubine Lu paused. "Oh, my son is still here. But why is he crying? Is this not putting her in a difficult position? I wish to comfort my son, yet I cannot bear to part with a Warm Treasure in my arms." Just as I ponder who holds greater importance, another voice emerges. Is it the fifth prince? What brings forth his tears? It turns out the emperor has arrived. Dressed in a vibrant cerulean robe, he appears quite spirited. Upon noticing his youngest son weeping, he inquires, "What mischief have you committed? Did your mother punish you?" "Father, father." Wei Jimin cries, his grievances doubled. "It is far more serious than mere mischief. My mother and brother have been taken away by others." As he sobs, he dashes towards the emperor, yearning to plunge into a warm and loving embrace. But alas, history repeats itself. The innocent child is once again struck by the harshness of reality. The emperor's eyes light up as he deftly sidesteps Wei Jinmin's embrace, rushing towards Lu Guifei. "My dear treasure, how did you come to the palace?" The once cold and imposing voice now takes on a slightly effeminate tone. "Come, let your royal uncle hold you. Let me see if you have gained weight lately. Long live your Imperial Highness." The little treasure, adept in her charm, promptly pecks the emperor on the cheek. Without a second thought, she clings to the thigh of the great man, hoping to secure a golden medal, not for its monetary value, but for its immense utility. The emperor, thoroughly amused by the little treasure, tosses her into the air repeatedly. Clearly, he, like Lu Guifei, has forgotten his biological son's presence. Wei Jimin stands frozen, sniffling, his shoulders trembling. He dares not cry. It serves no purpose. He has come to a poignant realization. He has been forgotten. Consequently, he casts an irate glance at the little treasure, silently vowing in his heart, "She is not my sister. I shall not like her." The emperor and Lu Guifei, under the sweet demands of the little treasure, lead the children to the Sinang Palace. Upon their arrival, the Meng family's women have long departed. As for the Empress Dowager, she has just awakened and is still somewhat dazed. Upon hearing that the little treasure has arrived, she excitedly rushes out of the inner chamber, without even fastening her hairpin. "My dear little treasure," upon spotting the little one playing with a toy cart in the flower hall, The Empress Dowager instinctively slows her tone and pace. Come, let your royal grandmother see if you have grown taller. She glances at the crooked little cart and shoots a reproachful look at the Emperor. Oh, she's so young. How can she play with the fifth prince's cart? Can she sit steadily? Ajing, quickly bring down the little treasure. Do not worry, mother, the Emperor replies, thoroughly enjoying the moment of parenting. He does not lift his gaze. Responding, I am right beside her, she will not fall. Meanwhile, the little treasure behaves quite obediently. Through the gaps between the Emperor's arms, she sweetly calls out, Royal Pig Mother. Oh, how the Empress Dowager's heart swells with love. Hurriedly, she approached to rescue the little darling. My dear little one, the Empress Dowager is here. Gulme, let your grandmother embrace you. We shall cease our play with the toy car. Chapter 56. The little darling exhibits social butterflies syndrome very well. The little darling agreed with utmost enthusiasm. It was prudent to first cling to the esteemed elders. She patted the Emperor's hand, saying, Your Majesty, please pause the car. Little darling wishes to be safe and sound. With that, she half climbed, half tumbled off the toy vehicle. The Empress Dowager, who would not bother with formalities, simply wrapped her arms around the thighs of the Empress, cooing, Little darling has come to give Empress Dowager a tight embrace. Oh my, such a well-behaved little one. The Empress Dowager's heart melted, her resolve waning as she disregarded her own age and swept the little darling into her arms. The Emperor and concubine Lu broke into a cold sweat, anxiously guarding her, fearful of straining the Dowager's back or risking harm to their precious girl. Seated beside the Empress Dowager, she soon realized that in the flower hall, it was only the Emperor, concubine Lu, and a few grandchildren present. Where are Aki and his wife? Why are they absent? Her expression shifted slightly, casting a reproachful glance at the Emperor. What am I to say about you? At such an age, do you still wish to engage in a brawl with your brother? The Emperor felt unjustly accused. While he was not averse to a scuffle, he certainly did not wish to be reprimanded like a child by his own mother. Thus, he quickly glanced at Wei Jingxian and Wei Qinghua, urging, You rascals, come forth and speak. Receiving the cue, Wei Jingxian promptly declared, Grandmother, the little darling is brought here by me and Aching. The Empress Dowager paused, momentarily taken aback. As she was about to turn her ire towards her grandson, the little darling chimed in, I miss my Empress Dowager. Placing a kiss on the Dowager's cheek, she added, Grandfather said Empress Dowager missed me too. I wanted to come along with them. Seeing the Dowager's skeptical expression, she reassured, I told Father about it. Surely, that wasn't a lie. She had indeed mentioned it, albeit through another's mouth. Observing the little darling's clever demeanor, the Empress Dowager chose not to pursue the matter further. Like a playful child, she indulged the little darling in a forehead-to-forehead game. She then instructed her attendants to swiftly prepare some delectable snacks for the little one, ensuring she would not go hungry. Enough of this. At my age, how many times can I see my grandchildren? Now that they are here, let us enjoy ourselves. In the Empress Dowager's embrace, the little darling erupted into peals of laughter, her giggles ringing like silver bells, clear and delightful. Meanwhile, Wei Jingxian watched the joyful scene, his heart heavy with discontent, akin to the bitterness of a medicinal herb. The 4-year-old Wei Jingxian felt like a sour lemon, simmering with jealousy. Umph. The little darling is a naughty sister. Irritated, he dashed off to play with the toy car. The vehicle spun around the spacious flower hall, twisting this way and that. The little darling, witnessing the toy car, felt a surge of desire to join in. Thus, she slid down from the Dowager's lap and scampered toward Wei Jingxian. Let's all play together. It must be said, the little darling was indeed afflicted with a pronounced case of social butterfly syndrome, and quite typically so. Wei Jinmin's expression had soured to an explosive degree, almost as if it bore a sign that read, Keep away, warm treasure and dogs. Yet, warm treasure remained all smiles. Blooming like a flower as she approached Wei Jinmin, she was acutely aware of his anger, as well as the reasons behind it. This very understanding compelled her to draw nearer to him, despite her current demeanor, exuding the innocence of a child just over a year old. Her soul possessed a remarkable maturity. Having lived a full life before, she was not blind to the subtleties of a child's emotions. The reason she concealed her mature spirit was to sidestep unnecessary troubles. In this unfamiliar world, where her words and actions were constantly constrained, it was prudent not to stand out too distinctly. In her previous life, she had been an orphan, enduring a life of extreme hardship. Consequently, in this new existence, she yearned to experience the warmth of familial love, to relive her childhood from the moment of her birth, growing up carefree and joyous. The affection from her family was overwhelmingly comforting. It was no wonder that, though she currently inhabited a small body, she could hardly withstand such warmth. Even as a woman in her 20s, she would likely be melted by such profound love, her demeanor becoming increasingly childlike. Warm Treasure understood that misunderstandings could arise even among children. To resolve such misunderstandings, one must not retreat, but rather engage in continual adjustment. Wei Jinmin, the youngest son of the emperor, had been the little tyrant of the palace, lavished with affection before Warm Treasure's arrival. With her presence, the attention directed towards him had diminished significantly, leaving him with a sense of loss that was entirely natural. Warm Treasure, unintentional in her quest for affection, empathized with his frustrations and chose not to take his sulky demeanor to heart. As he recoiled a little, she would inch closer. If he shot her a glare, she would respond with a charming smile, revealing her adorable little teeth. Eventually, Wei Jinmin, unable to withstand her persistence, grumpily inquired, "What do you want to do?" "Play with you," Warm Treasure replied, her big eyes sparkling with innocence. This child had quite the temper. "I didn't mean to upset you. Why are you angry?" "I asked your brother to hold me because I didn't want him to be burdened. I greeted your mother because children ought to be polite. I didn't provoke your father. He came to me, and you pushed me. I'm not angry. I forgive you. I truly don't understand why you cry. You look so disheveled and are still fuming. Go away. I want to play with you." Wei Jinmin showed no regard for Warm Treasure's feelings, directly turning his toy car and attempting to leave. Upon witnessing this, Warm Treasure hurried after him, articulating each word clearly. "Let us play together." Her voice, sweet and commanding, carried a hint of authority. "You can't leave." Wei Jinmin furrowed his brow, a small boy burdened with considerable worry. "This toy car is meant for children. I am the youngest child, not you." Warm Treasure widened her eyes and gazed at Wei Jinmin. "Child, have you lost your wits in your anger?" She earnestly addressed Wei Jinmin. "I am your little sister, and I am younger than you." Wei Jinmin's eyes flickered. It seems that is indeed the case. However, he continued, "You still cannot play. The wooden cart is dangerous. The youngest cannot touch it. Only those who are older siblings can play. You're the smallest, so it is not permitted. But I can." Warm Treasure rebutted Wei Jinmin once more. "I have younger siblings." After saying this, she added, "In Liang Qin's belly." Chapter 57. Warm Treasure is indeed a little sister. I have younger siblings in Liang Qin's belly. Warm Treasure's sweet voice echoed in the minds of the emperor and others, as if it were on repeat. After a while, they finally comprehended the situation. "Warm Treasure, come here to your great-grandmother." The Empress Dowager was the first to speak. Beckoning Warm Treasure over, "Tell your great-grandmother what is in your mother's belly. There are younger siblings." With each word, Warm Treasure's speech became increasingly articulate. While patting her round belly, she continued, "It is in Liang Qin's belly." What is going on? The emperor turned his gaze to Wei Jingxian, who had just returned from the leisurely king's residence. Wei Jingxian shook his head, hastily replying, "In response to Father Emperor, I do not know." "Qinghua?" The emperor then focused on Wei Qinghua. Wei Qinghua, being straightforward, nodded and said, "Yes, mother is expecting," after which she added, "I just found out today. The doctor has already checked her pulse." Upon hearing this, joy instantly illuminated the faces of those present. Even Wei Jingxian had a moment of clarity. No wonder today, Warm Treasure had only 3 brothers by her side. It turns out that the royal aunt is expecting again. The leisurely king's residence must be bustling. Excellent. The emperor, filled with excitement, paced back and forth in the floral hall, as if the one with child was a concubine in the palace. This Qi and the younger siblings are indeed fortunate. They have just welcomed Warm Treasure a year ago, and now they are expecting again. The emperor looked at the Empress Dowager and said, "I truly hope they will give our Wei family a daughter." In this way, Warm Treasure would have a sister, a companion. Indeed, for centuries, our Wei family has been prosperous in sons and lacking in daughters. The Empress Dowager wholeheartedly agreed, smiling as she said, "If we could add another daughter, that would be the finest news." "Yes, Mother Empress speaks wisely." The Emperor nodded repeatedly, yet his mind began to formulate plans. Having a daughter would certainly be wonderful. Achi has made a promise with me. This child of his wife must be brought into the palace for nurturing. With this thought, the Emperor could hardly contain his eagerness for the leisurely princess to give birth immediately. He picked up the soft and squishy Warm Treasure and said, "Oh dear, our little Warm Treasure is going to be an elder sister. Are you happy?" "Very happy." Without a moment's hesitation, Warm Treasure replied, "Warm Treasure wants to be an elder sister." "Oh, Warm Treasure wants to be an elder sister?" Concubine Lu also approached and asked, "Does Warm Treasure want a younger brother or a younger sister?" The words of a child are particularly auspicious. Whatever they expressed as their desires, the offspring born after October would likely align closely with their wishes. The Empress Dowager and the Emperor exchanged appreciative glances upon witnessing Lu Guifei's astuteness. Subsequently, they eagerly anticipated Nguanbao's response. This time, Nguanbao required contemplation. She blinked her beautiful, large eyes, pondering for considerable while before finally declaring, "I want a little brother." The crowd, taken aback, inquired with curiosity, "Why do you want a brother? Do you not like having a sister?" Nguanbao, with an innocent expression but a serious tone, replied, "Nguanbao already has many sisters, but no little brother." She was fully aware that the adults' inquiry about her preference for a brother or sister stemmed from their desire for a daughter, hoping to hear her express a wish for a sister. In truth, she would be content with either, for the determination of a boy or girl was beyond her control. Nonetheless, the memory of a troublesome sister from her past life made her a bit apprehensive. However, it seemed Nguanbao had no sister at present. The Emperor, undeterred, gently lifted Nguanbao, continuing to ask, "Do you truly not wish for a sister?" He playfully teased, "What about your father?" Nguanbao noticed a pimple on the Emperor's nose and, with a soft touch, remarked, "Nguanbao already is a sister." This tender response melted the hearts of those present, especially the Emperor. It was as if a light had illuminated his heart, granting him clarity. Indeed, they already had Nguanbao. Whether this child was a daughter would be delightful, and if a son, it was inconsequential. The child's presence would merely be a source of joy. They would see how it unfolds in a few months. Nguanbao was right. They had their sister in her. The Emperor, reluctant to release Nguanbao from his embrace, could not conceal his smile. Observing this, Nguanbao sensed the opportune moment and playfully tugged at the Emperor's earlobe, straightforwardly stating, "Does father still have the gold medal?" "What medal?" the Emperor asked, slightly confused yet amused. "The gold medal," Nguanbao earnestly replied. "Father has the medals for the eagles and the pot." Suddenly called out, Wei Jingxian felt a bit disgruntled, having thought Nguanbao had forgotten this matter. To his surprise, the little girl, despite her tender age, had a remarkable memory. "Father," Nguanbao meant the gold medal, Wei Jingxian explained, retrieving his own gold medal from his waist and displaying it. "Today, when I took Nguanbao out of the royal residence, I showed it to the gatekeeper. Nguanbao saw it and insisted on having one. I had no choice but to bring father out to intervene." Upon finishing, he cast a meaningful glance at Nguanbao, as if to say, "I've done my part. The rest is up to you." Nguanbao, a clever little girl, quickly grasped Wei Jingxian's intention. "Understood," she exclaimed, wrapping her arms around the Emperor's neck, sweetly proclaiming, "This medal can take Nguanbao to meet the Empress and see father. It's a good thing." With that, she planted a kiss on the Emperor's cheek, leaving a fragrant peck. The gentle warmth of affection enveloped Nguanbao as she expressed her desire to hold the golden medal. Who could possibly refuse such an adorable, soft little rice dumpling? Moreover, the reason behind her yearning for the medal was to facilitate her entrance to the palace to pay her respects to her beloved royal grandmother and uncle. The Emperor was utterly delighted. If not for his princely dignity, he might have been moved to tears. His daughter was simply too considerate, far more endearing than those troublesome boys. Everyone knows that a golden medal is typically a fleeting possession, especially one that signifies the Emperor's presence. Once the task is completed, it is promptly reclaimed. This illustrates how rare and precious the metal is, akin to Nguyen Bao herself. However, under her charming influence, the emperor willingly decided to bestow the medal upon his cherished niece as a plaything. He called out to Wei Jingxian, saying, "Second brother, give your golden medal to Nguyen Bao." What? Wei Jingxian was taken aback. Are you serious? Hand my medal over to my sister? What about me? No, this is not the outcome I desired. Why are you dawdling? The emperor, noticing Wei Jingxian's hesitation, shot him a disapproving glare. With a stern expression, he commanded, "Did you not hear your sister express her wish? Hurry, let her have it to play with." Play with? Wei Jingxian's exquisite eyes darted, and he cautiously inquired, "Will it come back after she is done?" "No, it won't be returned." Nguyen Bao responded with remarkable swiftness. Before Wei Jingxian could finish his question, she had already provided her answer. The meaning was unmistakable. Once it is in my possession, it belongs to me. I do not desire it for a mere moment. I seek it for a lifetime. In the future, I shall rely on this treasure to fulfill my whims. Oh dear, oh dear. The emperor and others were nearly in stitches from Nguyen Bao's antics. As long as you frequently visit the palace, you may keep the medal as long as you wish. Your uncle will certainly not reclaim it. He then cast a playful glance at the Empress Dowager nearby, saying, "Mother, do you see? This little one is already contemplating a lifetime. Indeed, what a clever little rascal." The Empress Dowager chuckled, her eyes crinkling with delight, and did not hesitate to urge for the golden medal. "Second brother, hand your medal to your sister, so she may visit the palace often." Wei Jingxian felt a deep pang of sorrow. He wanted to cry and regretted the situation. "Father, I still need to frequent the carefree Prince Wang's residence." Wei Jingxian spoke slowly. The medal was produced, yet he endeavored to reverse the emperor's decision. "Your Majesty, although it was Nguyen Bao who requested to enter the palace today, without the medal, the three of us would not have been able to leave either. Therefore, this medal should remain with me, shouldn't it?" Wei Jingxian hoped the emperor would understand his insinuation. Indeed, the emperor nodded, acknowledging, yes, the second brother makes a valid point. However, the subsequent words that escaped the emperor's lips nearly sent Wei Jingxian into despair. In the future, Nguyen Bao will also possess a golden medal. When she leaves the Wang residence, you shall teach her to present it herself. It will give her opportunities to engage with the medal, lest she grow weary of it over time. Wei Jingxian. Words failed him. Is this a case of discarding the donkey after it has served its purpose? Am I now deemed unnecessary? Particularly the emperor's final remark, which struck like a hammer. A splendid gold medal, once in the hands of warm treasure, transforms into a mere trinket that soon loses its charm. Take good care of it, warm treasure. What can Wei Jingxian do? His life is a gift from the emperor. How could he dare to disregard the emperor's commands? Though he feels a sense of helplessness within, he gently places the gold medal into Warm Treasure's hands. Warm Treasure clutches the medal and sweetly exclaims, "May I borrow a few pots from His Majesty?" Wei Jingxian squints and smiles. "You ought to thank me, little one. However, Father Emperor should extend his gratitude to me as well." With this thought, a glimmer akin to that of a fox sparkles in Wei Jingxian's eyes. Father Emperor. Seizing the emperor's jovial mood, he begins to seek recognition. "Today, Warm Treasure was brought here by your son. Shouldn't you show your appreciation?" All right. I understand what you wish to convey." The emperor, upon hearing the first part of Wei Jingxian's statement, immediately deduces the latter half. A father knows his son best. "Rest assured, I shall grant you 1,000 taels of silver. Spend it as you please." Wei Jingxian replies, "Yes, I thank Father Emperor." Well, it is certainly better than nothing. Yet, the phrase "a father knows his son best" sounds somewhat awkward. Does he truly know his son? When he mentioned the gold medal, he showed no awareness of my thoughts. Gazing at the currently exuberant Warm Treasure, Wei Jingxian suddenly feels as though she might be his nemesis. After all, he has prided himself on his intelligence for many years. Whether in the presence of elders or among siblings, he has always navigated smoothly, managing to benefit at their expense. He has always been the one to outsmart others, never the one to be outsmarted. But now, it is indeed a tale of bittersweet sorrow. Warm Treasure played in the Sinang Palace until the late hour of Shun, and then, quite obediently, expressed her desire to return home. The emperor, feeling a tinge of reluctance, attempted to persuade Warm Treasure to stay the night in the palace. The palace that had been prepared for Warm Treasure was recently completed and temporarily named Guiqing Palace. Should Warm Treasure not favor it when she grows up, it can be renamed. The emperor believes the name is delightful. A celebration for the entire nation, after all, National Day. How beautiful, how festive, how meaningful. No, Your Majesty, Warm Treasure will visit again next time. Warm Treasure, being clever, would not sacrifice the greater good for a trivial gain. She waved her hand, rejecting the emperor's kindness, and said, Warm Treasure misses her father. If I cannot see him, I might cry. Saying this, she rubbed her eyes, appearing quite pitiful. After all, it was her first visit to the palace. It was fortunate that the carefree king and his princess did not swoop in to seize her. Expecting them to keep her overnight was unrealistic. If she were to stay, the chance for another visit might be lost. Thus, Warm Treasure understood clearly that she must return, not only to reassure her father and mother, but also to facilitate her next outing. Seeing Warm Treasure frown, the emperor felt a pang of sympathy, especially when she rubbed her eyes, preparing to cry. Consequently, he hurriedly dispatched servants to prepare a carriage and assigned a squad of imperial guards to ensure that Warm Treasure and Wei Qinghua were safely returned to the carefree king's residence, especially since the carefree princess was with child. Thus, the most capable Lady Rong, who served the Empress Dowager, and the most favored eunuch, Lord Gao, accompanied by gifts, journeyed alongside. The carriage glided slowly towards the residence of the carefree prince. The setting sun filtered through the carriage curtains, casting a warm glow inside, enveloping Warm Treasure in a gentle warmth. Playfully, Warm Treasure lifted the curtain, revealing a brilliant crimson hue suspended in the sky. The clouds, swaying with the breeze, took on various shapes, one particularly large cloud resembling a phoenix in flight, a sight of breathtaking beauty. Wow! Warm Treasure exclaimed involuntarily, her expression one of astonishment, almost comically exaggerated. What is the matter? Wei Qinghua, noticing her reaction, couldn't help but feel curious. Look, brother. Warm Treasure eagerly tugged at Wei Qinghua's sleeve, wishing to share the moment with him. Look, it's so beautiful. Wei Qinghua leaned towards Warm Treasure, peering outside. What he beheld was indeed remarkable. He gasped, benefactor. His mouth was right by Warm Treasure's ear, nearly startling her into a stupor. Benefactor. Warm Treasure blinked her large eyes, having only seen the beautiful sunset and the clouds. She shot Wei Qinghua an annoyed glance, saying no, it's benefactor. Realizing his mistake, Wei Qinghua snapped back to attention, lifting the front curtain of the carriage and moving towards the front. It turned out that while Warm Treasure was sharing the sunset's beauty, what Wei Qinghua had seen was not the sunset at all, but rather a boy in white standing a short distance away. Benefactor. Wei Qinghua rushed to the front of the carriage, clutching the frame as he shouted back. His reckless behavior startled the eunuch driving the carriage, who quickly tightened the reins. The carriage came to a halt. Meanwhile, the imperial guards had already drawn their swords, surrounding the carriage, fearing an assassination attempt. Third Master, please get inside the carriage. It's dangerous out here. The leading guard stepped forward to shield Wei Qinghua, anxious for his safety. But unexpectedly, Wei Qinghua brushed aside the guard's head, exclaiming, Don't block me. I'm looking for my benefactor. Upon closer inspection, however, the figure was gone. The spot where the white-clad boy had stood was now empty, devoid of anything. What happened? Warm Treasure, curious, poked her head out. Did you see someone? Benefactor? Could be the little boy who saved us in the alley a year ago. Yes, fine. Warm Treasure, you should go inside first. Wei Qinghua forced a strained smile, gently coaxing her. In an instant, his expression shifted to one of helplessness as he reproached the guard. It's all your fault. My benefactor has vanished. The rapid change of his demeanor was swifter than a galloping steed. The guard was taken aback, feeling unjustly accused. Had they truly offended the third master of the carefree prince's residence? Wei Qinghua, unwilling to relent, cast another glance back but still saw no trace of that small white figure. Resigned, he retreated into the carriage as it resumed its journey. Warm Treasure noticed Wei Qinghua's despondent demeanor and snuggled into his embrace, soft and sweet. What happened, brother? What did you see? Who is this benefactor? The term benefactor serves as a spiritual switch for Wei Qinghua. As soon as he mentions it, his eyes immediately sparkle with light. The benefactor is indeed a remarkable figure, one who has even saved the lives of my sister and me. With that, Wei Qinghua holds Nuanbao a little tighter and begins to extol the virtues of his sister as benefactor. Essentially, he is just an older brother by a few years. He possesses formidable martial skills indeed. When you were but a small child, you were nearly harmed by wicked individuals. It was this benefactor who rescued you from peril. Seeing the confusion in Wanbao's eyes, Wei Qinghua remains unperturbed and continues. In short, this benefactor is exceptionally impressive. With a sword in hand, he swiftly strikes left and right, and the villains fall one after another. Wei Qinghua is utterly captivated. As he speaks, he gestures animatedly. If only I could learn a few moves from the benefactor. Ideally, I could even become his disciple. Then I would be invincible and could protect Nuanbao. Nuanbao, bewildered, replies, "Third brother, promise me you won't drag me into any more adventures. That benefactor looks even younger than you. Can't you aspire to something greater?" Suddenly, the carriage comes to a halt at the entrance of the Xiaoyao Wangfu. The doorman, upon spotting the carriage, excitedly exclaims, "The little princess and the third master have returned." The Xiaoyao king and his consort have long been waiting in the courtyard behind the gate. Upon hearing the doorman's call, they rush out with great urgency, clearly having held their anxiety for quite some time. Given the nature of the Xiaoyao king, he would typically rush into the palace at the first sign of news. Who would dare to compete with him for his daughter? However, today, the Xiaoyao queen has restrained him, not for any other reason than the doorman's statement. The little princess herself has expressed a desire to visit the Empress Dowager. Mother and daughter share a deep bond. As a mother, the Xiaoyao queen recognizes that her daughter has been feeling stifled. After all, the Xiaoyao Wangfu has always kept a close watch over Nuanbao, which has inevitably led to some restrictions. Nuanbao, with her spirited nature and clever mind, was easier to manage when she was unable to walk or speak. Now that she has her own ideas, it is certainly more challenging to contain her. The queen muses that rather than stifling Nuanbao, it would be better to grant her some degree of freedom. Wei Qinghua is unreliable, but Wei Jingxian is quite dependable. With Wei Jingxian present and sitting in the palace carriage, there should be no significant issues. As for the emperor, as long as Nuanbao does not wish to linger in the palace, he cannot retain her against her will, with his wife advising him. Even the Xiaoyao king must exercise patience. What feels like several years passes in just a few hours is indeed a lengthy wait. Fortunately, Nuanbao returns, and the Xiaoyao king finally breathes a sigh of relief. "Daddy, I'm back." Nuanbao is lifted from the carriage by Mama Rong. Seeing the worried expressions on the faces of the Xiaoyao king and queen, she quickly begins to shower them with affection. With urgency, she stretches out her little arms, exclaiming, "I want a hug from Daddy." Warm Treasure thought of her father, the carefree king, who was initially filled with anger. However, upon hearing her sweet and endearing words, much of his ire dissipated. Observing the entourage accompanying her, which included Granny Rong, Grand Eunuch Gao, and the Imperial Guards, the remnants of his anger extinguished completely. It seems that Wei Zheng knows how to handle matters well. He did not press the issue of Warm Treasure's departure from the manor, proudly cradling the child. He returned home, having missed his daughter dearly throughout the day. Noticing the softened expressions of her parents, Warm Treasure quickly added, "I really like the Emperor's pot." "Why do you like him?" The carefree king, feeling a twinge of jealousy, looked down at Warm Treasure and asked, "Don't you like your father?" "Of course." Warm Treasure nodded enthusiastically, her face lighting up as she exclaimed, "I love my father and the Emperor too, as long as he carries me when I'm tired." To spare her father and mother from harboring resentment towards Wei Jingxian, Warm Treasure put in great effort. "Cough, you needn't thank me, second prince. Just consider it an unintentional theft of your golden medal, and I owe you an apology." "Why would the second prince carry you?" The carefree king cast a sidelong glance at Wei Qinghua behind him. "What about your third brother? Why doesn't he carry you?" Wei Qinghua stiffened. feeling that the question was rather inappropriate. Indeed, the old man's sarcastic remarks, though delayed, had arrived. He carries me. Warm Treasure blinked her big eyes adorably, adding, but I feel sorry for him. I'm afraid he might get tired. Warm Treasure's eyes squinted with joy as she continued to coax, the Emperor is someone else's child. I'm not tired. I'm not tired, my father's child. Chapter 60. How to Handle a Daughter Who Spills Secrets. Warm Treasure's flattery was exceptional. Tired of someone else's child? Not tired of my father's child? Though the words sounded peculiar, the carefree king found them immensely gratifying, especially the term someone else, which instantly made him feel a sweet satisfaction. Wei Zheng, in my daughter's eyes, you are merely someone else. Can you still compete with me? The carefree king's mood brightened, dispelling the clouds of discontent that had lingered all day. Even Wei Qinghua, who had originally been the target of his frustration, was temporarily rendered unnecessary. The carefree princess, following closely, was also in high spirits, her smile radiant, especially upon seeing Warm Treasure's clever demeanor. She couldn't help but question herself. This girl, could she truly be my own? How fortunate am I? Completely forgetting that she had always been blessed. The couple embraced their child, sharing laughter as they returned to the main hall. Suddenly, the carefree king sensed something amiss. Why were Granny Rong and Grand Eunuch Gao still following them? Turning around, he began to dismiss them. You two may return to report back. There's no need to follow. Inform the Empress and the Crown Prince that Warm Treasure and the third prince have safely returned to the manor. After speaking, he glanced at the brocade boxes in their hands, assuming they contained gifts from the palace for Warm Treasure. Is this for her? It is sufficient to leave it to those below. My gratitude extends to both the Empress Dowager and my royal brother. Should there be a moment of leisure in the future, I shall send Warm Treasure to the palace to convey my respects to them. Little did I know, as the words of the carefree prince fell, Lady Rong approached with a smile, interjecting, Your Highness has misunderstood. This is a gift bestowed by Her Majesty the Empress Dowager for the princess consort. For me? The carefree prince was taken aback, glancing at the princess consort, who bore a look of confusion as well. What occasion merits such a reward? Why has the Empress Dowager suddenly seen fit to grant me a gift? For reasons unknown, a sense of unease washed over the princess consort. At that moment, Lord Gao spoke up. Your Highness, the gift in my hands is also intended for the princess. This revelation deepened the couple's perplexity. Their children had entered the palace, yet it seemed the rewards were directed towards the adults, and astonishingly, there were two. It was not until Lady Rong unveiled the brocade box, revealing a plump ginseng root, that clarity began to dawn. Your Highness, Princess Consort, she proclaimed. This is a century-old wild ginseng recently procured by Her Majesty, renowned for its ability to calm the mind and replenish energy. Her Majesty remarked that the Princess Consort has labored diligently for your lineage, and this ginseng shall remain in the carefree prince's residence, to be utilized for your well-being after the safe delivery of your child. Lord Gao interjected, and here is a century-old He Shou Wu. The Emperor has declared that He Shou Wu is most effective for ensuring a safe pregnancy. However, the carefree prince was swift to cut him off. The mere mention of safe pregnancy sent a chill through his heart. What do you mean by safe pregnancy? You must be mistaken. Depart at once. Take your He Shou Wu and ginseng with you. Our residence lacks for nothing. My lord, you are being unreasonable towards your humble servant. Lord Gao stood his ground, his mission far from complete. Each brother was formidable in their own right, and if one must provoke, it was wise to steer clear of the more fearsome. Undeterred, Lord Gao boldly presented the He Shou Wu to the princess consort, saying, Princess Consort, please accept this. The Emperor was overjoyed to learn of your pregnancy, declaring you a great benefactor of the Wei royal family, and thus deemed it necessary to bestow you a gift. Alas, the carefree prince's residence is already replete, so the Emperor could only provide these items for your comfort. Lady Rong smiled gently, echoing the Emperor's sentiments. Her Majesty wishes you to know that your hard work has not gone unnoticed. She holds you in high regard. The princess consort, being amiable by nature, could only smile and accept the gifts. Please convey my gratitude to the Empress Dowager and my royal brother, she remarked, glancing at the carefree prince's sour expression. Oh, How displeased he appeared. Quickly, she cast a reassuring glance at their children, comforting the carefree prince. Surely, the children have let slip a secret they could not contain. Ultimately, my belly will grow, and the Empress Dowager and my brother shall inevitably learn of it. Upon hearing this, the carefree prince shot a cool, fleeting glance at Wei Qinghua. Upon witnessing this, Wei Qinghua felt a chill run down her spine and sneezed. Achoo! It's not my fault. It was my sister who said it first. Indeed, Warm Treasure still cared for her brother. Hearing Wei Qinghua's sneeze, she quickly realized. Father, Warm Treasure is quite capable. This good news should be shared with the Empress and the Emperor. As she spoke, she blinked her large eyes, eagerly awaiting praise, leaving the carefree prince at a loss for how to express his frustration. How could the daughter be the one to spill the secret? If only it had been a son. Sons could take a beating. The carefree prince grimaced, swallowing his frustration. As for the carefree princess, she was blissfully unaware of the agreement between her husband and the emperor. Therefore, the news of her pregnancy was of little concern to her, at most. It meant a bit more attention and pressure. She approached with a bright smile, showering compliments on Warm Treasure without a hint of displeasure. The carefree prince felt a sense of relief at this. Yet at that moment, the elderly eunuch Gao spoke up again. Your Highness, the Emperor has instructed me to remind you to take good care of the princess. Be cautious to avoid any mistakes, and do not forget your agreement with the Emperor. He has said he will arrange everything soon, just waiting for this child. The carefree prince, along with the princess and their children, was left speechless. The atmosphere grew quiet, as if everyone was savoring the weight of the eunuch's words. Oh, Warm Treasure's eyes darted around nervously, fearing the sudden silence. After a long pause, the carefree prince finally uttered a single word, "Get out." Meanwhile, the astute carefree princess inquired, "What agreement?" The carefree prince felt a chill run down his back and quickly plastered on a smile. "Oh, it's nothing. Nothing at all. You're hiding something from me." The carefree princess replied, not easily deceived. She boldly asked, "What do you mean by arranging everything? What do you mean waiting for this child? I have no idea." The carefree prince was not adept at lying, especially in front of his wife. The moment he spoke a falsehood, his eyes betrayed him. The carefree princess shot him a knowing glance and turned to leave, leaving behind a cold remark hanging in the air. "You will follow me to our chamber." What? The carefree prince's heart raced in alarm. He quickly set Warm Treasure down and hurried after her. Fenghua, let me explain. Chapter 61. The pent-up fury with no outlet. The remaining onlookers exchanged glances, their expressions a mix of confusion, awkwardness, and understanding. Their faces reflected various emotions. Warm Treasure scratched her head, not quite grasping what had transpired, and innocently asked Wei Qinghua, "Should we go take a look?" "No, I certainly do not wish to court danger." Wei Qinghua promptly refused, lifting Warm Treasure as they retreated to the backyard. "Warm Treasure, remember this. Whenever you see your mother hurriedly walking ahead and your father anxiously chasing after her, we must keep our distance." Indeed, Wei Qinghua successfully led Warm Treasure into hiding. Not only did they keep a safe distance, but she also adeptly took care of the child, engaging in play and feeding, effectively taking over the tasks of shower and the maids. In summary, the third brother has indeed taken excellent care of his sister this time. I performed remarkably well. Surely, father will not vent his frustrations on me. Wei Qinghua is quite experienced. Although the Prince of Leisure and the Princess of Leisure share a deep affection for one another, every couple inevitably encounters minor disagreements. Throughout the year, they occasionally have their little quarrels, and it is invariably the Prince of Leisure who concedes defeat. The prince is quick to anger, yet dares not offend the princess. Thus, the ones who ultimately bear the brunt of it are typically the children. Among the 4 children in the prince's household, Warm Treasure is certainly the safest. As for Wei Muhua and Wei Sihua, they are adept at minimizing their presence, particularly in such exceptional circumstances. Only Wei Qinghua, having been mischievous since childhood, finds himself at the forefront when the prince seeks to vent his ire. With years of experience under his belt, Wei Qinghua has learned to be clever. Let us set aside who emerges victorious between father and mother for now. It would be prudent to play the obedient child. Wei Qinghua's predictions were indeed astute. After approximately half an hour, the Prince of Leisure, with a sullen expression, made his way over. From a distance, Jiang spotted the prince and hurriedly entered to announce, Third Master, Third Master, the prince is coming." At that moment, Wei Qinghua was cradling Warm Treasure, gently coaxing her to sleep. Upon hearing Jiang mention the prince's arrival, he promptly straightened his back. Holding Warm Treasure, he carefully adjusted his position to ensure that both he and Warm Treasure faced the entrance. Thus, when the prince entered, he would immediately behold the drowsy, sleepy Warm Treasure. Warm Treasure is obediently falling asleep. Third brother is here to guide her to dreamland. When the Prince of Leisure stormed to the doorway, he was met with this tender scene. The still youthful Wei Qinghua, cradling the smaller child, swayed gently while murmuring sweet nothings, radiating warmth. With just one glance, the prince halted in his tracks, refraining from stepping further inside. "Curse it! Has that little rascal turned over a new leaf today?" The prince, having irked his wife, indeed sought to unleash his frustrations on his youngest son, who is usually the most mischievous. Moreover, it was Wei Qinghua who accompanied Warm Treasure to the palace today. He was the most fitting target for his ire. The prince had even devised a plan on the way to blame Wei Qinghua for not preventing his sister from entering the palace. Had she not gone, she would not have spoken so innocently, and thus the princess would not be upset. However, to his astonishment, upon arriving at Wei Qinghua's courtyard, he found the atmosphere to be entirely different. How could he possibly scold him under such circumstances? Not only did he lack the conviction, but he also risked waking little Warm Treasure. "Very well, I shall seek out the second child instead," the prince mused, turning to head towards Wei Sihua's quarters. Unbeknownst to him, Wei Qinghua behind him sighed in relief. As for the second child, Wei Sihua had long received the news. He was not in his own courtyard, but had gone to see Wei Muhua. Consequently, the prince was left empty-handed. "That little rascal is not here? Very well. I shall find the eldest." The carefree king, with a flick of his sleeve, strode directly towards Wei Muhua's courtyard. Unfortunately, Wei Muhua was an avid scholar. At that moment, he had already lit the night lamp and was reciting texts with Wei Sihua. Just as the carefree king reached the entrance, the sound of their clear reading halted him in his tracks. What could he do? Wei Muhua's son was exceedingly reassuring, causing the carefree king to feel a twinge of guilt. Glancing at the sky, he realized it was still early. After a moment of contemplation, he decided to head to the Zhang residence. After all, this fire needed to be extinguished. If it couldn't be resolved within the palace, he would seek external assistance. At the Zhang residence, Dr. Zhang was unaware of the carefree princess's pregnancy. Upon hearing that the carefree king had come personally, he assumed it was due to some ailment of the carefree princess. Hastily changing his attire and shouldering his medicine box, he rushed out. Little did he expect that as soon as he arrived in the front hall, before he could utter a single word, the carefree king's wrath would come crashing down upon him. "Where have you been? Why are you carrying a medicine box? Quite the foresight, aren't you? Planning to collect my corpse?" Dr. Zhang was momentarily taken aback. However, upon regaining his composure, he felt relieved. The king still had the energy to berate, which indicated that the carefree princess had not met with misfortune. "What is it? Do you require a prescription to quell your anger?" "Doctor." Zhang set down his medicine box and took a seat opposite the carefree king, adopting a relaxed and straightforward tone, unafraid of inciting the king's ire. The carefree king pointed at Dr. Zhang, his frustration boiling over. "Old Zhang, what are you scheming? How many years have gone by? You still remember the grievances I bore as your companion in study back then? How could you forget, considering how much I trusted you?" Dr. Zhang, having grown up alongside the carefree king, understood him well. A mere glance or word from the king was sufficient for him to decipher the underlying emotions. Observing the carefree king's demeanor, he knew that something was amiss. After all, the carefree king was known for his devotion to his wife, rarely venturing out after dark. He only emerged when he was upset and had nowhere to vent his frustrations. As for the stories from their childhood, the carefree king would always be the one to bring them up, typically reminiscing about the playful times when he struggled to memorize texts, resulting in shared mischief. "Care to share what troubles you? Is the emperor attempting to snatch the little princess from you?" Or does she favor someone else more than you? Doctor Zhang tapped the table, gesturing for the carefree king to have some tea. Here, chrysanthemum tea to cool your temper. Silence. The carefree king shot Dr. Zhang glare. My daughter adores me above all else. He then lowered his voice. Let me ask you, aren't you renowned for your expertise in concocting remedies for the noble ladies of the capital? What is the meaning of the contraceptive potion you prescribed? My wife is pregnant again. Chapter 62. The dream of the little treasure pregnant again? Dr. Zhang blinked in surprise, staring intently at the carefree king. After a long pause, under the king's piercing gaze, he finally managed to utter, "What a stroke of good fortune! Congratulations to the prince and princess." The Prince of Leisure narrowed his eyes, his fists gradually clenching. Were it not for the presence of an elderly matron in the Zhang residence, he would have been tempted to upend the table. Spare me the pleasantries. The Prince of Leisure lowered his voice further. What I sought from you was a contraceptive potion, not a fertility elixir. And now you dare speak of blessings and congratulations? Have you forgotten what my fists look like? His words were laced with disdain as he extended his clenched fist. Despite being in his 30s, nearly 40, his demeanor was as juvenile as a child's. Physician Zhang cast a glance at the bulging veins on the prince's fist, swallowing hard. Can you blame me? He thought. Truth be told, he was not surprised by the news of the Prince of Leisure's wife expecting again. Following the instructions laid out by the prince, it was only a matter of time before she conceived. Yet, he had not anticipated that this day would arrive so swiftly. Clearing his throat, Physician Zhang shifted his gaze away from the prince's fist and coughed lightly, attempting to change the subject. Here, drink some chrysanthemum tea. It helps reduce heat. Please have a few sips. Enough of this nonsense. The Prince of Leisure seized the teacup and splashed the tea onto the floor. Drink? You want me to drink? All day long. It's chrysanthemum tea to reduce heat. I'll show you what heat really is. If this matter cannot be resolved with chrysanthemum tea, you owe me an explanation. Physician Zhang gazed deeply at the prince before finally speaking. Your Highness, I must remind you that you cannot shift the blame onto me. Who else shall I blame? The prince's anger flared, and he slammed his hand on the table, his brows twitching in fury. Yet, he still needed to maintain his dignity. Lowering his voice, the contraceptive potion was prescribed by you. That demand was made by you. Physician Zhang replied with a look of grievance, blinking at the prince. Tell me, which physician can guarantee complete efficacy in preventing conception based on your request? I carry the esteemed reputation of a master physician. It is already commendable that I was able to prepare this contraceptive potion for you. Were it anyone else, they would fear that the potion might prove ineffective and tarnish their reputation. The Prince of Leisure was taken aback. Upon reflection, he indeed had made the request. Could it be that his own demands had diminished the potion's effectiveness? With this thought, he felt his resolve weaken and slowly returned to his seat. However, he remained obstinate, coldly retorting, "It is precisely because I have specific requirements and understand that others cannot fulfill them that I sought you out. You, of all people, with your esteemed reputation, cannot handle such a trivial matter. A mere small request should not serve as your excuse." Physician Zhang felt a pang of bitterness within. He countered directly, "Are you certain that is merely a small request? If we look back over the past few centuries, can you name a contraceptive potion that does not harm the body? To create an effective contraceptive potion, one inevitably must incorporate substances like mercury, musk, and safflower. While these ingredients may yield remarkable results in preventing conception, they also inflict significant damage to the body." Dr. Zhang gazed directly into the eyes of Prince Xiaoyao, feeling a twinge of grievance. "You arrive here demanding that I concoct a remedy for avoiding harm, or else our discussions shall be unending. What am I to do? Refusing your request would leave me without a satisfactory explanation. Yet if I comply, I must also consider the well-being of the princess. After much contemplation, it seems that to ensure no harm is done, I must simply reduce the dosage. A lighter dosage, naturally." As he spoke, Dr. Zhang shifted the conversation, attempting to provide comfort. "You must accept your fate. The bodhisattva of childbirth has set her sights upon you, and there is no evading her presence." He raised an eyebrow, probing further. "Alternatively, shall I prepare a gentler remedy for miscarriage?" "Enough of that. Prince Xiaoyao was aware that he was pressing Dr. Zhang unduly. After all, the physician's words were undeniably true. Thus, he felt somewhat embarrassed to vent his frustration further. With a disgruntled expression, he stood and addressed Dr. Zhang. You may keep that mild remedy for yourself. I cannot afford such a luxury. With that, he turned to leave. As he reached the entrance, he reconsidered, feeling the need to justify his visit. He turned back and remarked, Old Zhang, you are not as young as you once were. Refrain from raising your eyebrows and winking at every turn. Your eyelids hang low enough to touch your lips. It's quite off-putting. Dr. Zhang, taken aback, lifted his own eyelids, revealing large, round eyes. Watching Prince Xiaoyao's retreating figure, he rolled his eyes in exasperation. Is it necessary to harbor such grudges at this age? If not raising an eyebrow suffices, why not refrain from blinking altogether? Later that night, Nguyen awoke. Propped up on her elbows, she glanced at Xiao, who was sleeping soundly on the floor beside her bed, undisturbed by any noise. She snuggled back into her cozy quilt, her wide eyes reflecting on the peculiar dream she had just experienced. Ah, what a strange dream it was. Since her birth, she had encountered numerous dreams, yet most faded from memory upon waking. Aside from the vague recollection of dreaming, nothing else remained clear. However, this particular dream stood out distinctly. It was not only vivid, but lingered in her mind for a considerable time. In the dream, she found herself suddenly in a small storage room, approximately 10 square meters in size, impeccably tidy, with shelves lining the walls. On these shelves lay an array of modern products. Due to Nguyen's diminutive stature, she could only see the bottom 2 rows, which seemed to contain tents, sleeping bags, towels, toothbrushes, and toothpaste, everyday necessities. Nguyen, filled with excitement, wished to approach and confirm her observations. Yet, before she could reach the shelves, they vanished in a thin air along with the items. Just as she was enveloped in disappointment, the small storage room appeared to rotate, abruptly flipping over. Feeling dizzy, she hastily lay flat on the ground. When she opened her eyes again, she was met with the sight of a majestic leopard cat, its golden eyes fixed intently upon her. Incredibly cool, though it was a cat, it bore a coat adorned with leopard spots. It exuded an aura of aloofness, nobility, elegance, and wildness. Nguyen was momentarily entranced, blinking in astonishment as she gazed at it. Before long, the creature's mouth opened and closed, and instead of the cat's meow, it clearly articulated, Master, please let a bao out. Its enunciation was even clearer than that of Nguyen. Suddenly, the little storeroom began to spin again. Nguyen felt a buzzing in her head, overwhelmed by discomfort. She quickly lay down, prioritizing her safety. Little did she know that this very action would awaken her. Upon opening her eyes, she found herself in her familiar boudoir, greeted by the sight of her beloved Aunt Xiao. What storeroom? What shelves? What modern commodities and the Trini leopard cat? All were mere illusions, shattered with a single lie down. In the days that followed, both Nguyen and Wei Qinghua, these 2 young souls, exhibited rather peculiar behavior. Nguyen had become excessively quiet. Once lively and playful, always seeking amusement, she suddenly fell into an unsettling silence. Mud? No interest. Hide and seek? Declined. Playing house with dolls? Not chance. Even when Wei Sihua brought back Wei Jinmin's rocking car from the palace, Nguyen did not spare a glance. At such a tender age, she spent her days with her chin cradled in her hands, gazing at the sky, seemingly lost in thought, with no one knowing what occupied her mind. If one were to say she was dull, she would retort with laughter and charm, even seeking affection and cuddles. Yet if one claimed she had not changed, her sighs were indeed concerning. Could it be she had bumped her head? I heard that on the day she entered the palace, the 5th prince had pushed Nguyen. Prince Xiaoyao had scrutinized Nguyen's head repeatedly, finding no apparent issues. Meanwhile, Wei Qinghua remained relatively composed. Although she was displeased with Wei Jinmin for pushing his own sister, she recognized that not all blame could fall upon him. She remarked, though he did push, it was her bottom that took the fall, not her head. Perhaps it was my pregnancy that had startled Nguyen. The princess consort of Xiaoyao, still troubled by her condition, observed Nguyen's tranquil demeanor and felt guilty. Fearing that once her novelty wore off, she would no longer wish to be an older sister. Not all, Prince Xiaoyao reassured, patting his wife's hand. Our Nuanyuan's desire to be an older sister has never wavered. Just yesterday, while enjoying pastries, she remarked on how delicious the osmanthus cake was and that it should be saved for her little brother. It must be that she has not studied enough. Wei Muhua approached with a volume of Shanghai Jing, earnestly stating, reading stimulates the mind. Let me, her elder brother, sit beside her and share some knowledge. There is nothing amiss. Better yet, let her listen to my flute. Wei Sihua chimed in, holding his flute and adding with a grin, in my view. She has simply been passed around too much, leaving her dazed. A beautiful melody can soothe the soul. Last year, my uncle gifted me a fine-bone flute. Allow me to play a tune. No interjecte. No. Father, mother, big brother, second brother, third brother, I simply wish for some peace. Yet, Prince Xiaoyao had already scooped Nuanyuan into his arms, gently rocking her. The princess consort of Xiaoyao picked up some meat porridge from beside her, feeding it to Nuanyuan bite by bite. Melodious flute notes wafted from the osmanthus tree across the way, accompanied by a heartfelt recitation. Even Wei Qinghua took up a damp handkerchief to gently wipe Warm Treasure's small hands. Each person was exerting their utmost affection for her, fearing that anything might go awry. Unbeknownst to them, Warm Treasure was merely trying to comprehend the little warehouse and the serval she encountered in her dreams. For several consecutive days, she had been experiencing the same dream. The little warehouse, lined with shelves, modern goods, and the cool serval, along with the unyielding refrain, Master, please let a bao out. If it were merely a dream that occurred once or twice, Warm Treasure would not have given it much thought. After all, since arriving in this world, she had often reminisced about modern items. What one contemplates during the day naturally finds its way into dreams at night. Thus, dreaming of contemporary things was hardly surprising. Yet, the same scene and dialogue persisted day after day. Even in moments when her dream was abruptly severed were strikingly similar. Whenever she attempted to converse with the serval, she would invariably awaken. Consequently, Warm Treasure could not help but become concerned. Could it be that everything truly resembled the plot lines from those novels? Did one carry a space upon traversing realms? Would there be a guardian beast? It seemed absurd. Yet she had personally experienced the bizarre phenomenon of being struck by lightning and reincarnated. Other inexplicable matters she did not doubt. However, if that little warehouse were indeed a space, how could she come and go freely? How could she release the serval within? Did the modern goods signify that she could utilize them? A myriad of questions filled Warm Treasure's little mind. As for Wei Qinghua, he had recently become quite a source of exasperation. Naturally gregarious and talkative, ever since his visit to the palace, his verbosity had heightened. Out of every 10 sentences, 8 revolved around his benefactor. Mother, I'm not lying. I truly saw the savior of me and my sister. Wei Qinghua dared not seek out the carefree prince, but was particularly fond of lingering around the carefree princess. After all, she was the little boy who had single-handedly vanquished numerous villains in the narrow alley. The carefree princess yawned, her weariness evident. You have repeated those 2 sentences 28 times already. Wei Qinghua, in high spirits and oblivious, responded, has it been that many? This is the 28th time today. Wei Muhua cast a deep glance at her brother and remarked, yesterday, the day before, and even earlier, Mother hasn't yet counted those. Wei Qinghua felt a bit embarrassed, scratching his head with a sheepish smile. But then, he thought again and began fervently promoting, Elder brother, you may not believe it, but my benefactor is truly remarkable. Younger than me, with a fair complexion, yet his skills are extraordinary. You know he is younger than you? Just look at how impressive he is compared to you. Wei Sihua had heard so much about the benefactor in the past few days that his ears were practically calloused. Were it not for the obligation to join their mother for lunch, he would not have wished to encounter that silly Wei Qinghua at all. Although their family was immensely grateful to that benefactor for saving his brother and sister at a critical moment, no amount of gratitude could withstand Wei Qinghua's incessant chatter throughout the day. Dear San, if only you would apply yourself a little more. Whether through martial practice or scholarly pursuits, strive to prove your worth. Do not spend your days lamenting, I wish to cultivate my skills. Wei Qinghua's mind was entirely consumed by thoughts of his benefactor, disregarding the teasing and admonishments from his two elder brothers. He declared earnestly, "Not only do I wish to hone my abilities, but I also desire to train alongside my benefactor." Having said that, he began to repeat the words he had spoken a few days prior. What a pity! On the day I left the palace, I saw him quite clearly. He stood not far from our carriage. Yet, why did he vanish the moment I rushed out to call him? Is it that heaven wishes to convey that the bond between my benefactor and I is too tenuous, that we are not destined to meet just yet? Alas, it is so difficult. Pray tell, why was my benefactor standing there alone? What could he have been doing? Oh, could it be that he has encountered some peril? We must hasten to rescue him. Chapter 64. The benefactor becomes a little beggar on this day, the carefree princess of the Xianyao kingdom, who typically shunned venturing outdoors, took her children out for a stroll. As the weather gradually turned cooler, she sought to prepare some warm clothing for them in advance. Ordinarily, such matters were entrusted to the manager of the Liubu cloth shop, who would personally bring skilled tailors and embroiderers to measure the royal family for bespoke garments. However, the recent changes in Wei Qinghua and Nuanyuan had left the princess somewhat anxious. Thus, while her body was still nimble, she decided to take the children out for some fresh air. This would serve to ground Nuanyuan and also silence Wei Qinghua's incessant prattle. That mischievous boy had been clamoring for several days about setting out to find his benefactor. The entire household of the Xianyao kingdom, from the royal couple down to the servants and maids, were driven to distraction by his relentless chatter. The prince, certainly concerned for the savior of his son and daughter, appeared outwardly impatient with the matter. Yet secretly, he had sketched a portrait based on the benefactor's appearance and age, quietly searching for him throughout the capital. However, days passed with no news. Meanwhile, Wei Qinghua continued to chatter like a little magpie, his lips never ceasing to mention his benefactor. The princess thought it best to take Wei Qinghua out personally. Perhaps he might fortuitously encounter the benefactor once more, just as before. Alas, after 2 hours of wandering with the family of 5, Wei Qinghua still had not spotted the young man in white. They had measured for garments at the Liubu cloth shop, selected the latest fashionable accessories at the Linlang Pavilion, enjoyed a delicious meal at the Zue Xianlu, and even browsed through the stalls selling small toys. They had bought a beautiful lotus lantern for Nuanyuan. Observing that Nuanyuan was already drowsy and dazed, the princess felt a pang of sympathy. Finally, she uttered, "San, let's return home." Wei Qinghua opened his mouth to plead for more time to explore, but upon seeing his sister's heavy eyelids, he felt a twinge of guilt. His sister was so well behaved. At just over a year old, she had accompanied them for quite a while without fussing. Even when her eyes could scarcely remain open, she did not wail and cry like other children. The gentle demeanor of his younger sister, Wei Qinghua, tugged at Wei Qinghua's heartstrings. Accompanied by the watchful gazes of Wei Muhua and Wei Sihua, he felt an unspoken pressure weighing upon him. Thus, he lowered his head and obediently boarded the carriage. Perhaps it was a sign that fate had not destined him to meet his benefactor. Seated by the carriage window, Wei Qinghua lifted the curtain and extended his head outside. Although the princess of leisure and her companions felt a sense of resignation, they did not intervene. The carriage gradually made its way toward the prince of leisure's residence, traversing one street after another. Suddenly, as they turned a corner, Wei Qinghua's eyes sparkled with recognition. It was his benefactor. He quickly shouted, "Stop! Hurry, stop!" Without a moment to bid farewell to his family, he leapt from the carriage. The princess and her companions promptly followed suit. Wei Qinghua dashed like a whirlwind toward the small beggar kneeling by the roadside, repeatedly calling out, "Benefactor! Benefactor!" The young beggar appeared no older than 6 or 7, his frail figure and disheveled hair rendering him a pitiful sight. His clothing was threadbare, with several large holes revealing bruises of varying shades. The sight was heart-wrenching. Before the small beggar lay a wooden sign. Though the princess and her companions could not decipher the words, they surmised its intent. A child in such dire circumstances kneeling on the street, desperately seeking a glimmer of hope. "Benefactor! Benefactor!" Upon reaching the small beggar, Wei Qinghua's face lit up with delight. "Benefactor! It truly is you." Initially, the beggar's innocent and sorrowful gaze turned momentarily cold upon seeing Wei Qinghua. However, He soon became anxious and trembled in fear, asking, "Who are you, benefactor? What has happened to you?" Wei Qinghua was taken aback, startled by the beggar's reaction. What had transpired? Why had his benefactor changed so drastically? "Please do not fear. Look at me, look closely. Do you not recognize me?" Without hesitation, he grasped the beggar's shoulders, disregarding his unkempt appearance. The small beggar stiffened momentarily before exclaiming, "It hurts, young sir. You must have mistaken me for someone else." "No, I could never be mistaken." Wei Qinghua was confident in his memory, though the beggar avoided eye contact and exhibited a timid demeanor. Starkly contrasting the brave boy from a year prior, his features and the tear mole at the corner of his eye were etched in Wei Qinghua's mind. "Benefactor, do you truly not remember me? I am the boy you saved in the narrow alley a year ago." As he spoke, he gestured animatedly. "Think carefully. In the alley to the east of the city, there were many men in black. I was holding a baby, my sister. She had just wet her pants. Do you recall?" The small beggar thought to himself, "This person is truly bothersome." He lowered his head further, casting furtive glances around him, still trembling in fear, insisting, "I do not know you. You must have mistaken me for someone else." "I cannot be mistaken. The one who saved me, even if reduced to ashes, I would still recognize." Wei Qinghua was utterly certain, her voice resonating with newfound vigor. "Benefactor, have you encountered some trouble? Please tell me. My family is nearby, and we can assist you." The little beggar remarked, "Had I known you would be so clingy, I would not have saved you in the first place." Wei Qinghua's voice drew a crowd, eager to witness the unfolding drama. The little beggar, catching sight of his target drawing near, abandoned his pretense. He cast a quick glance at Wei Qinghua and urgently urged, "Run." His tone was crisp and devoid of the earlier timidity. "What?" Wei Qinghua was perplexed, unable to grasp the situation. She stared at the little beggar, her expression one of bewilderment, and asked, "Benefactor, do you recognize me?" "Run." The little beggar repeated in a hushed tone, insisting, "I am not in trouble. Just go." As his words faded, their target approached. Meanwhile, the carefree princess arrived with Wei Muhua and Wei Sihua, joining Wei Qinghua. "Third sibling, what is happening?" Wei Qinghua blinked, speechless. She glanced between her mother and the kneeling benefactor, utterly confounded. "I wish to know what is going on, but whom should I ask? My benefactor appears dazed, speaking in strange riddles that I cannot comprehend." Chapter 65. Contemplating self-sale in the midst of her thoughts, the kneeling benefactor began to weep. He raised a wooden sign inscribed with the words for sale, sobbing, "I implore kind-hearted souls to save me. Though I am young, I am capable of any task. I fear neither hardship nor dirt, and I can work tirelessly. All I ask is for a morsel of food to sustain me." Tears streamed down the little benefactor's face as he gazed at his target, a stout woman adorned in gold and silver, yet possessing a harsh demeanor. Reliable sources indicated that this woman was none other than the infamous human trafficker, Madame Hua, of the capital city of Shu. Anyone in need of buying or selling people would seek her out. The little benefactor's objective today was to successfully sell himself to Madame Hua. He approached her, weeping pitifully, tugging at the hem of her skirt. "Madam, please, I beg you to save me. You appear to be a person of great wealth. Surely you can provide for me. Please take me away. I do not desire silver, just a meal to survive." Wei Qinghua, observing this scene, was taken aback. She stared in astonishment at her benefactor, the memories of last year's events in the narrow alley coming to mind. The more she reflected, the more she sensed that the atmosphere was amiss. Her benefactor, once a refined and elegant young gentleman with a graceful demeanor, had transformed into this pitiful figure. How could he oscillate between being timid and urging people away, then suddenly dissolve into tears? Was this genuine folly, or merely an act? Could it be that her benefactor had suffered an injury resulting in amnesia? Regardless, she resolved to take action. Acting swiftly, Wei Qinghua tugged at the sleeve of the carefree princess, his eyes brimming with desperation. He entirely forgot the urging of his benefactor to flee, fixated solely on the task of rescuing him. At that moment, the woman known for her cunning spoke up, remarking on the boy's endearing demeanor. She wiped the grime from his face with a handkerchief, and with each stroke, her expression transformed to one of delight. "Goodness, What a handsome lad you are. Such charm at such a tender age. What marvels await as you grow." She scrutinized the boy, a look of satisfaction dancing in her eyes. Wei Qinghua, observing this, felt an overwhelming urge to kick the rotund woman aside and shout, "Release your filthy hands from my benefactor." Yet, the boy, filled with excitement, repeatedly inquired, "Madam, are you truly willing to accept me? I assure you, my appetite is modest. I need only one meal a day." The woman nodded, casting a glance at the boy's injuries. "You are indeed thin, and your wounds are numerous. It seems you shall require time to heal. However, given your pleasant disposition, I shall inquire, how did you come by these injuries?" At this critical juncture, the carefree princess interjected. Her voice was soft and gentle, yet imbued with an air of unassailable authority. "Where are your family? Where have they gone? Why are you alone here?" The boy, momentarily taken aback, lowered his gaze and replied, I have no family left. A flood ravaged my hometown, and they perished. The wounds on my body were inflicted by older boys who beg." A sense of pity washed over the princess. "Very well, you shall accompany me back to my residence. My child is in need of a companion, and your presence would serve that purpose." The princess was not entirely convinced by the boy's tale. Firstly, there had been no recent calamities in Shu. The populace lived in peace and prosperity. In contrast, the northern territories had indeed faced floods the previous year. Yet this boy appeared younger than her own son and bore no accent from the north, suggesting he was not from that region. Secondly, she had observed him closely. Although he seemed timid while speaking to Wei Qinghua, there were fleeting moments when his eyes sparkled with clarity. Lastly, Wei Qinghua had extolled his benefactor for far too long for her to dismiss the boy's identity. If he claimed this child was his benefactor, she would accept that as truth. Uncertain of the circumstances that led him here, she felt compelled to extend her assistance. Better to bring him home and later discern the truth. If he proved to be the right person, it would be a gesture of gratitude, and if mistaken, then it would simply be an act of kindness. The vast expanse of the carefree princess's estate could surely accommodate one more child. As for the woman, renowned for her shrewdness in the capital, taking the boy in would merely represent a windfall, potentially selling him elsewhere in a matter of days. At that moment, the character of that family remained uncertain, and the child's fate was equally ambiguous. Contemplating this, the carefree princess remarked, "If you accompany me back, you may study alongside my children. I shall set aside a sum of silver for you, to be used for your marriage when you come of age. Consider it the payment for your services today." The conditions proposed by the carefree princess were undeniably enticing. Even the nearby Madame Hua could not help but cast several glances at her. Truth be told, Madame Hua was not entirely pleased. Having spent over a decade as a matchmaker in the capital, while not renowned, she was certainly not someone easily disregarded. Now, as she anticipated a handsome reward, an unexpected competitor had emerged, leaving her discontented. She pondered how to discreetly acquire the child for herself when the kneeling boy declared, I won't go with you. I want to go with the lady beside you." This declaration brought a smile to Madame Hua's face. The carefree princess paused momentarily and asked, "Why? Do you dislike studying?" The boy replied, "I would say I don't dislike studying, but I must find a way to articulate it properly. What poor child does not yearn for an education? They're eager for the opportunity that could elevate them in life." Madame Hua was astute. If he expressed a dislike for study, she would surely become suspicious. The boy concealed his thoughts and cast a timid glance at the carefree princess, saying, "You seem like a deceiver. My mother told me that no one is kind without reason. You offer me education and silver for a wife. You are far too generous. But I do not know you. Your words sound too charming. You must be trying to trick me." He then turned to Madame Hua and added, "This lady does not seem like a deceiver, and she appears wealthier than you. I want to go with her." The scene was filled with feigned joy, yet internally desolate. The carefree princess, along with the Wei brothers, was taken aback. "Child, are you certain she is wealthier than our family? Do you not realize that merely sending out a 1-year-old from our household could overshadow this matchmaker? A child's thoughts are indeed precious." The carefree princess maintained her gentle and elegant demeanor, softly stating, "However, whether he can go with her depends on his own wishes." With that, she turned her gaze toward Madame Hua. At the same time, a plainclothes guard standing behind the carefree princess raised a token. Madame Hua, initially brimming with pride, had been calculating how much she could sell the child for. But upon seeing the token, her expression immediately changed to one of pallor, her earlier confidence evaporating. It was the token of the carefree princess's residence. Though a matchmaker, Madame Hua was well acquainted with the world. The power and status of the carefree princess's household in the capital were notorious. Observing the lady before her, who exuded grace and elegance, it was evident that her underlying aura was formidable. Such a person was not to be trifled with. With a forced laugh, Madame Hua's smile was more sorrowful than tears. Since the lady has taken a liking to this young man, I shall relinquish my claim. After all, my household is not devoid of servants. With that said, I turned my gaze towards the young benefactor and remarked, "Child, you are indeed fortunate. This lady hails from a family of unparalleled renown, not some charlatan. My household is sufficient. It seems I cannot afford to keep you. You should accompany her back." Huh? The young benefactor's eyes sparkled as he grinned, displaying delight. Yet his heart felt barren. Indeed, he had extricated himself from a troublesome predicament. Under the watchful eyes of Huan Yang and the others, the young benefactor, filled with gratitude, followed the carefree princess and the Wei brothers into the carriage. Wei Qinghua was in high spirits. As soon as they boarded, he shook the drowsy Nuanyuan awake, exclaiming, "Nuanyuan, quickly look. Third brother has brought someone with him. This is our savior. Do you remember?" Nuanyuan, still in a daze and slightly aggrieved, thought, "What is this madness? I had just fallen asleep." She glanced at the supposed savior mentioned by Wei Qinghua. Is it truly him? It seems so, but why does he appear so disheveled? Her disdain was palpable. The young benefactor noticed the look in Nuanyuan's eyes, and his heart felt heavy. Even a small child finds me repugnant. However, glancing down at his own appearance, he could hardly blame her. He was indeed filthy and emanated an unpleasant odor. He could not deny that he himself felt repulsed. Heaven knows how much he cherishes cleanliness. Even a mere sneeze in his presence would send him scurrying away. Yet, in his quest to approach Huan Yang, he had endured this discomfort. Ever since he had donned this guise, every fiber of his being felt uneasy. He had thought that as long as he accomplished his mission, it would be worthwhile. But who could have anticipated that the misfortune of failing before even beginning would befall him? Shangguan Ziyue, alas, do not despair. There will be other opportunities, he consoled himself. Raising his gaze, he happened upon Wei Qinghua, who was smiling at him. Suddenly, his heart ached a bit. This person had not yet recovered, and Wei Qinghua spoke up. "Benefactor, you remember me, do you not? If you had forgotten, why did you urge me to leave quickly?" Shangguan Ziyue remained silent, inwardly thinking, "You urged me to leave, yet you remained. Benefactor, where have you been this past year? After you saved my sister and me, our family wished to express our gratitude. We dispatched numerous people to find you, but to no avail." Shangguan Ziyue continued to hold his tongue, yet in his heart, he acknowledged, "I know, the Feathered Forest Army was dispatched, and they uprooted my sanctuary in the capital. Benefactor, a while ago, did you not venture to the eastern part of the city? Near the palace, I believe I saw you." Shangguan Ziyue cast a glance at Wei Qinghua, frowning. "That boisterous call, akin to a pig being slaughtered, was your doing? Benefactor, could you teach me martial arts? Once I master it, I too could become as formidable as you." Shangguan Ziyue raised an eyebrow, feeling conflicted. "No, I still wish to live a few more years." "Benefactor, why were you kneeling there earlier, begging to be purchased? Is it truly a matter of having no food to eat? Or is it that Shangguan Ziyue speaks excessively?" He cast a profound glance at Wei Qinghua, suddenly feeling a flutter of anxiety. "A fortune teller had once told my mother that I would encounter a nemesis in this lifetime. This nemesis would not take my life, yet would incessantly suppress me, leading me by the nose. Perhaps this young man is indeed my nemesis? Third brother, you're truly tiresome." Wei Mu Hua could hardly endure his brother's incessant prattle. He interjected to interrupt him, offering a polite nod towards Shangguan Ziyue. "Please do not take offense, young brother. My sibling has always been this way, lively and mischievous, prone to excessive chatter. However, ever since you rescued him and my little sister last time, he has been ever mindful and often speaks of you in our presence. Such a trifling act is hardly worth mention." Shangguan Ziyue was aware of Wei Qinghua's lineage, and thus opted to abandon the pretense he had maintained on the street, realizing it would be futile to conceal anything from them. After all, even if the people from the Prince of Leisure's estate could not uncover his true identity, they would certainly discern his origins from the martial world. Continuing to feign ignorance would be disingenuous. Therefore, he clasped his fists in gratitude towards the Princess of Leisure, saying, "Ziyue is deeply thankful to you, madam, and to the esteemed gentleman for your timely assistance. Your kindness shall be etched in my heart." His voice was melodious and youthful, exhibiting a remarkable seriousness for one so young. For some inexplicable reason, the Princess of Leisure felt a pang of sympathy. She smiled gently and inquired, "Is your name Ziyue?" "Indeed, Ziyue, a gentleman of remarkable talent and extraordinary skill, is a splendid name." After speaking, the Princess of Leisure regarded Shangguan Ziyue once more, asking, "However, it appears that our actions earlier may have inadvertently hindered your important matters." The Princess of Leisure was a perceptive woman. She had already noted the transformation in Shangguan Ziyue once he entered the carriage, a stark contrast to his demeanor on the street. Not only had his aura and gaze shifted, but even Wei Qinghua's reverent address of him as benefactor was no longer met with denial. It was evident that all his previous behavior on the street had been a ruse. Reflecting on how he had first tugged at the hem of Huanyang's skirt, and later expressed a desire to return with her, one could not help but ponder deeply. This child, it seemed, wished to draw nearer to that individual. Chapter 67. My father is 40 and still not properly behaved. Shangguan discerned the guilt in the Princess of Leisure's words, and he felt a surge of surprise. This aunt appeared to be quite astute. It was entirely unimaginable that the clumsy figure across from him was her offspring. "It is no great matter. Madam need not trouble herself with such concerns," Shangguan Ziyue replied courteously. "Your actions, along with those of the esteemed gentleman, stem from a place of genuine goodwill. I firmly believe that even if the one kneeling in the street today were not Ziyue, you and the gentleman would not have remained indifferent." He continued, "Moreover, you and the esteemed gentleman are unaware of Ziyue's true intentions." Witnessing Ziyue seemingly about to fall into the hands of that Huanyang would naturally cause concern. "Dear young brother, how old are you this year?" Wei Muhua inquired, observing the youthful yet remarkably composed Shangguan Ziyue with a hint of astonishment. "I heard from my younger brother that a year ago, in a secluded alley in the eastern part of the city, it was you who bravely rescued him and his sister. He also mentioned that despite your youth, your martial prowess is exceptional, allowing you to take on many opponents simultaneously." With a chuckle, Wei Muhua continued, "At that time, I found it hard to believe, thinking he was merely boasting. However, upon meeting you today, I realized my perspective was rather narrow and hasty." He added, "As for Huanyang, she is indeed a formidable figure in our capital, well acquainted with the trade of slaves and serving numerous households. Do not be deceived by her gender. Her methods are quite astute. Although I am unaware of your motivations for approaching her, your willingness to take risks is commendable." "You flatter me, sir," Shangguan Ziyue replied, clasping his fists in respect. "I hail from the martial world. My family has a long lineage of martial practitioners. Since the tender age of 2, I have trained under my parents, and it has been 4 years now. Due to their strictness, my skills are indeed respectable. The incident a year ago where I saved you and the young lady was merely a stroke of chance and should not be given undue importance." Recalling Huanyang, he added, "As for her, my intentions in approaching her are indeed purposeful. This journey down the mountain is a trial commissioned by my father, and I happened upon some peculiar occurrences related to her, hence my desire to investigate further." Shangguan Ziyue provided a vague account of his identity and reasons for seeking out Huanyang, deliberately omitting details. There were 2 reasons for this. First, given Wei Qinghua's loquacious nature, he likely had already shared the events of a year ago with his family. Second, his martial skills were conspicuous. Very few could match his profound abilities at such a tender age of 5 or 6. He wished to avoid drawing unnecessary speculation and attention to his background, and thus simply stated that he came from the martial world. Based on his current understanding of the royal family, they exhibited decorum and were not impolite. As long as he spoke candidly, they would not delve deeper. Regarding Huanyang, the situation was indeed complex. Shangguan Ziyue saw no need to disclose too much. He had to maintain discretion for the safety of the children from the Xiaoyao Wangfu. You are merely 6 years old, yet you have been practicing martial arts for 4 years, the Princess Xiaoyao remarked, observing the scars on Shangguan Ziyue's body, her brow furrowing in concern. Your parents are quite indulgent. Starting martial training at 2 is truly too early. To her, a 2-year-old was still like a soft, sticky rice ball, not much older than her youngest child. Some children, who learned to walk later, only managed to walk steadily at that age. Even her 3 sons began their training with a master only at the age of 7. The very thought a child at 2 was beyond her comprehension. Yet for Shangguan Ziyue, this was all too familiar. It turned out that at the age of 2, due to an unexpected incident, he had been infused with a profound inner strength. The young boy, after channeling his inner strength, experienced no backlash. Instead, he exhibited a remarkable mastery over it. The adults proclaimed that it was due to his extraordinary bone structure and innate talent, marking him as a prodigy destined for martial arts. From that moment forth, he embarked on a daily regimen of rigorous training. Reflecting on this, Shangguan Ziyue smiled faintly and remarked, "Individuals of the martial world are not so delicate." Observing the compassionate and pained expression of the carefree princess, he felt a twinge of embarrassment. Such direct concern and tenderness were foreign to him. Thus, he quickly added, "As the eldest son in my family, my parents hold great expectations for me. It is only natural for them to urge me onward." His words were composed and mature, though it was unclear whether he was comforting the carefree princess or himself. Turning his gaze toward Wei Muhua and Wei Sihua, he continued, "I perceive that both of you walk with steady steps and possess bright eyes. You must have practiced some martial arts." "I feel ashamed," Wei Muhua exclaimed, clasping his fists and smiling. "I have trained for 6 years, yet I have only grasped the surface of it." "You two converse freely." Wei Sihua, a laid-back individual, was unaccustomed to Shangguan Ziyue's seriousness at such a young age. Now, witnessing Wei Muhua adopting a similar demeanor, he found it unbearable. "Goodness, is this still a child? He seems more like an old man. My father is nearing 40, yet he is not as solemn as this 6-year-old. To encounter one another is indeed fate. Not to mention, Ziyue is also the savior of our dear warm treasure." Wei Sihua raised an eyebrow at Shangguan Ziyue and said, "Little brother, do not be anxious. Just be yourself. Despite our formal attire, we are quite approachable. Everyone in our family has a pleasant disposition, so there is no need for concern." He added, "From now on, feel free to call us by our names," addressing us as young master feels distant. Pointing to Wei Muhua, he said, "This is my elder brother, Wei Muhua. You may call him Muhua." Then he gestured to Wei Qinghua, stating, "This is my younger brother, Wei Qinghua. You have already witnessed his abilities, so you may call him whatever you like. If you are pleased, call him Qinghua. If not, calling him Fu will also make him happy." "Indeed, indeed." Wei Qinghua nodded vigorously, exclaiming, "My benefactor may call me whatever he wishes. If I could be accepted as his disciple, calling me disciple would be even better. Haha." Maintaining an awkward yet polite smile, Wei Sihua then pointed to Warm Treasure, saying, "This is my family's cherished little Warm Treasure. You may call her Warm Treasure. Darling is what we refer to her as. My sister's reputation must be protected from an early age. Such affectionate terms should not be used by others, even a savior." Finally, Wei Sihua pointed to himself and stated, "I am Wei Sihua, 10 years old this year. You are a few years younger than me, so you may call me Brother Sihua." Chapter 68. Is this child perfectly fine? At Wei Sihua's words, silence enveloped the carriage. Wei Muhua glanced at his younger brother, pondering, "Why is he Brother Sihuan? I am older, and I am simply Muhua." Wei Qinghua also turned to his elder brother, rolling his eyes in response. "In that case, I am indeed older than him. Why should I not be addressed as Brother Qinghua? Although, even if called so, I would not dare to respond." Warm Treasure, the small, delicate face has already betrayed a hint of embarrassment. "Elder brother, you truly say whatever comes to your mind. Do you think everyone is fond of calling you their dear little sister?" Ugh. Even the carefree princess of a joyful king took a deep breath in silence. This child is indeed a source of concern. And what of the person in question, Shangguan Ziyue? He was momentarily taken aback by Wei Sihua's words. Brother Sihua thinks too much. I never considered addressing this little one as my treasure. Shangguan Ziyue glanced at Warm Treasure and noticed her eyes, glistening like grapes, were even more beautiful than a year ago. They were bright and clear, with long, thick eyelashes that fluttered like tiny fans, accentuating her small, exquisite face. Yet, for some reason, those enchanting eyes, when gazed upon for too long, seemed to possess an unfathomable depth, easily ensnaring one's spirit. Shangguan Ziyue quickly averted his gaze, gently shaking his head. Turning his attention back to Wei Muhua and his brothers, he found them quite amusing. He had assumed only the troublesome fellow was carefree and lacked the airs of a noble scion. It seemed now that both the eldest and second brothers were the same. The carriage came to a halt before the main gate of the Joyful King's residence. The maid outside first assisted the princess of the Joyful King down, then came to carry Warm Treasure. After Warm Treasure descended from the carriage, the 4 young boys inside jumped down in succession. The princess had already conferred with Shangguan Ziyue. Regardless of how formidable his martial prowess might be, to her, he was merely a child. Since his family was not present, he would temporarily reside in the Joyful King's residence. Moreover, the commotion he had caused on the street had drawn considerable attention. Even Huanyang had seen him board the carriage for the Joyful King's residence. Should Shangguan Ziyue leave at this moment and inadvertently be spotted by Huanyang, it would undoubtedly raise suspicions. Those capable of trafficking servants, regardless of their social standing, are not simple individuals. Even if Shangguan Ziyue is highly skilled, victory is not guaranteed. Although he had not divulged to the princess and others the specifics of his investigation, she sensed it was no trivial matter. Should it arouse suspicion from Huanyang, getting close to those individuals again would prove quite challenging. The concerns of the princess of the Joyful King were naturally also on Shangguan Ziyue's mind. Furthermore, now that he was in the capital city, he was somewhat alone, with those close to him assigned to other tasks. Strangely enough, to get closer to Huanyang, he had exchanged clothes with a beggar. During the exchange, his purse had unfortunately fallen. Presently, he was nothing more than a disheveled, ragged wretch. If he did not return to the royal residence with the princess, he would truly become a beggar. Although there was a brothel outside the city that served as one of his family's outposts in the capital, he would not venture there lightly. The princess of the Joyful King had been out with the child for too long. Thus, the carefree king felt a twinge of concern and was about to venture out in search of someone. Unexpectedly, upon reaching the threshold, he encountered his wife and child returning. He couldn't help but inquire, "Why have you returned so late? Did something happen?" "Daddy," Warm Treasure sweetly called out, stretching her arms to be embraced by the carefree king. He, with an enamored expression, hastily took the child into his arms. Before he could indulge in affection with Warm Treasure, Wei Qinghua exuberantly approached, exclaiming, "Father, we have found our benefactor." His voice was remarkably loud, making Warm Treasure nearly believe that her foolish brother was wielding a megaphone. The carefree king shot Wei Qinghua glare, ready to reprimand him. However, the carefree queen had already stepped forward with Shangguan Ziyue, saying, "Aki, this is Ziyue." Afterward, she added with a smile, "He is the one who saved Warm Treasure a year ago in the deep alley of the eastern city." The carefree king regarded Shangguan Ziyue with a hint of surprise in his gaze. Was he truly just a child? Could it be that the third son was not speaking nonsense? Observing Shangguan Ziyue a bit more closely, despite his disheveled appearance, his eyes reflected clarity and intelligence. He was no ordinary individual. Shangguan Ziyue, having seen the prince, clasped his fists together and said, "I must trouble the prince to accommodate me in the royal residence for a few days. I hope for your understanding." His serious demeanor left the carefree king momentarily bewildered. Stealing a glance at his wife, he leaned in and whispered, "Is this child unwell? He is younger than the third son, yet he carries himself like a peer of mine." Ahem. The carefree queen lightly coughed, casting a reproachful look at the carefree king. "You are so irreverent." She then turned back to warmly invite Shangguan Ziyue and the children inside. As Shangguan Ziyue passed by the carefree king, he politely nodded. In his heart, he mused, "This child is perfectly fine. You need not worry." For someone trained in martial arts, even the sound of falling leaves is distinctly audible, let alone human voices. No matter how subdued the volume, as long as the distance is reasonable, Shangguan Ziyue could hear clearly. It was precisely because he heard the carefree king's remark that he was taken aback. He had assumed that someone wielding imperial power would either be stern and unyielding or filled with ambition, indifferent to the plight of the common folk. Yet, to his surprise, upon this encounter, he found this family to be remarkably playful. He suddenly grasped why the three brothers of the carefree king's household possessed such a disposition, particularly Wei Qinghua, who seemed to act without much thought, simply following his whims. If his father and mother were equally easygoing, perhaps he would turn out like them as well. As the group arrived in the front hall, the carefree queen instructed her subordinates to take Shangguan Ziyue to wash up. She kindly added, "Although you are 2 years younger than Qinghua, you are of similar stature, so why not wear his clothes for now? He has plenty of outfits that he hasn't worn. Feel free to choose from them. Tomorrow morning, I shall have someone come to measure you for a few garments of your liking." Then, casting another sympathetic glance at Shangguan Ziyue's injuries, she couldn't help but express her concern, saying, "Oldest, don't you have plenty of medicinal wine? Quickly fetch it for Ziyue." The carefree princess has genuinely developed an affection for the young Shangguan Ziyue. It is hard to pinpoint the reason. Perhaps it is due to the fact that he saved her children, or perhaps it is his mature demeanor and life experiences. From the age of 2, he trained in martial arts, and by 5, he could take on multiple opponents, rescuing children from peril. At 6, he ventured alone to the capital, disguising himself to approach those engaged in human trafficking. Each of these incidents, when contemplated, weighs heavily on the heart of the carefree princess. Chapter 69. The path has been completely obstructed by that troublesome child. Shangguan Ziyue followed the servants to the courtyard arranged for him by the carefree princess, where he thoroughly washed and groomed himself. This cleansing ritual took a full hour, as he wished to scrub himself clean, almost to the point of rawness. Particularly, he was vexed by the remnants of the handkerchief used by Huang Miao on his face. He repeatedly rubbed his face with a damp cloth until it was flushed red. "Brother Ziyue, may I enter?" The voice outside belonged to Wei Muhua, who had brought several bottles of medicinal wine for Shangguan Ziyue. "Please do come in," Shangguan Ziyue replied as he opened the door. Wei Muhua was taken aback for a moment as he beheld the transformed figure before him. Clad in clean garments, Shangguan Ziyue appeared entirely different. The timid, meek child who had been so fearful on the streets was nowhere to be found. In his place stood a refined young gentleman, exuding an air of elegance and poise. His striking features, paired with a cool demeanor, rendered him even more austere. However, the beauty mark at the corner of his eye added a touch of softness, warming his overall presence and rendering him less intimidating. He wore a crimson brocade robe, the vibrant hue accentuating his exceptionally fair skin. Had Wei Muhua not been aware of his origins in the martial world, having begun training at merely 2 years of age, he might have mistaken him for a pampered scion of a noble family. "This attire is quite splendid and fits well," Wei Muhua remarked, assessing Shangguan Ziyue while raising the bottles in his hand. "I have brought you some medicinal wine to tend to your injuries." "Thank you, Brother Muhua." Shangguan Ziyue graciously accepted the gift. Wei Muhua reminded him not to forget to join the family for dinner later. The carefree princess's household maintained the tradition of dining together, without exception, unless particular circumstances dictated otherwise. Shangguan Ziyue nodded in acknowledgement as he watched Wei Muhua depart. Gazing at his attire, the young boy found himself troubled once more. The garments were gaudy. While the materials were exquisite, the colors and patterns seemed excessively ostentatious. Crimson, royal purple, cloud blue, parrot green, Buddha hand yellow, and Yijing red. Among the numerous new garments, he could not find a single piece in a lighter shade. The crimson brocade robe, though vibrant, at least featured a simple design, making it somewhat acceptable, albeit not entirely comfortable to wear. After tending to his wounds, Shangguan Ziyue followed the people below to the dining hall. Inside, several children from the Xiaoyao Wangfu were already seated. Upon seeing Shangguan Ziyue, Wei Qinghua exclaimed excitedly, "Benefactor, over here." Then, glancing at Shangguan Ziyue's attire and comparing it to her own, she sincerely complimented, "As expected of my benefactor. The same outfit looks far more splendid on you than on me." Meanwhile, Nguan Bao was busy licking a candy treat. Upon hearing Wei Qinghua's words, she momentarily lost focus and shot a glance at her third brother, thinking to herself, of course, he is more handsome and has a better physique than you. Wei Qinghua, ever chatty, continued, I never expected that mother has such discerning eyes. She said my benefactor could wear my clothes, and indeed he can. He is merely 2 years younger than me, yet his stature is nearly the same. She then asked, Benefactor, what did you eat to grow so well? You certainly have a remarkable growth. Nguyen Bao, now completely uninterested in her treat, retorted, Third brother, he is a trained fighter. Naturally he can grow. Why ask such foolish questions? Meanwhile, in another corner, the Xiaoyao Wang and Wang Fei entered hand in hand, showing no regard for Wei Qinghua's presence. The Wang remarked, if you put in half the effort that Ziyue does in his training, you would probably surpass your second brother by now. Wei Sihua, who had been silent, looked perplexed, feeling somewhat offended. I am the elder brother, naturally taller than the third. If he could surpass me simply through effort, then, as his gaze shifted to the Xiaoyao Wang, he noticed that while the Wang seemed to be reprimanding Wei Qinghua, his eyes darted toward him. A shiver ran down his spine. Father is implying that I lack diligence. Please, take a seat, the Wang Fei gently urged, inviting Shangguan Ziyue to sit down. Today, we have a new chef. Let us taste her culinary skills. The meal was quite relaxed, devoid of any excessive formalities. The Xiaoyao Wang and Wang Fei engaged Shangguan Ziyue with a few casual remarks before they busily began their meal. Throughout this gathering, Shangguan Ziyue perceived an abundance of affection and warmth. He realized that the atmosphere within the Xiaoyao Wang Fu was not much different from that of an ordinary family he had encountered. Unlike the noble families he had previously investigated, which were rife with rigid rules, open rivalry, and treachery, the Xiaoyao Wang Fu presented a refreshing contrast. Thus, Shangguan Ziyue settled into the Xiaoyao Wang Fu, remaining there for over half a month. Occasionally, he would attend to some matters outside, but most of the time, he stayed obediently within the Wang Fu. He had already sent a letter to Lingjin Mountain, requesting them to dispatch someone to the capital promptly, along with a strikingly handsome boy or girl who possessed commendable martial skills. The path of disguising himself as a destitute child to approach Huanyang had been completely obstructed. Nonetheless, he felt compelled to investigate the pressing matters at hand. Over the past 6 months, several children had gone missing in the counties and villages surrounding the capital of Shu. These children had either been taken directly in the night or abducted by beggars. Shangguan Ziyue inquired further and discovered that the children were quite young, the youngest being merely 3 years old and the eldest 8. These children shared a common trait. They were all youthful and strikingly handsome. Coincidentally, in the past 6 months, a formidable figure had emerged in the martial world. This master was ruthless and employed sinister techniques, engaging in murder, arson, and plunder without restraint. Even the local authorities, in conjunction with some righteous martial artists, had failed to apprehend him. Upon hearing this news, Shangguan Ziyue's father commanded him to descend the mountain for training, asserting that it would benefit the people and broaden his horizons, while also allowing him to claim a few scalps. He also cautioned Shangguan Ziyue that such nefarious skills likely stemmed from unsavory practices. After descending the mountain, Shangguan Ziyue headed straight towards the kingdom of Shu. However, the fiend's whereabouts were elusive. After a month of searching, he found no trace. Remembering his father's warning and reflecting on the recent disappearances of children near the capital, Shangguan Ziyue had an epiphany, believing there must be a connection between the two. Thus, he resolved to investigate the missing children first. Over the course of several days, he gradually uncovered the figure of Huanyang. Chapter 70, Deception and Intrigue. Shangguan Ziyue discovered that Huanyang was indeed the most renowned trafficker in the capital of the kingdom of Shu. Her strength surpassed that of others in her trade, allowing her to amass a considerable amount of goods, and her prices were reasonable. Not only in the capital, but also in several surrounding counties and towns, anyone wishing to buy or sell slaves would readily seek her out for transactions. By chance, Shangguan Ziyue followed a flower seller and witnessed him selling several abducted children to Huanyang. She, in turn, categorized the children based on their appearance, distinguishing between prime and inferior goods, instructing her associates to keep a close watch on the prime ones, as they were to be delivered to a certain fairy at the end of the month. Who might this fairy be? Could she be the very demon he sought? This thought piqued Shangwan Ziyue's curiosity. If the fairy mentioned by Huanyang was indeed the monster he was hunting, then by mingling with her prime goods, he could effortlessly locate the demon's hideout and eradicate it. However, he had perhaps dreamt too soon. In all his calculations, he had overlooked one Wei Qinghua. With no choice but to avoid alerting the enemy, he resolved to remain inactive and await reinforcements. The individuals within the royal residence treated Shangwan Ziyue quite well, never restricting his freedom. Whether it was the carefree prince and princess or the brothers of the Wei family, they all showed considerable concern for him. Yet, it was Wei Qinghua who proved to be somewhat bothersome, excessively clingy. Whenever Shangwan Ziyue was in the royal residence, he would undoubtedly be shadowed by Wei Qinghua. Initially, his relentless pursuit had but one purpose. Benefactor, please accept me as your disciple. I promise to train diligently. My training is for the protection of my parents and siblings. Please teach me. Wei Qinghua was simply omnipresent. When Shangwan Ziyue finished his meal and intended to return to his room, Wei Qinghua followed closely behind. As Shangwan Ziyue rose early to practice his martial arts, he unexpectedly emerged, even when Shangwan Ziyue was in a hurry to relieve himself, appearing suddenly in the corridor with a cheerful call of benefactor. Shangwan Ziyue found himself ensnared, fully aware that within the Wang residence, there was not a single soul who required Wei Qinghua's protection. Yet he still verbally acquiesced, stating, "I can teach you, but I will not take on a disciple." He then added, "From now on, you may call me Ziyue. Do not refer to me as benefactor again." Those two words were something he wished never to hear again in his lifetime. However, to his surprise, once Shangwan Ziyue began instructing Wei Qinghua in martial arts, he found himself increasingly reluctant to hear even the name Ziyue. He longed to return home and have his parents change his name. "Ziyue, how's my horse stance? Am I ready to learn something else? Ziyue, today I struck the wooden post, and it broke. Teach me something new. Ziyue, please." What was most alarming was that, apart from Wei Qinghua, Nuanyuan also seemed enchanted. This little glutinous rice dumpling approached Shangwan Ziyue, eager to learn martial arts as well. Truly, misfortunes seldom come alone. Watching Shangwan Ziyue teach Wei Qinghua, Nuanyuan felt an irresistible urge. She quickly produced her beloved candy figurine, attempting to bribe Shangwan Ziyue. "Here, have a taste of this delightful candy." At first, Shangwan Ziyue was unaware of Nuanyuan's intentions. Seeing the candy figurine she offered, he thought this little sister quite generous. Not bad. Much more endearing than that troublesome one. He patted Nuanyuan's head and smiled, saying, "Brother Ziyue, want to eat it? You can have it yourself." "No." Nuanyuan pouted playfully, tugging at Shangwan Ziyue's sleeve. "Just a taste, please. It's so sweet." Looking at the candy figurine brought to his lips, and then at the innocent face of Nuanyuan, Shangwan Ziyue, who had not tasted sugar in over 2 years, finally extended his tongue for a lick. It was sweet, and it warmed his heart. But unexpectedly, after just one lick, little Nuanyuan immediately placed the candy figurine into Shangwan Ziyue's hands, joyfully circling him a few times, exclaiming, "Hooray! Brother Ziyue has tasted the candy." Shangwan Ziyue was somewhat bewildered, still trying to comprehend why Nuanyuan was so elated. She paused, her expression serious. "This candy is my offering to you. Now, Brother Ziyue will teach me martial arts." With that, she pointed to the eaves, exclaiming, "The kind that can fly." Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Nuanyuan had seen it, even a few times. Shangwan Ziyue was exceptionally skilled in lightness techniques, effortlessly leaping across rooftops. It was incredibly cool. Nuanyuan wished to learn, dreaming of it. Shangwan Ziyue was momentarily stunned, gazing at the spirited Nuanyuan and then at the candy figurine in his hand. He suddenly felt as though he had fallen into a pit of Nuanyuan's making. Yet, when he looked into her clear, innocent eyes, he quickly dismissed that thought. "No, she's just a little girl." Turning to glance at Wei Qinghua, who was diligently striking the wooden post, I quickly reached a conclusion. Warm Treasure must have picked up some mischief from that troublemaker. Thus, much like one would coax a younger sibling. I sweetly said to Warm Treasure, "Tomorrow, Brother Ziwe will buy you 2 sugar figurines. How about that?" No. Warm Treasure refused the offer, clearly unimpressed. After all, she had successfully lured the big shot into her scheme only to settle for a mere pair of sugar figurines. That would be underestimating her greatly. "Father Shi, I want to learn the flying technique. I want to fly." Sighing, Shengwan Ziyu felt helpless. Even the title of master was slipping out. "Warm Treasure? You mustn't call me that." He gently led her aside to sit down, patiently explaining, "You're still too young to learn martial arts." "Not too young," Warm Treasure exclaimed dramatically, declaring, "I'm already 1.5 years old. I can learn martial arts." After making her point, she looked at Shengwan Ziyu and asked, "But didn't you start learning it too?" Warm Treasure insisted, "I want to be better than you." She attempted to articulate the notion that the student surpasses the master, but her tongue stumbled over the complexities of expression. Thus, she simplified her intent, which Shengwan Ziyu remarkably understood, responding with a smile. "That S called surpassing the master." Upon hearing this, Warm Treasure giggled with delight, dismissing the details. "No matter how difficult it is, I want to be stronger than Father Shi." She blinked her big eyes, attempting to persuade Shengwan Ziyu. "Ivy, he got to be impressive so that you can be proud." With Father Shi being 6 years old and Warm Treasure merely 1.5. They both needed to strive hard. "Then everyone will praise us. One tea they." As she spoke, she gave a charming head tilt. "Father Shi, will you teach me?" Chapter 71. To be a generous little Warm Treasure, not master. You mustn't call me that. Shengwan Ziyu once again corrected Warm Treasure's title. His small face bore a hint of seriousness. The matter of taking on disciples was treated with utmost gravity at Lingjian Mountain. It was not to be taken lightly. Meanwhile, Warm Treasure sensed something was amiss. She quietly whispered, "Is Brother Jiue here?" "Yes, call me brother." Shengwan Ziyu nodded, pleased. A child worth teaching indeed. However, before he could bask in his satisfaction, Warm Treasure added, "Can I learn the flying technique, brother?" Shengwan Ziyu was momentarily at a loss for words. Clearing his throat, he excused himself to observe Wei Qinghua. "Put some force into it. This wooden post is your enemy. You cannot be soft when facing an opponent." "All right, Ziyu." Wei Qinghua, noticing Shengwan Ziyu had come to guide him, felt exhilarated and energized. As for Shengwan Ziyu, he sneakily glanced back at Warm Treasure and called out to Wei Qinghua, "Continue. Your punches need to be faster." He even stepped aside to allow Warm Treasure to witness Wei Qinghua's martial prowess. "Don't hesitate. Strike him." Shengwan Ziyu urged. "What about your feet? Don't just use your hands. Your feet must come into play too." "Okay, Brother Ziyu." Wei Qinghua, panting yet eager to impress his benefactor, executed a sweeping kick. Thud! The wooden post resounded with the impact. "Oh dear." Wei Qinghua winced in pain, tears welling up. As Shang Guanyue observed, he did not urge him to cease, but rather, he grimaced and continued to strike the wooden post. Noticing this, Shang Guanyue cast a furtive glance behind him. Where had everyone gone? The spot where the Warm Treasure once sat was now desolate. The little girl, Warm Treasure, had long since vanished without a trace. A sigh of relief escaped Shang Guanyue's lips. It seemed that the troublesome little one had some utility after all, scaring Warm Treasure away in an instant. His gaze then shifted back to Wei Qinghua, who was diligently practicing. Nodding to himself, he mused that this fellow was indeed more manageable than Warm Treasure. With this thought, his spirits lifted. He picked up the sugar figurine in his hand and discreetly took a couple of licks. It was undeniably sweet. Little did he know, Warm Treasure had not witnessed Wei Qinghua's sweeping kick, and thus had no reason to be frightened. She had simply felt the urge to relieve herself, and had asked Xiu'er to accompany her for a moment of convenience. After finishing, she found it rather stingy to bring just a sugar figurine as a tribute. Consequently, she instructed Xiu'er to take her to her storeroom. What was the purpose of visiting the storeroom? Xiu'er was somewhat perplexed. What treasure could the young princess be seeking? Pearls. Warm Treasure was candid with Xiu'er, declaring, "Uncle gave me pearls, big ones. I want to bring them as tribute. The few pots will surely appreciate them." After saying this, Warm Treasure continued to murmur, "Just a little candy is not enough. It's too stingy. We must be a bit more generous, right?" It was unclear whether she was asking Xiao or herself. In any case, her strides were bold and confident. Although she was ostensibly heading to the storeroom in search of treasures, her demeanor suggested she was prepared for a showdown. Xiao followed behind, feeling both exasperated and amused. She was well aware that Shang Guanyue's reluctance to teach warm treasure martial arts had nothing to do with the tribute. The little girl was simply too young. Who in this world begins martial training at the age of 2? Only Shang Guanyue, it seemed. However, for the moment, Xiao could only accompany warm treasure. After all, the little princess was determined to pursue her desires, and there was no stopping her. Despite her tender years, she was quite resolute. Undoubtedly, she would be remarkable when she grew up. Xiao escorted warm treasure back to the courtyard and then to the storeroom. At warm treasure's behest, they collected a number of items. "Cousin, the big pearls must be taken," warm treasure called out from the threshold, her voice sweet and innocent. "I remember," Xiao responded, tilting her head to glance at warm treasure. She cautioned, "Little princess, wait here for me. Do not wander off." "All right." Warm treasure nodded emphatically and added, "Also fetch a fine brush. Uncle said the few pots can write." "I shall find one for you, my little princess," Xiao replied readily. After all, Shang Guanyue would not object. It was merely a formality. "Also a fan." Warm treasure suddenly recalled a folding fan she had received among her gifts, which was quite exquisite. Not only was it adorned with landscape paintings, but it also bore inscriptions. When receiving the gift, Prince Xiaoyao had mentioned that the folding fan was rather rare. Presenting it to someone would surely not be a source of embarrassment. "And a fan, Xiao," she exclaimed, looking up at the sky and pondering deeply for a while. Once again, the words flowed. "Oh, I must acquire the gold inlaid with jade for my neck. Xiao, do fetch it." In the storeroom, the diligent Xiao rummaged through boxes, perspiration beading on her forehead. The little princess possessed an abundance of treasures. While sifting through, she suddenly recalled what Nguyen Bao had mentioned about the gold inlaid with jade. She inquired, "Which piece does the little princess desire? Is it the one bestowed by the second prince?" After posing the question, she felt it was rather unnecessary. After all, how could such a young child possibly remember? Perhaps it would suffice to simply choose any piece. To her surprise, Nguyen Bao did indeed remember. She promptly responded, "Yes, indeed. Let's take that piece given by the second prince." When one seeks a favor, generosity is essential. One cannot catch a wolf without first letting go of the lamb. In ancient times, survival without martial skills was unthinkable. Nguyen Bao understood that she was still too young to engage in martial training. After all, not everyone is as fortunate as Shangguan Ziyue. Yet this young gentleman was truly exceptional, and Nguyen Bao resolved to hold onto him tightly. Who could predict when he might depart? Would they ever meet again? Ultimately, she needed to ensure that he accepted something from her. One is at a disadvantage when asking for help. Even if she did not learn martial arts now, she could at least trick her master onto the ship of thieves. The ancients valued commitments above all. Nguyen Bao yearned for a formal agreement. Thus, when she matured further, she could approach Shangguan Ziyue to teach her martial arts. Xiao toiled in the storeroom for quite some time before emerging with several boxes. She muttered, "The items are easy to find, yet the brocade boxes are troublesome to match. Some are too large, others too small. None seem quite suitable." There were brocade boxes for the folding fans, but the separated pearls, brushes, and the gold inlaid with jade lacked such boxes. Merely holding them seemed inappropriate. After some effort, she managed to retrieve several brocade boxes for Nguyen Bao to choose from. However, to her astonishment, Nguyen Bao tilted her head and exclaimed, "Ah, that one is too large and unattractive. It's far too conspicuous. If Shangguan Ziyue declines it, I would have no means to conceal it." Peering inside, Nguyen Bao noticed a small cloth bag on the shelf. Pointing at it, she declared, "That one. Bring that bag." Xiao followed Nguyen Bao's, nearly dropping her jaw in disbelief. Was that not just an ordinary little bag, sewn from coarse cloth? It was unclear how it had ended up there. While clean, it was hardly appealing. With a face full of confusion, Xiao retrieved the small bag and asked, "Little princess, is this it? Are you quite certain you are not mistaken?" Yes. "Xiao Gu, quickly bring it to me," Nguyen Bao replied, waving her hand. Once Xiao approached with the small bag, Nguyen Bao began tossing the folding fans, large pearls, and gold inlaid with jade into it. Xiao'er watched, her eyes widening in amazement. "Oh, my little princess, you truly are unconcerned with the finer details. All right, let's go." Nguyen Bao secured the items, tugging tightly at the drawstring of the bag. "Do not misplace my precious pearl." She trotted a few steps, the small cloth pouch in her hand swaying as she set off to find Master Shangwan Ziyue. Although she was carrying a rare and valuable treasure intended as a gift to Nguyen Bao, it felt akin to taking a tattered sack to a market. Upon witnessing Nguyen Bao's spirited dash, Xiao'er hurriedly locked the storeroom door and anxiously called out, "Young princess, please wait for your servant." In recent days, Nguyen Bao had become increasingly steady on her feet and had even learned to run, albeit with a rather reckless abandon that could startle anyone. Especially when traversing the pebble-strewn paths, she had a penchant for play, often wandering back and forth, which caused considerable concern. Indeed, upon exiting the storeroom, she encountered a pebble path. As Nguyen Bao reached this path, she began to frolic upon it. "Let us begin our journey towards wellness from an early age, starting with me." Upon seeing this, the pursuing Xiao'er quickly took Nguyen Bao's hand, coaxing her, "Shall we first seek out Master Shangwan?" It was unclear what allure the pebble path held, as stepping on it was rather uncomfortable. "Oh," Nguyen Bao seemed to suddenly recollect something, nodding repeatedly, "Indeed. Let's find Ziyue first." Oh dear, why was she suddenly preoccupied with wellness upon stepping on the cobblestones? Just moments ago, all she could think about was the gift. Hand in hand with Xiao'er, Nguyen Bao trudged forward, her expression one of dejection. She glanced down at the small cloth pouch she held, beginning to doubt herself. I still possess the buyer's treasure. How did I shift my thoughts to wellness so quickly? Is there something amiss with my mind? Am I perhaps suffering from a deficiency in focus? Oh no, there is no mental health center here to register for assistance. Upon returning to the training grounds, Master Shangwan Ziyue was nowhere to be found. Only Wei Qinghua sat beside a wooden stump, blowing on his pitiful, sore feet. "Master," Nguyen Bao called out, and then inquired, "Where has Ziyue gone?" He said he was tired and went back to rest. Wei Qinghua replied lazily. Upon noticing the small cloth pouch in Nguyen Bao's hand, his heart swelled with joy and gratitude. My dear sister, how thoughtful of you. You remembered to bring me something to eat. What a delightful treat have you brought? Show me." Wei Qinghua extended his hand toward Nguyen Bao, his face beaming with a smile so sweet it could rival syrup. However, to his astonishment, she declared, "Nothing," and swiftly concealed the small pouch behind her back. She then questioned, "Why aren't you training, master? Are you being lazy?" Wei Qinghua responded with a hint of irritation. "Did you not notice that I am injured?" "Oh, is that so?" Nguyen Bao craned her neck to take a distant look and feigned ignorance. "Oh dear, what has happened to master?" Wei Qinghua was preoccupied with mending his broken heart. Upon hearing Nguyen Bao's words, he felt no need to continue his efforts, as they would only lead to further heartache. With a resigned glance at Warm Treasure, he imitated her tone, exclaiming, "Indeed, your gaze is quite delightful. Alas, the poor pot has swollen. Would you care to assist the pot with some cooling breath?" Warm Treasure's small face contorted with disapproval, her features almost merging into one. "How distasteful," she retorted, pulling Xiao'er's hand and dashing away while calling out, "Farewell, pot. I shall seek out Brother Ziyue. You stay here and cool off." Wei Qinghua reflected. Indeed, once a heart shatters into countless fragments, there is no need for reassembly, for it can crumble into dust. Am I truly so pale? He pondered, lifting his foot for inspection. The thought of Warm Treasure seeking Ziyue brought a pang of sorrow. "Oh, Warm Treasure, I am your elder brother. Why do you not share your treasures with me and instead go looking for Ziyue? Do you not see my swollen foot?" The more he thought, the angrier he became. Yet he could not afford to offend either of them. One was his beloved sister, to be cherished and adored, while the other was a lifesaver, deserving of respect and deference. How troublesome. After leaving the training grounds, Shangwan Ziyue returned straight to his quarters. Having risen early and engaged in playful antics with Wei Qinghua and Warm Treasure, he was quite fatigued. A fastidious individual, he had just finished bathing and changing. eager to rest for a moment. Suddenly, there came a series of knocks at the door, followed by a sweet, childlike voice from outside. "Is Brother Ziyu in? It's Warm Treasure. Please open the door for me." Shangguan Ziyu, glancing down at his simple undergarment, frowned slightly and inquired, "Does Warm Treasure require something?" "Indeed, I do," Warm Treasure replied earnestly from outside. "I have something very important to discuss with you. Please wait a moment." After instructing her to hold on, Shangguan Ziyu promptly dressed appropriately before opening the door. As the door swung open, Warm Treasure gasped in delight. "Oh, Brother Ziyu, you look so splendid." Shangguan Ziyu found himself momentarily taken aback, a blush creeping onto his fair cheeks as he met her earnest gaze. He felt an unexpected shyness wash over him. Today, he wore a long, pale yellow garment with a pure white cardigan, exuding a refreshing yet refined aura. This attire had been custom-tailored for him by the princess of the Carefree Kingdom, who believed an all-white ensemble appeared too austere for a child, advising that softer colors would be more appealing. Thus, she had designed him several outfits in lighter tones. Chapter 73. Fortunately, my little tooth hasn't T-chipped. Since acquiring his own garments, Shangguan Ziyu had not donned the gaudy red, blue, or green outfits of Wei Qinghua. The lighter clothing was far more comfortable. Perhaps it was a habit formed from childhood. Once clad in light hues, he felt significantly more at ease. However, for reasons unknown, after Warm Treasure's compliment, he found himself feeling somewhat ill at ease. It was not that Shangguan Ziyu lacked confidence. Rather, he had been surrounded by rather reserved individuals since he became aware of his surroundings. Even when one wishes to praise him, it ought to be done as gently as a spring breeze accompanied by delicate rain. The current manner, however, resembles a tempestuous storm unabashedly extolling his beauty. Yet, Warm Treasure remains unparalleled. "What brings you to seek me?" After a brief pause, Shangguan Ziyu finally addressed Warm Treasure. She lifted the small cloth bag in her hand and replied, "I brought some goodies for Brother Ziyu." Shangguan Ziyu cast a glance at the little bag, recalling the sugar figurines from the martial arts arena, and gulped, hesitant to accept. Thus, he quickly remarked, "You are truly considerate, Warm Treasure. Brother is not in need of anything. Please take your offerings back. In need or not in need, I assert that you are indeed in need. If you lack items, then you are lacking in wit." Warm Treasure, with utmost seriousness, stepped over the threshold into Shangguan Ziyu's chamber. Kneeling upon the stool, she began rummaging through her small bag. She reached inside and first retrieved 2 large pearls, exclaiming, "Look at these magnificent pearls. Does Brother Ziyu have any?" "Absolutely lacking," Shangguan Ziyu replied. "I genuinely do not lack." Warm Treasure continued, "This is an abundance of treasures." Observing Shangguan Ziyu's indifference, she persisted in her search. 1, 2, 3. She rummaged through the bag and finally produced 6 large pearls, arranging them neatly in a row upon the table. Yet, this was merely the beginning. After the pearls, she produced a pen. "Here, this one." Once the pen was set aside, she then revealed a folding fan. "And here is this." Lastly, a piece adorned with gold and jade made its appearance. Moreover, here is this. Warm Treasure displayed her collection as if presenting treasures. "Brother Ziyu, look at these lovely offerings." Shangguan Ziyu furrowed his brow. Why must she bring up those gifts again? Is she not afraid of the consequences? Observing Shangguan Ziyu's frown, Warm Treasure tilted her head and inquired, "Is it not sufficient? Your appetite seems rather large." But then again, one could argue that she possesses the means. She added, "Fear not. I shall take Brother Ziyu to the storeroom. There are plenty of treasures to choose from. Once selected, they shall be yours." Shangguan Ziyu felt a hint of a headache. This little girl dares to entice me. Warm Treasure's treasures are indeed numerous. Shangguan Ziyu glanced at the items on the table and began placing them one by one into the little bag. At last, he tightened the drawstring and smiled, yet remarked, "None of these are what Brother Ziyu truly likes." He then placed the small bag into Warm Treasure's hands, lifted her off the stool, and gently guided her toward Xiao'er. The series of actions was executed fluidly, like a flowing stream. "Behave now, Warm Treasure. Brother Ziyu wishes to rest." Having said that, he promptly moved to the door, preparing to see them off. Xiao'er, witnessing this, felt a mix of exasperation and amusement. She knelt down to coax Warm Treasure, saying, "Little princess, shall we return for now? It would be wonderful, wouldn't it? Master Shangwan has been weary for quite some time. Let us allow him a moment to rest, shall we?" Xiaoer's voice was exceedingly gentle. After soothing Warm Treasure, she even winked at her. Warm Treasure tilted her head in contemplation, finding some merit in the suggestion. After all, her third brother was rather dim-witted, and instructing him required considerable effort. Nodding slightly, she responded in a soft, childish voice, "All right, let us head back for now." With that, she walked toward the door while waving goodbye to Shangwan Ziyue. "Goodbye, Ziyue." Goodbye, Warm Treasure," Shangwan Ziyue replied with a nod. Watching as Warm Treasure was led away by Xiaoer, she secretly sighed in relief, finally managing to send her off. However, before she could catch her breath, a package suddenly flew in through the doorway. Instinctively, Shangwan Ziyue sidestepped and caught the package, only to discover it was Warm Treasure's little cloth bag. "Little rascal, where's Warm Treasure?" she exclaimed, and immediately took off running. "Hee, run." Xiaoer's playful laughter echoed in the small courtyard, as if proclaiming her victory. Shangwan Ziyue observed the swiftly darting figure, feeling a mix of exasperation and affection. Although her feet remained firmly planted, she called out, "Warm Treasure, run fast. I'm coming after you." "Huh?" Warm Treasure gasped in surprise. As she hurried down the stairs, she accidentally misstepped. Thud! She fell, landing on all fours like a little frog. Warm Treasure, still unaware of any pain, felt a bit dazed. "I think I can fly," she exclaimed, feeling as if she had swooped down the steps. At that moment, Shangwan Ziyue rushed over, but unfortunately, she was a moment too late. "Little princess," Xiaoer exclaimed, her face paling in fear. She quickly scooped up Warm Treasure and examined her hands and knees, discovering that they were scraped, revealing patches of pink flesh. Feeling a wave of concern, she asked, "Does it hurt? Let me soothe it." Warm Treasure remained somewhat dazed, still basking in the thrill of her brief flight. She allowed Xiaoer to blow on her wounds. Observing the bewildered Warm Treasure, Shangwan Ziyue felt a pang of guilt and sorrow. "Damn it, I shouldn't have frightened her." "Warm Treasure, I'm sorry," she whispered gently, her voice soft and imbued with a touch of purity that was particularly soothing. Warm Treasure blinked, returning to reality. She felt the cool breeze from Xiaoer's breath on her hand, which was quite pleasant, yet her mouth ached and tasted metallic. Tentatively, she checked her little baby teeth with her tongue. All intact, she grinned. "Thankfully my teeth didn't fall out." Xiaoer paused, filled with concern, and quickly took out a handkerchief to bandage Warm Treasure's wounds. Shangwan Ziyue, her brow furrowed, felt an ache in her heart. She had never encountered a girl like Warm Treasure before. Despite her tender age, not only did she refrain from crying after falling, but she also managed to speak of it so lightly. She was nothing like the pampered little princesses of the royal court. In fact, she seemed even stronger than the younger disciples at Lingjian Mountain. "Little princess, you're bleeding," Xiaoer exclaimed, having finished bandaging Warm Treasure's tiny hand, and was about to carry her back to apply some medicine. Unbeknownst to her, upon lifting her gaze, Warm Treasure beheld her mouth smeared with blood. Noticing Xiaoer's pallor, she quickly shook her head and reassured her, "Do not be troubled. It is not hurt." With that, she wiped her mouth with the back of her hand, inadvertently smudging the crimson onto the golden bracelet on her wrist. The bracelet instantly grew warm. "Oh dear!" Warm Treasure sensed an unusual heat at her wrist and quickly grasped it with her other hand. It was warm, not scalding, but slightly warmer than the comforting warmth she was accustomed to. At that moment, a familiar voice suddenly echoed in her ears. "Master, it is me, Bao." The voice emanated from all directions, making it impossible to discern its source. Warm Treasure shivered and scanned her surroundings, furtively glancing at the expressions of Shangwan Ziyue and Xiaoer. She noted their faces were filled with concern, devoid of any shock, confirming that the voice was only audible to her. "Master, you cannot find me. I am in space." The familiar voice resonated once more. "If you wish to see me, simply tap the golden bracelet 3 times. I will await you in the space." "Space." Warm Treasure chuckled, momentarily forgetting her injuries and the blood on her lips, grinning mischievously. "Indeed, there is a space. Heaven has been kind to me. She hastily reached out for Xiao'er, urging, let us return. Annie Xiao'er, hurry, embrace me, and let us run. Seeing Warm Treasure in such a frantic state nearly brought Xiao'er to tears. Thinking that Warm Treasure must be in pain, she immediately crouched down to lift her. Even Shangwan Ziyue was startled by Warm Treasure's actions, stepping forward to suggest, Annie Xiao'er, perhaps we should take Warm Treasure to my room first. I shall summon a doctor. With that, he intended to dash out of the courtyard. Fortunately, Warm Treasure was quick-witted and grasped Shangwan Ziyue's trousers. No need for a doctor. Warm Treasure explained in a childlike voice, I am not hurt. It does not pain me. We can return, apply some medicine, and Annie Xiao'er can blow on it to make it better. With that, she looked at Shangwan Ziyue with anticipation, playfully asking, when I am well, will you teach me how to fly? Is that all right? Very well, Shangwan Ziyue replied, no longer refusing. He gently patted Warm Treasure's little head and said earnestly, but you must grow a bit more first. Once you are older, I shall teach you. Really? Warm Treasure's face lit up with joy. She extended her pinky and declared, let's make a pinky promise. As she intertwined her little finger with Shangwan Ziyue's, she proclaimed, a pinky promise for 100 years, and may we never change. Whoever changes is a big pig head. Though her hand was small, it felt remarkably strong as she clasped Shangwan Ziyue's finger, making him ponder if this little sister might indeed have the makings of a martial artist. Very well, he nodded with a smile, a promise for 100 years. As Xiao'er carried Warm Treasure on their way back, she continued to urge, Annie Xiao'er, hurry. Warm Treasure wishes to sleep. Her thoughts were quite simple, to promptly tend to her wounds and then, under the guise of slumber, tap the golden bracelet 3 times, eagerly anticipating entry into the realm. I long to discover whether this space resembles that of my dreams. After all, a Bao undeniably exists. Yet, Now Bao's innocence proves to be her undoing. As the cherished offspring of the Shu royal family, even the loss of a few strands of hair garners attention. How much more so when she has fallen, resembling a frog in distress. Before she could return to her own courtyard, Xiao'er had already summoned the attendants and maidens bustling along the path. Messages were dispatched to inform Prince Xiaoyao and Princess Xiaoyao, while others were sent to fetch a physician. Now Bao found herself in a predicament, lamenting, I would have been better off not returning. Upon being placed back upon her bed, Prince Xiaoyao and others arrived in a flurry of urgency. What is happening? How can my dear Now Bao be injured? The prince, drenched in sweat, rushed into the room, exclaiming, Now Bao, my precious darling, Now Bao, let me see where you hurt. Princess Xiaoyao, equally distressed, immediately began to examine her daughter's injuries. Oh dear, how did this happen? Your hands and knees are both injured. Father, I am fine. Now Bao replied with a smile. It does not hurt at all. Despite her evident injuries, she insisted there was no pain. The prince's heart ached, his eyes reddening with concern. Upon closer inspection, he noticed blood on her lips, intensifying his worry. What's happened to your mouth? Why is there so much blood? I am perfectly fine, father. Now Bao reassured him with a grin. I merely fell while running too fast. As she spoke, she attempted to mimic her fall, causing both the prince and princess to hastily restrain her. Their tone shifted to one of seriousness. Sit still. Do not move around recklessly. With a shy smile, Now Bao complied. All right, I will behave. The middle-aged prince, witnessing his daughter in such a state, felt a wave of emotion wash over him, his eyes glistening with tears. You are truly fearless, my child. Seeing her father on the verge of tears, Now Bao quickly reached out to pat his face. Do not worry, father. I am perfectly fine. She continued to comfort him. It is merely a little tumble. Children inevitably fall. The prince sniffled, his voice tinged with suppressed sobs. But others do not fall as spectacularly as you do. His tone carried a hint of childish petulance. Goodness, I am the one who is injured. Yet it is I who must console my father. Now Bao scratched her head, instinctively seeking assistance from Princess Xiaoyao. Mother, please calm your husband. I cannot do it. Akui, do not cry. Now Bao is perfectly all right. Upon seeing her daughter's innocent eyes, Princess Xiaoyao shot a reproachful glance at Prince Xiaoyao. Even as she spoke, her voice quivered with emotion. The eldest and second must have heard the news as well. You should compose yourself. and not let them see. She then turned to Now Bao. You appear to be fine. There seems to be no serious issue. It is merely a superficial injury. A little application of medicine will suffice. Hee hee. Upon hearing this, Warm Treasure chuckled softly, revealing her charming little milk teeth. Indeed, indeed. Do not weep, dear father. Look, Warm Treasure's teeth are still intact, unlike the pitiful third brother, who has lost his. Haha. Upon hearing Warm Treasure's words, the carefree king could not help but burst into laughter. You little rascal, how clever you have become, even teasing your third brother. Isn't it so? The carefree princess gently poked Warm Treasure's nose and added, How coarse is your third brother? What is there to compare? Besides, how mischievous he is. It would not be surprising if he lost not only his teeth, but also his hands and feet. Chapter 75. The warehouse keeper and the bodyguards at this moment. The Wei family's 3 brothers, having rushed over upon learning of Warm Treasure's injury, appeared at the door. Upon hearing the exchange between the carefree king and the carefree princess, they fell silent, particularly Wei Qinghua, who pressed his lips tightly together. All right, I understand. I'm always the one who is disliked. Until Warm Treasure sneakily peeked towards the door and, upon spotting her brothers, eagerly greeted them. Only then did the 3 brothers dare to step across the threshold and enter the room. Seeing that Warm Treasure had injuries here and there, they could not help but express their concern and inquire about her well-being. Warm Treasure felt utterly exhausted. After comforting her father and mother, she now had to deal with 3 brothers. All right then, she thought, I will comply obediently. She merely wished to send them away quickly so she could retreat to her space for a moment. However, unexpectedly, just as she managed to appease her brothers, the doctor arrived. Under the doctor's diligent care, Warm Treasure's knees and hands were coated with a foul-smelling yellow ointment and wrapped in layers of white gauze. Even her split lip was not spared, receiving a pungent salve that nearly made her faint. How unpleasant. Is this not feces? She thought, looking at her little hands. Tightly bandaged like they were in a cocoon, she could not help but roll her eyes. Was it really necessary? It was merely a scrape exposing a little flesh. Thankfully, her little fingers still peeked out, allowing her to move them when it came time to tap on her golden bracelets. The doctor, too, had a hard time. Surrounded by a throng of people, beads of sweat adorned his brow. As he treated Warm Treasure's wounds, the 4 Wei siblings, the family of 6, with the princess and Warm Treasure taken away first, chattered incessantly in his ear. Doctor, be gentle. Do not hurt her. Doctor, could you blow on the ointment as you apply it for my sister? Doctor, will this medicine sting the wounds? Doctor, will my daughter be disfigured? The doctor, internally lamenting his plight, merely wished to escape this den of tigers. How terrifying! The carefree king's residence was truly a daunting place. Yet, upon glancing at the innocent face of Warm Treasure, he found her utterly endearing. I see that the little princess is quite resilient. She did not even furrow her brow as the medicine was applied. It is, however, the prince and several young masters who appear to be excessively anxious. The doctor was summoned in haste from the royal household. Although he was one of the finest physicians in the capital, having attended to numerous noble families, he had previously crossed the threshold of the carefree king's residence. But today, the doctor felt an overwhelming sense of discomfort. The longer he lingered in the tranquil palace, the more he sensed the peril to his own life. After tending to the wounds, he hastily left behind ointments, potions, and a few hurried medical instructions before making a swift exit, nearly forgetting his own medical kit. Meanwhile, the members of the Wang family did not depart. Instead, they settled by the bedside or brought over small stools. With a flurry of words, they showered their beloved Nguanbao with repeated expressions of affection and admonishment. The gentle Wang Fei remarked, "Oh, our little Nguanbao is pouting. This ointment smells rather unpleasant, doesn't it? You brought this upon yourself. Let us see if you dare to run so swiftly again." The usually carefree Wang, for the first time, wore a stern expression. No more running. You must walk. And when you do, walk properly. No matter how urgent the situation, you must hold an adult's hand. Do you understand? The foolish Wei Mu Hua added. This is what happens when you try to run before you can walk, dear Nguanbao. One must be grounded and take one step at a time. The second foolish Wei Si Hua chimed in It's nothing, just a little tumble. Tomorrow, I'll have Shower make you some knee and elbow pads. You can fall all you want. The third foolish Wei Qinghua warned, just don't knock out any teeth. Otherwise, you'll surely cry. What can Wanbao say? She had fallen and must bear the consequences. However, she still felt grateful to the person who called for the doctor. Thankfully, it wasn't T, the imperial physician. Otherwise, her royal uncle would have surely come to reprimand them. Time passed, and after Wanbao yawned several times, the Wang Fei finally took her 4 foolish ones and departed. As for Xiao, after ensuring that Wanbao had closed her eyes, she quietly exited. Although Wanbao's fall was an accident, neither the Wang nor the Wang Fei had uttered a word of blame upon hearing the tale. Still, she felt an overwhelming sense of guilt for not adequately caring for Wanbao, which cast a shadow over her spirits. Consequently, as soon as Wanbao's eyes fluttered shut, she ventured into the kitchen, intending to prepare a pot of meat porridge to cool for Wanbao's awakening, perfectly timed to fill her belly. Inside the room, the once drowsy Wanbao suddenly opened her eyes. Wow, they finally all left. What a relief. Without a moment's hesitation, she reached out her tiny finger and tapped thrice on her golden bracelet. With the final chime, the antiquated room transformed into the little storeroom from her dreams. Instead of lying on the bed, Wanbao now stood at the center of the storeroom. Just as she was about to take in her surroundings, a fluffy little creature suddenly leaped into her arms. Its voice was sweet and tender. Master, you have finally come. But how could Wanbao, so small, withstand such an enthusiastic embrace? She stumbled and fell to the ground with a thud, landing on her bottom. Yet it didn't hurt. Oh dear, I'm so sorry, Master. After knocking Wanbao over, the little creature froze momentarily. Its usually sharp feline eyes, so keen in her dreams, now appeared exceptionally innocent. Wanbao gazed at the Bengal cat nestled in her arms, almost exclaiming, "It's quite all right." Yet in the next moment, Bao utilized Wanbao as a launching pad, leaping onto the adjacent shelf, all the while remarking, "My owner is rather feeble. Wanbao Vito. I am merely a year and a half old." Indeed, the owner is only a year and a half. Bao suddenly interjected, offering words of comfort, but fret not. Maintain your composure. With me, Bao, by your side, you shall undoubtedly grow stronger. Wanbao widened her eyes, fixating on the Bengal cat not far away. Could it be? Does this creature possess telepathic abilities? Master, my name is Bao, not Thing. Bao meowed with some displeasure, continuing the dialogue. I am your little treasure, a guardian spirit, as well as your protector. Wanbao grasped Bao's meaning and nodded in acknowledgement. Essentially, it was akin to being a warehouse manager and a bodyguard. Meow. Bao expressed his discontent. I am a spirit and a guardian. This space is yours, not merely a warehouse. Such mischief from a master is quite unbecoming. What a mischievous master. What should I do? Waiting online for assistance. Wanbao scratched her head, sensing something amiss in Bao's tone. Oh, mischievous? Is this cutesy, delicate lingo truly coming from Bao? Chapter 76. This information is rather overwhelming. Is Bao from the Nini system? How does it differ from the one I dreamt of? Wanbao harbored some doubts and spoke up. The Bao in her dreams was aloof, elegant, formidable, and exuded wildness. Even in conveying messages, it was cold and succinct. Yet the Bao before her, apart from its unchanged appearance, exhibited an unexpectedly cutesy demeanor. Wanbao found it delightful, yet Bao remained somewhat irritating. Before her, Bao straightened its long legs, grooming its fur with a barbed tongue, appearing deliberately nonchalant and exceedingly lazy. Still, it did not forget to critique, Master, perhaps you should refrain from speaking. Your words lack clarity and sound quite laborious. Wanbao retorted, Is it that I do not wish to speak properly? It is merely the limitation of my age. Now you're getting it. Whatever you wish to convey, simply think it in your heart. I am quite clever and can comprehend it all, just like you, Master, who can grasp my meaning as well. As it continued, Bao reassured, Rest assured, I am the genuine Bao, honest and true. The difference in my demeanor from the dream is solely because I have recognized you as my master. The essence resembles that of its master. Do you understand? before acknowledging its master. A Bao was as cold and unyielding as a stone, devoid of personality. It could only languish within the golden bracelet, awaiting the master's arrival. Even encounters with the master occurred only in dreams, lacking authenticity. It was only when the golden bracelet absorbed the master's blood that a Bao truly recognized its master. The master's character inevitably influences a Bao. If the master is kind, a Bao embodies kindness. If the master is malevolent, a Bao shall undoubtedly reflect that evil as well. As she spoke, she winked at Nuanyuan and inquired, "Master, don't you think a Bao is quite adorable?" Nuanyuan replied, "Absolutely. Incredibly adorable. No wonder I am so fond of the current version of you." After all that, it dawned on her that what she truly adored was herself. Nuanyuan had no time to indulge in idle chatter with a Bao, for her gaze was quickly captivated by the rows of merchandise on the shelves below. They resembled the very items she had seen in her dreams: tents, sleeping bags, towels, and thermoses. With excitement, Nuanyuan dashed over, meticulously inspecting these items. To her astonishment, she even discovered a simple, foldable outdoor changing room. The familiarity of these items grew with each glance. Were these not the supplies she had attempted to purchase on the day she was struck by lightning? Even the colors seemed identical. As she pondered this, she eagerly rose on her tiptoes to glimpse what treasures lay on the third row of shelves. Alas, she was not tall enough. She jumped again, but still could not see. Yet, Nuanyuan remembered quite clearly. In addition to these items, she had also procured a variety of food supplies. Though the quantities were modest, the assortment was ample. After all, she was preparing to spend a month on a deserted island. Instant noodles, seasoning, compresse de biscuits, sanitary napkin, and even solar-powered outdoor lights were all included. "Abayo, dear Abayo, could you help me see what else is on the upper shelves?" "Plenty," Abayo replied. Casting a glance at the opposite shelf, "I can already spot spicy dried fish." "Wow, dried fish," Nuanyuan exclaimed, her enthusiasm causing Abayo to bristle with delight. "Indeed, master. Besides the spicy dried fish, there are many delightful little items." Abayo leapt to the ground, affectionately rubbing her head against Nuanyuan's foot. All the supplies that Nuanyuan had gathered in the other world had followed her here. "Wow! Hooray!" Nuanyuan joyfully leapt up. In her excitement, she inadvertently forgot about Abayo at her feet. With a swift kick, Abayo was sent tumbling into a large pot on the bottom shelf. Thud! The noise was quite loud. Nuanyuan was momentarily bewildered. "What just flew by?" "Master." Abayo lay sprawled in the pot, utterly exasperated. "How could you stew such a cute little leopard?" Nuanyuan hurried over to scoop up Abayo. "Don't be sad, Abayo. It was an accident." Meow. Abayo nearly suffocated in the embrace of Nuanyuan's affection. With a cry, she wriggled free. Nuanyuan did not insist. She was not in the mood to cuddle a cat at the moment. Instead, she directly asked, "Can we use these items?" "Of course, master," Abayo declared, ever the diligent warehouse manager. Though she had narrowly escaped a rather unfortunate fate just moments earlier, she quickly provided an answer. "All the supplies in this space can be taken out for your use. However, each item is priced, and you'll need to exchange money for them." With a hint of frustration, she added, "But why hasn't the pricing system activated yet? There should be a price tag in front of these items." Abayo strode elegantly and confidently back and forth in front of the shelves. In a whisper, one murmured, "Could it be that the thunder god and the lightning goddess are quarreling again? How astonishing. They argue so frequently. Who can endure it? Let them bicker. But do not forget to open the channels for us." Unbeknownst to them, the speaker, Bao, was lamenting the delay in their affairs due to their masteress wealth. "Should my master pass away a century hence, and I find myself unable to return to the heavenly realm, I shall surely curse you." As Bao continued their musings, Nguyen Bao was nearly enchanted by the mesmerizing gait of Bao. Ah, truly a natural model, capable of gracing any stage. Upon reflecting on Bao's ramblings, a shiver ran down their spine. What do they mean by thunder god and lightning goddess? Such revelations were quite profound. With a playful giggle, Nguyen Bao crouched before Bao, resting their chin on their hands and winking. "Bao zonda, instanti gompen." Indeed, they're the thunder god and the lightning goddess. They're a divine couple, you know. The lightning goddess, also known as Lady Lightning, is the consort of the thunder god. Yet, they often find themselves in disputes. Last time they quarreled, the lightning goddess struck our master with her bolts. But that is of little consequence. What truly matters is that the lightning goddess compensated you. She not only granted you a space, but also bestowed upon you a cute little Bao. Nguyen Bao observed the joyful Bao playing with their tail and felt reluctant to hurt its feelings. With a token nod, they remarked, "Little Bao is quite adorable." However, their inner thoughts were fixated on the practicality of resources rather than the identity of Bao. Bao, with a forlorn expression, gazed at Nguyen Bao and lamented, "Master, you seem to have forgotten that I possess the ability to read minds." Chapter 77. A treasure bestowed for my care in old age. Seeing Bao suddenly bow its head, Nguyen Bao instinctively bit down on their little finger. "Oh dear, it seems I've forgotten that this creature can sense my thoughts." "Not merely seems. You have indeed forgotten." Bao's voice echoed. "You shall come to realize that I am far more significant than mere resources." Nguyen Bao, hearing this, pressed their lips together, hesitant to speak. Their large eyes darted around. Feeling somewhat awkward. I see, counsel. What should one do if they inadvertently speak ill of another and it comes to light?" "Master, you can actually disable the sensitivity." Bao interjected, feeling somewhat aggrieved and unable to restrain itself from offering a reminder. "Never mind. I no longer wish to delve into your thoughts. They are too painful for a leopard." Thus, clearing its throat, Bao began to elaborate on the uses of this space and the benefits of its role as a warehouse manager. It turned out that this space was capable of upgrading. It was not merely a fixed area of 10 square meters. Rather, with each level gained, the space would expand. However, irrespective of its size, it could only function as a preservation warehouse and a wholesale store, unsuitable for cultivation of crops. Future upgrades would allow for living creatures to be brought in, provided they were not in a state of wakefulness. To illustrate, if one wishes to introduce a live chicken into a space, it is imperative to first render that chicken unconscious. The same principle applies when bringing a person into this realm. The so-called preservation warehouse refers to a space endowed with the ability to preserve and store items. Anything placed within retains its original appearance, neither aging nor emitting any unpleasant odors. The wholesale store pertains to the exchange of goods within this spatial domain. While the merchandise on the shelves may have been procured in a previous life, the responsibility for its delivery lies with the deities of thunder and lightning. Authority dictates that the one in charge sets the terms. For the protagonist to extract goods from this realm, monetary exchange is required. The purchasing method is rather humane, with retail prices differing from wholesale rates, ultimately benefiting those who buy in bulk. However, it is worth noting that even in the grand supermarkets of a past life, certain items were occasionally out of stock. The same applies to this space, where inventory is replenished monthly, closely tied to the spatial level. The higher the level, the greater the inventory. Currently, all items reflect the initial stock. The quantity available is precisely what was acquired during the protagonist's previous procurement. The prices of these goods remain low, adhering to the previous life's pricing structure. However, when it comes time to purchase, there is a slight disadvantage. As outside the space, transactions are conducted with coins, silver, and gold, whereas within, the currency remains that of the previous life. Consequently, should the protagonist wish to procure items, they must exchange silver for the currency valid within the realm, calculated at a rate of 1 tael of silver for 1,000 units, plus an additional 8% service fee to the intermediary. This arrangement can be quite burdensome for the protagonist. Now let us discuss the intermediary. This being is a true treasure. According to the original plan, it should have been undergoing trials in the mortal realm at this moment. However, due to an unfortunate incident involving the deities, a mortal life was inadvertently taken. To compensate for the life that had not yet reached its natural end, the celestial powers dispatched this intermediary to protect the protagonist, ostensibly as part of its own trial. As a guardian, it possesses divine powers which, like all things, require enhancement. The 8% service fee paid during currency exchange serves as the intermediary's experience points for augmenting its divine abilities. The higher the intermediary S level, the greater its combat prowess, enabling it not only to protect the protagonist at all times, but also to bestow divine energy upon them for self-defense. Additionally, the mention of the sensory shutdown is intriguing. Although the intermediary possesses the ability to read minds, the protagonist, as the master of this relationship, holds the right to shield their thoughts from scrutiny. However, once the sensory perception is disabled, the intermediary can only comprehend the protagonist's intentions through their spoken words. Conversely, if the sensory perception remains active, the intermediary can discern the protagonist's innermost thoughts. Thus, effective communication between the two can flourish through mutual understanding. After the little leopard's spicy antics, will she return to the heavens? Warm Treasure, throughout the encounter, resembled a diligent kindergartner attentively absorbing lessons. Perched on her small stool, with her feet neatly together and chin resting on her hands, her large eyes blinked curiously at Abao, posing a series of post-class inquiries. "Of course I will," replied Abao earnestly, meeting Warm Treasure's gaze. "In the heavens, I am quite the majestic leopard's sister." Warm Treasure scrunched her little face, a hint of disbelief creeping in. "You, with that babyish demeanor, a leopard's sister? Who are you looking down on, master?" "Abao meowdetfen sivin. I was tea like this when I was up there. I've formed a bond with you, and my demeanor has adapted. Yet you dare call me childish. Don't you have some self-awareness? When will you return?" Warm Treasure inquired again. "If it's a trial, surely there must be a time frame? Once my space upgrades and my inventory is full, you can go back. I don't need anyone to protect me. Without you as my warehouse manager, I might even save 8% on something." As daylight lingered, Warm Treasure drifted into daydreams, forgetting that if Abao left, where would she exchange currency? Quite foolish indeed. However, Abao's words were surprising. "Rest assured, master, I will never leave your side. I am your guardian spirit, destined to care for you until the end, before returning to the heavens." Warm Treasure rolled her eyes in response. "Thank you. I feel so fortunate. Not even 2 years old, and I already have someone to ensure my well-being." Warm Treasure, slightly speechless, redirected her gaze toward the shelves, seeking distraction. How delightful. Everything was there, especially the food and condiments, a rare treasure indeed. Logically, a proper survival on a deserted island shouldn't involve such provisions. Yet her former foster father had whimsically chosen an unconventional approach to island survival. 4 streamers, each with distinct strengths, offered varied content about surviving on an island. As a food blogger, Warm Treasure's task was to broadcast cooking on the island, thus bringing along cooking utensils, seasonings, and instant food was permitted. The other 3, however, were not so fortunate. They were forbidden from bringing food or drink, and likely even cooking tools, only allowed to carry items relevant to their streaming genre. Sighing heavily, the little Warm Treasure pondered whether this was truly survival or a quest for demise. Chapter 78. Why does Warm Treasure not have monthly allowance? Ever since discovering her ability to procure supplies in her space, Warm Treasure has developed a keen interest in silver and gold ingots. Jewelry, agate, and paintings were of no use to her at present. She longed to exchange them for cash, yet her personal freedom was still constrained. Given her current circumstances, managing to enter the palace once or twice a month was quite an achievement. Where would she find the opportunity to visit a pawn shop? Selling items within the royal residence had crossed her mind, but yet the family members are unwilling to purchase, and the servants lack the means, which is quite distressing. Initially, Nguyen Yuan still held hope for the gold ingots brought by her grandfather, aunt, and uncles. However, upon visiting the storeroom, she was disheartened to discover that those treasures had been misplaced. Although there were many valuable items within the storerooms, the land deeds and gold ingots had long been secured elsewhere, particularly the gold ingots. According to Shioa, they had all been deposited in the money house by the carefree prince. Nguyen Yuan's heart ached. She pondered whether the money house here offered any interest. From her limited knowledge gleaned in her previous life, she understood that ancient money houses primarily serve to safeguard deposits rather than preserve their value. Thus, depositing money in ancient times not only yielded no interest, but also incurred storage fees. Even if there were any interest, it only emerged during the Guangxu period of the Qing dynasty, and even then, it was exceedingly meager. Sighing, Nguyen lamented the loss. If there were no interest, the loss would be substantial. 100,000 taels of gold. How much would the storage fees amount to? It would be safer and more economical to keep in my own space. Oh, how she longed to enter the palace. Resting her chin on her hand, Nguyen sat on the steps, yearning to enter the palace and play. Perhaps she could also see if any of the noble ladies wished to purchase pearls. She could sell them at a discount. While Nguyen was contemplating these ideas, she suddenly noticed Wei Qinghua's attendant, a Jiang, and Wei Sihua's attendant, a Lu, approaching from a distance. Alas, this month it was once again 5 taels of silver, and she would have to coax the third master once she returned. A Jiang wore a troubled expression. Despite holding a bulging purse in his hand, he could not summon any joy. A Lu, puzzled, inquired, "Why is it only 5 taels? Did I not just see you receive 15 taels?" He had assumed that the third master had been obedient lately, prompting the prince and princess to reward him further. "You do not know. Our third master has only 5 taels. The remaining 10 belong to Master Shangwan." A Jiang glanced at a Lu and continued, "Since last year, when our third master got into that trouble Sai, in short, the money has been halved. It still has not been adjusted back. I have noticed that the third master has been practicing diligently lately, often returning injured," a Lu remarked, somewhat confused. "When His Highness the Crown Prince visited a few days ago, he even praised him. Do you think the prince and princess may have forgotten about the monthly silver? Who knows? It has been over a year, and it remains 5 taels each month." A Jiang expressed his frustration. "Just consider the prince's temperament, combined with the third master's actions. We dare not inquire, nor do we have the face to ask, do we?" A Jiang sighed. Nguyen listened to their murmurs, unable to grasp the full context. Seizing the moment as they approached, she called out to them, "Where are you two going? Take Nguyen with you." Upon hearing Nguyen's summons, a Jiang and a Lu quickly approached to pay their respects, smiling as they replied, in response to the young lady, "We have just returned from the accounting office to collect this month's allowance for the young masters, and are heading back to the courtyard." "Allowance?" Nguyen's eyes sparkled as she eagerly inquired, "How much? Is it a lot? Oh my, I completely forgot about the monthly allowance." A Jiang cast a glance at A.L. and replied earnestly, in response to the young princess, "The third son has 5 taels of silver. The second son, along with the son of the Shangwan family and the eldest son, each possess 10 taels. Oh, I see. It must be that Brother San is too mischievous and disobedient, which is why his allowance has been halved." Warm Treasure pondered, turning her gaze toward Xiao'er. The seriousness of her expression sent a chill down Xiao'er's spine. "What is it, little princess?" Xiao'er crouched down and inquired, "Are you hungry or perhaps tired?" Warm Treasure replied, "I am poor. Where's my money?" She tugged at Xiao'er's hand and said, "Annie Xiao'er, quickly fetch my monthly allowance." Xiao'er was taken aback and then burst into a radiant smile. "Ah, the little princess is asking for her monthly allowance." She gently reassured, "You are still quite young, my dear. You do not yet receive a monthly allowance. When you grow a bit older, the Empress will grant you your allowance." "I've grown up." Warm Treasure, feeling anxious, stood up and began to run about, her little feet pattering on the ground. "What? No monthly allowance? I want to agree to that." Seeing Warm Treasure dash about energetically, Xiao'er quickly stepped forward to restrain her. "Are you looking to fall again? After the last time? You seem to have forgotten how foul the medicine tasted and how much your hands hurt." Her tone was a blend of affection and admonition. "Do not remind me of the past." Warm Treasure huffed, glaring at Xiao'er. "I said I've grown up, and I want my allowance." She added, "It's not just a few taels, it's 10 taels." Warm Treasure's expression was a mix of excitement and seriousness, which greatly amused Xiao'er. "Oh dear, look at how our little princess feels wronged." She scooped Warm Treasure into her arms to prevent further running and softly coaxed, "The monthly allowance is managed by the Empress. It is beyond my control. Let's go find a cool place." Warm Treasure raised her chin and pointed towards Yongle Courtyard, saying, "Let us go right now." Xiao'er, slightly taken aback, promptly corrected her. "I addressed the princess as the Empress. You should call her mother." "No, no, no." Warm Treasure shook her head vigorously. "If there's an allowance, she is my mother. If not, then she's just cool." Xiao'er couldn't help but laugh, her words accidentally spraying Warm Treasure's face. Fortunately, Warm Treasure reacted quickly, shutting her eyes and pressing her lips together, although a faint scent still lingered in the air. What's happening here? Gulme, let me wipe your face, Shower offered, not intending to cause a mess, but unable to contain her laughter even as she cleaned Warm Treasure's face. Is the monthly allowance from Mother? If not, then it's from the Empress? Oh dear, this little princess truly speaks without restraint. At this rate, she might forget her own kin. Chapter 79. Father and Mother share a kiss. How embarrassing. Shower found herself at a loss with Warm Treasure's antics, and could only take her to seek the carefree Wang Fei at Yongla Courtyard. The carefree princess reclined gracefully on the imperial concubine chair, cradling a book in her hands. Meanwhile, the carefree prince sat on the ground like a humble servant. As he peeled grapes with the princess, he grumbled towards her belly, "Little one, I don't care if you're a boy or a girl. Behave yourself. Do you hear me? If you keep troubling your mother, beware, I shall give you a good thrashing." After a moment's thought, he added, "Not just me, but you have 3 older brothers and 1 sister. When the time comes, I shall enlist their help, each giving you a kick until you can't sit properly." The carefree princess retorted, "What a childish fool." With a flick of her wrist, she playfully swatted at the prince's head with her book, scolding, "What are you doing? He is still so small, and you dare to frighten him? Be careful. If you keep this up, he may be born a coward." She continued, "How can you still claim he has 3 brothers and a sister? You, a father of several children, should not argue with the one in my womb. I am merely concerned for you." The carefree prince gazed fondly at his wife and offered her a piece of grape flesh. "Look at you. Ever since you became pregnant with this child, you have been nauseous day and night. Seeing you grow thinner, how could I not threaten him? This isn't the first time." The carefree princess felt sweetness in her heart, yet replied, "When I was pregnant with our eldest, second, and third, I was nauseous too. It was only when I carried our dear Nguyen Bao that I felt somewhat at ease. Indeed, our Nguyen Bao has always been considerate since she was in the womb." The prince beamed with pride at the mention of their daughter. However, when he thought of their son, his expression darkened. "That little rascal is the one causing all this trouble," he then remarked. "But this little one is far too unruly, more troublesome than his 3 brothers. Truly deserving of a lesson. When you were pregnant with the others, you may have vomited, yet you still managed to gain weight. But now, it's been months, and you seem to be growing thinner." As he spoke, he offered another piece of grape flesh, only to notice the carefree princess arching an eyebrow, pursing her lips, and staring at him without blinking. "Oh no, my wife is brewing a storm." He quickly forced a smile and soothed her. "I meant that you look more charming with a little more plumpness. Besides, people might say I'm mistreating my wife, seeing you so thin while pregnant." He gently patted her belly and whispered, "You see, it's all your fault. Not only do you trouble your mother daily, but now I have to watch my words." He added, "Just wait. Once you arrive, I will immediately have your brothers and sister give you a good thrashing." He couldn't resist adding, "Your sister Nguyen Bao is formidable. She can be so fierce that she even hits herself, let alone you." At last, the carefree princess could no longer contain her laughter. "Nonsense. When has our Nguyen Bao ever hit herself? Don't mind those details," the prince chuckled, seeing his wife smile. He swiftly offered her the grape flesh again, saying, "That girl doesn't cry even when she falls and bleeds. Isn't that fierce enough? I'm not exaggerating." The carefree princess averted her gaze, adopting a tone laced with playful charm. "Harsh. That is merely strength. It signifies maturity. Where else would a father extol his own daughter in such a manner?" "Please eat," the carefree prince pleaded, his expression one of earnestness. "I have peeled them for you. These grapes are sweet, and they are your favorite." "I shan't eat." "Then I shall feed you," the carefree prince declared, swiftly tossing a piece of grape into his own mouth. Leaning in, he pressed his lips against the rosy ones of the carefree princess. "Ah, these grapes are truly delightful." When little Warm Treasure arrived at Yongla Courtyard, this was the scene that greeted her. Her dashing father and stunning mother engaged in a tender display of affection, utterly lost in one another. "Wow!" Warm Treasure exclaimed as she dashed to the doorway, her breathless, escaping her lips before she realized the impropriety of her outburst. Quickly retreating, she called out to the approaching Shower, "Don't come over. Don't come over. Daddy and Liang are kissing. How embarrassing. Covering her face with her tiny hands and stamping her feet in playful dismay. Upon hearing this, Xiao'er rushed forward to cover Warm Treasure's mouth. Oh dear, my little ancestor. I dare say the prince and princess are likely feeling quite bashful themselves. Warm Treasure's voice was a delightful blend of innocence and cuteness, inadvertently elevating her volume in her eagerness. Inside, the carefree prince and princess parted with a start, especially the prince, who leapt away from the grand chair as if startled. The carefree princess hastily adjusted her attire and sat upright. They exchanged a glance, a shared silence punctuated by the humor of their previous clandestine actions. Taking a deep breath, the prince called out, "Who is outside? Is it little Warm Treasure?" The moment Warm Treasure, whose mouth was still covered by Xiao'er, was about to make her escape. She froze in her tracks, her innocent eyes wide as she looked at Xiao'er, as if caught red-handed. Xiao'er blinked in acknowledgement. Who prompted you to shout so loudly? Warm Treasure bit her lip, pondering what to do. Xiao'er gently took her hand, slowly turning them around. Perhaps we should go and pay our respects. With their heads bowed, they shuffled towards the carefree prince and princess, muttering in unison, "Yes, it is little Warm Treasure." Warm Treasure felt a tinge of longing for her father and Liang. After all, isn't it natural for a child to be a little sweet-tongued? She sweetly entered the room, leaping into the arms of the carefree prince, and with exaggerated tone and expression, declared to the carefree princess, "Liang, you are even more exquisite today." The charming display melted hearts, evoking a delightful laughter from the carefree princess, who could hardly withstand Warm Treasure's adorable antics. She hurried to wipe the sweat from Warm Treasure's forehead, asking, "Have you been running around again? Look at you all sweaty." "Hee hee," Warm Treasure replied honestly, "Yes, I was eager to see Liang." Then, with utmost seriousness, she added, "Liang, the steward's mind isn't quite right. You must take care of him, all right?" "Who?" The carefree prince and princess exchanged another glance, inquiring, "The steward? What seems to be the matter?" After concluding her words, she turned her gaze toward Xiao'er. How could Xiao'er dare to speak? She buried her head low, too timid to lift it. Remembering the earlier teasing remark made by Nuanyuan about mouth-to-mouth, Xiao'er wished she could vanish from existence. "I heard nothing, nothing at all. I am invisible. The masters cannot see me." Yet Nuanyuan appeared unfazed, as if nothing had transpired. She beckoned to the carefree princess with a playful gesture, whispering, "The accountant forgot about me. He has given to the big pots, the second pots, and the lost pots. And there are still a few monthly allowances that he has overlooked." She thought to herself that she must escape quickly after ruining her parents' plans. There was no need for subtlety. She must address the matter directly. It was indeed hard on the accountant, who must bear the blame for a few moments. Nuanyuan continued, "I'm also my father's and the carefree princess's little darling. Why does the accountant not give me my allowance? It must be that the accountant's mind has faltered. That is why he has forgotten about me." With great expression, she spoke, tapping her little finger against her head. On the surface, it seemed like a complaint about the accountant's ineptitude, yet it subtly hinted at the shortcomings of both the carefree prince and princess. The couple exchanged glances, a mixture of helplessness and realization dawning upon them. "Ah, so our little Nuanyuan desires her monthly allowance?" The carefree princess tenderly brushed Nuanyuan's hair and inquired, "But little Nuanyuan is still so young. What would she do with an allowance? The big brothers already have theirs." Nuanyuan reached out, touching the carefree princess's face. Though it appeared playful, her tone was earnest. "The big brothers have theirs, so why do I not have mine? They have grown up and are already studying." The carefree princess patiently explained, "They need some money to buy things they like. Just the other day, didn't your big brother buy you candied hawthorn? But I want money too." Nuanyuan insisted, looking deeply into the carefree princess's eyes with sincerity. "When I have money, I will buy treats for the big brothers, and also for father and mother." Hearing her words, both the carefree prince and princess were momentarily taken aback, their hearts filled with both tenderness and guilt. Their daughter's innocent statements struck them profoundly. "I'm also my father's and mother's little treasure. Why do I not have a monthly allowance? I wish to have money to buy food for my big brothers and for my parents." Nuanyuan's words echoed in their minds, bringing them both joy and remorse. They had assumed their daughter was too young to require pocket money, never considering that despite her age, she was perceptive and thoughtful, seeing her brothers buy her sweets. She longed for the means to reciprocate with treats for them. This was a manifestation of Nuanyuan's budding gratitude, which they, as her parents, had overlooked. It was indeed rare to find their little darling so understanding. As the carefree prince regained his composure, he gently rubbed the little nose of warm treasure. He turned to the carefree princess and said, "Fenghua, starting this month, let us provide her with her monthly allowance." The carefree princess nodded indulgently, her affection evident as she patted warm treasure's head. "Just like your brothers, you shall receive 10 taels of silver each month. How does that sound?" 10 taels. Yes, yes. That is certainly more than what Brother Sam receives. Warm treasure's eyes sparkled, and she was just about to express her gratitude when the carefree prince interjected. "But that cannot be. How can our daughter be treated the same as those rascally boys?" Upon hearing this, the carefree princess shot him a glance. "Then how much do you suggest we give her?" Warm treasure's intended thanks momentarily faded into silence. "Daddy? What do you mean?" The carefree prince cleared his throat, avoiding the carefree princess's gaze. "Our daughter is a delicate flower, and she will have many things to purchase in the future. Perfumes, fine clothing, and exquisite jewelry. 10 taels would not suffice. It would be utterly inadequate." The carefree princess replied, "Wake up. Your daughter is not yet 2 years old. What does she need with perfumes and jewelry? Even if she were 15 or 16, such expenses should not be deducted from her allowance." Yet, the carefree prince grew increasingly animated. "Our daughter deserves only the finest, and naturally, the prices are steep. She's not like those rough boys who can make do with inferior items," he declared, extending his hand with grandiosity. "In my view, she should receive 50. Noticing the carefree princess's disapproval, he gradually bent a finger. 40. Still not right. He folded another finger. 30. Finally, he flashed a peace sign and cheerfully said, "Let us settle on 20. 20 taels. How does that sound?" "Well, 20 it is," the carefree princess agreed, feeling quite satisfied with the figure. After all, it was only fitting to provide a little extra for a daughter. "Indeed, you are right, dear wife," the carefree prince nodded repeatedly. Were it not for the fact that he was cradling warm treasure, he might have doubled over in laughter. His doting demeanor was enough to make warm treasure cringe. "Daddy, please, that's enough. I really thought you might grant me 50 taels. I was too naive, it seems." However, upon further contemplation, warm treasure found joy in the number. 20 taels. That surpasses what my brothers receive. In terms of cash flow, I am still a little wealthy lady. Dear warm treasure, your mother has something to discuss with you. The carefree princess decided it was time to have a serious conversation about the monthly allowance, especially since warm treasure was more astute than other children and was growing up. It was essential to provide proper guidance, rather than dismissing her innocent thoughts with a smile. The fundamentals of right and wrong must be instilled from an early age. With that, the carefree princess took warm treasure and gently set her down beside her. "Your brothers receive their monthly allowance from Uncle Accountant. However, Uncle Accountant is quite clever and not at all mischievous. He did not forget to provide the monthly allowance for the little one, nor was it an intentional act of withholding funds. Rather, it was the father who had instructed him to temporarily refrain from giving the monthly allowance to the little darling." Upon hearing this, the carefree princess paused for a moment, noticing the little one's earnest expression, and continued, "Why is that?" "Because in the past, our little darling was too young to require any money. But now that she has grown a tad, hasn't she? Thus, her father and mother can start bestowing her with her monthly allowance." After saying this, she took care to reiterate, "So, our little darling misunderstood the accountant uncle. He is perfectly well, and you must not call him foolish again. Do you understand?" Chapter 81. Little darling? You seem to understand too much, all right. The little darling was taken aback by this revelation. This was the first time since her arrival in this world that someone had earnestly imparted wisdom to her. Yet, it was delivered with such tenderness. Her mother truly had a remarkable sense of right and wrong. The little darling wriggled down from her seat, her left hand clasping the hand of the carefree prince, and her right hand grasping that of the carefree princess. With a playful tone, she declared, "Father, you were mistaken. The accountant uncle is not foolish." As she spoke, she gleefully pulled the hands of the carefree prince and princess together. In a sweet, childlike command, she insisted, "Hold hands. Let us hold hands, father." Once she successfully joined their hands, she added, "Hold them tightly, don't let go. I'm going now to find the accountant uncle." With that, she released their hands and dashed towards Xiao'er, exclaiming with excitement, "Let us go. Annie Xiao'er, let us go get some money." As she tugged Xiao'er away, she glanced back at the carefree prince and princess, and upon seeing their hands entwined, she innocently chirped, "Continue, continue, sweet and shy." The little one was indeed a source of endless concern. The carefree prince and princess exchanged glances, their breaths laden with exasperation. Regarding their daughter's current behavior, they were uncertain whether to feel troubled or relieved. To feel troubled? At not even 2 years of age, she could comprehend the adult's teachings and promptly recognize her mistakes, bravely admitting them. She was indeed quite sensible. Yet to feel relieved? At such a tender age, it seemed she understood far too much. It was one thing to witness adults sharing sweet kisses and know to call it shy. It was quite another to actively bring their hands together and encourage them to continue their sweet shyness. The two of them looked at each other, contemplating for a long while. Ultimately, it was the carefree princess who withdrew her hand from the carefree prince's grasp, reproaching him. "How many times have I said this? Be mindful of your actions, and do not behave intimately in front of the child. And now look what has happened. With just this one daughter, must you corrupt her further?" The carefree prince, caught between shock and grievance, harbored a multitude of complaints that he dared not voice. He could only grumble silently within his heart. "Corrupt? My dear, such a term is utterly unwarranted. How have I behaved intimately before the child? It was she who intruded. And why did you not enjoy the grapes properly? I have peeled them with such effort, and yet you offer no appreciation. You dare call me intimate? When I fed you grapes with my mouth, you seemed to relish the moment, did you not? On the other hand, the little warm treasure, who had inadvertently been poisoned, was now merrily skipping along, hand in hand with Xiao'er, heading towards the accounting office. Along the way, she hummed an array of peculiar little tunes. First, she sang a rendition of Good Days, commemorating her finally receiving her monthly allowance. "Today is a good day, and I wish for all my heartfelt desires to come to fruition. Today is a good day. Let us joyfully collect our monthly allowance together." She then adapted a version of the bathing song to express her elated mood. Sugar-coated hawthorns and little sugar figurines. Why choose one when I can indulge in them all for an even better mood? Shortly thereafter, she realized her Mandarin pronunciation of winter melon had improved. Suddenly, she could articulate both G and Gua quite clearly. "Anabel tokentan herself, shivarstin tu aplafeltun, la la la, la la la, la la la, la." Well, the little warm treasure was aware that she might appear a tad foolish in such a state. Yet, she truly could not help herself. Let this be a moment of liberation, for who would wish to be an adult when one can joyfully embrace the essence of childhood, free from worries? She glanced at the passing young men and maidens. Seeing her so jubilant, they could not help but break into smiles, with no one mocking her exuberance. Instead, they shared in her happiness, whispering to each other, "What has the little princess so delighted today? Who knows? But our little princess has always been cheerful," reminiscent of a lucky charm. How wonderful it is to be cheerful. The prince and princess only wish for their little princess to grow up joyfully. The little warm treasure squinted her eyes in delight, her large eyes crescent-shaped and sweetly radiant. What a splendid thing it is to be a child, to express joy, anger, sorrow, and happiness freely, unlike adults who must hide their tears for fear of ridicule and temper their laughter to avoid inciting jealousy. How delightful it is to be a child. Joy is simply joy, no fear of envy, regardless of how ecstatic one may be. Why is she so elated? She mused, basking in her own delight. Suddenly, the Wei brothers appeared before her in unison. The one to speak was Wei Qinghua, his face a picture of confusion as he inquired, "Did you find gold? Otherwise, what could account for such abnormal happiness?" Indeed, the little warm treasure did not conceal her joy. After all, happiness is meant to be shared. She nodded emphatically, greeting her 3 brothers with a beaming smile, practicing her Mandarin pronunciation. Eldest brother, second brother, third brother, how are you all? She then danced with glee, exclaiming, Warm Treasure is so happy. I'm going to the accounting office to collect my monthly allowance. Hee hee. Oh, Wei Mu Hua chuckled in response, his laughter bright and refreshing, as comforting as a spring breeze. So our little Warm Treasure has received her monthly allowance? Congratulations are in order. Yes, indeed. The little Warm Treasure deserves congratulations for her monthly allowance. Wei Sihua's eyes glinted mischievously as he intended to tease his sister. Leaning down, he playfully asked, Little Warm Treasure, after you collect your allowance, may I borrow a bit from second brother? I have quite a few things to buy this month, and my funds are a bit insufficient. Having spoken, he added, You see, in the days when my second brother was financially abundant, he often treated Warm Treasure to sweets. Now that he is somewhat strapped for cash, shouldn't you show a little appreciation? As Wei Sihua spoke, he extended his hand towards Warm Treasure. Upon noticing this gesture, Warm Treasure was amused. It seemed that this sign was not only universally understood, but had also transcended time. Wei Sihua rubbed his thumb back and forth on his index finger, a clear indication of his request for money. Warm Treasure bit her lip, contemplated for a moment, and then nodded. All right, since second brother has been good to Warm Treasure, I shall lend to him. She quickly reminded him. But it must be returned. One must always repay a loan. It is not difficult to borrow again afterward. What? Wei Sihua was initially taken aback. He had merely intended to tease Warm Treasure, never expecting her to genuinely acquiesce. After all, everyone knew that his little sister was quite the money enthusiast. Yet, seeing her earnest expression now brought a smile to his face. He inquired, How much does Warm Treasure intend to lend his second brother? Chapter 82. It turns out the clown was me all along. Warm Treasure, how much monthly allowance do you receive? Wei Qinghua leaned in, curiosity etched on his face. Ding. Your third brother Wei Qinghua has requested to join the group chat. Warm Treasure glanced at Wei Qinghua and gave him a thumbs up. Then, turning to Wei Sihua, she extended 5 chubby little fingers. I can lend this much to second brother. Ha! Wei Qinghua erupted into laughter, quite boisterously, imitating Warm Treasure's gesture. He extended his palm and asked, What does this amount to? 5 copper coins? Or 50 copper coins? I say, second brother, how can you have the audacity to ask Warm Treasure for money? She has only just received her monthly allowance of 2 taels. And you, as her elder brother, dare to make such a request? After saying this, he waved his hand dismissively, appearing quite generous. If you wish to borrow, you might as well ask me. Though I am not affluent, I could lend you 5 coins. Wei Qinghua found himself laughing uncontrollably, particularly at the thought of Warm Treasure extending her tiny hand, which only made her seem even more adorable. How can my sister be so amusing? With just 2 taels of silver, shouldn't she be saving it? He chuckled. And what do you need 5 coins for? To buy candy hawthorns? Tears of laughter nearly streamed from his eyes, though he couldn't comprehend what was so humorous. In any case, Wei Mu Hua and Wei Sihua maintained their calm demeanor, raising their brows and glancing at him without uttering a word. Meanwhile, Warm Treasure frowned slightly. What was this talk of 5 or 50 copper coins? Was she to be looked down upon? Though she did not intend to lend out a large sum. Surely a few dozen copper coins were not an insignificant amount. She had at least 500 copper coins. However, observing Wei Qinghua's boisterous laughter, Warm Treasure changed her mind. The small child, her eyes glinting with mischief, gently tugged at Wei Qinghua's sleeve, saying, Third brother, not 2 taels. What? Wei Qinghua looked at Warm Treasure, puzzled. Warm Treasure winked at him, smiling cheerfully. I have 2 taels. Immediately after, she turned to Wei Sihua and said, Second brother, I have 2 taels. May I lend you 5? Wei Mu Hua replied, 20 taels? Such a little one, can you spend that much? Wei Sihua exclaimed, 20 taels? No wonder everyone is so delighted. Wei Qinghua interjected, 20 taels? No, that cannot be. How could there be so much? Second brother, what's the matter? Warm Treasure noticed her brothers were a bit dazed and hugged Wei Sihua's thigh, softly asking, Is 5 taels not enough? Should I lend a bit more? 6 taels? Wei Sihua was momentarily taken aback, surprised. However, He quickly squatted down with a smile, saying, "That is plenty." Second brother is very happy. He continued, "Warm treasure is truly wonderful. Second brother cannot thank you enough. How about this? Next month, when I receive my allowance, I will return it to you, all right? Borrowing 5 taels and returning 6? Is that acceptable?" Wei Sihua did not lack money. Asking Warm Treasure to lend him money was merely a playful jest to amuse his sister. But to his surprise, she took it seriously and was quite generous. Thus, he could only go along with it and accept the silver. It would not do to undermine Warm Treasure's enthusiasm by revealing it was a joke. He did not want her to think her second brother was untrustworthy. It was far better to add an extra tael, bringing joy to Warm Treasure. Indeed, upon hearing that Wei Sihua would borrow 5 taels and return 6, Warm Treasure's eyes narrowed in delight. "Oh, thank you, second brother." Meanwhile, Wei Qinghua, who had just been laughing heartily, was still grappling with the idea of Warm Treasure's allowance. He incredulously extended his left hand, forming a yay gesture, 20 taels. He then dumbfoundedly raised his right hand, palm up, displaying 5 fingers. 5 taels, bringing both hands together, one showing 5 and the other 2. It seemed to imply my 2. Wei Qinghua was perplexed, gazing blankly at his elder brother and second brother. At that moment, Warm Treasure innocently asked, "Third brother, how much is your monthly allowance?" Wei Qinghua longed to boast, "Just like yours," but the words stuck in his throat. He could not lie. Absolutely not. If he did, he might end up with nothing. At that moment, Wei Sihua spoke up, "He has the least allowance in our family." With that, he waved his hand, saying, "He only has 5 taels." "What? Only 5? Warm Treasure exclaimed in surprise, as if she had just learned this information. She was quite the little actress. "That third brother is rather unfortunate. Isn't?" With that, she promptly took Wei Qinghua's hand, asking, "Third brother, do you need to borrow money? I can lend you 5 taels." Before he could respond, she added, "You can return 6 taels to me, just like second brother." "Huh. Oh, my little sister is truly clever." Wei Muhua and Wei Sihua could no longer contain themselves and burst into laughter. Compared to Wei Qinghua from earlier, their laughter was even louder and more uninhibited, causing the birds perched on nearby branches to take flight in alarm. Wei Qinghua sighed, feeling utterly downcast. The heaviness in her heart was more uncomfortable than having a stuffy nose when ill. It dawned on her that the true fool was herself. Nguan Bao was a child of her word. As soon as she received 20 taels of silver, she promptly delivered 5 taels to Wei Sihua. Of course, she possessed an excellent memory. From the moment she handed the money to Wei Sihua until she left his courtyard, she repeated, "Second brother, it must be repaid. 6 taels." Mind you, Wei Sihua mentally counted. She had reiterated this 7 times, each time with increasing certainty, making him slightly regret having provoked her. It was indeed a debt to be repaid. 6 taels, no less. Did he strike one as someone who would default on a loan? What was his clever little sister thinking? As for Wei Qinghua, he resigned himself to his cowardice, acknowledging his reluctance to borrow. After all, the monthly allowance was merely 5 taels. The interest of 1 tael was simply too steep. It felt degrading. He could not afford to borrow this month and risk failing to repay next month, potentially drawing the ire of his parents and being accused of swindling. At that rate, his meager allowance would be consumed for eternity. Chapter 83. Unbelievable, tricked in her own space with silver in hand, Nguan Bao entered her space that very night. Abeo greeted her with the enthusiasm one would reserve for a long-lost friend. The moment Nguan Bao appeared in the space, Abeo rushed into her arms. Fortunately, Nguan Bao was prepared this time. As she caught Abeo, she merely took a few steps back and did not fall. Otherwise, that lovely little bottom would have been in peril once more. "You've come, my dear master. Abeo has missed you dearly." Abeo extended its barbed tongue, licking Nguan Bao's fair, tender face. Its ability to be affectionate was no less adept than Nguan Bao's. Nguan Bao replied, "Miss me? If only your claws could refrain from rummaging through my coin pouch, I might believe you. Now get down. We need to exchange some money." She patted Abeo's back and turned away to evade the creature's fervent affection. It was all drool, somewhat itchy and painful. Abeo was also quite the greedy creature. Upon hearing Nguan Bao mention currency exchange, It leaped from her embrace in a flash. The previous sentiments of longing were forgotten as it directly inquired, "Master, how much money do you wish to exchange?" After posing the question, Abeo's gaze shifted to the small pouch at Nwanbao's waist, its sharp eyes gleaming with anticipation. Nwanbao thought to herself, "This little one is decidedly more pragmatic than I." She needed to be cautious. Turning away, she hid while reaching for the pouch. She carefully rummaged through it, pulling out a one-tael silver ingot. "Here, let us exchange one tael." Since it was her first time purchasing something in the space, she decided to start with 1,000 units for an initial experience. Warm Treasure, with a playful smile, presented a silver ingot to Abao, intending to amuse the little creature. "I wonder how you will retrieve the money. Will you pick it up with your mouth?" However, Warm Treasure's naivety was soon revealed. Abao, in the heavenly realm, was indeed a formidable being, capable of effortlessly handling a mere silver ingot. Suddenly, the silver ingot in Warm Treasure's palm soared into the air, only to vanish in a thin air moments later. Concurrently, a large display screen materialized on a blank wall of the space, clearly showcasing some rather unfortunate data. Space level, 0 accumulated spending amount, 0 remaining unspent amount, 920 amount needed for upgrade. 1,000 Wow, Master, your spatial data has been activated. Abao joyfully leaped onto the shelf beside the display screen, exclaiming, "Master, this screen is touch-sensitive. There are more data behind it. If you wish to view the subsequent information, a simple swipe of your finger will suffice." Warm Treasure glanced at the display screen across the room, and then at Abao, her expression one of deep discontent. "I feel as though you are doing this on purpose. Knowing full, well, I cannot reach it. You asked me to swipe with my little finger? I might as well be scratching the wall." Irritated, she began to voice her grievances. "This space is utterly antiquated. What era is this? Touch screens? In my world, everything operates through thought. If that fails, one can use voice commands. Why not transform this into a ladder for me? Or perhaps you could lower the screen for me. Or better yet, directly upload the data into my mind. My mind is quite capable. It won't break." Abao replied, "Master, you have such imaginative ideas. However, I regret to inform you that I cannot fulfill your request. The space you possess was granted by the higher-ups, and all functions have been strictly predetermined. As Abao, your spatial spirit, I am bound to serve you within the confines of the existing capabilities." Continuing, Abao explained, "As for transforming the ladder or adjusting the display screen, it is not entirely impossible. Yet, that must wait until later. My current level is too low, and I lack sufficient divine power. I must upgrade first." Warm Treasure countered. "So, essentially it is not feasible. Master, if you cannot reach it, allow Abao to assist you. I am quite tall." Sensing Warm Treasure's predicament, Abao promptly extended its little paw and swiped the display screen. Indeed, the contents changed, now revealing Abao's information. Abao level, 0 current divine power experience points. 85 available divine power experience points. 0 experience points needed for upgrade. 15 is that the fee for exchanging currency? Warm Treasure asked earnestly, pointing at the large screen. "Does this mean you only need 15 more coins to upgrade?" "Correct, Master." Abao readily answers Warm Treasure's inquiries. To upgrade from level 0 to level 1, Abao requires merely 100 divine power. Would you care to support Abao once more? "My esteemed Master?" "No, that is not right." Warm Treasure's ears promptly blocked Abao's voice. She stared intently at the large screen, her brows furrowing deeper as her thoughts spiraled into confusion. "Isn't the transaction fee 8%? 1 or 2 taels of silver amounts to 1,000 coins. With my funds at 920, Abao should only take 80. Yet, why does it display 85? Master. Abao's voice rang out again, pulling Warm Treasure back to reality. You could exchange another tael of silver, or allow Abao to browse the large screen once more. Each glance costs merely 5 coins. Quite a bargain, wouldn't you agree? Warm Treasure's eyes widened, interrupting Abao with a sharp retort, emphasizing the point. Each glance costs 5 coins. At last, Warm Treasure understood where Abao's extra 5 coins had vanished to. So, that little paw swipe had snatched away her 5 coins? How unscrupulous! That deceitful merchant! Warm Treasure longed to seize Abeo and deliver a sound thrashing. Unfortunately, Abeo, with foresight, leaped high into the air. Warm Treasure couldn't even reach the large screen, let alone catch Abeo. Thus, she could only glare at Abeo in frustration. Commanding, she declared, "You cunning feline, return my coins." Warm Treasure's intention was to retrieve her 5 coins. However, upon hearing her command, Abeo's eyes sparkled with excitement as she eagerly replied, "Of course, master." In that instant, Warm Treasure felt a shiver run down her spine, realizing the potential mischief. Just as she intended to intervene, Abeo's reflexes were astonishingly swift. With a swift motion of her paw, Abeo erased the data from the screen, reverting it back to the first page. The remaining unspent amount now glaringly displayed, 910. Warm Treasure felt her heart sink. Looking at Abeo, she remarked, "You're even more adept at extorting money than I." It was unclear whether she was praising herself or Abeo. Regardless, Abeo felt quite pleased with herself, exuding confidence in her master's presence. Chapter 84. Little Warm Treasure. Truly magnificent. Fortunately, Warm Treasure was not overly miserly. Although Abeo had indeed taken advantage, the funds were ultimately meant for upgrades. The higher the level of this space spirit, the greater the assistance it would provide to Warm Treasure in the future. With this thought, her heart felt considerably lighter. Reflecting on the line on the large screen regarding available divine power, Warm Treasure's curiosity piqued. She inquired, "What does available system mean? Is it akin to what you mentioned last time? Your divine power can be utilized by me?" "Yes, it can." Abeo, listening to Warm Treasure's whimsical words, was almost led astray. Hastily, she responded, "Master, perhaps you should activate the sensing switch?" Warm Treasure sensed a profound disdain. "Am I unaware that my words are poorly articulated? I merely wish to practice speaking well." Alas, a superficial cat cannot comprehend the tribulations of humankind. Abao, although unable to discern the thoughts of Bao, Abao could surmise her feelings by observing her furrowed little brow. In an effort to appease his master, Abao abandoned his fixation on her simmering winter melon dish and earnestly explained, "The divine power that can be bestowed upon you, dear master, refers to the divine energy I can provide. The current figure stands at 0 due to my low level. However, once I attain level 1, I shall be able to offer you this divine power." As he spoke, Abao began to illustrate his point. "With the divine energy I provide, you will find tasks considerably easier. For instance, you could summon objects from afar. You could even silence those who chatter incessantly. Oh, and with the divine power, should you wish to practice martial arts, your efforts would yield twice the results for half the effort." The extent of what could be achieved, however, depended on how much divine power you could wield, which in turn relied on how much I could supply. In simpler terms, the amount of divine power Bao could utilize was contingent upon Abao's capacity to provide it, and Abao's ability to offer divine power was determined by his level. Thus, the conclusion was clear: Abao needed to level up. Bao's interest was piqued. She pondered, slightly agape, as the concept of divine power sounded rather appealing. Abao, perceptive to her intrigue, swiftly added, "There are more data points on the large screen. Dear master, would you care to take a look?" He proceeded to entice her further. For instance, the current inventory and product prices. With a flick of her petite hand, Bao dismissed the notion nonchalantly. "Isn't it merely 5 coins per glance? As a dignified young princess of Shu, can I not afford that?" For Bao, spending money to level up felt like a trivial matter, akin to shifting coins from one pocket to another, devoid of any remorse. As for Bao, his movements were remarkably swift. In a flash, the data on the large screen flipped to the 3rd page. This page detailed the initial inventory and pricing of the goods available in the current space. The delectable compressed biscuits, packaged in 600, had an inventory of 3 and were priced at 20. The instant noodles, packaged in 5, had an inventory of 2 and were priced at 25. The hygiene kit, packaged as a set, had an inventory of 1 and was priced at 69. The vibrant fruit dried snacks, packaged in 250, had an inventory of 2 and were priced at 20. The highly efficient thermos, with an inventory of 1, was priced at 199. The non-burning warming pads, in packs of 30, had an inventory of 1 and were priced at 30, and so on, a plethora of items available. Beyond the retail prices, wholesale prices were also indicated. For example, purchasing over 30 units would yield a different price. Prices varied for 100, 500, or even 1,000 units. Nguyen Bao merely cast a cursory glance, not delving deeply. With no stock available, what was there to contemplate? Was she tempted? I want the fruit-dried snacks. Just 1 pack, Nguyen Bao declared, her mouth watering at the thought. Fruit-dried snacks were simply delightful, especially the banana chips and sweet potato chips, which were crunchy and sweet, akin to indulging in potato chips. Recently, Warm Treasure's teeth have been itching, and there is nothing better than gnawing on something crunchy. Another pack of candy, a few pieces of chocolate, she exclaimed, furrowing her brow in contemplation, then added, I also need a thermos. And of course some heat patches. As the days grow colder, it has become rather uncomfortable. The terrain of Shu resembles the modern-day southwestern region, while the capital city is somewhat more to the south. Based on Warm Treasure's observations, the climate in her current location is reminiscent of present-day Sichuan and Guizhou, although it doesn't experience the frigid gales and blizzards typical of the north. Once it gets cold, it can be quite unbearable. The dampness and chill can even lead to sleet. It penetrates to the very bones. Warm Treasure is the beloved darling of everyone. As the weather cools, she becomes a priority for protection. Layer upon layer of clothing envelopes her small frame, turning her into a clumsy little winter squash, making movement quite inconvenient. However, with the heat patches, things are different. By affixing them to her clothing, she might be able to forego 1 or 2 layers. Yet, 30 patches are rather insufficient and not very effective. The thermos, on the other hand, is quite commendable. When the weather turns cold, everything cools down rapidly. Pouring a cup of hot tea and sipping it slowly leads to it becoming lukewarm almost immediately. To enjoy another cup, one must reheat it or keep the kettle on the fire, which is exceedingly inconvenient. Not to mention that once the water in the kettle evaporates, it requires refilling, which is a hassle, and drinking repeatedly boiled water is not good for health. In the midst of her musings, the items have already been piled before Warm Treasure. The thermos, heat patches, purple candy, and dried fruit, all present and accounted for. She glanced up at the large screen. The inventory for these items reflected that, aside from 1 bag of dried fruit, the rest were completely sold out. Master, please check your balance. A Bao interjected at the opportune moment. The data on the screen reverted to the first page. The thermos costs $199, the heat patches $30, the dried fruit $20, and the purple candy $20, totaling an expenditure of $269. A Bao continued, from the beginning until now, I have checked the large screen 6 times. At $5 per check, that's a total of $30. This amount is not included in the product expenditure. So, Master, your current expenditure is $269, with a remaining balance of $621. Warm Treasure gazed at the high-hanging screen, wishing fervently that she could grow up immediately. The cost of checking the screen was enough for her to buy a bag of dried fruit. Master, you must go out quickly. A Bao, noticing Warm Treasure still in a daze, hastily urged, A Bao can upgrade now. I must go upgrade. With a whoosh, it vanished. In a space no larger than 10 square meters, not a trace of a Bao could be found, let alone its whereabouts. Chapter 85. You've bewildered me. When Warm Treasure emerged from the space, she brought along the items she had purchased. They were hidden beneath her blankets. Throughout the night, she snuggled with her hard-earned treasures, sleeping soundly. Consequently, she woke up an entire hour later than usual the following day. Xiao'er and several elderly women were convinced that Nuanyuo had fallen ill, taking turns to feel her forehead, their hearts trembling with concern. When Nuanyuo opened her eyes, she was greeted by the sight of several round heads looming above her. Startled, she let out a cry and quickly burrowed herself under the covers. She fumbled and searched, relieved to find her beloved treasure still there. Little princess, what is wrong? Xiao'er asked, observing Nuanyuo wriggling under the blankets, mistakenly believing she was having a nightmare. She promptly reached into the bedding to comfort her. Nuanyuo seized Xiao'er's hand and peeked out with a small head, softly saying, Xiaogu, please ask the ladies to leave. Xiao'er, taken aback by this request, misinterpreted Nuanuo's hesitation as a sign that she had wet the bed. Laughing, she replied, "All right, I will have them leave." How could such a young princess feel embarrassment over such a trivial matter? She signaled to the nearby elderly women, adding, "Lu Posey, please fetch a clean outfit for the princess. Remember to warm it by the charcoal fire first, so it's comfortable for her to wear." Nuanuo was bewildered. What do you need clean clothes for? She thought, casting a confused look at Xiao'er. Seeing Xiao'er's reassuring expression, she realized what was happening. She attempted to call out to the elderly women, only to find they had vanished as if they had slipped away on greased soles. Once again, her heart sank, feeling as if it had died a second time that night. It's over. My lifelong reputation is at stake. Don't pout, just take off your pants. Xiao'er, worrying about Nuanuo catching a chill, reached to remove her trousers. No, no, no. Nuanuo quickly shook her head, stopping her. I didn't tell you wet the bed. Saying this, she glanced towards the door with a hint of secrecy and whispered, Xiaogu, I need to tell you a secret. Huh? Xiao'er was amused by Nuanuo's cautious demeanor and, chuckling, leaned in closer, asking in a hushed tone, What secret do you have, little princess? Come here. Nuanuo beckoned with a finger, urging Xiao'er to lean in closer. Once Xiao'er brought her ear near, Nuanuo began to murmur her secret. What did you dream about? Xiao'er furrowed her brow, focusing intently on Nuanuo. Are you saying you encountered a celestial being last night? There was no shock evident in her expression, but her tone carried an inquisitive edge, as she sought to discern whether Nuanuo was merely speaking fancifully or if she had indeed encountered something extraordinary. Xiao'er's gaze gradually shifted to the golden bracelet adorning Nuanuo's wrist. She recalled the explanation given by the carefree prince and his wife regarding the bracelet's origins, having been present to serve them at the time. Thus, the prince's words had etched themselves into her memory. A celestial maiden descends to earth, uniting the four kingdoms. Even though this matter had been kept under wraps by the carefree prince, never uttered beyond his lips, those within the prince's household were well aware of the improbability of such coincidences. How fortuitous it was that a Taoist appeared when the carefree princess was giving birth. By a curious twist of fate, as the Taoist proclaimed the arrival of the divine maiden, the carefree princess of the Shu kingdom gave birth to the first daughter of the royal family in 5 centuries. Even more remarkably, upon her birth, this little princess seemed innately capable of discerning good from evil, requiring no extensive instruction. Consequently, when Nuan Bao softly confided in her that she had dreamt of a celestial being, Xiao'er immediately associated it with the term divine maiden. Could it be that, during the night, a celestial being had indeed come to visit the little princess? With such thoughts swirling in her mind, Xiao'er's gaze upon Nuan Bao grew increasingly luminous. And Nuan Bao swallowed hard, somewhat bewildered by the situation. What is happening? Why are you not surprised at all? Little princess? What did the celestial being look like? Do you still remember? Xiao'er glanced back towards the door, noticing that old Lu had yet to return. She hastily urged, Please tell me. I have never encountered a celestial being before. Nuan Bao was momentarily stunned. She had feared that her fanciful musings might leave Xiao'er perplexed. Yet, to her astonishment, it was Xiao'er's reaction that left her bewildered. Little princess? Think carefully, Xiao'er prompted, observing Nuan Bao's silent stare. Was the celestial being a Taoist, dressed in a long white robe, holding a strand of hair? Yes, that must be him. Nuan Bao's mind raced, eagerly following Xiao'er's lead in her whimsical storytelling. And Xiao, how could you not know? A Taoist visited and spoke of the divine maiden's arrival. I heard it too, albeit I was still quite young at the time. Though I was just born, I was awake enough to catch fragments of their conversation. While it was a blur, I understood more than I realized. Time has passed, and I had nearly forgotten, but had Xiao'er not mentioned the Taoist, it might have slipped my mind entirely. Now that Xiao'er has laid the groundwork for me, how could I not seize the opportunity? A glimmer of mischief danced in Nuan Bao's eyes as she leaned closer to whisper, Let me secretly tell you, Aunt Xiao, the celestial being left me a wonderful gift right in my bed. There are delicious treats, something warm, and it even shares my name. Xiao'er's face registered surprise, mingled with a hint of skepticism. A wonderful gift? In your bed? And it shares the same name as you? What on earth could that mean? Here, let me show you. Nguyen Bao, sensing Xiao doubt, quickly dove back into her bed, emerging with a thermos. Look at this. The celestial being said it holds great significance. As she spoke, she kicked her feet, revealing a large package of warming pads. And this, the celestial being said it's called a warming pad. Isn't it the same name as mine? Xiao was utterly astounded. Watching Nguyen Bao conjure two items from her bed left her mind buzzing. Suddenly, she found herself at a loss. Last night, she had made the bed herself, and she was the one who had cradled Nguyen Bao to sleep. She was certain there had been nothing extra on the bed. Yet now, Xiao was enveloped in confusion. What on earth is this suddenly appeared object that she has never seen before? Chapter 86. Bewildered by deception in Xiao's eyes. It is not unimaginable for her young princess to encounter a celestial being. After all, the moment the little girl was born, a wise person predicted her destiny, declaring her to be a divine maiden. Thus, when it was said that a deity had bestowed gifts upon her, it did not strike her as particularly surprising, given that her little princess possesses a sweet tongue, capable of lifting even the celestial beings back to the heavens with her words. It is only natural that the gods would favor her, leaving behind tokens of joy in her dreams. However, upon awakening to find tangible objects nestled within her blankets, real, palpable items, this left Xiao utterly astounded. Her mind was a flurry of confusion. She first picked up a thermos to examine it closely, only to find her efforts futile. Next, she scrutinized a large packet of heat-generating patches, yet discerned no clarity. The sole conclusion she arrived at was unambiguous. Truly, these are divine artifacts, destined to remain enigmatic. Just as she marveled at this, the heat patch suddenly stuffed a dark object into Xiao's mouth. Startled, she nearly spat it out, only to see the patch, cheeks puffed, savoring it with great delight. Even its chubby face bore traces of brown residue. Upon further tasting, the item in her mouth was sweet, fragrant, yet imbued with a slight bitterness, a uniquely delightful flavor. It turned out that while Xiao was engrossed in her examination of the thermos and the heat patch, the little heat patch had already unwrapped a purple candy. With an excited heart and trembling hands, it dug out a piece, bit off half, and savored the satisfaction. Naturally, the remaining half was destined for Xiao, for good things are meant to be shared with those nearby. Yet, this purple candy was limited to one package, which typically contained around 70 pieces, a woefully inadequate amount. Even consuming one piece a day felt indulgent for the little heat patch, considering the many brothers it had to share with. Is it delicious, Aunt Xiao? The heat patch asked with a beaming smile, noticing the delight in Xiao's eyes. Yes, it's delightful. Xiao nodded in affirmation. In her entire life, she had never tasted such exquisite candy. Moreover, the heat patch produced some dried fruits, exclaiming, "Look what the deity has given us. But we can't eat these just yet. We've eaten just that candy. If we eat the dried fruits now, they won't taste as sweet." Lowering its voice, the heat patch added, "Shall we have them tonight, quietly?" Xiao couldn't help but chuckle at the cleverness of the little one. Just as she was about to ask who had taught the heat patch such wisdom, it grabbed the thermos, declaring, "This is warm water." Then, pointing at the heat-generating patch, it continued, "And this is for warming up." Warm water? Xiao took the thermos and scrutinized it once more, pondering, "How is it warm water? We should pour some water into it." Warm Treasure pointed to the thermos and explained, "The celestial being instructed to pour hot water inside, then secure the lid tightly. Now what comes next? Let me think." Warm Treasure scratched her head, hesitant to assert too confidently. "Oh, right, use this cup for hot water. It can keep warm for several hours." "Really?" Xiao exclaimed, her face a portrait of astonishment. She quickly inquired, "Can we just pour in the water directly? No need to warm it over charcoal?" "Well, I suppose not." Warm Treasure replied, looking at Xiao, reiterating the celestial words once more. The celestial being said it's fine to just pour in the water. With that, she eagerly urged Aunt Xiao, "Pour some water into the cup." Upon hearing this, Xiao found it reasonable. After all, the items were already present. It was better to give it a try. With that thought, she promptly wrapped Warm Treasure in a quilt and went to the charcoal fire to fill the thermos with boiling water. When she returned to the bedside, Warm Treasure had already unwrapped the heating pad. Shower, curious as ever, asked, "Little princess, how do we use this?" "Just stick it on," Warm Treasure replied succinctly, as she began to tug at Shower's clothing. Once she uncovered Shower's inner garment, she carefully placed the heating pad on Shower's abdomen. Shower felt a bit anxious, but dared not move. The little princess, it seemed, was more adept at undressing than dressing. Looking down at her disheveled appearance, Shower felt rather embarrassed. After a while, as warmth enveloped her abdomen, she reached down to touch the small item and discovered that it radiated heat. Her face lit up with delight as she looked at Warm Treasure, realizing that this little garment was indeed worth the fuss. "Princess," Shower quickly grasped Warm Treasure's hand, urging her to feel the heating pad as well. At that moment, she appeared as joyful as a child, her usual composure forgotten. In a hushed tone, she exclaimed, "Princess, this is truly warm. It seems you are favored by the celestial being. Otherwise, they wouldn't bestow such a marvelous item upon you." Then she inquired, "By the way, princess, which celestial being was it? Did you ask? I must report to the lord and lady, so they can pay their respects and offer incense to the celestial being." "Oh no, please don't." Warm Treasure waved her hands in protest. "That is a secret. We cannot tell anyone." As she spoke, Warm Treasure began to persuade Shower. "The celestial being instructed me. They said if I divulged this secret, they would never come again to bring me gifts." "What?" Shower looked perplexed. "But I already know the secret. Am I not human?" Little princess, Shower felt conflicted. After studying Warm Treasure for a moment, she finally said, "It seems you have already revealed the secret." Warm Treasure gasped, "Oh, did I say too much? I am truly not skilled at lying." "No need to worry." Warm Treasure thought quickly, attempting to salvage the conversation. "The celestial being also mentioned that I am just a child. I can hardly keep secrets. If one truly cannot contain oneself, it is permissible to confide in a single individual. However, it must be limited to just one person." With that, Bao leapt into Shower's embrace, playfully declaring, "Auntie Shower, you are the best aunt ever. You will keep my secret, won't you?" Bao adored Auntie Shower, which is why they shared this little secret. Upon hearing such sweet words, Shower felt a wave of emotion wash over her, her scalp tingling, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, creating ripples of affection. A woman in her 20s found herself utterly charmed by a child not yet 2 years old. Chapter 87. Bao nickname should be whimsical, having secured Shower's trust. Bao let out a sigh of relief. After all, Shower was the closest person to her, always by her side. Given Bao's tender age, certain matters were bound to be difficult to conceal alone. Even back in the mystical realm, Bao had contemplated this. The peculiar little items she brought into the world would surely be hard to hide. This was not only because she required assistance, even for dressing or relieving herself, but also due to Shower's meticulous nature regarding any objects that appeared around her. For instance, when Wei Sihua gifted Bao a beautiful handkerchief, she cherished it dearly. Yet, unaware of its origin, Shower took the handkerchief for a thorough inspection that lasted over half an hour. Only after ensuring its safety did she feel at ease. Similarly, on another occasion, when Wei Muhua presented Bao with a string of candied hawthorns, Bao savored them with delight. However, Shower, oblivious to their source, became instantly anxious. It was only after Bao reassured her that the treats were from an older brother that Shower relaxed, albeit with a cautionary reminder. "Little princess, remember, aside from gifts from family, we must not accept anything from others, especially food. It must be inspected by the servants before it can touch your lips, understood?" In essence, Shower was excessively wary of any potential harm that could befall Bao in terms of her needs. Her overly cautious and verbose demeanor once led Bao to suspect she might be suffering from paranoia. To avoid unnecessary trouble, Bao contemplated a ruse to divert Shower's attention. Fortunately, the ancients held a deep-seated reverence for the divine, naturally inclined to believe in deities. When Bao casually fabricated a tale, Shower truly believed her. Not only did she refrain from discarding the items Bao had brought from the mystical realm, but she also vowed to keep the secret alongside her. particularly when they later examined the thermos. Xiaoer's seriousness was palpable. Upon discovering that the thermos could indeed keep water hot for several hours, she was astounded, almost wishing to dig a hole beneath the bed to hide it. This was a treasure, indeed, and it must be well concealed. Xiaoer rummaged through drawers, seeking a safe haven for the thermos in her hands. Unable to bear the sight any longer, Nguanbao picked up a piece of dried fruit nearby and gently pulled at Xiaoer's hand. "Xiao Gugu, shall we use the cup? There's no need to hide it. It's merely a thermos. What shall we conceal it for? Is it a family heirloom?" "Little princess, this was gifted by a celestial being with the thermos." Now polished and gleaming, Xiaoer softly coaxed. "Items bestowed by deities should not be used frivolously. We must cherish them and present them during festive occasions for blessings. Do you understand? With sincerity, the deity will ensure the little princess grows up healthy and safe." Nguanbao interjected, "I suspect you are trying to deceive me." Contemplating, she reached out and popped a piece of dried fruit into Xiaoer's mouth, asking, "Is this dried fruit tasty?" Xiaoer chewed thoughtfully and nodded, "Delicious." Nguanbao, with utmost seriousness, replied, "Isn't this dried fruit bestowed by the deity?" Nguanbao continued, "Even if it's not exquisite, it still tastes delightful." She pointed at Xiaoer's small belly and added, "This warm gift is also from the deity. You're still using it." Xiaoer was momentarily taken aback, unsure how to counter the statement. Although she felt her reasoning was sound, it seemed the little princess's words also held merit. After all, if it was given by the deity, it was indeed meant for their use. "Oh, foolish Xiao Gugu," Nguanbao observed Xiaoer, who is usually composed and meticulous, now resembling a silly child. She couldn't help but let out a heavy sigh. Can you imagine? A tiny glutinous rice dumpling, face full of helplessness and sorrow, mimicking the adults by sighing. Xiaoer felt utterly disdained and tentatively asked, "Is it truly permissible to use it?" Nguanbao shot her a bemused glance, thinking, "You've eaten it, you've used it, and you still question it?" Yet, she replied, "Of course. These treasures are indeed meant for you to enjoy. I told the deity that I am cold, so they bestowed warmth upon me." She continued, "Then I also mentioned that I have a craving for snacks, and thus the deity sent me treats to indulge in." When Nguanbao emphasized indulge, she did so with particular vigor, nodding her head for emphasis. This made Xiaoer unable to suppress her laughter, no longer troubled by the notion of divine objects. Regardless of their divine origin, they had been used. Noticing Xiaoer's eyes crinkling with delight, Nguanbao knew her companion's thoughts were untroubled. She reached out and offered Xiaoer another piece of dried fruit. Seeing this, Xiaoer quickly shook her head. "The little princess should eat. I shan't partake. Once eaten will be gone." Nguanbao immediately nodded earnestly. "I've already said, eat as you please. The deity will send us more treats in a few days." "Ah, there will be more?" Xiaoer inquired, her eyes wide with surprise. "This deity is quite generous." Throughout the day, Xiaoer enjoyed an abundance of treats, from purple candy to dried fruit, with an endless supply of surprises. As for Nguanbao, she was well aware that her whimsical fabrications were quite astonishing. They would surely evoke tears from the modern listener and incense from those of ancient times. Yet, she had no other choice, let alone the origin of these whimsical gifts. In regards to the concept of space, it seems that she will inevitably indulge in some fanciful musings in the future. Perhaps her nickname should not be Warm Treasure after all. Fanciful whimsy might be more fitting. In any case, I hope that Xiaoer can withstand the challenges ahead. After successfully pulling Xiaoer into her scheme, Warm Treasure ventured into the space once again that evening. However, this time, she acted with greater cunning. During the day, she discreetly visited Wei Qinghua's courtyard, and, taking advantage of the moment when no one was paying attention, she deftly acquired a low stool and a high chair from Wei Qinghua's room. The process was rather straightforward. By merely focusing on the desired objects and gently tapping her gold bracelet, the low stool and high chair vanished into thin air. Originally, she had intended to procure a ladder for her space, but such items are typically stored in the servants' quarters, a place not easily accessible to someone of her status. Moreover, given her tender age, using a ladder posed safety concerns. After some contemplation, she deemed the stool and chair to be more practical. Yet, why did she choose to take from Wei Qinghua's courtyard specifically? Wei Muhua, Wei Sihua, and even her own courtyard all had stools and chairs. Why not acquire them from there? This leads us to Chapter 88, which discusses the peculiarities of this space and Warm Treasure's broader perspective. This choice was due to Wei Qinghua's easygoing nature. His carelessness meant that he likely would not notice the missing items for days. Even if the servants in the courtyard did, they would probably not pay much heed. After all, Wei Qinghua had recently become quite engrossed in his martial arts training, frequently chopping tables and chairs. Should the servants notice the absence of the stool and chair, they would merely assume that Wei Qinghua had damaged them, without suspecting anything else. Unlike Wei Muhua and Wei Sihua, who were meticulous, both in their own attention to detail and that of their servants, the absence of such large items would undoubtedly be swiftly detected. Even if they chose not to make a fuss, they would still need to report it and request replacements. Once that report was made, the carefree prince and princess would inevitably learn of it. The loss of items, particularly something as mundane as a stool or chair, would surely cause concern. After all, there are many valuable possessions within the royal estate. Why would only stools and chairs go missing? As for Warm Treasure, she must tread carefully. Within the entire carefree prince's residence, her courtyard is the most scrutinized. Shower's thoughts are particularly astute. Not only would the loss of stools or chairs be noted, but even the disappearance of a mere flower pot would warrant a thorough investigation, becoming common knowledge. There's a chance that this could lead to suspicions that a thief had infiltrated Warm Treasure's domain, potentially alarming the palace. What chaos that would bring. Having been in this world for some time, Warm Treasure is acutely aware of her influence. With the stool and high chair in her possession, she could finally access the large screen independently. First, she would kneel on the low stool and then climb onto the high chair to stand. With a mere touch, she could reach the display screen. The tactile sensation was quite delightful, reminiscent of her previous experiences with tablets. In that moment, as she began to browse through the data, she flipped through the information several times, filled with excitement. From a first page to the last, and then back again. The exuberance of the moment left a Bao with a forlorn expression. Did the master truly need to be so frugal? After all, it was merely a matter of 5 coins. A fleeting glance from Yuan Bao was all it took for her to discern a Bao's thoughts. Ignoring a Bao, she continued to delight in the motion of her fingers. It was not that she was particularly attached to the 5 or 10 coins. Rather, she abhorred the feeling of helplessness that necessitated relying on others. With the presence of a low stool and a high chair, things were different now. When Yuan Bao wished to flip through the pages herself, she could do so, and when she felt disinclined, she could simply provide a Bao with an opportunity to earn. The distinction between choosing actively and accepting passively had always been significant. After indulging her fingers, Yuan Bao turned the data to a Bao's page and noted that a Bao's level had risen from 0 to 1. A Bao's current divine experience value stood at 120, still needing 380 for the next upgrade. Even the potential divine experience value had increased from 0 to 5. 5%? Yuan Bao's eyes sparkled with the realization of something remarkable. The potential divine power was calculated as a percentage. At level 1, a Bao provided 5%. Surely, at level 2, it would be even more. As a Bao's divine power increased, so too would the power she could acquire. Oh, the excitement coursed through her veins, her hands trembling with anticipation. With a bright smile, Yuan Bao joyfully approached a Bao, playfully stroking its fur, her voice sweet to the point of inducing goosebumps. How was the divine power utilized? 5% of 120 was, indeed, 6, right? Oh my, I possess divine power now. How splendid. Yuan Bao was nearly ready to dance with joy. However, a Bao interjected, Master, you cannot yet use the divine power. Nuan Bathlife Instanti. What? Say that again if you dare. The previously forlorn Bao now appeared quite lively, delivering a sharp reminder. It stated that the regulations of the space required a divine power level of at least 20 to be usable. Yuan Bao felt her heart shatter. This space was truly insistent, keeping her in check without mercy. Master, why not exchange for some more currency? Sensing Yuan Bao's frustration, a Bao began to display its charm. wrapping its arms around her neck and nuzzling against her. After a moment, feeling it was insufficient, it extended its barbed tongue to lick Nguyen Bao's cheek, leaving her face tingling. She quickly grabbed Bao by the neck, exclaiming, "Enough, go away." Little did she know how helpless Nguyen Bao felt at that moment. Wasn't this space supposed to be a compensation? Why did it come with so many absurd regulations? And Bao, it seemed, was a professional at leading her astray. Nguyen Bao had originally entered the space to see if Bao had leveled up and to inquire about the divine power. Now, having learned that she needed a minimum of 20 to utilize it, she resorted to a lavish exchange of a few silver coins. After completing the exchange, she contemplated that spending a total of 1,000 would allow her to upgrade the space. Thus, it was inevitable that more items were purchased. Let us see how much the inventory can increase after the space upgrade. A collapsible tent for 300, let's have one. A discreet folding toilet for 200, let's acquire one. A super warm sleeping bag for 200, let us obtain one. An 8-degree space sanitary napkin set for 69, let us purchase a set. Regardless of its immediate utility, it was best to buy first and consider later. If it could not be taken out, it could simply be placed on an empty shelf for future use. As the final item was acquired, the data on the large screen updated in real time. The expenditure on warm treasures had accumulated to 1038. The space level stood at 1, with 3962 remaining for the next upgrade. In that instant of data change, the modest 10 square meter space doubled in size, now boasting a generous 20 square meters. Even the products on the shelves appeared noticeably fuller. Observing this, Warm Treasure promptly directed Abeo to check the large screen. Upon inspection, it was confirmed. The inventory of goods had transformed from its initial count to 10. Even the tent, which had just been depleted, was now fully stocked. Wow! Warm Treasure was astonished. It felt as though she had stumbled upon a pathway to prosperity. The items within the space, once sold, were bound to become bestsellers. They were not only eye-catching, but also devoid of competition that might drive prices down. It was a venture that promised profit without loss. And the space itself? It served as her supply channel. The monthly replenishment of inventory represented an unending source of wealth. Such a realization made Warm Treasure suddenly appreciate the space bestowed upon her by the Thunder God and his consort. Although Abeo had been somewhat of a nuisance, considering the worth of these items, she could reluctantly accept him. After all, Abeo could be viewed as a gift from the Thunder God and his consort. When it comes to gifts, one must possess a generous heart. Chapter 89. An unintentional spilling of the vinegar. Jarzue departed quietly, without bidding farewell to anyone directly. He left behind a simple letter expressing his gratitude to the Prince and Princess of Leisure for their care. Due to urgent matters, he could not take the time to say goodbye to everyone, and he hoped for their understanding. At the end of the letter, he specifically reminded Warm Treasure to behave and await his return to teach her martial arts. The letter was read by Wei Muhua. While he read, Warm Treasure was sipping her soup. She felt a twinge of annoyance. What was this? Just yesterday he had consumed my purple candy, and today he was leaving? However, upon hearing her name mentioned in the letter, her irritation dissipated. It was reassuring that he still remembered his promise to teach her martial arts. On the contrary, Wei Qinghua felt somewhat disappointed. Once Wei Muhua finished reading the letter, he quickly asked, "What about me? What about me? Brother, did Ziyue not mention anything about me in the letter? That cannot be right. I am the one training with him now." He even left a message for Warm Treasure. How could he forget about me? Surely, brother must have overlooked it. Wei Qinghua looked at Wei Muhua with eager anticipation, urging him to read it again. "Brother, please take another look. Examine it closely." Upon witnessing this, Wei Muhua furrowed his brow slightly and glanced again at the letter. It contained merely 3 lines, one expressing gratitude to the carefree king and his consort, another explaining the reason for his sudden departure, and the last reserved for Nguyen. Notably, there is no mention of Wei Qinghua. With a subtle shift of his gaze, he placed the letter before Wei Qinghua and casually remarked, "Perhaps I am mistaken. You may read it for yourself." Wei Muhua observed Nguyen savoring her soup with great delight. His own appetite piqued, leaving him little time to engage in idle chatter with the mischievous child. Whether or not it bears significance, You shall ascertain for yourself. As for Wei Qinghua, he stared at the letter before him, his expression filled with sorrow. If I could comprehend it, would I require your recitation? He lamented. Truly, this Ziyue is perplexing. At such a tender age, why must he choose such an incomprehensible script? Wei Qinghua felt a twinge of despair, for while he recognized the flamboyant characters, he could not decipher their meaning. Even with just 3 short lines on the paper, how could he feel so lost? Wei Sihua, his elder brother, cast a glance at him and offered a piece of vegetable. Consume more greens to nourish your mind. Even if you cannot replicate Ziyue's elegant cursive, you should at least recognize a few characters. Brother, Wei Qinghua responded, somewhat disgruntled, glaring at Wei Sihua. Are you truly my brother? What do you propose I do? Wei Sihua shrugged and inquired. Ziyue has departed. What more do you desire? A few words of farewell would have sufficed. Wei Qinghua was exceedingly vexed. He glanced at Nuanyuan and lamented. He even remembers Nuanyuan. Why could he not spare a word for me, so that I might hone my skills? With a resounding thud, the carefree king set his bowl down forcefully and directed his ire at Wei Qinghua. Just because he did not bid you farewell, you cannot practice diligently? Nuanyuan is your sister, yet you are 2 years her senior. How dare you demand such an explanation? If it does not instruct you on your meals, why do you still grace the table? The carefree king had long been suppressing his irritation, particularly upon hearing Wei Qinghua's comment about Ziyue's fondness for Nuanyuan. He felt an urge to lash out. What do you mean by fondness? Do you not possess the ability to articulate? How old is my daughter? Is it appropriate to speak of such matters? Do not tarnish her reputation. My great sword is prepared. Who dares to harbor intentions toward my daughter? Regarding Shanghuan Ziyue's departure from the carefree king's residence, he felt quite pleased. Upon receiving the news early that morning, he even whistled in delight. Why did that boy have to attract the affections of both his daughters? The carefree king, inherently possessive, had managed to endure until Shanghuan Ziyue's exit, which was truly commendable. Initially, when Shanghuan Ziyue had just moved in, the carefree king treated him quite favorably. After all, he was the savior of Wei Qinghua and Nuanyuan, and the carefree king deemed it only right to treat him well. Moreover, despite being younger than Wei Qinghua, he was courteous, well-mannered, and eager to learn, which the carefree king greatly appreciated. However, as time passed, the carefree king began to notice that his wife was increasingly attentive to Shanghuan Ziyue. This attention was not merely that of a host toward a guest or a benefactor. It is a genuine heartache, akin to that felt for one's own child. Well, that is acceptable. After all, the child is indeed sensible and endearing, and moreover, a savior to the house of Shio. Furthermore, the Prince of Shio is acutely aware of his wife's kind disposition. She treats everyone with kindness. It is only natural for him to feel a twinge of concern for her, and the prince has no objections to that. However, what about Nuanyuan? Why does she hold such affection for Shanghuan Ziyue? This is where the prince's discontent arises. Yesterday, she received a piece of candy, and today a fruit. The moment she opens her mouth is sweetly filled with brother Ziyue, and she even reaches out for a hug. How can that be tolerated? Alas, they are all children, and the prince is left feeling frustrated to the point of losing his temper, yet he cannot voice his feelings. He certainly cannot prevent Nuanyuan from seeking out Shanghuan Ziyue to play. Such a blockade is simply unfeasible, not to mention that Nuanyuan would not heed him. Even the princess would likely mock the prince for his jealousy. In summary, the prince's jealousy has reached its peak. Gradually, upon seeing Shanghuan Ziyue, his mood soured. To him, ever since Shanghuan Ziyue's arrival, Nuanyuan's visits to the Yongla courtyard have diminished, while she now frequents the martial arts training grounds to see Shanghuan Ziyue. How infuriating! That young man. Good riddance. The prince dares not show his displeasure outwardly, for his wife and children appear rather disheartened. Yet secretly, he revels in joy, thinking to himself, finally, one less competitor for my daughter's affection. Little does he know, Nuanyuan's recent absence from the Yongla courtyard stems from entirely different reasons that have nothing to do with Shanghuan Ziyue. Firstly, Nuanyuan wishes to be a sensible and obedient child, reluctant to witness the embarrassing moments between her father and mother. Secondly, Nuanyuan has received her monthly allowance and is too preoccupied with tending to her own space to spare time for her infatuated father. Her frequent trips to the martial arts training grounds to see Shangguan Ziyue are simply because he has promised to teach her martial arts. She reminds him every now and then to prevent him from forgetting. After all, once her divine power is awakened, training will yield twice the result with half the effort. Whether it is the divine power or the free mentorship, they must be utilized. When she goes, it would be impolite to arrive empty-handed, so she brings along some snacks. A piece of candy or a fruit signifies her goodwill. After all, Shangguan Ziyue would not accept anything too extravagant. However, if she does not allow him to take something, Nuanyuan feels it would be insincere. Thus, unbeknownst to her, such a simple gesture could incite jealousy. For no apparent reason, Shangguan Ziyue finds himself bearing the brunt of it. Chapter 90. A father more sour than pickled bamboo shoots. Wei Qinghua has evidently been stimulated. Ever since Shangguan Ziyue's departure, he has become exceptionally driven. Not only does he rise an hour early each day to practice, but after returning from the private academy, he also frequently visits Wei Muhua's courtyard. Whether to clarify unresolved questions from class or to persistently ask Wei Muhua to teach him the cursive script. His earnest demeanor in study would leave the prince of Shio astounded. Could it be that the third child has lost his wits? As the carefree prince tended to the legs of his equally carefree princess, he cast a curious glance towards the distant figure of Nuanyuan, who was joyfully flying a kite. It was perplexing, for that mischievous boy had always been the most playful one. The moment he knew a kite-flying event was at hand, he would be as quick as a flash. Yet today, he claimed he wished to write essays alongside the eldest. Unable to suppress a hearty laugh, he exclaimed, "Ha! With his nonsensical writing, wouldn't that drive the eldest to a fit of rage?" "Press here," the princess instructed, gesturing to her swollen calves, fully utilizing her husband's attentiveness. With a pregnancy well advanced, her legs felt both heavy and sore. Glancing again at Nuanyuan, who was merrily running alongside Xiao and the others while flying kites, she couldn't help but call out, "Nuanyuan, do take care and run a bit slower, lest you fall." After uttering her concern, she returned her gaze, chiding the carefree prince. "You are indeed quite peculiar. When he was a slacker, you lamented his mischief and said he would only cause trouble. Now that he is earnest in his studies, you claim he must be mentally impaired. How can you be so harsh with your own flesh and blood? Such unexpected behavior surely harbors some mystery." The carefree prince looked at his wife with affectionate indulgence, yet when discussing their son, he could not hide his disdain. Just look at how long the third can maintain this newfound diligence. From the moment he could speak and walk, have you ever seen him earnestly engaged in his studies? Not once. It was not that the carefree prince wished ill upon Wei Qinghua. Rather, it was the boy's consistent lack of seriousness that had left him numb to the situation. Meanwhile, the carefree princess, reflecting on her husband's words, pondered for a moment. Well, he has certainly made little effort, hasn't he? After all, Wei Qinghua truly had not undertaken any serious endeavors. Even if the princess wished to speak well of him, she lacked the conviction. Sighing, she found herself at a loss for words. Could it be that he has been influenced somehow? The carefree prince remained troubled. Perhaps he was simply unaccustomed to seeing Wei Qinghua take things seriously, which made him somewhat anxious. However, the carefree princess gently tapped her husband's hand and teasingly scolded. "How can you not understand this? It's a wonder you are his father. If my guess is correct, it must have something to do with Ziyue, right?" "Ziyue?" The carefree prince frowned, his mood swiftly darkening. What connection does he have with that boy? Is it possible that Ziyue possesses such remarkable abilities? Not only has he won the affection of my wife and daughter, but he has also captured my son's heart? Truly a nuisance. How can that be unrelated? Ziyue is a role model for the third. The carefree princess, oblivious to the fact that Ziyue had already been blacklisted by her husband, assumed he shared her fondness for the young man. With a beaming smile, she praised, "Ziyue is indeed exceptional. Younger than our third, yet so outstanding. What a pity he belongs to another family." Then, shifting the conversation, she added, "However, his influence on our third has been quite significant. Ever since he came to our royal residence, the third has been much more diligent in his martial arts practice and has shown a willingness to endure hardship." "Is that so? Has he really?" the carefree prince inquired. Genuinely perplexed, "I have not noticed." The carefree king raised an eyebrow, reluctant to admit his feelings. The carefree queen cast him a playful glare and remarked, "How could you say that? You are clearly biased against the third prince. I have secretly observed him several times while he practiced. Even when injured, he never cries out in pain. When we used to push him a train, it was as if there were two entirely different persons." She sighed, reflecting, after all, he is a benefactor and a child of the same age. Ziyu truly sets an admirable example. His one statement holds more weight than our 30 or 50 words combined. The carefree king gently massaged his wife's leg. Yet a heavy discontent brewed within him. My bias against the third prince pales in comparison to my disdain for that upstart Ziyu. He exclaimed, "Oh, just the other day I inquired with the eldest." Noticing the carefree king's silence, the queen nudged him lightly with her elbow and said with a laugh, "The eldest mentioned that the third prince is particularly infatuated with cursive script. I wonder if he felt disheartened after reading Ziyu's correspondence. Isn't our third prince unable to comprehend cursive?" The second prince teased him about it too. After speaking, she couldn't help but praise, "Ziyu indeed possesses exceptional calligraphy. His strokes dance gracefully and effortlessly, a clear testament to his diligent practice." The carefree king felt a pang of bitterness. "Your husband is also skilled in cursive. My own writing flows with the same grace and vigor, unmatched by many. Yet, why does my talent receive so little recognition compared to yours?" He mused. Perhaps we should consider sending the third prince to the study. The queen's attention drifted to warm treasure, her thoughts lingering on Wei Qinghua, completely oblivious to her husband's mounting frustration. With both the eldest and second princes studying in the study, it seemed unjust for the third prince to remain alone in the private academy. Previously, he had been barred from the study due to his restless nature, fearing he might disrupt the other princes. However, observing him over the past couple of months, she noted his commendable diligence. After pondering for a moment, the queen added, "The private academy is indeed good, but it lacks companionship. The study offers a different atmosphere. There, he would be surrounded by cousins and brothers, each looking out for one another. They would keep a closer watch on him." The carefree king felt a bit gloomy, still harboring his irritation, but unable to express it toward his wife. He could only suppress his feelings and replied earnestly, "Then I shall visit the palace tomorrow to speak with my elder brother and arrange for the third prince to be sent there. If he misbehaves in the study, I shall see to his discipline." With a sigh, he continued, "The Shi family is renowned for their scholarly pursuits. Initially, I sent him to the private academy to help him focus. After all, there are many promising youths with whom he studies. Yet he squanders his days competing with that unruly boy from the Meng family. Have it been years already? His temperament simply cannot settle down." After a moment's reflection, he concluded, sending him to the study might be for the best. It would spare the private academy's instructor from daily headaches over this troublesome child. Chapter 91. I must have been picked up. It was time to send Wei Qinghua to the imperial study. Historically, this place has served as a school for princes and princesses. However, due to the limited number of royal sons and the amicable relationships among several princes, apart from the crown prince and a few others, Wei Muhua, Wei Sihua, and the legitimate sons of two other princes were the only ones studying there. All the brothers were sent to the imperial study at the tender age of 5, except for Wei Qinghua, whose wild spirit resembled that of a runaway horse from a young age. The leisurely king found him too disruptive, interrupting the studies of the crown prince and several princes. Concerned that being among his brothers would spoil him further, leading to even more unruliness, he decided to send Wei Qinghua to the private school of the Shi family. The Shi family, known for generations of civil servants, currently had a patriarch who was the prime minister. Their private school attracted only the finest talents among the aristocracy of the capital. The intention behind placing Wei Qinghua there was to temper his exuberance. However, it turned out to be a miscalculation. Attending the imperial study meant early classes and a heavy workload. By the end of the day, it was hoped that Wei Qinghua would be sufficiently exhausted to curb his mischief. Moreover, any embarrassment he might face there would only be in front of family, far preferable to the potential for scandal in the private school, where any misstep would quickly become common knowledge throughout the capital. With this thought, the leisurely king raised an eyebrow, feeling his frustration dissipate. He then glanced at the kite string being tugged by his beloved daughter, a dreamy smile gracing his face. Ah, with all three brothers gathered, surely no one would dare vie for my daughter's hand. Indeed, a splendid idea. The more he pondered, the more exhilarated he became, hardly able to wait for the next day. Gently setting down the leg of the leisurely queen, he prepared to attend to matters at hand. Where are you off to? The leisurely queen called out. Not attending to my leg anymore? To the palace. The leisurely king replied with a smile. So that your beloved son can go to the imperial study tomorrow. With that, he quickly returned to plant a kiss on the leisurely queen's cheek, reassuring her. I'll continue to tend to you tonight. Oh dear, how embarrassing. Just then, Bao, feeling thirsty, dashed over for a drink. Halfway there, she suddenly covered her face and retreated. Alas, sometimes having parents so deeply in love brings its own set of trouble for their children. At dinner, the leisurely king returned, humming a cheerful tune, his joy palpable. Coincidentally, Wei Qinghua had also learned quite a few cursive characters and was in high spirits. Noticing his father's radiant smile, he couldn't help but approach. Father, have you found silver? The leisurely king cast a sidelong glance at Wei Qinghua. This is more delightful than finding silver. Bao, scratching her ear, chimed in. Father found gold. No, no, the leisurely king replied, raising an eyebrow at Bao. This is even more joyous than finding gold. Have you found a wife? Wei Qinghua, perplexed, unabashedly responded. Have you found a sister? Upon discovering the situation, a sharp reprimand was delivered with a resounding thump. Collect, 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 all you do is gather. The carefree prince shot a sidelong glance at Wei Qinghua, his smile vanishing. With a tone of indifference, he declared, starting tomorrow, there is no need for you to attend the private school of the Shi family. Wei Qinghua was momentarily taken aback, his mind racing with possibilities. No more private school? Does that imply he wouldn't have to attend classes? Indeed, with the biting cold outside, learning at home would suffice. Wow, no school? How blissful. He was on the verge of celebrating when, unexpectedly, the prince's calm voice interrupted once more. From now on, you shall accompany your elder brothers to the palace, where you will study in the imperial study. Upon hearing this, Wei Muhua and Wei Sihua exchanged knowing frowns, their expressions tinged with bitterness. It seemed that not only would they be plagued by their younger brother at home, but peace would also elude them within the palace. As for Wei Qinghua, the sound of a heart shattering echoed in his ears. The imperial study, was that a place fit for human habitation? Each day, he would be required to rise at the ungodly hour of 3 to 5 in the morning for early readings, followed by classes from 5 to 7. It would not be until 11 that he could finally partake in lunch. And come the afternoon, he would have to venture outdoors to practice archery and martial arts. Not only would his days be long, but his time for respite would be severely limited. At the Shi family school, he was afforded 4 days of leave each month. Furthermore, during festivals, he could enjoy additional time off, and on joyous occasions in the family, he could even request a private leave. The imperial study, however, was utterly inhumane. A single day off each month. What could one possibly accomplish with that? Moreover, if he wished for more rest, it would only come during the Mid-Autumn Festival, the New Year, or on the birthdays of the Empress Dowager or the Emperor. However, celebrating such occasions with their elders hardly counted as a break for his juniors. They were expected to perform and amuse their elders. It would be better to not have any holidays at all. Wei Qinghua gazed at the lavish spread before him. Yet his appetite had vanished entirely. He simply could not fathom why he was being sent to the imperial study to study. Was it because he had been working too diligently of late? Had he inadvertently moved his parents' hearts? But all he had wished for was to learn a cursive script. Whether he was willing or not, the next day before dawn, while the world remained shrouded in darkness, Wei Qinghua was unceremoniously escorted by his servant A Jiang and Wei Sihua's servant A Lu, one on either side, into a carriage. Thus commenced his new academic journey. At that moment, the warm treasure of his bed was still blissfully snoring away, and even most of the servants in the prince's residence had yet to arise. As Wei Qinghua settled into the carriage, feeling weary and disoriented, he recalled his earlier complaints about the early classes at the Shi family school, which had encroached upon his martial training time. Now, he found himself bereft of the right to complain. Of course, he no longer needed to rise early for training, for he simply could not muster the energy to awaken. He observed Wei Muhua and Wei Sihua sitting upright with perfect posture, engaging in discussions about yesterday's lessons. Was there no justice in the world? Were these two elder brothers not fatigued? Wei Qinghua stifled a yawn, once again doubting his origins. Indeed, he could not possibly be a biological brother. The disparity was far too great. Reflecting on the carefree prince who accompanied them to court, Wei Qinghua became increasingly convinced of his suspicions. Yes, they could not be father and son. Otherwise, how could his father bear to rouse him so early? Yet, he remained perplexed about where he might have been found. Could he possibly implore his parents to return him to whence he came? Please, just abandon me. I can no longer endure the torment of early mornings. Chapter 92. How did I become mediocre? For several consecutive days, Wei Qinghua was escorted to the study. Each evening upon returning to the palace, he felt as though he had lost half his vitality. Indeed, there was little energy left for mischief. Naturally, he lacked the spirit to practice his cursive writing, let alone engage in martial training. Even the joyful moments spent with his cherished warm treasure transformed into long hours of deep slumber. Life passed him by like a soulless automaton. Finally, after enduring to the day of respite, he slept well past noon, impervious to any attempts to awaken him. As he recalled that he would have to enter the palace again before dawn the following day, tears threatened to spill. He longed to cry, to wail as if rolling on the ground. Yet he dared not. With a forlorn expression, he beseeched, "Mother, would you kindly discuss with father? Perhaps I might return to the private academy? I promise to study diligently. I shall never cause trouble again. Just spare me the early mornings, and I shall comply with anything." Determined to study earnestly, where he studied should matter little. The carefree prince entered, cradling warm treasure, and fortuitously overheard Wei Qinghua's lament. There was no need for the carefree princess to intervene. He retorted sharply, "Is the teacher in the study truly inferior to the tutor at the private academy? If you could study well there, your mother and I would have no need to send you to the palace." "Indeed, he pales in comparison," Wei Qinghua muttered, harboring significant grievances toward the study's instructor. The frequent use of the ruler and punishments for standing were far less patient than the tutor at the private academy. Patience? That was simply the tutor's way of saving face, knowing you were the son of the carefree prince. The carefree prince gently set down warm treasure, not sparing a glance at Wei Qinghua. Instead, he cast a discerning gaze at Wei Sihua, whose heart sank under the chilling stare, foretelling an ominous fate. Indeed, before Wei Sihua could mentally prepare himself, the carefree prince spoke, "Third son, I do not expect you to emulate your elder brother as a diligent and studious youth. However, aspiring to be like your second brother should not pose too great a challenge, should it?" Wei Sihua furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss in his father's words. Before he could dwell on it, Wei Qinghua, seemingly devoid of brotherly loyalty, undermined Wei Sihua's standing. "Why should I emulate second brother? He does not even rank highly in the study. His academic performance is hardly exemplary. Just the other day, we were both punished to stand together." Wei Sihua shot a frosty glance at his younger brother. "Very well, I shall simply pretend you are not my brother." However, the most devastating blow was yet to come. Listening to the words of the carefree prince is indeed more straightforward. The disparity between you and those excelling in their studies is akin to the difference between heaven and earth. Aspiring to learn from them is futile. Your second brother, being rather mediocre in academics, is not particularly distinguished. The distance between you two is not insurmountable, and thus, your learning should not be excessively challenging. As he spoke, he cast a fleeting glance at Wei Sihua and continued, "Do not underestimate your second brother's academic performance. At the very least, he respects his teachers and values learning. Even when he lacks enthusiasm, he has grasped the essential knowledge imparted in class, unlike you, who allows the teacher's explanations to pass through one ear and out the other." Wei Sihua felt a profound sense of desolation within. His academic performance was indeed not exceptional. When compared to Wei Muhua or Wei Jinrong, he certainly fell short. He lacked interest in texts such as the 4 books, the 5 classics, and the ancient literary treasury. A cursory glance sufficed for him to understand their essence. And as long as he could submit his assignments, that was sufficient. Acknowledging that he was not outstanding was one thing, but to be labeled as mediocre was excessively hurtful. He pondered whether his father was scolding him or himself. Wei Sihua raised his gaze to the carefree prince, reflecting on how it was often said that he resembled his father the most. If he were indeed mediocre, then did it not imply that his father was doubly so? Meanwhile, while Wei Sihua nursed his wounds, the carefree prince's admonitions towards Wei Qinghua remained unrelenting. As for you, Wei, do not presume I am unaware of your conduct in the study. After just a few days of attendance, you were already punished with standing. You cannot even recite a single passage from the book your teacher assigned. The knowledge discussed in class vanishes from your mind the moment you turn away. What is the matter? Has your brain been fed to the dogs? It was as if he himself were not named Wei. Wei Qinghua felt a sense of suffocation within. He muttered quietly, "Father, you cannot blame me entirely. Previously, when I studied at the Shi Family Academy, I only left home at dawn. Now that I attend the study, I must rise at the early hours. Father, I am simply too tired. I doze off as soon as class begins, and when I do, I am punished with standing." He felt wronged, half complaining and half pouting. To help me stay awake, the teacher even makes me stand in the courtyard. Once I am standing, I cannot hear anything. Naturally, I cannot complete my assignments or recite my books. As he spoke, he hung his head in despair. This weather is unbearably cold. Not only must I rise early, but I'm also frequently punished. I tremble from the cold, and I cannot even return to the classroom for a sip of hot water. It's truly tormenting. Father, please let me return to the Shi Family Academy. At the very least, I can study diligently there and enjoy a warm drink when I feel cold. Upon finishing his plea, he observed the displeasure etched on the carefree prince's face and cautiously took a step back. Perhaps you could speak to the teachers in the study? I no longer wish to study subjects I cannot comprehend. Instead, I could spend my afternoons learning martial arts and horseback riding. Would that not suffice? Nonsense. With so many brothers, you create the most trouble. The carefree prince was not swayed by Wei Qinghua's antics. He only recognized the tactics of his wife and daughter when it came to such displays of affection. I must inform you that both literary and martial skills are essential. You shall not neglect either unless you cease to be the son of the carefree Wangfu. Furthermore, regarding the private academy of the Shi family, do not harbor any illusions. Having allowed you to leave, there is no justification for your return. If you cannot rise, then retire early. If it is cold, wear more layers. Do not attempt to be clever and seek excuses. Father, third brother, is school truly that pitiful, so cold and lacking warm water? The cherished warm treasure, cradled in the arms of the carefree prince, found it difficult to ignore the conversation of her elder siblings. The clamor around her was akin to thunder. One voice echoed beside her ear, while another erupted from across the table, becoming increasingly animated, droplets of spittle seeming to drift through the air. Alas, what a troublesome situation! However, upon hearing about the cold and the absence of hot water, Warm Treasure quickly formulated a plan. With her beautiful, wide eyes fixed on Wei Qinghua, she thought, what a simple matter. If there is a problem, we shall resolve it. Unbeknownst to Wei Qinghua, who assumed the little darling was coming to his aid, her eyes sparkled with enthusiasm as she nodded vigorously. Indeed, indeed, Warm Treasure. Third brother is so cold. He even sneezed. How pitiful. Chapter 93. A resounding slap in the face as Wei Qinghua lamented his plight. He exchanged knowing glances with Warm Treasure. Quick, go inform father and mother to spare me from attending the study. My precious little sister, your future happiness relies on you. In Wei Qinghua's eyes, Warm Treasure's words carried the most weight at home. He believed that with a touch of her charm and a few kind words in front of their parents, his wishes would come to fruition. Little did he know, Warm Treasure nodded, yet replied, Did you really sneeze? Such a pity. Third brother, you must heed Father's advice. Go to class tomorrow, but dress warmly. Then, with a cheerful demeanor, she added, Third brother, how about I gift you something special? Wei Qinghua was taken aback, at a loss for words. Huh? What on earth? Why must I still attend class? Warm Treasure, do you not care for your third brother? This was far from what he had envisioned. Xiaohu, please fetch the thermos. Warm Treasure called back to show her, instructing her to retrieve a warm cup. Xiaoer instinctively glanced at the carefree prince and princess, feeling a twinge of concern. Would the young princess truly bestow such a remarkable item upon Third Master? What if the prince and princess inquired about it? Despite her unease, she hurried off. The carefree prince and princess dismissed Warm Treasure's words, assuming she had found some peculiar object to comfort her brother. The couple began to serve Warm Treasure more food: steamed meat paste, egg custard, shredded vegetables, and tender fish fillets. They could not be bothered with Wei Qinghua's complaints. Wei Muhua and Wei Sihua were engrossed in their meal, unwilling to involve themselves in any troublesome matters. Only Wei Qinghua sat idle, casting a mournful glance at Warm Treasure, who was enjoying her meal with glee, bits of porridge adorning her cheeks, deepening his sorrow. Why does this heavy cotton coat feel so drafty on me after 5 centuries? The changes in Warm Treasure are now quite apparent. Her appetite has increased significantly. Everything she eats is delectable. Her fingers have gained strength, allowing her to hold a spoon with remarkable steadiness, and she even aspires to learn to grasp chopsticks. Moreover, her speech has become much more fluent, and her enunciation is precise. And those little short legs of hers are quite vigorous. It's not just walking. Even running has become considerably more stable. The carefree king and the carefree queen were astonished by these developments for quite some time, often praising their remarkable daughter during their whispered conversations in bed. Little did they know that all of this was the result of divine power. During this period, Warm Treasure had exchanged a substantial amount of silver in the space, which had finally enhanced a Bao's divine strength. With a Bao's divine energy supporting her, Warm Treasure, though still unable to retrieve objects from afar or control the actions of others, has noticeably accelerated her learning process. This has made her eager for the swift return of Shangwan Zi to teach her martial arts. After finishing a bowl of porridge, Xiaoer returned, holding a red-glazed thermal cup. The cup features a pair of white cranes, one large and one small, soaring towards the moon, with the lid adorned by a round knob shaped like auspicious clouds. It perfectly embodies the essence of traditional Chinese aesthetics. There is little dissonance between this modern object and those from antiquity. Every time Warm Treasure sees this thermal cup, she feels fortunate to have been someone who appreciated classical items in her past life, predominantly selecting those that are a blend of ancient style and modern refinement. Otherwise, had she inadvertently chosen a pink thermal cup or something featuring a piglet, it would have been quite embarrassing. What is this? Wei Qinghua exclaimed upon seeing a red object before him, his very pores rejecting it. This couldn't possibly be the wonderful gift Warm Treasure intends for me. Could it? Red? No, no. Take it away. Little sister, this is a warm cup I'm gifting you. Warm Treasure pretended not to notice the disdain in Wei Qinghua's eyes, for she knew he would ultimately appreciate it. With a cheerful smile, she said, "Aren't you feeling cold? Don't you lack hot water? Then use the warm cup." "No, no. I want tea." Wei Qinghua waved his hands repeatedly, exclaiming, suddenly, "I feel no coldness at all." "Cold? How could you not feel cold?" Warm Treasure shot him a glare and replied earnestly, "Tomorrow, you have to go to class and will be punished with standing. If you feel cold while standing, just drink some hot water." Wei Muhua and Wei Sihua, upon hearing this, struggled to suppress their laughter. A glance exchanged between them reflected mutual affection for their sister. What nonsense is she speaking? Meanwhile, Wei Qinghua wore an expression of helplessness. "I thank you, but must you bring up such matters? Big brother, this warm cup is truly wonderful. I would dare share it with anyone else." Warm Treasure remained earnest, enthusiastically promoting her gift. "It keeps hot water warm for several hours. Big brother, tomorrow, when you go to class, fill it with hot water. When you're punished with standing and feel thirsty, you can drink from the warm cup." As she spoke, pouting her lips in delight, she exclaimed, "Oh, how wonderfully warm!" Wei Qinghua retorted, "How long can it possibly remain warm?" "I do not believe it." She continued, "Moreover, it serves another purpose. It can warm your hands. Look, third brother, simply shake it, and the warming cup will heat up, allowing you to warm your hands." This discovery was made later when Warm Treasure and Xiaoer were experimenting together. When purchasing the thermos, I inadvertently acquired a piece of black technology. Without shaking it, the outer cup remains cold. However, with a gentle shake. The heat from within transfers to the outer cup, making it exceptionally warm to hold. Wei Qinghua remained skeptical of Warm Treasure's claims, convinced that she was merely babbling nonsense after having too much porridge. In contrast, Wei Muhua, intrigued, picked up the thermos. After examining it for a moment, he instructed his servant Ashu to add water. Whether it could keep hot water warm for several hours would require time to test. However, shaking it to use as a hand warmer would yield immediate results. As the boiling water was poured into the thermos, the outer cup indeed felt cool. Yet, after a few shakes, it surprisingly warmed the hands. Astounded, he hastily passed the thermos to the carefree princess and the carefree prince. The family exchanged it among themselves, and it truly became a treasure. Particularly, Wei Siwa took a liking to it and exclaimed, "Warm treasure, where did you acquire this? If your third brother does not want it, then I shall have it. Who says I do not want it?" Wei Qinghua quickly snatched the thermos back into her embrace, declaring, "This is a gift from Warm Treasure. None of you shall covet it." She completely forgot her prior disdain and resistance, the sound of her own slap in the face echoing loudly. Chapter 94. Taming the extremely acidy old man Wei Sihua did not genuinely wish to contest the thermos with Wei Qinghua. He merely sought to tease his younger siblings. Thus, upon witnessing her reaction, he merely smiled and did not pursue the matter further. However, the carefree prince fixed a stern gaze upon the thermos. What is this warming cup? Is it truly that remarkable? In his 40 years of life, he had never heard of a cup that could keep hot water warm for several hours, let alone one that could warm hands with a simple shake. Responding to the prince's inquiry, Xiaoer, aware of his gaze upon her, stepped forward to reply. "This cup has been repeatedly tested by the little princess and myself, and it is indeed a remarkable object, just as the little princess has stated. But if it is such a remarkable object, from where did Warm Treasure obtain it?" The carefree princess cast a questioning glance at the thermos, voicing her curiosity. Xiaoer was momentarily taken aback, unsure how to respond. Warm Treasure, however, cheerfully interjected, "Uncle, it was given to me by third uncle." The carefree princess looked at Xiaoer in astonishment. Third brother? When did third brother give Warm Treasure this? Xiaoer, quick-witted, immediately responded, in answer to the princess, "This cup was accidentally discovered by the little princess while searching for items in the storeroom a few days ago. It was placed together with the congratulatory gifts sent by the third prince, and due to its small size, it had gone unnoticed until now. The treasures within the warm repository are plentiful, yet they are meticulously categorized. Gifts received for the full moon are set aside, while those for the 100 days and the first birthday occupy another space. Among them, the presents from the court officials are grouped together, and the bestowals from the palace are naturally stored in unison, particularly the gifts brought by the third prince of the southern Qian kingdom. Due to their considerable value and quantity, these gifts occupy a substantial portion of a storeroom. Although Xiaoer did not directly inform everyone of the source of the thermos, its presence alongside the third prince's offerings suggests a high likelihood that it originated from him. Indeed, the carefree princess, following this line of thought, quickly misconstrued the situation, exclaiming, "So this exquisite item truly comes from my third royal brother. I wonder where my elder siblings managed to procure such remarkable treasures. How peculiar." After speaking, she expressed a hint of regret. "Oh, my mind seems to be failing me more and more. I once perused the list of gifts from my third royal brother, yet I have no recollection of such a wondrous item." Upon hearing this, Xiaoer lowered her gaze, contemplating how to deflect the conversation, but the carefree prince promptly offered consolation. "Fenghua, are you being too hard on yourself? If your clever mind has faltered, what hope is there for my dull intellect?" His tone carried a touch of sarcasm. Perhaps the third royal brother simply forgot to document it. Such a small and inconspicuous item is easily overlooked. He then cast a sidelong glance at Wei Qinghua. Observing Wei Qinghua cherishing the cup with such delight made him want to sever the boy's hand. What was there to be so proud of? At such an age, he still required his sister's coaxing to attend school, utterly shameless. Gazing at the blissful warmth of the treasures, the carefree prince felt a pang of sorrow. Warmth no longer loves me. Even my court visits are cold. Wei Muhua and Wei Sihua, the two brothers, were keen observers of facial expressions. Noticing the carefree prince's discontent, they promptly rose to make their exit, ensuring to drag Wei Qinghua along, fearing their third brother might unwittingly provoke their father's ire. It mattered little if the third brother faced punishment. It was the disturbance of the family peace that must be avoided. With her brothers having departed, Warmth also called to retreat to her quarters. As the belly of the carefree princess grew, the carefree prince found himself spending increasing amounts of time by her side. This companionship inevitably led to an intensification of their affectionate exchanges. Warmth had grown weary of the incessant displays of affection, almost fearing the very thought of it. As Xiao'er had just spun a tale to align with Warmth's words, she dared not linger. Upon hearing Warmth express her desire to depart, she hastily embraced her and withdrew. Gazing into Warmth's sparkling eyes, Xiao'er found herself torn between admiration for the young princess and concern for her. To admire her would imply a fear that the young princess might become habitually deceitful, thus losing her ability to speak the truth. To express concern, however, would acknowledge the young princess's undeniable cleverness. Not to mention, regarding today's thermos, even in recent days during the sharing of snacks, the young princess remained unflustered when questioned by the three young masters. For instance, her evasive explanation, "It was Aunt Xiao who purchased it. Warmth knows nothing of it." For instance, there are explanations akin to "no such person found." The merchant brings goods to sell, and the warm treasure is purchased by fate. Furthermore, there are gift-like explanations. Unearthed from the storeroom, isn't the warm treasure remarkable? In essence, the words are few, yet they suffocate any further inquiry. Regardless of the type of explanation, no one has been seen to delve deeper. On the other hand, the carefree king and his queen, abandoned by their children, display starkly different expressions. The former is sullen, harboring inner resentment, while the latter beams with a gentle and amiable demeanor. She comforts him, saying, "In any case, it's a good thing that our third child has no reason to complain about going to the study anymore. As for that cup, since it was given to him by the warm treasure, let him use it." After saying this, she playfully nudges the king's waist with her elbow. "Achi, have you noticed how our daughter is becoming increasingly generous? She even shares now, unlike before when, if you took even the slightest thing from her, her gaze would follow it relentlessly. Though she may not cry or make a fuss, that piercing stare was quite intimidating." "Umph, generous indeed," the carefree king scoffed, muttering, "but not generous enough to show it before her father." He then quickly added, careful of the threshold. The queen found it quite amusing. How old are they now? And yet he is envious of their own son. She contemplated seizing an opportunity to write a letter back to the southern Chang kingdom, inquiring if that cup still existed. If it did, she would hasten to have the caravan send another one over to placate this exceedingly sour old man. As winter waned, spring approached, and summer was imminent. The mother of the warm treasure was about to give birth. It was a sun-kissed morning, a rare occurrence during the rainy season in the capital of Shu Kingdom. The warm treasure had just finished dressing with the assistance of Xiao'er and was preparing to accompany the queen for breakfast when a maid hurriedly dashed in, exclaiming, "It's time to give birth. It's time to give birth. Sister Xiao'er, the lady is about to give birth." "Really? How is she now?" Xiao'er swiftly scooped up the warm treasure without hesitation and rushed toward Yongla courtyard, urgently asking, "Have we sent someone to call for the midwife? What about the physician? We must summon them quickly." As she spoke, she added, "The soup must be prepared, and has the hot water been boiled? Childbirth is a significant matter. We cannot afford to be careless." Chapter 95, "You little rascal. Just wait until you come out. I will not spare you." Though Xiao'er was assigned to care for the warm treasure, she had served the carefree queen for over a decade. She had only not been present during the birth of Wei Muhua, as she had yet to arrive in Shu Kingdom. The subsequent births of Wei Sihua, Wei Qinghua, and the warm treasure were all witnessed by Xiao'er herself. As one of the queen's most trusted attendants, having assisted 3 times, she had seen the bloody scenes of childbirth. Now, hearing that the queen was about to give birth, she was understandably anxious, particularly recalling the torturous experience of the queen during the birth of the warm treasure 2 years prior, fearing this time would be as harrowing. "Rest assured, Sister Xiao'er, everything has been arranged. The midwife is from the palace, and we have summoned physician Jean. The young maid hurriedly followed Xiaoer, saying, "The princess has been in pain since the hour of the rabbit. Aunt Dongxue and Sister Danxiu are both keeping watch, and Granny Kai has also arrived. The prince specifically instructed me to fetch the little county princess, as the three young masters are likely returning from the study soon." "Very well. Let us hasten," Xiaoer replied, feeling a sense of relief upon hearing that Granny Kai was present. However, her steps quickened even more. Granny Kai had been the wet nurse of the carefree princess. When the carefree princess married into the Shu kingdom, Granny Kai accompanied her and has served her ever since. In recent years, however, Granny Kai's age has taken a toll on her health, prompting the carefree princess to send her to the countryside to live out her days with her children and grandchildren. Alongside Granny Kai, there were about 10 maidservants, all hailing from the southern Qian kingdom. Among them, the elder Aunt Dongxue and Sister Danxiu, who is only 3 or 4 years older than Xiaoer, were the princess's closest attendants. They were both loyal and reliable, ensuring that no mistakes would occur. Upon arriving at Yongle courtyard, the Wei brothers had indeed returned. Even the emperor and empress had left the palace, standing anxiously with the carefree prince in the courtyard, as tense as if they were the child's biological parents. The cries of agony from the delivery room were heart-wrenching. "Give me the child. You may go in," the carefree prince instructed Xiaoer, who cradled the little one in her arms, gently soothing, "Be good, Nguanbao. Do not be afraid. Mother is giving you a little brother. We shall stay here with mother. All right?" "All right," Nguanbao nodded, gazing blankly at the delivery room. Listening to the heart-wrenching cries filled her with sorrow. The emperor and empress approached, one stroking Nguanbao's head while the other held her hand, both concerned that she might be frightened. Especially the emperor, whose voice was even softer than the carefree prince's. "Do not be afraid, Nguanbao. Your uncle and aunt are here as well." As he spoke, he shot a reproachful glance at the carefree prince, saying, "What were you thinking? Why bring Nguanbao here on such a day? She is so young. What if she gets scared?" There was a hint of reproach in his tone, yet the carefree prince seemed oblivious to the emperor's words. He gently asked Nguanbao, "Can you hear your mother calling? Are you afraid?" "I'm not afraid." Nguanbao snapped back to reality, shaking her head. "Mother is in pain." She withdrew her hand from the empress's grasp and patted her chest, exclaiming, "Nguanbao feels pain here too." Upon hearing this, the carefree prince froze, his eyes instantly brimming with tears as he held Nguanbao tightly. "You're such a good girl, Nguanbao. You understand that your mother is in pain, don't you? Remember, when your mother gave birth to you, it was just as painful as when she gives birth to your brother. In fact, it may have been even more painful. But your mother persevered, and that is why you are here. So, you must listen to your mother and never make her angry. Do you understand?" Upon finishing his words, he turned to the Wei brothers and scolded, "Look at you. How many times have you stood here? None of you can compare to your sister. Every time I summon you to accompany your mother during childbirth, what is the purpose? In the end, it is still warm treasure who is considerate, understanding the pain of your mother." The three Wei brothers dare not speak or move, yet they cannot deny that they are fully aware of their father's intentions. Particularly Wei Muhua and Wei Sihua, who feel this deeply. Whenever their mother gives birth, regardless of where they are or what they are doing, they're always called back at the earliest moment. The father and sons gather in the courtyard to keep her company. This serves two purposes: to prevent any misfortunes with the children present, and to impart the understanding of how challenging motherhood truly is. Their father, a man of few words, has his heartfelt intentions recognized by his sons, who are acutely aware that they must cherish and honor their mother. When it comes to the future wives they will take, they must treat them with love and respect, never diminishing the worth of women. They are not foolish. How could they not grasp this truth? However, as young men, they are not as adept at expressing themselves as their female counterparts. Yet, it is truly unexpected that warm treasure, at only 2 years old, already possesses such maturity. Yes, they must shower warm treasure with affection. Regardless of whether this birth results in a sister or a brother, warm treasure must be the most cherished. The empress has already shed silent tears, observing the three brothers standing upright, their faces etched with concern. Then her gaze drifts to warm treasure, who is lost in thought as she stares at the delivery room. The Empress is filled with both emotion and envy. How fortunate these children are. The Fenghua siblings are truly blessed, especially Warm Treasure, who is genuinely a little ball of warmth. With her hands clasped together, she silently prays for the Princess of Carefree to bear a daughter, so she can bring her back to the palace to raise. In the future, she too hopes to enjoy the same blessings as the Princess of Carefree. Inside the delivery room, the cries grow increasingly desperate. Even without witnessing the birthing process firsthand, those waiting outside cannot help but shiver. The carefree prince, in a state of anxiety, paces back and forth, muttering, "Why does it sound so intense?" It sounds more tormenting than when Warm Treasure was born. After speaking, he curses toward the delivery room. "You little rascal. How dare you bully my wife like this? Just wait until you come out. I shall not spare you." The emperor and empress exchanged glances, momentarily stunned, and shot the carefree prince a disapproving look. How old is he? Acting so foolishly. Meanwhile, the three-way brothers lower their heads, pretending not to hear. 2 years ago, when her mother gave birth to Warm Treasure, this man had said the same thing. However, the three brothers soon shared a silent understanding and raised their heads to look at Warm Treasure. This girl has never received a beating. Envying their little sister, Warm Treasure's thoughts have already drifted far away. Being a woman is truly arduous. Each childbirth feels like traversing the gates of hell, a perilous gamble with one's own life. Though their mother is indeed fortunate, blessed with a prestigious family and excellent birthing conditions, along with a loving husband, the cries from the delivery room still fill Warm Treasure with anxiety. She fears for her mother's safety. Chapter 96. Mother and child safe. Turning to her father, she notices beads of sweat glistening on his forehead, which prompts her to ponder further. "I often ponder whether I shall ever wed in the future. Should I find a partner? Might he possess the same admirable qualities as my father? If not, perhaps solitude is preferable. What need is there for matrimony